Deep within the shadows of Soviet power, two men hold the keys to Russia's most dangerous secret, an advanced missile defense system that could shift the global balance. One is known only as Cardinal, America's most valuable spy, embedded at the highest levels of the Kremlin. But his cover is crumbling, and the KGB is closing in. The other is an American operative, the only one capable of extracting Cardinal before it's too late. Their mission could prevent catastrophe or ignite an unstoppable conflict. The stakes couldn't be higher. As the clock ticks down, every move is a gamble, every decision a potential spark in the Cold War's final, deadly game. The world teeters between peace and annihilation, and the fate of millions rests on whether these two men can outmaneuver the ruthless Soviet intelligence machine. Critics have called it a masterclass in tension, a relentless, high-stakes chess match, where betrayal waits around every corner. Fast-paced and gripping, the story plunges readers into a world where trust is a luxury and survival is never guaranteed. The archer carried a name that spoke of ancient battles, though his people had long since traded their traditional bows for modern weapons. The title honored the enduring fight against invaders from Alexander the Great's armies to the latest foreign forces. While faith fueled their resistance, the unyielding spirit of these mountain warriors ran deeper than religion, etched into their very bones. At 30, his body remained lean and powerful, hardened by a life where scaling cliffs was as routine as checking the mail. But his eyes told a different story. The harsh Afghan sun ages men quickly, weathering their fair skin and sharp features. Yet the archer's weariness came from something darker. Once a mathematics professor, in a land where literacy alone was often considered enough, he'd built a simple life, married young, raised 2 children. Then the rockets came. A Soviet Su-24 streaked across the sky, and in an instant, his wife and daughter were gone. All the tribe bears his son. Vanished, taken. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd once taught equations, solved for unknowns. Now his life was a puzzle with missing pieces, and the only answer left was vengeance. The Soviets called them insurgents. He called them the reason he no longer slept. The wind still howled through the mountains, but it carried no comfort, just the echoes of everything he'd lost. The Soviet airstrikes had reduced his wife's ancestral village to rubble, followed by ground troops who executed the surviving adults and rounded up the orphans for forced relocation to the USSR. There, they'd be indoctrinated into Soviet ideology, all because his wife had begged to visit her dying mother one last time, and all because some trigger-happy villager had taken pot shots at a passing patrol. When news of the massacre reached him a week later, the mild-mannered math teacher methodically arranged his textbooks, walked out of Ghazni, and vanished into the mountains. He returned after sundown with 3 hardened fighters, proving his worth by ambushing Soviet troops and seizing their weapons. That battered AK-47 still hung across his back, but it wasn't the rifle that earned him his name. The grizzled commander of their ragtag Mujahideen unit, literally those who struggle, recognized potential where others saw only a bookish outsider. Unlike his comrades, the leader didn't mock the teacher's Western education or his shaky grasp of Islam. He'd never forget how the young man had wept during his first prayer session with their imam, his shoulders shaking as scripture filled the gaps in his soul. Within weeks, the scholar had transformed into their most lethal fighter, as if destiny itself had sharpened him into a blade. When the time came to smuggle American-supplied stingers from Pakistan, the commander chose him without hesitation. Now, pressed against a jagged ridgeline, 100 yards below the summit, the archer scanned the glacial valley through eyes that seemed carved from ancient stone. Beside him crouched Abdul's servant, in Arabic, a sharp-eyed teenager who hauled spare missiles and spotted targets like a human rangefinder. The kid's smoldering gaze betrayed his own tragic past. Another orphan forged in the crucible of war. A metallic glint flashed 10 miles out as a Mi-24 Hind emerged from behind distant peaks, right on schedule. The Soviet pilots had grown cautious since Stingers started plucking their helicopters from the sky, but old habits died hard. Higher up, an Antonov 26 command plane circled uselessly beyond reach, its radios crackling with orders the Hind would never receive. The archer exhaled slowly, his calloused finger resting beside the trigger. "There," Abdul whispered. Somewhere below, Soviet infantry were learning the hard way why they called this quiet killer the Archer, and why American missiles flew straighter than Russian arrows. The canyon stretched deep below, its walls tighter than most. To strike the guerrilla fighters below, the pilot had no choice but to descend straight down the jagged passage. He kept his altitude high over 3,000 feet, wary of Stinger teams lurking among the rocks. The Archer watched as the chopper weaved through the sky, the pilot scanning the terrain before committing to his approach. True to form, he came in from the downwind side, letting the breeze mask the rotor noise for those precious extra seconds. The radio in the circling transport buzzed with chatter, tuned to known rebel frequencies, hunting for any warning signals that might betray the missile team's position. Abdul carried a radio too, silent and hidden beneath his robes. Slowly, the Archer lifted the launcher, aligning the crosshairs with the approaching Hind. His thumb slid across the activation switch, and as he pressed his cheek against the cold metal bar, the seeker's high-pitched whine filled his ears. The pilot had made his move, dipping low along the far ridge, just out of reach for now. The Hind's nose tilted forward, its gunner adjusting his sights on the rocky outcrop where the fighters hid. A sudden burst of smoke erupted below Soviet mortars, marking their targets, and the helicopter banked slightly, adjusting course. Then came the rockets. Flames spat from the pods, the first volley streaking toward the ground. Another smoke trail shot skyward, missing the Hind but sending the pilot into a sharp, evasive turn. The Archer's grip tightened. The chopper was sliding right toward him now, filling the sight's inner ring. Perfect. With a press of his thumb, he uncaged the missile, letting its infrared eye lock onto the Mi-24's searing exhaust. The tone in his ears shifted, target acquired. The Hind's pilot, thinking he'd spotted the launch point, swung left, unwittingly presenting his engines like a gift. The missile screamed in the Archer's ear, but he waited, calculating. He knew the pilot would push closer, hungry for the kill. And he was right. At just over half a mile out, the Archer exhaled, tilted the sight upward, and muttered a prayer. The trigger pulled itself. The launcher kicked as the Stinger arced up, then dove toward its prey. The Archer's sharp eyes tracked the faint smoke trail as the missile's fins twitched, guided by a chip no bigger than a stamp. High above, an observer in the circling transport spotted a flicker of dust, his hand halfway to the radio too late. The missile slammed into the Hind's engine, the explosion tearing through metal. The helicopter shuddered, crippled in an instant. The tail rotor driveshaft snapped, sending the Hind into a wild spin to the left. The pilot fought to stabilize the descent, scanning desperately for a safe landing spot as his gunner screamed over the radio for help. With practiced precision, he killed the engine, adjusted the collective to manage torque, and locked onto a small clearing no bigger than a tennis court. Flipping the switches off, he triggered the fire suppression system like most aviators. He dreaded flames more than anything, though that fear would soon prove misplaced. From his vantage point, the Archer watched the Mi-24 slam nose, first into a jagged outcrop 500 feet below. Miraculously, there was no explosion as the chopper disintegrated on impact, its tail whipping violently over the cockpit before the wreckage settled on its side. The Archer and Abdul sprinted down the slope, reaching the crash site in minutes. Inside the mangled cockpit, the pilot dangled upside down, wrestling with his twisted harness. Pain shot through his body, a grim reminder he was still alive. The newer models' reinforced safety features, combined with his skill, had spared him. His gunner hadn't been so lucky, slumped lifelessly with a broken neck. Time was short. The shattered canopy had become a cage, its emergency release jammed. Drawing his sidearm, he fired at the metal frame, piece by jagged piece, until he could claw his way free. His hands were shredded, but adrenaline dulled the agony. Stumbling onto the rocky ledge, he realized his left leg was shattered, bone jutting through his flight suit. He grabbed a twisted panel to use as a crutch and limped toward a narrow path. 3 kilometers to safety, if he could make it. Then a sound froze him mid-step. Hope evaporated as he turned, realizing death by fire would have been merciful. The Archer murmured a prayer as he unsheathed his knife. Ryan studied the battered hull, its welds as crude as stitches on a horror movie monster. The irony wasn't lost on him. Man's creations could outlive their makers in the worst ways. Funny how massive they seem up close, he muttered. And yet so cramped inside, Marco replied, his voice heavy with nostalgia. Not long ago, he'd steered this very submarine into port, never imagining it would be stripped down to its bones by American engineers. His disdain for the Soviet regime hadn't extended to the vessels it built, especially not this one. Red October had carried him to freedom, saved his life, and Ryan's too. Jack absently touched the faint scar on his forehead, wondering if his blood still stained the helm. You didn't want one last ride? Ryan asked. Marco shook his head. No. The word carried finality. Some ghosts were better left undisturbed. Jack stood silently beside Ryan, watching the murky waters of the Elizabeth River surge into the dry dock. Just wanted to pay my respects, he murmured. She was a decent ship. Decent enough, Ryan agreed, his eyes fixed on the jagged gash left by the Alpha's torpedo, a wound patched up just enough to limp home. Good enough to keep us from drowning, he thought. Around them, the dockyard was eerily quiet, the usual bustle replaced by the solemnity of the moment. Sailors in orange life vests moved deliberately along the deck, loosening the heavy mooring lines as the water swallowed the wooden blocks beneath the hull. The Red October stirred reluctantly, as if resisting her fate. Outside the dry dock, the night was thick with fog, a deliberate choice. The Navy had waited weeks for this exact combination of moonless darkness and seasonal mist, perfect cover for their final mission. 6 American subs prowled the Atlantic beyond Norfolk, clearing the way under the guise of routine exercises. By dawn, the Red October would rest at the bottom of the Puerto Rico Trench, 25,000 feet down. The diesels growled to life, vibrating through the dock as the sub began to drift free. A sharp blast from an air horn signaled departure, and the Soviet Jack was lowered one last nod to the past. Ryan smirked at the detail. Tradition, even in farewell. Ramius wiped his face, his voice steady when he finally turned away. So, Ryan, they drag you all the way from London for this. Actually, I've been back a while. New assignment. Ramius raised an eyebrow. Wait, how precarious. Dose control. Coordinating intel for the negotiations team. We head to Moscow in January. We can accord to spray. Setting the table before the real talks. Ramius chuckled. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in the Bahamas, Autech's new pet project. All sunshine and classified reports. He flashed a tan arm. You should visit. Bring sunscreen. Ryan laughed. Sounds better than D. Winters. The rumble of the diesel faded into the fog as the Red October vanished downstream. The yard fell silent again, the mission complete. Jack handed him a business card with a grin. "You're coming to my place for dinner. I still owe you one. Just give me a heads up before your flight, and I'll arrange everything with the agency." Ramius and his team were under heavy CIA surveillance, a security detail so airtight that not even the press had caught wind of it. If the secrecy held, Moscow likely had no idea their prize submarine, the Red October, had vanished. By now, Jack figured, the vessel would be veering east near the Hampton Roads tunnel, before diving deep toward the southeast. He exhaled sharply, torn between relief and unease. The sub's destruction meant fewer missiles, fewer warheads, a small dent in the arms race, but a dent nonetheless. Half a world away in the Tajik Soviet Republic, an unseasonable drizzle clung to the mountains. The young Komsomol workers, including the frustrated physics grad student named Morozov, slogged through the mud. He wiped rain from his face, irritated. Instead of calibrating survey equipment, he should have been in a lab perfecting laser technology. But party loyalty and a draft deferment kept him here. "Looks good," muttered the site engineer, squinting through the scope. A distant explosion rattled the ground. Another Red Army demolition. Morozov didn't need clearance to guess what they were hiding. "You've got a steady hand," the engineer remarked. "Ever consider civil engineering? Building bridges, not equations?" "Lasers are useful too," Morozov countered. The older man smirked. "Then maybe you'll end up back here. God help you." Morozov's pulse quickened. "Is this... didn't say a thing," the engineer cut in, voice low. Morozov forced a chuckle. "Great spot for stargazing." The engineer's grin was knowing. "Funny. Never met an astronomer. Mirrors. 6 precise points around a guarded central building." Morozov's stomach dropped. He'd just helped map something far bigger than a construction project. The young engineer marveled at such precision, realizing it served only 2 purposes, either capturing starlight from the heavens or projecting beams back into the sky. Standing there, he felt certain this place would reshape history. Chapter 1. The Party's Welcome, the Air in St. George Hall hummed with unspoken transactions. Every attendee played their part in the delicate dance of diplomacy while secretly working to undermine it. For the Russians and Americans gathered in the Kremlin's grand chamber, this contradiction was just another day at the office. First, the politicians and diplomats stood out effortlessly, their tailored suits, practiced smiles, and measured words betraying their status. Even after one too many toasts, their poise never slipped. They carried themselves like kings, convinced they held all the cards. Then there were the soldiers, clustered in tight groups, their stiff uniforms and watchful eyes marking them as men who lived by orders. They nursed their drinks, scanning the room like it was hostile territory because to them it was. Negotiations here decided whether real battlefields would ever see blood. Oddly enough, they trusted enemy soldiers more than their own politicians. At least a man in uniform didn't lie about where he stood. Reporters flitted between conversations like vultures circling prey. Their rumpled clothes and restless energy set them apart. Western journalists darted from source to source, while Soviet press clung to their handlers like medieval courtiers, eager to prove loyalty. Every scribbled note was potential gold or propaganda. And then there were the ghosts, the spies. Blending seamlessly, they moved unseen, hunting secrets or those who hunted them. Even the security detail, lurking at the edges, barely noticed them. The only ones more invisible were the waiters, gliding through the crowd with trays of Romanov crystal, heavy with champagne and vodka. Amid the clinking glasses and murmured deals, one American colonel leaned against a marble pillar, watching a Soviet general across the room. Their eyes met just for a second, and in that moment, both knew. This wasn't just a party. It was a chessboard. The reception buzzed with the usual diplomatic charade, where half the waiters weren't really waiters at all. They moved through the crowd like shadows, ears tuned for whispers, a misplaced word, anything that didn't belong in the scripted hum of polite conversation. It was exhausting work, sifting through the noise chamber music from a forgotten quartet, the relentless chatter of 100 guests shouting over each other in a cavernous ballroom with acoustics that turned every syllable into a dull roar. The spies thrived in it, ghosts slipping between conversations, but everyone knew they were there. In Moscow, you didn't need a reminder. Just a glance from a passing officer was enough to make you wonder if your last chat with a foreigner had been noted in some ledger. The diplomats played their parts with practiced ease. The reporters treated it like theater, but the soldiers? They were the ones who cared. Intelligence was everything to them, and they loathed the people who gathered it. Jack Ryan, meanwhile, found himself admiring the gilded excess of the room's white walls, gold leaf, a ceiling that looked like it belonged in a czar's fever dream. Cold and dark, he quipped when asked about Moscow, swirling his champagne. Haven't seen much beyond conference rooms. Sergei Golovko smirked. The Romanovs had their priorities. Peasants paid for all this. Ryan laughed. At least they got something beautiful out of it. Better than another ugly missile rusting in a silo. He paused, then added with a grin. Just a thought, Sergei. The unspoken tension hummed beneath the chandelier's Russians always needing to prove they had more. Americans pretending not to notice. Some things never changed. Ryan watched the light dance across the chandelier's crystals, imagining the sheer manpower it must have taken to hoist something that heavy into place. So we're shifting our competition from nukes to aesthetics now? He mused, half amused. I guess the agenda's set. Now it's up to the folks by the fireplace to hash out the fine print. His gaze lingered on the clock nearby, an ornate piece, depicting some old warrior sending a younger man off to war. Classic, he thought. Same old story, just a fancier frame. Golovko's question about verifiability pulled him back. Ryan smirked internally. Of course, the GRU man would fixate on spy satellites, his turf. Verifiability's a technical nightmare, Ryan admitted, playing coy. Not my specialty. What's your take on capping land-based systems? We rely on ours more than you do, Golovko countered, his tone tightening. Why don't you prioritize submarines like we do? Reliability issues, Ryan shot back, then couldn't resist needling him. Though sure, subs are totally dependable. Except you know when they're not. He feigned regret. Like that Yankee sub near Bermuda. Or what was the other one? Golovko's eyes narrowed. Don't play dumb, Ryan. You know about Krasny, Okiabir. Mrikan for us, exclaim. The typhoon you lost off the Carolinas. Must have missed that briefing. Ryan kept his face blank, but the irony wasn't lost on him. Drusting sub? Not exactly the Soviet strong suit. Golovko pressed on. Let me ask you straight. Will your intel agencies block the treaty? Ryan laughed. How should I know? Does yours ever not follow orders? In my country, Golovko said stiffly, if the president wants a treaty, it happens. Ryan rolled his eyes. Sure, and your military-industrial complex just nods along. Come on, Sergei, even you can't believe that. The tension hung for a beat, two men from worlds that might as well have been planets apart. Dangerous, Ryan thought. And absurd. Jack sipped his drink, contemplating whether Russian intelligence agencies pursued the truth, like the modern CIA, or simply fed their superiors comforting lies, a habit the CIA itself had struggled with in earlier decades. He suspected it was the latter. Just as American intelligence had once been tangled in politics, their Soviet counterparts were undoubtedly worse. At least Judge Moore had fought to keep the CIA independent, though he'd never harbored presidential ambitions unlike certain KGB directors who saw the agency as a stepping stone to ultimate power. That kind of ambition poisoned objectivity. Ryan exhaled, swirling his glass. Even if both sides dropped their illusions, tensions wouldn't vanish overnight. But maybe maybe they'd become easier to navigate. Then again, he mused, that might just be another naive hope. Mind if I make a suggestion? Jack finally said. By all means, Golovko replied with a smirk. But let's skip the spy talk. Tell me about this room instead. I'd rather enjoy my champagne. He raised his glass. Unless you'd prefer vodka? No, this is perfect. Des, local? Georgian, actually, Golovko said, pride creeping into his voice. Better than anything the French produce. Ryan chuckled. I wouldn't mind smuggling a few bottles home. Golovko's laugh was sharp, a mix of amusement and authority. Consider it done. Now, this palace finished in 1849, cost 11 million rubles. A fortune back then. The last of its kind, and in my opinion, the finest. Around them, the rest of the American delegation wandered, wide-eyed. Russian hosts, bored with formalities, played tour guides while embassy staff lingered nearby, subtly observing. Defense Minister Yazov nudged his aide. So, Misha, what's your take on American women? The colonel gave a measured glance toward the approaching group. Not unattractive, Comrade Minister. Though a bit thin, forgive me. I keep forgetting your late wife was slender as well. A remarkable woman. Thank you for remembering Dmitri Timofeyevich. One of the American women, bright-eyed and slightly flushed, greeted them in Russian. Colonel, you remember me? Yazov raised an eyebrow. You know her? My grandnephew plays junior hockey, the colonel explained. She attended a game last November. Her son is on the team in American, surprisingly. Marshal Yazov grinned. Third leading scorer, I hear. Perhaps he should stay and play for Central Army someday. The woman, Mrs. Foley laughed, her enthusiasm bubbling over. My husband's with the embassy, but honestly, I'm just thrilled to be here. This place is breathtaking. We have nothing like it back home. Yazov smirked. No czars in your history, lucky for you. But even a good Marxist can admit they had taste. She turned back to the colonel. You should come to more games. The team won when you were there last. My son scored. The colonel's smile was faint. Our Misha only managed 2 penalties for high sticking. Named after you. Yazov teased. Mrs. Foley's eyes lingered on the 3 golden stars pinned to Colonel Filatov's uniform. Those weren't there when we met earlier, she observed. The colonel shifted slightly, as if considering whether his coat had concealed them before. Marshal Yazov stepped in smoothly. Misha never removes them. Each star represents the hero of the Soviet Union honor, our highest military distinction. Is that like America's Medal of Honor? Mrs. Wade's Foley asked. Comparable in prestige, Yazov confirmed, noticing how Filatov avoided the attention. The colonel here is the only living soldier to earn 3 in combat. Her eyebrows rose. 3. How does that happen? By surviving the Eastern Front, Filatov muttered. Yazov, less restrained, added, by destroying German tanks faster than they could replace them. The marshal's pride was evident. Misha was barely more than a boy when he became a legend. Filatov's weathered face flushed. I only did what was necessary. Like thousands of others. My father earned medals too, Mrs. Foley offered, trying to lighten the mood. Pulled prisoners from Japanese camps in the Philippines. Never spoke of it much. Do you share your stories with your family? The colonel stiffened. Yazov's voice softened. His sons passed away years ago. Mrs. Foley's hand flew to her mouth. Colonel, forgive me, I had no idea. Filatov managed a thin smile. Ancient history. Your boy, though I saw him at the hockey match. Cherish him. With that, he excused himself, disappearing toward the restrooms. Left with Yazov, Mrs. Foley looked stricken. I didn't mean to. You couldn't have known, the marshal reassured her. First his boys, then his wife, a beautiful dancer with the Bolshoi. Tragedy follows Russians like winter. He changed the subject abruptly. Which team does your son play for? Meanwhile, Filatov stood alone in the ornate bathroom, its gilded mirrors reflecting a man weighed down by more than metals. He splashed water on his face, steadying himself. Another mission. Trevor too, Tustavaler Tumanist. Across the hall, Jack Ryan nearly collided with the elderly officer. Sergei Golovko murmured something in Russian, and the colonel offered a polite nod before rejoining Yazov. Who was that? Ryan asked. Minister Yazov's aide. A decorated veteran, we don't retire our heroes. Ryan shrugged. The sword is spare enough. Later, in the quiet of the embassy canteen, Ryan sipped bitter coffee, scribbling notes. The past days had gone suspiciously smoothly. Luck, he knew, had a habit of balancing itself out. A proposed arms agreement sat on the negotiating table. Another in a series of Soviet maneuvers designed more for strategic positioning than genuine compromise. The terms had already leaked to the press, sparking immediate reactions. Some in Congress praised it as a reasonable deal, urging swift acceptance. Jack smirked at the irony. Verifiability remained the glaring issue. But beyond that, why the sudden shift in Moscow's posture? Rumors swirled that General Secretary Narmanov sought to slash military spending, yet nuclear arsenals were the last place to cut corners. Warheads might be pricey, but they were a bargain compared to the staggering cost of conventional forces. Was Narmanov truly aiming to ease nuclear tensions? Jack doubted it. The real danger had never been the weapons themselves, but the miscalculations of those who wielded them. Symbols, he mused, were Narmanov's specialty, easy to parade, harder to trust. Who was this charm-laden leader really targeting? Across Moscow, Golovko scribbled notes in cramped handwriting, nursing a throbbing headache. He'd bet his rank that Ryan would reluctantly back the proposal, dragging the CIA along with him. Sergei Savly. The American's eagerness gnawed him. Ryan, sharp as he was, should have spotted the trap. Golovko tapped his pen. The man had connections, sure, and guts. That hostage mess years ago proved that. Family-oriented, too. A trait Russians valued more than Americans realized. Yet none of that explained his stance. Unless Golovko's frown deepened. Did Ryan have intel he lacked? The game, as always, was chess played blindfolded. Dawn had barely broken when the archer stumbled in, his pack sagging with the weight of days spent evading patrols. Emilio Ortiz, the CIA operative, tossed him a canteen. The guy looked like he'd wrestled a bear twice. Ortiz's own background was a patchwork of ethnic ambiguity, perfect for blending in. A former USEC swimmer turned linguist, he'd honed his skills in back alleys and border towns. Drink, he ordered, watching the archer's hands tremble. The mission was fraying at the edges, and Ortiz hated loose ends. Ortiz possessed an extraordinary talent when it came to languages. Just 2 weeks immersed in any dialect or accent, and he could blend in seamlessly anywhere on the planet. But his skills weren't just about mimicry. His deep respect for the cultures he encountered shaped every interaction. That's why the drink he offered wasn't alcohol but crisp apple juice, served with the same reverence as a fine wine. The archer accepted it with quiet appreciation, raising the glass before finally murmuring, "Allah's blessings upon this house." It was the closest thing to humor Ortiz had ever heard from him. Despite the exhaustion etched into the man's face, the archer carried himself with an almost superhuman resilience. His young porter might have shown fatigue, but not him. Dressed in rugged clothing that oddly mirrored the traditional garb of Apache warriors, the archer moved with the same lethal grace. Ortiz couldn't help but draw the comparison. Both were small, agile fighters, both ruthless in their methods. His gaze flickered to the knife at the archer's belt, and he quickly looked away, deciding some questions were better left unanswered. "Ber Cantuel, hungry?" Betters Ortiz asked. The archer shook his head, reaching instead for his pack. The 2 camels they'd brought carried supplies, but the real prize was in that single backpack. 8 rockets fired, the archer said matter-of-factly. 6 hits. 1 got away, twin engines. The rest? 2 helicopters, 3 bombers. That new Mi-24 you warned us about? You were right. It had upgrades. He pulled out 6 green circuit boards, remnants of the laser designator system. WAD, but Alpha Sailor, the U. Army captain, silent until now, stepped forward eagerly, his hands shaking as he examined the tech. "You recovered the laser too?" he asked in rough Pashto. "Barely," the archer replied. "It was in pieces." Behind them, Abdul's snores filled the room. For a fleeting second, the archer's expression softened, then hardened again. Ortiz felt a pang of regret. This man had once been a teacher, an educated mind. Now, war had reshaped him into something else entirely. "The new rockets?" the archer pressed. Ortiz nodded. 10, with an extra 500 meters of range. Plus more smoke rounds. The archer's lips twitched, not quite a smile, but close. "Good. Maybe now I can hit their transports." The smoke works like a charm. They still haven't figured it out. Not a trick, Ortiz noted. The Sabe is a dactic. The man wasn't just fighting, he was strategizing, hunting bigger prey. 100 Russians at a time. What have we turned him into? But that wasn't his problem to solve. "You need rest," Ortiz said firmly. "Stay. Eat later." The archer didn't argue. Within minutes, he was out cold. As Ortiz and the captain sorted through the recovered gear maintenance manual's radio codes, more than they'd expected, he couldn't shake the thought. War didn't just take lives. It stole futures. And the archers had been stolen long ago. By midday, Jack had meticulously documented everything and started coordinating the shipment to the embassy, where it would be flown straight to California for thorough analysis. The Air Force's modified VC-137, a VIP-configured Boeing 707, took off precisely on schedule. Its plush interior was a far cry from standard military transport, but Jack barely noticed as he collapsed onto a sofa, surrendering to exhaustion. Moments later, a sharp nudge jolted him awake. "The boss needs you," a teammate muttered. Jack groaned, rubbing his temples. Does that man ever rest? Ernest Allen occupied the plane's most luxurious compartment, positioned directly over the wing spar, complete with 6 leather swivel chairs and a steaming coffee pot. Jack hesitated. Caffeine would wreck any chance of sleep, but sleep wasn't on the agenda anyway. The government wasn't paying him to nap. He poured a cup and stepped forward. "You needed me, sir." Allen cut straight to the chase. "Can we confirm it?" Jack exhaled. Not yet. It's not just about satellite intel. Verifying the destruction of that many launchers, they're offering limited inspections, a junior analyst interjected. Jack shot him a look. I know. But is that enough? Why suddenly agree to something we've pushed for 30 years? His mind raced. The Soviets had poured resources into mobile launchers. What if they'd hidden extras? Finding a few hundred missiles isn't exactly a scavenger hunt. The analyst bristled. Our new satellites have surface scanning radar, and they know it, Jack countered. If our carriers can dodge their satellites, a train sure as hell can. Alan stayed silent, letting Jack unravel the thread. Crafty old fox. So CIA's recommending we reject this. The analyst spluttered. This is their biggest concession yet. Jack's patience frayed. It's a concession, not a victory. Let's make sure they're not giving us scraps while hoarding the feast. He leaned in. And 50% cuts? Duh, plur too meaningless. 5,000 warheads left on each side. You think that's safety? It's just less overkill. The room tensed. Jack mimed a pistol with his hand, aiming at the analyst. Say I hold a loaded gun to your chest. I take out half the bullets. Feel safer. Didn't think so. His smirk was razor thin. Until we're down to 1,000 warheads, we're just rearranging doomsday. Nalan's gaze sharpened. Is that achievable? Jack didn't blink. No, sir. The coffee tasted bitter. Some truths were harder to swallow than caffeine. Jack found himself wrestling with the grim irony of nuclear strategy. Part of me wishes we could just scrap them all, but some experts claim that capping arsenals at 1,000 warheads might actually make nuclear conflict seem winnable, whatever twisted logic that implies. He exhaled sharply before continuing. Sir, if this deal gets signed, the optics will outshine the substance. Sure. The symbolic gesture matters, and the modest budget savings are real, but let's not kid ourselves. Both sides are keeping their most advanced weapons, which means the fundamental equation hasn't changed. Mutually assured destruction remains the only guaranteed outcome. This treaty doesn't make war, less likely it just shuffles the deck chairs. To truly neutralize the threat, we'd need to dismantle every last warhead or find a way to render them useless. Personally, I'd bet on disabling them first before attempting total elimination. Maybe then we'd stand a chance at real security. Greer arched an eyebrow. Sounds like you're proposing a whole new arms race. Jack smirked. With all due respect, Admiral, that race has been running since before either of us was born. T. Clipper, the phone buzzed on Ryan's desk. Fresh satellite images of Dushanbe just came in. On my way, Jack replied, pushing back his chair. He strode down the hall to Greer's office, where the Admiral stood, silhouetted against the snow-blanketed landscape outside CIA headquarters. Plows still scraped at the parking lot below, and the walkways glistened under a thick layer of fresh powder. Greer didn't turn around. What's the update? Dushanbe's skies cleared unexpectedly. Thought you'd want to see it live. The Admiral's gaze flicked to the monitor in the corner. Deliberately avoiding the computer terminal he stubbornly refused to use in front of others his hunt, and PEC typing was a poorly kept secret. Jack had noticed Greer's recent reluctance to pull up real-time feeds himself, though the reason eluded him. All right, let's go. Ryan held the door as Greer led the way to the executive elevator, its swift arrival a rare perk of their clearance. Jet lag finally wearing off. Greer asked as they descended. Westbound flights never mess with me much. It's the eastbound red-eyes that still leave me feeling like death warmed over. Jack suppressed a grin. God, it's good to be back on solid ground. The elevator doors opened to the annex housing imagery analysis, a CIA-exclusive counterpart to the broader intelligence community's photo division. The screening room rivaled a high-end cinema, complete with plush seating and a massive projection screen. Art Graham, the unit's chief, greeted them with a nod. "Timing's perfect. Feed's coming online now." He murmured into a phone, and the screen flared to life. "Overhead imagery." Jack corrected himself silently. "Talk about a lucky break," Graham said. "That Siberian high-pressure zone veered south like a freight train, freezing everything in its path. Ground temps near zero, humidities in the basement, ideal conditions. We repositioned the bird to capitalize. Ivan probably hasn't even noticed we're overhead yet." Jack leaned forward as the screen resolved into a crisp, wide-angle shot. "There's Dushanbe," he murmured, watching the Tajik landscape unfold beneath the Catch-14's unblinking eye. The satellite's 11 cameras were about to deliver a masterclass in surveillance. The satellite had only been circling Earth for about 3 weeks, marking it as the latest in surveillance technology. Ryan found himself staring at Dushanbe, once called Stalinabad, a name change the locals probably didn't mourn. This ancient trading hub sat just a stone's throw from Afghanistan, with the fabled city of Samarkand lurking to the northwest. It made him wonder why history kept recycling the same locations, as if the world had a limited set of backdrops for its dramas. But the CIA wasn't here for a history lesson. The high-res feed zoomed in on a rugged valley where a hydroelectric dam stood like a concrete giant holding back the river. Oddly, despite being just 30 miles from Dushanbe, its power lines bypassed the city entirely, snaking instead toward a cluster of remote mountaintops. "Those look like new tower foundations," Ryan muttered, tracing the parallel lines on the screen. Graham nodded. "They're expanding capacity. We always knew they were only tapping half the dam's potential." Greer cut in. "How soon can they flip the switch?" Graham shrugged. "Consultants say the power lines are quick weeks, not months. The generator housings are already up. If the weather plays nice, 6 months. 8 if it turns ugly." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "That fast?" "They pulled crews from 2 high-priority projects to rush this," Graham said. "When the Soviets focus, they focus. Could even finish ahead of schedule." The numbers were staggering 1,100 megawatts, all funneled to those suspicious hilltops. The camera panned to Mozart, a modest peak by Himalayan standards, but still imposing. A freshly blasted road and helipad served a cluster of 16 buildings, including a drab apartment block that screamed Soviet utilitarianism. Yet the amenities, a theater, hospital, even a satellite-fed TV station, hinted at privilege. This wasn't just another grim outpost. It was a gilded cage for engineers and scientists deemed vital to the state. Supplies came by truck or helicopter, and the perimeter? A triple-layered nightmare of fences, guard towers, and likely landmines. Because nothing says top-secret research like attack dogs and a no-man's land. The troops stationed in the watchtowers lived in surprisingly modern concrete barracks, a cut above the usual military accommodations. Jack turned to Graham with a question. "Can we get a closer look at one of those guards?" With a quick command into his phone, Graham had the surveillance feed adjust its focus. One of his techs was already fine-tuning the camera, partly to check the equipment, but mostly to give Ryan the intel he wanted. The image sharpened, transforming a distant speck into a bundled-up figure in a heavy coat, likely wearing a fur hat, walking a massive mixed-breed dog. The guard carried a Kalashnikov casually over his shoulder, both man and animal, leaving faint trails of breath in the frigid air. Ryan instinctively leaned in, as if proximity to the screen would reveal more. "Those shoulder boards green, right?" he muttered. Graham gave a confirming grunt. "Definitely KGB. No question. The Admiral frowned. This close to Afghanistan? They know we've got operatives in the region. No surprise they're tightening security. Ryan's mind raced. They didn't pick this spot for the scenery. 70 miles out, you've got a population that considers dead Russians a divine offering. This isn't just another base, it's something bigger. If it were routine, they wouldn't have bothered with a fresh power grid or risk setting up in hostile territory. Maybe it's R&D now, but they're planning something major. Graham raised an eyebrow. Like what? Maybe taking potshots at my satellites, Jack shot back, half serious. Graham treated the orbital network like personal property. Any recent interference? Not since we spooked them last spring. For once, they've kept their lasers to themselves. It was an old game. Over the years, Soviet tech had occasionally tickled you. Satellites just enough to blind sensors temporarily, without triggering all-out war. Was it a test? Сопротивляясь store, te. Or just the usual Soviet mischief? When one satellite had gone dark over Seryshegan, Moscow blamed a gas pipeline fire. Never mind that the pipeline carried oil, a fact Western reporters missed entirely. The satellite feed ended, and a bank of recorders whirred as analysts prepared to review the footage. Pull up Mozart again, Greer ordered. And Bach, too. Ryan smirked. Hell of a commute. The two sites were barely a kilometer apart, but the winding mountain road looked treacherous. The screen locked onto Bach, revealing another heavily fortified compound. This time, the no-man's land between fences stretched over 200 meters, the ground scraped flat as a billiard table. Planting mines here would be pointless unless they hadn't bothered. From the towers, guards would have a clear line of fire on anyone foolish enough to cross. Not messing around, Graham muttered. Ryan's pulse quickened. Inside the inner fence, 13 buildings clustered around 10 strange pits, 6 arranged in a hexagon, each roughly 30 feet wide. Whatever they were guarding, it wasn't just another military outpost. The second cluster of structures formed a diamond-shaped layout, each featuring pits roughly 25 feet wide. Inside these excavations stood massive concrete pillars anchored deep into the bedrock, their bases extending over 40 feet below ground, though the on-screen image didn't reveal their full depth. Crowning each pillar were segmented metal domes, their curved panels hinting at some hidden mechanism. They expand outward, Graham mused aloud. But what's inside? That question haunted every one of the 200 Langley personnel briefed on Dushanbe. The domes had only appeared months prior, their purpose still shrouded in secrecy. Admiral, Jack interjected, leaning forward. I need access to a new compartment. T-Clipper. Greer let out a dry laugh. You don't aim low, do you? Even I don't have clearance for that. Ryan's grip tightened on his chair. If Dushanbe mirrors T-Clipper, we're flying blind. How can we identify threats if we don't even know what our own projects look like? Preaching to the choir, the deity replied with a smirk. Estío will throw a fit. The judge will have to take it straight to the president. Then let him. What if this activity ties into their latest arms proposal? You really believe that? Call it a gut feeling, Jack countered. The timing's too convenient. Greer exhaled. Fine. I'll talk to the director. Later, Ryan sped down the George Washington Parkway in his Jaguar XJs, the purr of its 12-cylinder engine, a comforting echo of his time in England. He'd shelved his old Volkswagen Rabbit for good, savoring the Jaguar's precision as he shifted through the gears. For once, the weight of Washington lifted until tomorrow's meeting loomed again. Across town, Greer stood before the DCI's desk. Ryan suspects Bach and Mozart linked to the arms deal. He's probably right. He's demanding access to T-Clipper. Moore rubbed his temples. General Parks won't love this, but I'll draft a note for the president. There's a test scheduled this week, let Ryan observe. The DCI's gaze drifted to the window. The world's shifting again, he thought. In a decade, this'll be Ryan's mess to handle. Arrange his flight tomorrow. And Foley's reached out to Cardinal about Dushanbe. Wake Cardinal. Good. But if things go south... Greer's jaw clenched. Let's hope he's careful. Meanwhile, in Moscow, Colonel Mikhail Filatov scrawled in his diary with his left hand, the weight of loss pressing into every word. Since Dmitri's death, the Defense Ministry felt hollow. Dawn light glinted off the tarnished frame of Elena's photo, her youthful grin, frozen mid-pirouette. A relic of her Kirov ballet days. 30 years without her. 30 years of mornings where her absence cut deeper than any classified secret. He traced the faded sepia with a calloused thumb, the desk beneath him as steadfast as his grief. Misha couldn't help but grin as he recalled his younger self, a freshly minted tank officer who'd earned front-row ballet tickets for keeping his division's armored beasts in pristine condition. His initial reaction had been pure disbelief. How could those dancers balance like that, floating on their toes as if defying gravity itself? Childhood memories of clumsy stilt walking flashed through his mind, making their grace seem almost supernatural. Then came the moment that rewired his brain. One fleeting glance from a ballerina in the corps de ballet, a subtle shift in her stage smile that transformed it from professional courtesy to something personal. That split-second connection hit harder than any bullet. Suddenly, the rising star of Soviet tank tactics found himself fidgeting through the remainder of the performance. His strategic mind completely derailed. The irony wasn't lost on him now. Here was Lieutenant Filatov, the wonderkind who'd published groundbreaking armor doctrines and turned Stalin's officer purges into career rocket fuel. Utterly paralyzed by a cultural encounter the Red Army hadn't prepared him for. This wasn't some village girl dazzled by an officer's epaulettes. Those shameful conquests of his youth suddenly felt juvenile. The military precision that served him so well in the field offered no guidance here. What's the tactical approach for courting a ballerina? He'd wondered desperately, his mind racing faster than a T-34 at full throttle. His solution was predictably methodical. During intermission, he transformed a theater restroom into his personal command post, scrubbing tank grease from his nails with a pocket knife, slicking down his regulation haircut, inspecting his uniform with parade ground intensity. Oblivious to the amused veterans, exchanging knowing glances nearby, he'd executed his preparations with the focus of a man planning an armored assault. A bribed usher revealed the stage door location, where he encountered his first real obstacle. A grizzled doorman whose Revolutionary Service ribbons matched his protective glare. The old soldier saw right through Misha's polished exterior, recognizing the symptoms instantly. She smiled at me, Misha confessed, his voice cracking with uncharacteristic vulnerability. The doorman's stern expression softened. He'd witnessed this particular military operation before. You don't even know which dancer? He challenged, studying the young officer's earnest face. Misha's reply came with the certainty of a man who'd just discovered a new North Star. I'll recognize her eyes when the world ends. You're fortunate I still recall my youth despite my age. They'll emerge in about 10 minutes. Stay quiet and stand right there. The wait stretched to half an hour before they appeared in small groups. Misha had observed the male dancers earlier, and, like any soldier, he'd formed his own opinion men in ballet. It had irked him to see them holding hands with such beautiful women, but he pushed the thought aside. When the door finally swung open, the sudden burst of light from inside nearly blinded him after standing in the dim alley. For a moment, he almost didn't recognize her without the stage makeup. He hesitated, scrutinizing her face with more caution than he'd ever shown under enemy fire. "You were in seat 12, she said before he could speak, her voice smooth and confident. "Yes, comrade artist," he managed, stumbling over his words. "Did you enjoy the show, comrade lieutenant?" Her smile was shy yet inviting. "It was incredible." "Of course it was. We don't often see handsome officers in the front row," she remarked, tilting her head slightly. "The ticket was a reward for my service." "I'm a tank commander," he said, pride swelling in his chest. She called me handsome. "Does the gallant tank lieutenant have a name?" "Lieutenant Mikhail Semyonovich Filatov." "Elena Ivanovna Makarova." "It's freezing tonight for someone so delicate. Is there a cafe nearby?" She laughed. "How often do you visit Moscow?" "My division is stationed 30 kilometers out." "I don't come often," he admitted. "Comrade Lieutenant, even Moscow has few restaurants. Would you like to come to my place?" "Why, yes," he stammered as the door opened again. "Marta?" Elena called to the girl stepping out. "We have an escort home." "Tanya and Ressa are coming too," Marta replied. Misha was secretly relieved. The walk took half an hour. The subway wasn't finished yet, and trams were unreliable this late. Without her stage makeup, Elena was even more striking. The winter chill painted her cheeks a natural pink, and her movements were effortless, honed by years of discipline. She moved like a dancer even on the uneven pavement, while he clomped beside her in his heavy boots, feeling like a lumbering tank next to a racehorse. He kept his distance, afraid of crowding her, not yet realizing the quiet strength beneath her grace. That night had been perfect, one of many in their early years, until 30 years of silence followed. 50 years married this July 14th, he thought suddenly, dabbing his eyes with a handkerchief. But it was the 3 decades of absence that gnawed at him now. Love and hate burned with equal intensity in his chest, his grip tightening around the pen. Later, he rose from his desk and opened the bedroom closet, pulling out the uniform of a tank colonel. Officially retired long before today's colonels were even born. His position at the Defense Ministry came with privileges, including the right to wear the uniform. 3 gold stars hung from crimson ribbons on his chest. Filatov was the only soldier in Soviet history to earn the Hero of the Soviet Union, 3 times in combat. Others had the medals, but too often they were political favors, a fact that disgusted him. This wasn't some token honor handed out for shuffling papers behind a desk, nor was it a shiny trinket for party loyalists to flaunt on their jackets. The title, Hero of the Soviet Union, belonged to men like him, those who had stared death in the face, who had shed blood and far too often given their last breath for the motherland. Every time he slipped into his uniform, the scars beneath his undershirt served as a stark reminder. They were jagged, almost artificial looking, souvenirs from the day a German 88mm shell had torn through his tank's armor. Flames had engulfed the ammo racks, but he'd still managed to swing the 76mm gun around and silence that Nazi crew, even as his own clothes burned. The blast had left his right arm half useless, yet he'd pushed forward, leading what remained of his regiment, through 2 more brutal days at Kursk. Sure, if he'd bailed out with his crew, or let the medics evacuate him like they'd begged, he might have healed properly. Maybe even climbed the ranks to general or marshal. But that wasn't who he was. Abandoning his men? Unthinkable. So he'd fight back, endured the flames, and paid the price. Funny how life worked. That stubbornness had cost him a career, but given him more time with Elena. She'd visited him daily at the Moscow burn clinic, her initial horror softening into something like pride. No one could doubt her man had done his duty. Now he did his for her. Misha stepped out of the apartment, his leather briefcase hanging limply from his weakened right hand. The elderly elevator operator, a widow whose husband had served under him, another Gold Star recipient, greeted him with her usual warmth. "How's that new granddaughter of yours?" he asked. "An absolute angel," she beamed. He smirked. Angels surviving 70 years of scientific socialism. Some things never changed. Outside, a fresh-faced sergeant stood stiffly beside the waiting car, door held open. "Good morning, Comrade Colonel." The kid was eager, practically vibrating with military precision. Most officers would have brushed him off, but Misha wasn't most officers. "Morning, Sergeant Judanov," he replied. Combat had taught him the value of respect, a lesson too many brass never learned. The car's warmth was a small mercy his aging body couldn't handle the cold like it used to. 3 bouts of pneumonia in 5 years were proof enough. One of these days, it'd be the last. But death, he dodged it too many times to sweat it now. Life ticked by second. Would he even notice when the last one came? Before he could dwell on it, the car rolled to a stop at the Defense Ministry. Meanwhile, across the globe, Jack Ryan was questioning his life choices. Government service had worn him down to the point where he almost didn't mind flying. "I tippenake scree." The Air Force C-21 Learjet had gotten him to New Mexico in 4 hours, piloted by a captain who looked like she should have been cramming for algebra exams. The helicopter ride up the mountain had been another adventure, the thin air making every bump feel like a gamble. First time in the state, and, of course, it had to involve altitude-induced vertigo. Just his luck. The towering peaks stretched endlessly, stripped of vegetation, their jagged silhouettes cutting into the star-studded sky. The thin mountain air made each breath feel shallow, but the clarity of the night was breathtaking, like floating in space, untethered from Earth. A sergeant approached, breaking the silence. Coffee, sir?" He handed Ryan a steaming thermos cup, the warmth barely cutting through the biting cold. The feeble glow of a crescent moon did little to illuminate the vast emptiness around them. Ryan took a sip, scanning the horizon. Far in the distance, the faint halo of Santa Fe shimmered, though the exact distance was impossible to gauge. At 11,000 feet, with the nearest ocean hundreds of miles away, the isolation was profound. The beauty was undeniable, but the cold gnawed at his exposed fingers. He'd forgotten his gloves. A rookie mistake. 17 minutes, a voice crackled over the radio. All systems nominal. Trackers on auto. iOS in 8. Super tu shend. Eos. His words came out slightly slurred, his cheeks numb from the freezing air. "Acquisition of signal," Major Gregory replied. The officer's Brooklyn accent was unmistakable. "You local?" 40 miles that way, Ryan gestured vaguely. Practically neighbors by New Mexico standards. Gregory didn't look the part of a hardened soldier, more like a grad student who'd wandered into the wrong lecture. At 29, with a wiry frame and sharp features, he resembled an overworked academic more than a decorated major. His doctorate from sunny Stony Brook and classified research at Los Alamos had already earned him comparisons to scientific legends like Hawking and Dyson. Yet here he stood, shivering in the cold, eyes locked on the horizon where the shuttle Discovery would soon appear. "Major Gregory all set?" a lieutenant general asked, his tone unusually deferential. Gregory wiped his palms on his uniform, sweating, despite the sub-zero chill. "Yes, sir." Ryan smirked. "Glorstadt, you married?" "Engaged?" Gregory admitted, his voice tight. "She's a laser optics specialist. Wedding's in June. Keeping it in the family, huh?" Ryan chuckled. Before Gregory could respond, a sharp call cut through the night. "Eos is tractive. We have signal. Goggles on." The command boomed over the speakers. Ryan fumbled with the icy plastic lenses, his breath fogging them instantly. The world vanished as he secured them. No stars, no moon, just darkness. Tracking confirmed. Downlink established. All systems nominal. Then, without warning, nothing. No sound, no flash. Just the faintest flicker at the edge of perception. Had he imagined it? The silence stretched, heavy with anticipation. Jack blinked, unsure if his eyes had deceived him. Beside him, Major Gregory exhaled slowly as the speaker crackled. Exercise complete. Jack ripped off his goggles, frustration creeping into his voice. That's it. Had he really just witnessed what he thought he had? Even after the briefing, the whole thing felt like some high-tech magic trick he couldn't wrap his head around. The laser beam's nearly invisible at this altitude, Major Gregory clarified, rubbing his temple. With minimal dust or moisture up here, there's nothing to scatter the light. Jack frowned. Then why the goggles? The Major smirked as he peeled his own off. Well, if a seagull decides to fly through the beam at the wrong moment, let's just say it'd be like staring into a flashbang. Not great for the retinas. Far above them, the Discovery shuttle streaked across the sky, still locked in orbit for another 3 days. Officially, it was just another routine science mission, oceanography, according to the press releases. But Jack knew better. The newspapers had been buzzing for weeks, speculating about orbital sub-tracking tech. Classic misdirection, bury the real secret under a decoy secret. Every time reporters pressed for details, Navy PR officers just shrugged and said, "No comment." "I decraneth." Jack squinted upward, but the shuttle was just a speck lost in the vast blue. "We'll see," the Major muttered, already striding toward a camo-painted truck parked nearby. A 3-star general followed, with Jack trailing behind, his boots crunching on the frostbitten ground. Inside the van, where the air was barely above freezing, a warrant officer rewound a grainy video feed. Where were the targets? Jack asked. That wasn't in the briefing. 45 south, 30 west, the general replied. Gregory leaned over the monitor. That's near the Falklands, right? Why there? Closer to South Georgia, actually, the general corrected. Remote, quiet, and the distance was perfect. And no Soviet spy satellites within 1,000 miles, Jack thought. The test had been timed meticulously, no prying eyes overhead. The range matched exactly the distance to Soviet missile silos along their main rail lines. Ready? The warrant officer announced. The screen flickered, showing 4 faint blips drifting in an uneven line. A timer in the corner ticked down with ski race precision. Hit. 1 blip vanished in a burst of static. Miss. Another stayed stubbornly intact. Jack clenched his jaw. He'd half expected Hollywood-style laser streaks, but space didn't play by movie rules. No atmospheric glitter to trace the beam's path, just cold, silent precision. Hit. A second blip blinked out. Hit. Only 1 remained. Miss. Jack smirked. Even lasers have bad days. Hit. The last target dissolved. Total time, 1. Oddrov 6 seconds. 50% accuracy, Gregory murmured, his voice tight with suppressed excitement. And it's self-corrected. His grin was barely contained, eyes alight like a kid who just unwrapped the ultimate toy. It works. How big were the targets? Jack asked. Popalbukri meters. Balloons, obviously. Gregory's composure was crumbling fast. Same diameter as an SS-18 warhead. Roughly, the general added dryly. In the other mirror, 10,000 clicks up, hovering near Ascension Island. Jack exhaled, watching his breath fog in the frigid air. The pieces were falling into place, and the implications sent a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the cold. The general smirked as he tapped the satellite image. Officially, it's just a failed weather satellite that missed its intended orbit. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't realize we could push something that far into space. Major Gregory couldn't suppress a laugh. Honestly, neither did we until it worked. Ryan leaned forward, connecting the dots. So the beam travels from your station here, bounces off the Discovery Shuttle's mirror, then redirects to another satellite over the equator before hitting the targets. Exactly, the general confirmed, though his tone tightened when Ryan probed further. The targeting system's housed on the secondary satellite. Jack did quick mental math. That gives you a 3-meter precision range at 10,000 kilometers. Since when was that possible? That's classified, the general snapped. Ryan pressed on. 4 hits, 4 misses, 8 shots in under 2 seconds, with the system auto-correcting. But if those were SS-18s launching from South Georgia, would it have stopped them? Gregory hesitated. Doubtful. The laser's output caps at 5 megajoules. You know what a joule is? Ryan rolled his eyes. Brushed up before this meeting. 1 joule equals 0. See foot-pounds, give or take. So, a megajoule's like a million of those, roughly a stick of dynamite's worth. You're telling me this thing delivers 5 sticks per shot, but the effect's more concussive than incendiary. Impact kill, the general cut in. All that energy dumps in microseconds faster than any bullet. Doesn't need to burn through when the shock wave alone shreds the target. Gregory grinned, relishing the explanation. People think polishing or spinning the missile helps. Batch, please. Try pirouetting in front of a shotgun. The energy's gotta go somewhere straight into the fuel tanks. Hydraulic pressure rips them apart. Boom. No more threat. Ryan crossed his arms. All right, walk me through the mechanics. And skip the clearance crap I'm read in on T-Clipper. Exchanging a glance with the general, Gregory relented. 5 1-megajoule lasers buried around this site. Each fires a pulse chain in microseconds, with a recharge time of 0. No fee 6 seconds. 20 shots per second, theoretically. But you didn't max that today. Didn't need to. Software's the bottleneck still in testing. The beams converge on a mirror 50 yards out, combining into a single phased array laser. Perfect synchronization, or it's useless. Ryan held up a hand. Spare me the physics, PAs. Talk. The mirror's the real trick, isn't it? Gregory nodded. Thousands of segments, each adjusted by piezoelectric chips. That's what keeps the beams locked in phase. A gust of wind rattled the temporary shelter overhead, and Ryan noted the Major's white-knuckled grip on his coffee cup, first sign of nerves all day. The process is known as adaptive optics. A diagnostic beam is directed toward the mirror in this case, the one mounted on the shuttle to measure atmospheric interference. A computer analyzes how the air distorts the light. Then the mirror adjusts in real time to compensate before the actual laser fires. The shuttle's mirror also uses adaptive tech to gather and sharpen the beam before redirecting it to the Flying Cloud satellite mirror, which then fine-tunes the aim for the final strike. Ryan gave a dry chuckle. That's straightforward, huh? The simplicity was deceptive. 19 years and $40 billion poured into foundational research across 20 disciplines just to reach this test. Gregory shrugged. We had a few kinks to work out. Those kinks would swallow another half-decade and untold millions, but the endgame was finally visible. Clipper had graduated from pipe dream to tangible reality. And you're the one who cracked the targeting problem, Ryan added. Found a way for the beam to self-correct its trajectory. The general cut in before Gregory could respond. That aspect remains classified, Doctor. Brian. No further discussion without clearance. Ryan's jaw tightened. General, my team's job is comparing this program to Soviet efforts. How am I supposed to identify their moves if I'm kept in the dark? Silence followed. With a sigh, Ryan pulled an envelope from his coat and handed it over. Gregory watched, baffled, as the general scanned the contents. Still not happy. Ryan noted. Not particularly, sir. The temperature in Ryan's voice dropped below the desert chill. In the Marines, they didn't ask me to like orders just to follow them. The general's glare could have melted steel, so Ryan softened his tone. We're on the same side here. After a tense pause, the general nodded to Gregory. Proceed, Major. Gregory launched into an explanation of his algorithm, dubbed Fandance, a name that nearly cracked the general's stern expression. When he finished, Ryan shook his head. That's it. Every engineer in Clipper had probably kicked themselves for missing such an elegant solution. Gregory's reputation as a prodigy wasn't just hype. He'd revolutionized laser tech at Stony Brook before tackling software. It's brilliant because it's simple. Took 2 years and a Cray 2 supercomputer to make it viable, Gregory admitted. We're close now. After tonight's data review, maybe 4 more months of tweaks. Ryan leaned forward. What's next? A 5 megajoule laser prototype. Another team's almost there. Chain 20 together, and we're looking at 100 megajoule pulse 20 shots per second. Precise enough to hit a bullet with a bullet. Each strike packs the punch of 20 kilos of lead. Enough to shred any missile ever built. Gregory's grin was all the confirmation needed. The general clarified, we've proven the framework works. 5 years ago, there were 11 roadblocks. Down to 3 now. Give us 5 more, and we'll be ready for production. Ryan exhaled. The strategic fallout, Christ. It'll rewrite the rules, the general agreed. And the Soviets aren't sitting idle. They're Dushanbe facilities chasing the same breakthrough. Gregory nodded. They might have tricks we haven't seen yet. Ryan's silence spoke volumes. Gregory wasn't just intelligent, he had the rare wisdom to recognize when others might outsmart him. This kid was something else. Gentlemen, he announced, there's a briefcase in my chopper. Mind having someone fetch it? Inside, you'll find satellite images that might catch your attention. 5 minutes later, the general flipped through the glossy prints. How recent are these? One, the Tupolev. Taken just days ago, Jack replied. Gregory studied them intently, his fingers tracing the outlines. We're looking at 2 distinct setups here, what's known as a sparse array. The hexagonal formation with 6 pillars? That's a transmitter. The central building likely houses 6 lasers, and these pillars? They're precision mirror mounts, stabilized to eliminate vibrations. The beams fire from the building, bounce off the mirrors, and the computer adjusts them to focus on a target. Optically stable, what does that mean? Despair questioned. It means the mirrors can't afford even a millimeter of error, Gregory clarified. Isolating them from ground disturbances, footsteps, vehicles ensures accuracy. We use shock-absorbing mounts, a trick borrowed from submarine tech. Now this diamond-shaped array? That's the receiver. Jack frowned. Hold on, why 4 mirrors? Simple economics, Gregory shrugged. 4 small mirrors cost less than 1 massive one. But here's the kicker, what if they're attempting holographic imaging? If they can sync their beams perfectly, it's theoretically possible. The Russians love brute force solutions, and damn, this is bold. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This isn't just about snapping photos of satellites, sir. Sure, they could do that, but think bigger. A system sharp enough to image a geosynchronous satellite could blast one in low orbit. Those mirrors? They're not just lenses, they're a targeting system. How much juice is this lab pulling? Ryan exhaled. The dam generates around 500 megawatts, but they're adding power lines, Gregory cut in. Why? The facility's 2 stories hard to see from this angle. Activating the top level could double output to 1100 megawatts. And how much feeds into Bach? Roughly 100. The rest powers Mozart, the town on the next hill. So they're effectively doubling their capacity. Gregory's voice sharpened. Unless Mozart's population suddenly explodes, that extra power's going straight to the lasers. Jack felt a jolt of realization. Why didn't I see that? Gregory pressed on. 500 new megawatts, what if they've cracked something big? How do we get eyes inside? Ryan smirked. Take another look at those photos and tell me how stealthy you'd feel trying. Gregory paused, then muttered, right. Still, we need to know their output. How long's this place been operational? 4 years, and it's still under construction. Mozart's new workers used to bunk in those barracks over there. The weight of the revelation hung between them, the hum of the overhead lights suddenly feeling louder. The moment the apartment complex and security fence appeared, we knew something big was happening. When the Soviets start rolling out the red carpet for their workers, you can bet the project is top tier. Throw in guard towers and armed patrols, and it screams military secrets. Gregory leaned forward. How'd you stumble onto this? Pure luck, Ryan admitted, spreading fresh satellite images across the table. The agency was updating weather data on the USer when a tech got curious, ran an analysis for ideal astronomy spots. This site popped up. Normally, the skies are as clear as ours, but lately, it's been nothing but clouds. Same goes for Saryshagan, Semopolitinsk, and a new one, Storozhevaya. Gregory studied the photos and whistled. They're not exactly twiddling their thumbs over there. Meanwhile, inside the Kremlin's Council of Ministers building, Defense Minister Dmitry Yazov shrugged off his coat with the help of a sergeant while another brought in tea. The pre-dawn darkness outside was cut by harsh floodlights, casting long shadows of patrolling sentries. Morning, Misha, Yazov greeted, pouring 2 cups. Comrade Minister, Colonel Filatov replied, flipping open his briefcase. So, what's on the agenda today? Packed as usual. Filatov respected Yazov's work ethic, no match for the late Ustinov, but the man put in the hours. Both were tank officers by training, though their wartime paths never crossed. Filatov had the combat pedigree, Yazov the political savvy and organizational genius. That delegation from Tajikistan's experimental station is arriving. Ah, bright star. Their reports due today, right? Misha scoffed. Thep to a server. They wouldn't recognize a real weapon if it bit them. Yazov chuckled. Lances and sabers won't win the next war, Mikhail. He wasn't an engineer like Ustinov, but he had a knack for spotting promising tech and reading people. Wish we had a proper soldier running the show instead of these dreamers. General Pokrishkin, a pilot, Misha cut in. I said a soldier. Those flyboys love anything with enough switches to play with. Besides, Pokrishkin spent more time lecturing than flying. He's not a soldier anymore, just a middleman for the eggheads. Yazov raised an eyebrow. Looking for a career change, Misha? Not that one. Filatov laughed before turning grim. But we need someone who understands combat evaluating Bright Star. Right now, they're building lab toys, not weapons. Yazov nodded slowly. Fair point. They think in terms of instruments, not tools of war. Outside, a gust of wind rattled the windows, an unseasonable chill creeping in. The meeting was just beginning. The scale of this operation worries me, Filatov admitted, swirling his tea absent-mindedly. When Yazov pressed about the exact number of components in the new system, he could only shrug. Thousands, most likely. Maybe more. Filatov leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. You know as well as I do, a tool isn't a weapon until some fresh-faced lieutenant can operate it without blowing himself up. Has anyone outside the lab even tested this thing? Yazov shook his head and Filatov smirked. There's your problem. The Politburo's been happy to throw money at experiments, but now they're talking about full-scale deployment. And we've got nothing, no third-party review, no field trials, just a bunch of engineers promising it'll work. Yazov frowned. So what's your solution? I'm a relic, Dmitri. But the ministry's got sharp young colonel signal specialists. Not frontline grunts, but they know their tech. Let them poke around, see if this thing's more than just fancy wiring. He left the suggestion hanging, watching Yazov's face. The man was easier to steer than Ustinov ever had been. Meanwhile, half a world away, Ortiz squinted through the desert haze as two figures and their camels trudged up the distant ridge. A small group too small to draw Soviet fire, though lately that didn't seem to matter. The Russians were shooting at shadows now. God, I'd kill for a cold one, the captain muttered. Ortiz shot him a glare. You want intel. Then live like they do. No alcohol, no pork, and keep your hands to yourself. These aren't your backwater hicks. They're the reason we're not walking blind out here. The captain stiffened. Understood, sir. But his thoughts were loud enough to hear. This guy's gone native. Back in Washington, Jack Ryan rubbed his tired eyes. The flight from Los Alamos had left him running on fumes. Gregory's scary good, he admitted to Greer. Took him seconds to ID the Bach facility, a pick needed months. Greer nearly choked on his coffee when Ryan mentioned Gregory's latest idea. Infiltrate Bath. Kid's been watching too many spy flicks. Ryan smirked. Nice to know. Someone still thinks we're capable of miracles. Then he sobered. He thinks they've cracked laser throughput. That new hydro plant. Probably feeding Bach's systems. Greer's expression darkened. That's a hell of a leap. You buying it? They've got Nobel winners and political heavyweights in their corner. Bozov. Velikov, Ustinov's own son, runs the Laser Institute. Boss a sparse array, no question. But what's inside? Gas dynamic. Chemical. That's the million-dollar question. He's leaning toward a free electron setup, though that's purely speculative. The numbers he handed me make a solid case for positioning the laser array on this ridge. Being above half the atmosphere cuts energy demands for their intended operations. He promised to crunch some reverse calculations to ballpark the system's total output, though he warned the estimates would err on the low side. Between Gregory's intel and the new housing going up near Mozart Base, it's clear this site is gearing up for testing soon, possibly fully operational within 24 to 36 months. If that timeline holds, Ivan could have a satellite killing laser sooner than we'd like. The Major thinks they'd start with a soft kill frying camera sensors and solar panels, but after that, no question, we're in a sprint now. Any shot Ritter's team can infiltrate one of those Bach complex buildings. Greer shrugged, deliberately vague. We can table that discussion. His tone shifted as he eyed Ryan's exhausted posture. You look like you've been through a wood chipper. Message received. Operational details were need to know. Ryan switched gears, rubbing his temples. Back-to-back trips are wrecking me. With your permission, sir, I'd like to bail early today. Lee Sapted Raiden, you staff to the dead. But before you go, Jack, Sek's been asking about you. Ryan groaned. Right. They called right before my Moscow flight. One of my stock holdings got flagged executives under investigation for insider trading. Sek's curious why I bought in at the same time. Greer's jaw tightened. The agency didn't need another scandal. And got a tip. Did my homework. Noticed the company was buying back shares. Perfectly legal. All my records are digitized well. They were before this job, plus paper backups. I played it straight, Admiral. Wrap this up fast, Greer ordered. The drive home to Peregrine Cliff was oddly smooth, shaving 20 minutes off his usual commute. With Kathy at the hospital and the kids at school, Sally at St. Mary's, little Jack in kindergarten, the house was silent. Ryan chugged a glass of milk, stumbled upstairs, and face planted onto the bed, still in his wrinkled slacks. Half a world away, Colonel Gennady Bondarenko sat ramrod straight across from the legendary Mikhail Filatov. The younger officer hid his nerves well, though the stories about Filatov's wartime heroics, the tank battles, the factory inspections, the shrapnel still lodged in his arm, were enough to intimidate anyone. Bondarenko noted the old soldier's piercing gaze, the kind that still zeroed in on faulty tank welds like a targeting system. How can I assist the colonel? Bondarenko asked. Filatov tapped a file folder. Your record says you've got a knack for electronics, Gennady. Let's put that to work. That's exactly why they brought me in, Colonel. Bondarenko wasn't just intelligent. He was the kind of sharp mind that made generals take notice. His work on laser targeting systems had revolutionized field operations, and his latest classified project involved replacing vulnerable radio transmissions with secure laser communications. What comes next stays in this room, top secret clearance only. The junior officer gave a solemn nod as Filatov continued. For the past 5 years, Defense Ministry funding has been funneled into a black-budget initiative codenamed Bright Star. Even mentioning that name outside these walls could land you in Lefortovo. Officially, it's about satellite reconnaissance, capturing high-resolution images of NATO orbital assets. But the endgame, blinding them permanently when the political winds shift. The whole operation's run by eggheads, and a washed-up co-pilot, typical bureaucratic nonsense. Letting Air Defense Command handle what should be a strategic weapons program. Misha's jaw tightened as he jerked a thumb toward the Kremlin's general direction. Bondarenko's smirk said everything. Politics, the eternal roadblock to actual progress. The minister wants your boots on the ground assessment. Can this laser actually function as a weapon when you need it? Or is it just another Potemkin village for the Politburo's inspection tours? The assignment sent adrenaline through Bondarenko's veins. This wasn't just career-making, it was life-changing. A direct line to the minister meant general stars, a spacious Moscow apartment, elite schools for his kids. Every sacrifice, every midnight oil burned, suddenly had a payoff. Do they expect my arrival, sir? Misha's laugh was more of a bark. Since when do we RFCP for combat readiness inspections? No, Gennady's surprise is the point. He slid a sealed envelope across the desk, the defense minister's personal crest glaring in crimson wax. This gets you past the KGB door knockers. Full access, no exceptions. If some pencil pusher gives you static, call me immediately. That number reaches me anywhere. Even if I'm steaming in the banya, my driver will drag me out by my ears. How technical does my report need to be? Explain it like I'm a tank commander who thinks quantum physics is black magic. Misha deadpanned. Think you can translate academic babble into something actionable. If I hit a wall, you'll be the first to know, sir. The answer pleased Filatov honesty over arrogance. Too many careers had ended in this office, when officers tried to bluff their way through gaps in knowledge. The carpet probably had permanent stains from their metaphorical blood. Timeline. Facilities massive. 400 scientists, twice that in support staff. Take a week if you need it. Better slow and precise than fast and useless. Bondarenko stood, already mentally packing his kit. Then I'll need my dress uniform. Wheels up in 2 hours. Good man. Misha returned to his paperwork as the younger officer left. True to form, he worked late, always the last to leave. Sensitive documents went into the vault. Routine files vanished into the messenger's cart, rolling toward Central Archives. The final note of the evening confirmed Bondarenko's Aeroflot flight to Tajikistan, with a military jeep waiting to haul him into the desert toward Bright Star's guarded gates. Filatov silently admired Bondarenko's tactical thinking. As part of the ministry's general inspectorate, he could have easily arranged a military flight straight to the city's airfield, but Bright Star's security team would have flagged his arrival immediately. Instead, traveling discreetly allowed him to blend in just another Moscow colonel running errands, a role that grated on Filatov's pride. A man who'd earned command of a regiment deserved more respect than playing courier to some desk-bound general. Still, he knew bureaucracy turned even the best officers into paper pushers. At least Bondarenko would get to flex his authority against the pencil pushers in Tajikistan. Grabbing his coat, Filatov left his office, his warrant officer instinctively summoning his car. Within minutes, he was rolling through Moscow's streets, the city's glow reflecting off wet pavement. By the time he reached his apartment, he'd swapped his uniform for worn civilian clothes. The TV droned in the background, some forgettable Western show filling the silence. At his kitchen table, he poured himself a glass of vodka beside a simple meal sausage, coarse black bread and pickles, the same fare he'd eaten decades ago with his tank crew. The doctors had been baffled during his last hospital stay. His stomach rejected rich food, but handled army rations just fine. Between bites, he sipped his drink, gazing through the blinds at Moscow's endless grid of lit windows. The sense of war flooded back unbidden. Damp earth, diesel fumes, and the acrid tang of gunpowder embedded in his old coveralls. For tankers, that was the smell of battle, along with the sickening stench of burning metal and flesh. He sliced another piece of sausage with his knife, chewing slowly as his mind drifted to sunsets over the steppe, smoke curling on the horizon. The ghosts arrived, as they always did before treason. "We gave them hell, didn't we, Captain?" A voice rasped. "We still fell back," he replied silently. "But yeah, we made those bastards respect the T-34. The bread was good stolen, but good. Hard work protecting these farmers," the corporal joked. Thirsty work, too. A bottle of Samagon, harsh, homemade rotgut appeared in his memory. No one preferred it over real vodka, but out there, with Guderian's panzers looming, it tasted like defiance. "They'll hit us at dawn," the driver muttered. "And we'll wreck more of their gray tanks," the loader added. Misha didn't voice the rest. "If we're lucky, we'll only retreat 10 kilometers. Luck, he knew, was a fickle ally. By nightfall tomorrow, this farm would be swallowed by advancing German forces, another piece of territory surrendered. Misha refused to linger on the thought. He wiped his hands methodically before reaching into his tunic pocket, seeking solace in the photograph he carried. The corporal, peering over his shoulder for what felt like the 100th time, couldn't hide his envy. "She's fragile as fine crystal," he murmured. "And your boy lucky he takes after his mother." How someone so slight could bear such a strapping son without breaking God only knows. Misha almost laughed at the irony. War had a way of making believers out of even the staunchest atheists, commissars included. He traced the image with his thumb, whispering, "I'll come home to you, Elena. Through hell itself, I'll find my way back." Just then, the mail arrived, a rare luxury at the front. Only one letter bore his name, but the delicate paper and familiar script made his pulse quicken. He sliced the envelope open with his combat knife, careful not to smudge the words with grease-stained fingers. Seconds later, he was on his feet, shouting at the darkening sky. Another child by spring. That last night before deployment, had it really been enough? The corporal grinned, raising a half-empty bottle. "After the thrashing we gave the Germans today. No surprise. Maybe the captain should breed us an entire battalion." Misha shot him a look. "Watch your mouth, Romanov." The younger man chuckled. "Then let me volunteer as substitute." He passed the vodka back. "To your wife's health and your new son." Romanov's laughter couldn't mask the sorrow in his eyes. A good soldier, destined for command until Vyazma, where he'd driven his tank straight into a German Mark V to shield Misha's crippled T-34. The posthumous red banner meant nothing to a mother who'd lost her freckle-faced boy. The bottle was nearly empty now, and Misha's grief overflowed. Vyazma. Moscow. Kharkov. Mirka, the poet-soldier who'd bought their retreat with his life. And Elena, his final, cruelest loss. Not to war, but to the very nation they'd bled for. He drained the last of the vodka. No, not the motherland. Never the Rodina. The blame lay with the monsters who'd betrayed them all. Stumbling toward bed, he left the lights burning. The clock read 9:45. 9 hours to numb the ache in a body that had once thrived on battle, now broken by something far worse. Misha had faced combat before, but nothing compared to the relentless pressure he felt now. His mind clung to one small comfort: this ordeal would be over soon, and he could finally rest. Just then, a car rolled down the quiet street, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside, a mother glanced up from the wheel. Her son slumped sleepily beside her after his late-night hockey game. She noticed the odd glow from certain apartment windows, the blinds tilted just enough to suggest someone was watching. Meanwhile, Colonel Bondarenko woke at dawn, pulling on his worn-out sweatsuit before stepping into the elevator, surprisingly operational at this hour. So the tech crews never sleep, he mused. Outside, the cold bit at his skin as he draped a towel over his shoulders. His usual Moscow jogging route was precise, but here, the unfamiliar terrain left him guessing. With a shrug, he set off eastward, the jagged mountain peaks ahead, already painted crimson by the approaching sunrise. The sight reminded him of his son's dragon sketches, those same fierce, jagged lines. The flight here had been unforgettable. Moonlight had spilled over the endless Karakum desert before the land erupted into towering peaks, as if some ancient force had drawn a line between flat wasteland and sky-piercing rock. Now, from his vantage point, he could see the distant glow of Dushanbe, nestled between the Kafirnagan and Serkantarya rivers. Why here? Sastapir. Maybe centuries ago, weary traders had paused here, or maybe it was just fate. Shaking off the thought, he tightened the surgical mask over his face. Thin air and freezing temperatures made every breath a struggle. After a few quick stretches, he broke into a steady jog, already feeling the altitude's toll. The facility's machine shops blurred past before a sharp voice cut through the morning calm. "Halt!" Bondarenko barely suppressed a groan. Of course, it had to be a KGB sergeant, all self-importance and green shoulder boards. "What now?" He snapped, not breaking stride. "Your papers, Comrade Colonel." With a grunt, Bondarenko fished his ID from one of the hidden pockets his wife had sewn into his jogging suit, her clever solution to Moscow's shortages. "When did you arrive?" The sergeant pressed. "And why are you running at this hour?" Bondarenko smirked. "Where's your commanding officer?" 400 meters that way." "Then let's go, Sergeant." "A colonel doesn't answer to you." He picked up the pace, forcing the younger man burdened by his heavy coat and rifle to wheeze behind him. By the time they reached the guard post, the sergeant was gasping. "Here, Comrade Colonel," he managed between breaths. Bondarenko barely hid his amusement. Some spies couldn't even handle a light jog. Colonel Gennady Bondarenko slowed his morning jog as he approached the checkpoint, his breath forming small clouds in the frigid mountain air. "You really ought to cut back on those cigarettes, Sergeant," he remarked casually to the guard, whose nicotine-stained fingers fumbled with his rifle strap. A KGB lieutenant bolted upright from behind his desk, eyes narrowing at the sight of a Soviet officer, dressed in Western running gear. "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded. Bondarenko barely suppressed an eye roll. "Morning exercise. Is that a crime now?" He resisted the urge to ask if the man honestly believed spies did calisthenics in broad daylight. The lieutenant, clearly unamused, snapped, "I don't recognize you, Colonel, and my superiors didn't brief me about any visitors." With deliberate calm, Gennady produced his credentials, a special access pass, and his Ministry of Defense papers. "Marshal Yazov personally authorized my visit. If you doubt that, call him yourself." He rattled off a number, watching the lieutenant's face tighten. The officer scrutinized the documents, then stiffened. "Apologies, Comrade Colonel, but security protocols require vigilance. And frankly, a man in foreign jogging attire at dawn is wan de tam, unusual. Is it also unusual for your men to be out of shape?" Bondarenko countered, scribbling a note. "I'll be sure to mention this oversight to your commander. Now, may I proceed?" The lieutenant hesitated. "Regulations state I must escort all official visitors." "Perfect," Gennady said with a wolfish grin. "You can join my run." 5 minutes later, the lieutenant was gasping like a beached seal. Bondarenko, barely winded, pressed on. "So, what's your biggest security threat here?" "The Afghan border. 70 miles that way," the man wheezed. "Bandits. Occasional raids. Do they recruit locals?" "Men not trapped." "Confirmed. But the population?" "Muslim." The lieutenant doubled over, coughing violently. Gennady paused, pulling a thermal mask from his pocket. "Try this. Cold air's worse when you're unfit." He didn't bother hiding his disdain. "The Afghans don't slack off. 2 winters back, I tracked them over 6 peaks with Spetsnaz. Never caught them. But they sure found us," he thought bitterly, the memory of that ambush still raw. "The Delv helicopters?" The lieutenant managed between breaths. "Useless in storms," Bondarenko scoffed. "We had to prove we could fight on foot." The man straightened with effort. "We BF patrol daily." Something in his tone set off alarms in Gennady's mind. "I'll look into that," he noted silently. "How far have we gone?" "About 1.25 miles." "The thin air doesn't help," Bondarenko conceded. "Let's walk back." As they trudged, dawn broke over the eastern peaks, painting the glacial valleys in gold. The base's defenses were formidable tactical sightlines, guard towers with overlapping fields of fire. No searchlights to disturb civilians, but night vision gear would be standard. Even so, Gennady's instincts prickled. This place was a fortress, but complacency had a way of creeping in. And in these mountains, complacency got men killed. Bondarenko shrugged. Site security wasn't his real assignment, though it gave him the perfect excuse to poke at the KGB guards. The officer, still catching his breath, eyed him suspiciously. "Mind telling me where you got those workout clothes, Lieutenant? And are you married?" "Yes, Comrade Colonel," Bondarenko replied, stretching his legs with deliberate ease. "Though I don't interrogate my wife about her shopping habits. Then again, I'm not a Trekist." He smirked, bending into a deep squat just to prove he could. "Colonel, we may wear different uniforms, but we serve the same country. I'm young, sure, but I've noticed how pointless this rivalry between the Army and the KGB is." The colonel studied him, then nodded. "Well put. Maybe when you're a general, you'll keep that attitude." After dropping the lieutenant off, Bondarenko strode back to his apartment, the chilly morning air biting at his damp neck. Inside, the elevator groaned its way up. No hot water at this hour, just an icy shower that jolted him awake. He shaved, dressed, and headed to the canteen, stomach growling. He still had time before his 9 o'clock meeting at the ministry, enough for a stop at the steam baths. Filatov knew better than anyone how steam could burn away a hangover. His sergeant drove him to the Sandinovsky Baths near Kuznetsky Bridge, a short distance from the Kremlin. Even this early, the place wasn't empty. Other important figures, just as miserable, trudged up the worn marble steps. Some were women, and Misha briefly wondered what their sight looked like. 40 years of coming here, and he'd never found out. Too late now. The dressing room air was crisp, a contrast to what waited beyond. The steam room's floor, once pristine marble, was now patched with orange tiles. 2 middle-aged men bickered about politics, their voices rasping over the hiss of steam. 5 others sat slumped, nursing their own headaches in silence. Misha took his usual spot, gripping a bundle of birch branches. "Morning, Colonel," a familiar voice called from across the room. "Same to you, academician," Misha replied, though he couldn't recall the man's full name, Ilya something. The heat hit fast, already over 140 degrees. He breathed slow, letting the aspirin from his tea do its work. Swinging the branches against his back, he imagined purging every trace of last night's vodka. "How's the hero of Stalingrad today?" The academician pressed. "About as good as the ministry's brightest mind," Misha shot back, earning a pained chuckle. What kind of idiot laughs through a hangover? The man drank to escape his wife, or so he claimed. Misha shook his head. Some cures were worse than the sickness. Misha listened to the crude bragging about affairs with secretaries, his mind drifting to memories of Elena's smile, what he'd give just to see her face again. And his sons, he reminded himself. His strong, proud boys. On mornings like this, those thoughts were the only things keeping him grounded. Yesterday's Pravda mentioned progress in arms talks, the man beside him pressed. Any chance of real movement? Haven't a clue, Misha muttered. Just then, a young attendant, short early 20s, stepped in, scanning the room. "Anyone need a drink?" "Beer jeered Teftent." Officially, alcohol was banned in the baths, but every true Russian knew rules like that only made vodka more tempting. A chorus of "no" answered him. Misha raised an eyebrow. Not a single soul wanted a morning pick-me-up. Tezlon, Bediru. Then again, it was only Wednesday. Come Saturday, the answer would have been very different. The attendant shrugged. Fresh towels are outside, and the pool's fixed. A good swim works the muscles. Your stewing in here keeps you sharp all day. Misha glanced up. "Mew guy. Why are they always so damn peppy?" grumbled someone in the corner. "Because he's not a washed-up drunk like you." Another shot back, sparking laughter. "Vodka didn't wreck me like this 5 years ago." Standards have slipped. So has your liver, comrade. Growing old is hell, sighed a man barely 50, his bloated stomach pale as rotting fish, a cigarette dangling from his lips, another broken rule. Misha turned, surprised by his own reply. Not growing old is worse. You youngsters forget that. The words left his mouth before he could stop them. Heads lifted, eyes catching the burn scars across his chest and back. Even those who didn't recognize Colonel Mikhail Semyonovich Filatov understood one thing. This wasn't a man to cross. He stayed another 10 minutes in silence before leaving. Outside, the attendant waited. Misha handed over his birch branches and towel, then headed for the icy showers. 10 minutes under the cold spray and the vodka's fog lifted, the weight on his shoulders easing. Dressed quickly, he strode downstairs to his waiting car. His sergeant noted the renewed energy in his step, baffled by how roasting oneself like a side of beef could be so revitalizing. Meanwhile, the attendant had his own mission. Circling back minutes later, he found 2 patrons had reconsidered their sobriety. Slipping out the back, he hurried to a nearby dry cleaner, a front where the real profit came from selling booze on the side. He returned with a half-liter of no-name vodka at twice the standard price. The alcohol restrictions had birthed the thriving black market, and this shop, frequented by foreigners, diplomats, and the occasional well-traveled Russian, was a key player. Hidden among the birch branches, the attendant had also passed along a small film cassette from his contact. He didn't know the scarred colonel's name, nor did he want to. Speaking the coded phrase had set his nerves on edge. What if the KGB's second directorate had already compromised this CIA network? He was a dead man either way. But after what he'd seen in Afghanistan, the things he'd done, some risks were worth taking. The old man's identity didn't matter. His own survival barely did. A woman purchased an English-style coat for 3 rubles before heading out into the chilly Moscow streets. She walked a short distance to the nearest subway station, descending the escalator to board a packed train on the purple Zhanovsko-Krasnopresnenskaya line. In the jostling crowd, no one noticed as she discreetly passed a cassette to a stranger. She didn't even catch a glimpse of his face before he vanished at Pushkinskaya station, blending into the rush-hour chaos. Meanwhile, Ed Foley, the American press attaché, was running late to the embassy after a long night at a diplomatic reception. He and his wife Mary Pat, both CIA operatives, had spent nearly 4 years in Moscow, counting down the days until they could leave the drab city behind. Their 2 kids had missed out on too many baseball games and summer barbecues, a sacrifice that came with the job. The Soviets never quite warmed to the idea of spies bringing their families along, though the Foleys had played their roles perfectly. Ed's cover as a former New York Times reporter gave him just enough credibility. His interest in Moscow's petty crime was seen as harmless curiosity rather than espionage. Mary Pat, meanwhile, balanced motherhood with occasional substitute teaching at the Anglo-American school, where their older son had even earned a reputation as a decent hockey player among the KGB agents tailing them. By the time Foley reached the embassy, he was greeted by the usual Marine Guard before slipping into his cramped office, a repurposed storage closet with just enough space for a desk and his secret darkroom. At 33, he was the youngest station chief ever assigned to the post, his calm demeanor and sharp mind making him ideal for the job. Back in his reporting days, his editors had written him off as competent but uninspired, never suspecting his real talent lay in intelligence work. Now, as he settled into his tiny workspace, he couldn't help but smirk at the irony. His mediocre journalism career had been the perfect disguise all along. The Moscow correspondent for the Times had once dismissed Foley to colleagues as a forgettable, unremarkable man, an assessment that in the world of espionage was the highest praise. Being labeled as someone too ordinary to be a spy made Foley the perfect candidate to handle the CIA's most valuable asset. Colonel Mikhail Semyonovich Filatov, codenamed Cardinal. The name itself was so classified that only a handful within the agency understood its true significance, far more than just a reference to a high-ranking clergyman. Information from Cardinal was stamped with the highest clearance, special intelligence, yes only Delta, accessible to just 6 officials in the entire government. Each month, the code word for the intel changed this time. It was Satin, known to fewer than 20 people. Even then, the details were paraphrased and tweaked before reaching anyone outside the Delta circle. Foley slipped the film cassette from his pocket and locked himself in the darkroom. He could develop the film in his sleep, and on a couple of occasions he practically had. 6 minutes later, the negatives were ready. He examined each frame under a magnifier, committing them to memory before typing the translation on his battered manual typewriter. The ribbon was so worn it was useless to anyone, especially the KGB. Like most journalists, Foley was no typist. His pages were littered with strikeovers and corrections. The chemically treated paper refused erasers, forcing him to live with his mistakes. 2 hours later, he double-checked the film, ensuring no detail was missed. With a flicker of unease he never quite shook, he crumpled the film into a ball and lit it in a metal ashtray, watching the only physical proof of Cardinal's existence turn to ash. A cigar masked the acrid scent of burning celluloid. Pocketing the folded transcript, Foley headed to the embassy's communications room. There, he drafted a bland message to a State Department mailbox. Reference your 29th December. Expense report en route via pouch. Where do you wing tick? Puri one tave. But Tromley's cans. As press attaché, he often filed expense reports for diplomats who sneered at him, a cover so convincing, even his journalist friends played along unwittingly. Next, he tracked down the embassy's courier, a retired Army warrant officer with a chest full of medals from Vietnam. The man's smile never reached his eyes, a habit picked up from years in Moscow. Feel like flying home tonight? The U.S. Tram. The courier grinned. With the Super Bowl this weekend? You're joking. Swing by your office at 4? Done. Foley returned to his desk as the courier booked a flight to London. Thanks to the time difference, his intel would land in Washington by dawn, just in time for the morning briefings. At 6 in the morning, a CIA operative entered the State Department mailroom, sifted through a stack of message forms from several boxes, and continued his commute to Langley headquarters. A seasoned field agent in the operations directorate, his overseas assignments had been cut short after a brutal encounter in Budapest where a local thug had cracked his skull, landing the attacker a 5-year prison sentence. The irony wasn't lost on him. The cops would have pinned a medal on the guy if they'd known who he'd assaulted. After distributing the dispatches to their respective offices, he settled at his desk. By 7:25 a.m., one of those messages had already landed on Bob Ritter's desk. As the CIA's deputy director for operations, Ritter oversaw every field agent and foreign asset in the agency's network. The Moscow cable, one of several, but the most critical was swiftly locked in his private file cabinet before he braced for the 8:00 a.m. briefing from the Night Watch team. Meanwhile, back in Moscow, Foley glanced up at the sharp rap on his office door. The courier stepped inside, urgency in his voice. Flight leaves in 60 minutes. Gotta move. Foley slid open his desk drawer and produced what appeared to be a sleek silver cigarette case. The courier accepted it gingerly, aware of the delicate cargo inside, folded typed pages, and a small incendiary device rigged to detonate if tampered with or dropped. One wrong move, and the contents would vanish in a puff of smoke, along with, possibly, his suit jacket. Back by Tuesday. Need anything from London? Wente Foley smirked. Heard there's a new Far Side collection out. The courier chuckled. I'll see what I can do. You owe me. With a nod, Foley replied, Safe travels, Augie. An embassy driver whisked Augie Giannini to Sheremetyevo Airport, 19 miles outside the city, where his diplomatic passport breezed him past security and straight onto a British Airways flight to Heathrow. He settled into coach, the diplomatic pouch secured in the window seat, while he took the middle. Flights from Moscow were rarely full, so the aisle seat stayed empty. As the Boeing rumbled down the runway and lifted off, the cabin erupted in applause, a quirky Soviet tradition that never failed to amuse him. Giannini pulled out a dog-eared paperback, resigning himself to a dry flight, no drinks, no naps, and held off on dinner until his connecting trip. The flight attendant did coax a cup of coffee into him, though. 3 hours later, the 747 touched down at Heathrow. Customs was a formality. A veteran of the skies, Giannini killed time in a first-class lounge before boarding his next flight, a Pan Am 747, bound for Dulles. Over the Atlantic, he savored an in-flight meal and caught a movie he hadn't seen, a rare treat. By the time he turned the last page of his book, the plane was descending into Washington. Rubbing his eyes, he tried to recalibrate to local time. A dull government Ford waited curbside, and he slid into the passenger seat, stretching his legs. How was the ride? The driver asked. Giannini groaned. Like watching paint dry. Still, he'd take this over dodging enemy fire in a chopper any day. For $20,000 a year, plus his army pension, Giannini enjoyed a cushy gig flying around the world as a diplomatic courier. He never questioned what was inside the sealed pouch or the metal case tucked in his coat. Some things were better left unknown. The world kept spinning the same way regardless. You got it? The man in the back seat asked. Giannini nodded, pulling the case from his jacket and passing it over with both hands. The CIA officer, a specialist from the Directorate of Science and Technology, accepted it just as carefully before securing it inside a padded container. This guy wasn't just any analyst, he was Langley's go-to expert on explosives and covert sabotage. Back at headquarters, the officer delivered the case to Ritter's office, placing it on the desk without a second glance. Ritter wasted no time, making copies of the flash paper documents before incinerating the originals, not for secrecy, but to avoid turning his office into a tinderbox. He was already skimming the pages before the copier finished, his head shaking in disbelief by the end of the first paragraph. Without hesitation, he grabbed the secure line to the director's office. Got a minute? The package just arrived. Judge Arthur Moore didn't hesitate. Get in here. Ritter swung by Greer's office on the way, and soon the three of them were huddled in the DCI's spacious quarters. You've got to admire this guy's nerve, Ritter said, distributing the papers. He's convinced Yazov to send some Colonel Bondarenko straight into BOF to evaluate their whole system. And guess who gets to play tour guide? Our man Misha. The report's gonna land on his desk first. Greer chuckled. That kid Ryan met Gregory, was it? Wanted us to sneak someone into Dushanbe. Ryan told him it never happened. Good, Ritter muttered. Let him keep thinking we're incompetent. The CIA had a weird pride in its public reputation for blunders. While the KGB's mistakes went unnoticed, Langley's flubs made headlines exactly how they liked it. The Russians bought the narrative, never suspecting the leaks were deliberate. Moore sighed, rubbing his temples. Someone ought to remind Misha there are old spies and bold spies, but damn few old bold ones. He's careful, Judge, Ritter countered. Yeah, I know. Moore scanned the pages again. The message was classic Cardinal rambling, introspective and urgent. Since Dmitri's death, the defense ministry hasn't been the same. Does Yazov even grasp the stakes? If I voice my doubts, who'll listen? The KGB. I need to lay this out carefully. But breaking protocol, what choice do I have? If I don't act, who will? Like Homer calling on the muses, Cardinal's dispatches always began with this kind of soul-searching. It had become his signature since the 60s personal diary entries, photographed and smuggled out. Russians loved their journals, and Cardinal was no exception. Every entry in his journal started as a deeply personal outcry, filled with concerns about the defense ministry's latest policy blunders. He'd vent about security lapses on critical projects or the disappointing performance of newly deployed tanks and jets. While he meticulously analyzed the technical flaws in equipment or policy, the real target was always the bureaucratic dysfunction festering inside the ministry. If anyone ever searched Filatov's apartment, they'd find his diary right out in the open. No spy would be so careless. Sure, he was bending security protocols, but at least he had a plausible defense if questioned. That was the theory, anyway. Once I get Bondarenko's report in a week or two, maybe I can finally convince the minister this project is crucial for the motherland, he concluded. Looks like they've cracked the laser power issue, Ritter remarked. Throughput, Greer corrected with a smirk. That's the term Jack's been throwing around. Not exactly great news, fellas. Ritter shot back. Always the stickler for jargon, James. But damn, what if they beat us to it? Greer waved off the panic. Relax. Even if they've nailed the concept, deploying it will take a decade. They're not even close yet. Hell, this might play into our hands, don't you think, James? Only if Misha delivers solid intel on their breakthrough. We're ahead in most areas, the DD countered. Ryan's gonna need this for his report. Ritter scoffed. He's not cleared for this. He's seen Delta intel before, Greer reminded him. Once. And he handled it better than most rookies. Just tell him we've confirmed Ivan's throughput leaped through other sources. Gregory's already sniffing around anyway. Judge, you brief the president, but let's keep it quiet for now. Moore nodded. Works for me. Greer didn't argue. Part of him wanted to declare this Cardinal's most critical mission yet, but that kind of drama didn't suit the room. Besides, Cardinal had been feeding them gold for years. After the others left, Moore reread the report, pausing at Foley's addendum. Ryan had literally run into Cardinal right under Yazov's nose. Moore chuckled. The Foleys were something else. And Ryan, of all people, brushing shoulders with Filatov? The world got stranger by the minute. Chapter 4, Bright Stars and Fast Ships. Jack didn't press for details on the acid who'd confirmed Gregory's intel. Field ops weren't his circus, not his monkeys. What mattered was the intel's Class 1 rating CIA's shiny new reliability scale, courtesy of some Harvard MBA's 6-month PowerPoint marathon. Any specifics on the tech? You'll know when I do, Greer said. 2 weeks, Admiral, Jack reminded him. Presidential deadlines were the worst. Funny, I think I read that in your memo, Greer deadpanned. Acta's breathing down my neck, too. Ryan grimaced at the suggestion. His special national intelligence estimate was meant to lay the groundwork for upcoming arms talks. Now he was being asked to personally brief the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency. Sure, they needed the intel to figure out their negotiation strategy, but that just piled more responsibility onto his already overloaded plate. Greer always claimed Jack thrived under pressure, but Ryan sometimes wondered if he should deliberately botch an assignment just to prove the old man wrong. When do you need me there? He asked, trying to keep the irritation out of his voice. The response was predictably vague. Haven't pinned it down yet. Any chance I can get a heads up a few days before? We'll play it by ear. Meanwhile, Major Alan Gregory was enjoying a rare day off not by choice, but because his commanding officer had ordered him to take a break. The general probably assumed Gregory would actually relax, but of course, he was already hunched over his personal computer in their Mountain View home. The housing development's name was laughably unoriginal in this part of New Mexico. Mountains were impossible to miss unless you deliberately shut your eyes. Candace Long, his fiancée, leaned over his shoulder with a sigh. Seriously, Alan, do you ever stop? She was nearly 6 feet tall, with sharp dark hair and thick glasses that made her look even more like the academic she was. They'd met at Columbia during a grad student seminar, bonding over their shared love of science, though her passion was adaptive optics, mirrors, and astronomy, not his obsession with missile defense. Gregory smirked, shutting down the screen. If the general knew I was working from home, he'd probably revoke my security clearance. Candace rolled her eyes and draped her arms around his neck. He leaned back, resting against her. It still amazed him sometimes how someone like him ended up with someone like her. High school had been awkward, and West Point hadn't exactly been a hotbed of romance. But here he was, with a brilliant physicist who somehow found his coding rants endearing. The problem's in the mirror control software, he muttered. The system was focusing perfectly just on the wrong target. She raised an eyebrow. You sure it's not a hardware issue? Me's and positive. But it'll take weeks to debug. He exhaled, then gave up entirely. Screw it. If I don't stop now, I'll be stuck in this loop forever. Candace laughed, pulling him closer. Finally, some sense. Gregory first connected with Candy over her innovative mirror configurations. But during their coffee chat at the campus hub, he couldn't help but notice almost analytically that she was strikingly good-looking, not to mention sharp as a tack when it came to optical physics. Their late-night conversations, filled with concepts only a fraction of the population could grasp, were just as thrilling as their more intimate moments. They approached both with the same curiosity, treating their explorations like a science experiment complete with reference materials they jokingly called textbooks. Every discovery felt like uncharted territory, and Gregory, pulling doctor. Long clothes, murmured. Work can wait. She laughed, teasing. Enjoying your impromptu vacation? Avery grinned. Might just schedule another one soon. Meanwhile, Boris Morozov stepped off the bus into the chilly evening air, one of 15 fresh recruits for the covert Bright Star initiative. The KGB escorts at Dushanbe Airport had scrutinized their documents like hawks, and the ride included a stern security briefing that left no room for doubt. No discussing their work, no letters hinting at their location, just a vague Novosibirsk. P. Mwag box. Morozov smirked at the unspoken rule about mail inspections. No point sealing envelopes. His family would panic if they spotted tampering. His clearance had sailed through in 4 months, 6 interviews, 0 red flags. The KGB captain lightened the mood by detailing base perks: a rooftop telescope, a fledgling astronomy club, even a beer bar. Then came the kicker. 31 single women here, the officer warned, but one's mine. Touch her and you're done. The group chuckled. Who knew KGB guys cracked jokes? The barracks were Spartan but functional, with bunk beds and strict quiet hours for round-the-clock shifts. Morozov claimed a top bunk, too exhausted to ponder his vague directional applications assignment. As he drifted off, Jack Ryan watched a white van slide into his driveway, its tinted windows hiding whoever was inside. Perfect for staying unnoticed. The CIA driver and his security counterpart scanned the area cautiously before opening the vehicle's side door. Inside sat a man whose face Jack Ryan recognized immediately. "Marco, good to see you," Jack greeted with a grin. The retired Soviet submarine captain, now going by Mark Ramsey on his American documents, boomed back in his thick Russian accent. "Ah, Jack. So this is where spies live, or should I say, home of the navigator?" His English had improved since defecting, though he still occasionally dropped articles like most Russian transplants. Jack chuckled but shook his head. "We don't talk about that here. Your wife, she doesn't know?" Marco pressed. "Nobody does. But don't worry, my family's out of town." Marco nodded and followed Jack inside, taking in the spacious living room with its high ceilings and plush carpet. The former Soviet officer had filled out less since switching to American food. No more heavy Russian staples, and his skin had taken on a healthy tan, a far cry from the pale submariner Jack had first met aboard the Red October. "You look exhausted," Marco observed. "They keep me hopping. How's life in the Bahamas?" Marco grinned. "White sand, endless sun like Cuba, but without the politics. You know where I've been stationed, yes?" "OTEC," Jack said knowingly. Marco's expression turned serious. "We don't discuss that." The Atlantic Underwater Test Range was where the Navy ran classified submarine drills, and Marco, once nicknamed the schoolmaster in the Soviet fleet, now played the role of adversary commander in war games. Leaning in, Marco dropped his voice. "Between us, they let me captain an American sub for a week. Sunk the Forrestal in an exercise. The real captain and I celebrated hard afterward." Jack burst out laughing. How would the Navy brass take that? The carrier's skipper was furious, but a good sport. "Next week, we'll all debrief over drinks." Marco's grin faded. "Where's your family?" "Kathy's visiting her father. We don't exactly get along. Because of your profession." "Personal history," Jack deflected. "Drink?" "Beer, purse." As Jack headed to the kitchen, Marco studied the lavish surroundings too extravagant for a government salary. When Jack returned, Marco fixed him with a skeptical stare. "CIA doesn't pay this well." "What's the secret?" "Ever dabble in stocks?" Jack smirked. Marco nodded. The Red October crew had been set up comfortably. "Made a fortune, then walked away." "How much money does one man really need?" Marco considered that. "So, why am I here?" "Business," Jack admitted. "Ah, some things never change." "Back in your debrief, you mentioned a missile exercise, April 1981, wasn't it? Fired one into the Okhotsk, another at Seryshegan. The submarine missile tests were just one part of a larger evaluation. They also assessed the missile defense radar and counter-battery systems. During the drill, they simulated launching a missile directly at my sub." "You mentioned it didn't work," Ryan pointed out. Marco nodded. "The submarine rockets performed flawlessly. The Seryshegan radar picked up the launch, but the response time was too slow, apparently a computer issue. Last I heard, they were upgrading the system. The counterfire segment almost succeeded." "That's new intel for us," Ryan admitted. "How exactly did they execute the test?" Marco raised a finger. "They didn't fire an actual land-based missile. That'd be reckless. But think about it. The Soviets have radar coverage along their entire border. Spotting a launch and calculating the sub's position. Istol. Then they alert Strategic Rocket Command, which keeps an old regiment on standby for exactly this scenario. Within 3 minutes of detection, they were prepped to retaliate." He paused. "You don't have anything like that in the States?" "Not that I'm aware of. Our missiles launch from much farther out." "True, but it's still an advantage for them," Marco countered. How dependable is it? He shrugged. Not very. It hinges on human readiness. In a crisis, maybe it functions part of the time. But every successful intercept means fewer bombs hitting Soviet soil. Even one could save thousands. That matters to their leadership, more workers left to rebuild after the war, he added bitterly. You really have no equivalent. Not that I know of, Ryan admitted. Romeus scoffed. They claim you do. When we fire, we dive deep and sprint in any direction. Brian shifted focus. I'm more curious how invested the Soviets are in replicating our spy research. Invested. Romeus let out a dark laugh. 20 million Russians died in the Great Patriotic War. You think they'd risk a repeat? We learned our lesson better than you did. One day, I'll tell you about my hometown, nothing left but rubble. We take protecting the Rodina seriously. Jack reminded himself of the Russian mindset. Their history wasn't just remembered, it was etched in blood. Expecting them to forget we losses was like asking Jews to overlook the Holocaust absurd. So, 3 years ago, the Soviets ran a major bomb drill against sub-launched missiles. The radar worked, but the computer failed. Crucial intel, but why didn't the computer keep up? That's all I know. It was a legitimate test. Mayfad. Meaning. Initial orders had us firing from a set location. But just before departure, the captain got revised orders, eyes only, signed by a Defense Ministry aide. A Red Army colonel, I think. When the goal... No warning. The Pavlo general on board was furious, but what's the point of a drill without surprise? American subs don't call ahead. Nearby, General Pokrishkin muttered, We weren't expecting you. Bondarenko kept his expression neutral. Despite carrying direct orders from the defense minister and representing a separate branch of the military, Colonel Bondarenko found himself facing a general with powerful connections in the Central Committee. But General Pokrishkin wasn't taking the situation lightly either. Bondarenko had made sure to wear his most impeccable uniform, adorned with multiple ribbons including 2 Afghan bravery citations and the distinctive Defense Ministry insignia. General, I apologize for any disruption, but my orders are clear. Pokrishkin's smile widened as he motioned toward a polished silver tray. Tea. Appreciate it. Instead of calling for an aide, the general poured the tea himself. That red banner, Afghanistan? Yes, sir. I was there for a while. How'd you earn it? Attached to a Spetsnaz unit as a technical observer. We were tracking insurgents, but their commander underestimated them. Led us straight into an ambush. Bondarenko kept his expression neutral, though he still remembered the man's incompetence. Took command, called in support. The enemy pulled back before reinforcements arrived, but not before we left 8 of them behind. A signals officer in combat volunteered. Our comms were failing, so I went to see the problem firsthand. I'm no frontline soldier, General, but sometimes you have to get your boots dirty. He hesitated, which brings me to another concern. We're too close to the Afghan border, and your security not careless, but maybe too relaxed. Pokrishkin nodded. The guards are KGB. They answer to me, but their chain of command isn't mine. For early warnings, I've got an arrangement with Frontal Aviation. Their recon trainees use these valleys. An old academy friend ensures full coverage. If anyone tries crossing from Afghanistan, we'll know before they're halfway here. Bondarenko approved. Whatever else the general was, he hadn't let bureaucracy dull his instincts. So, Colonel. Pokrishkin leaned forward, the tension easing now that mutual respect was established. What exactly does the minister want? An evaluation of your system's reliability. You know lasers? Be enough. Worked with academician Gormakin on the new comms lasers. Really? We use those here. Bondarenko blinked. I wasn't aware. Where? Not the Bequese. Guard towers, lab links. Faster than cables, more secure. Your invention's been useful. The general smirked. You know what we're doing here, of course. Yes, sir. How close are you? Major test in 3 days. Bondarenko's eyebrows shot up. Approval just came through yesterday. Ministry must be slow updating. Can you delay your departure? Wouldn't dream of missing it. Good. Pokrishkin stood. Then let's go meet my wizards. Outside, the high-altitude sky was a sharp, vivid blue. Bondarenko hid his surprise as the general climbed behind the wheel of a rugged Haas 469 Soviet answer to a jeep. Don't ask, Pokrishkin chuckled, shifting gears with practiced ease. No room for extra personnel here. Besides, I flew fighters. Why trust some kid who can't even find third gear? The engine growled as they sped toward the research complex, dust kicking up behind them. Bondarenko gripped the jeep's door handle as General Pokrishkin accelerated down the narrow mountain road, its crumbling edge just inches from the tires. The sheer drop on his side made his knuckles whiten, though he kept his expression neutral. What do you think of our scenic route? The general joked, downshifting as they hit a rough patch. You should experience it in winter pure ice, no guardrails. Last fall, the rain turned this into a mudslide. Monsoons usually spare us, but not this time. A lumbering supply truck appeared around the bend, forcing Pokrishkin to hug the cliffside. Rocks skittered under the wheels as they squeezed past, close enough for Bondarenko to count the bolts on the truck's fender. The general barely blinked, steering back to the center with a grin. No space for luxuries here, he remarked. Even my office is a glorified closet. The researchers get the real estate. As they crested the hill, the Bright Star facility sprawled below, ringed by guard towers and triple checkpoints. Pokrishkin flashed his credentials at each post, nodding to the shivering sentries. Heaters in the towers, he explained. Otherwise, the guards freeze solid. We tried patrol dogs, but they didn't last a week in the cold. Now they just follow the patrols when they're not stealing rations meant for scientists. His chuckle faded. Morale tanks when Fido gets steak and your team eats canned cabbage. Bondarenko eyed the perimeter. Security detail. Full rifle company, heavy weapons included, Pokrishkin said. Last October, a Spetsnaz unit tried infiltrating. They were killed 400 meters out. One idiot nearly took a real dive off the ridge. He shot Bondarenko a sidelong glance. Still worried. Thoroughness isn't cowardice, Comrade General. True. Those medals didn't come from hiding under a desk. Pokrishkin's tones softened. Speak your mind, my door's always open. For the first time, Bondarenko felt a flicker of optimism. Here was a general who didn't confuse rank with divinity. Maybe this assignment wouldn't be a bureaucratic nightmare after all. Above them, the whine of an Antonov transport plane cut through the thin air. The archer squinted at the speck in the sky, too high for a clean shot. Like mice under a hawk, Abdul muttered. Then stay in the shadows, the archer replied, lowering his binoculars. Somewhere, luckier fighters might bag a plane today, but not them. Not yet. The rugged terrain made it possible to ambush dozens of Soviet troops at once, but their adapted transport planes now patrolled the skies, turning every mission into a deadly game of cat and mouse. The two fighters moved silently along the mountain trail, still shadowed from the morning sun while the valley below basked in crisp winter light. What remained of a village hugged the riverbank, crumbling walls and gaping bomb craters, stretching for miles, evidence of the high-altitude raids that had erased every trace of life. No survivors lingered to offer shelter or supplies, not even a standing mosque for prayer. The archer clenched his jaw. War between soldiers carried a twisted dignity, but this? Leveling homes, scattering families like dust in the wind, yet the Russians called them barbarians. Memories of his family surfaced like ghosts. His wife's laughter, his children's voices once vivid, now fading like ink on old parchment. Those images used to haunt his dreams. Now they barely lingered past dawn. But they anchored him. When doubt crept in, when the gore of battle turned his stomach, he'd shut his eyes and let their faces stoke the fire inside. The Russian screams weren't just vengeance. They were a lullaby. Abdul's voice snapped him back. The Soviet reconnaissance plane banked beyond the ridge, sunlight flashing off its tail. Too high even for a perfect shot. The archer exhaled, mind racing. If he wanted to clip their wings, he'd need to rethink everything. Maybe strike where they felt safest. Half a world away, Morozov adjusted his gloves, studying the laser's mirrored surface. The young engineer's file had boasted top marks from Moscow's elite academy. No small feat for a factory worker's son. Will this coating hold? Wolkler's Cherti. The senior engineer barely suppressed a sigh. That's what we're here to find out. He'd once been just as eager before years of party inspections wore him down. As they retreated to the safety platform, a jeep rumbled in. The base commander strode in with yet another Moscow suit in tow. General Pokrishkin, the engineer muttered to Morozov, thinks lasers win wars by themselves. Morozov frowned. Should we be worried? The older man smirked. Only if he starts giving orders. Boris Filipovich learned his first lesson quickly. The mirrors and computers were the real stars of the show, not the lasers. Without precise calibration, those high-powered beams were just expensive light shows. Morozov understood the unspoken truth behind the lecture. Every component had to function flawlessly, or the entire Soviet Union's most advanced project would become nothing more than a pile of overpriced junk. The modified Boeing 767 had an identity crisis. Originally dubbed the Airborne Optical Adjunct, it now answered to Cobra Bell, a name that at least carried some swagger. The plane was essentially a flying telescope, its fuselage bulging awkwardly behind the cockpit like a snake that had gulped down something far too large. The real kicker. The bold U. Army stamped on its tail, a detail that never failed to rile the Air Force. Decades earlier, the Army had stubbornly kept tinkering with missile defense tech, and now the Air Force had to begrudgingly rely on their handiwork. Cobra Bell was part of a broader surveillance network, working alongside the Cobra Dane radar in Shemya, and occasionally teaming up with its sister plane, Cobra Ball. The Army took quiet satisfaction in knowing the Air Force couldn't do this without them, though they kept a wary eye on any attempts to snatch their prized program. The Boeing crew ran through their pre-flight checks with practiced ease. The ex-Air Force co-pilot droned through the list while the pilot and navigator handled switches and gauges. The real nightmare wasn't the mission, it was Shemya's weather. The tiny Aleutian island was a miserable speck of land, where storms could roll in without warning. Some, joked the Soviets, aimed their missile tests toward the Sea of Okhotsk, just to torment the Americans stuck monitoring them. Today, at least, visibility stretched to the runway's end, where mist haloed the blue guide lights. The pilot preferred daylight, but in winter, that was a luxury. He took what he could get: a decent cloud ceiling, no rain yet, though the crosswinds were already a nuisance. The runway had clearly been laid out by someone who'd never flown a plane in their life. Shumya Tower, this is Charlie Bravo, ready to taxi. The tower's response was crisp. Charlie Bravo, cleared to taxi. Winds 250 at 15. No need to mention Cobra Bell was the only bird on the tarmac. Officially, it was supposed to be in California for maintenance, but a last-minute scramble had brought it here instead. The crew exchanged glances another day, another classified mission. The call sign Charlie Bravo echoed through the cockpit as the Boeing aircraft taxied down the runway, embarking on what appeared to be another ordinary mission. Within 20 minutes, the sleek jet leveled off at its cruising altitude of 45,000 feet, gliding as smoothly as any commercial airliner. But unlike vacationers sipping cocktails and flipping through meal menus, the crew aboard this flight had already sprung into action, powering up instruments, resetting computer systems, and verifying communication links. This aircraft was a technological marvel, packed with every advanced system imaginable. Rumor had it the Pentagon had even considered adding a psychic to the team, though that program never quite took off. Commanding the mission was a seasoned artillery officer with an unlikely background, a master's degree in astronomy from the University of Texas. His last assignment? Overseeing a Patriot missile battery in Germany. While most men dreamed of flying fighter jets, his passion had always been knocking them out of the sky. That same drive led him to refine the Patriot system, transforming it into a missile killer capable of intercepting Soviet aircraft and even ballistic warheads. His expertise made him the perfect man to track the SS-25 IFM test detailed in the classified briefing from the Defense Intelligence Agency. The report didn't reveal how Washington got the intel, but it sure wasn't from browsing Soviet newspapers. Cobra Bell's objective was clear: monitor the missile launch, intercept telemetry signals, and capture high-resolution images of the warheads in flight. The data would be scrutinized to assess the missile's performance, especially its accuracy, a detail that kept Pentagon strategists up at night. As mission commander, the colonel had little to do but watch a panel of status lights. With the aircraft still relatively new, glitches were rare. The only hiccup? A backup data link acting up, though a technician was already on it. To pass the time, he fished a butterscotch candy from his flight suit, his dentist's least favorite habit, and let it dissolve slowly before deciding to stretch his legs. Stepping onto the flight deck, he greeted the crew with a casual "morning, people." It was just past midnight local time. The pilot acknowledged him while the navigator briefed the conditions ahead. Thick cloud cover below 15,000 feet and strong winds from the northwest. Navigation systems synced perfectly with the Shemya tracking station, no room for error. Ever since the Soviets downed Korean Air Flight 07, every Pacific mission operated with extreme caution. Cobra Bell stayed well clear of Soviet airspace, but that didn't stop Russian fighters from making their displeasure known. Twice they'd buzz the aircraft, a not-so-subtle reminder that they were watching. The colonel glanced between the pilot and co-pilot, studying the twin turbofans humming steadily outside the cockpit windows. "Regulations say we shouldn't get too close," he remarked, though part of him wished they'd opted for a 4-engine bird for this long ocean crossing, not that anyone had asked his opinion. The navigator shot him a curious look, earning a reassuring shoulder pat before the colonel turned away. "How long till we reach observation position?" 3 hours, 17 minutes to the zone, sir. 3:39 to orbital insertion point. "Guess I'll catch some shut-eye then," the colonel muttered, stepping past the telescope rig toward the main cabin. These new flight crews were practically kids probably thought he needed a nap, when really he was just bored stiff. Up front, the pilots exchanged glances. "Old man still doesn't trust us to handle this bird." One thought shifting in his seat as the autopilot held course, their eyes flicking across the instrument panel for any stray aircraft lights. Meanwhile, in the control room, Morozov adjusted his white lab coat, his security badge clipped neatly to the pocket. Fresh from orientation, his placement on the mirror control team felt temporary, but he was starting to grasp the project's real stakes. Back in Moscow, he'd mastered laser theory and tinkered with lab prototypes. But here he realized the real challenge began after the energy left the device. Bright Star had already cracked the power threshold, now came the precision. Recycle, the senior engineer, barked into his headset, calibrating the system by locking onto a random star. Hell of a telescope, eh? He smirked at the screen. You seemed worried about stability earlier. Why erst, Barry? Why combine Morozov hesitated. The margin for error is microscopic. We've never run the full system live. Tracking stars is one thing, but... He trailed off with a shrug. Then why not use radar to lock onto a satellite? Excellent question. The engineer laughed. Blame arms control treaties. They spoon-feed us, target coordinates by landline instead of letting us acquire them ourselves. Total nonsense. Morozov scanned the room, laser techs bustling, a cluster of soldiers murmuring in the corner. 63 minutes to test. Most of the crew had slipped out for breaks, but the section chief remained, finally nodding at his console before switching everything to standby. Far above the Indian Ocean, a U. Defense Support Program satellite hovered in geostationary orbit, its massive Schmidt telescope fixed unblinkingly on Soviet territory. Designed to spot missile launches, it beamed data to Alice Springs and onward to stateside facilities. Tonight, conditions were perfect. Earth's dark hemisphere lay crisp and cold below, every factory chimney and power plant glowing like a beacon against the winter landscape. Half a world away, technicians in Sunnyvale idly tallied industrial sites on their screens, unaware of the countdown unfolding beneath their satellite's gaze. The sprawling Lenin steel plant in Kazan and the massive refinery near Moscow were just two of the many industrial sites under surveillance when the alert came in. Heads up, the sergeant called out. We've got an energy spike at Plisetsk, looks like an ISM launch from the test range. The duty officer, a major, wasted no time contacting NORAD's underground command center, nicknamed Crystal Palace, beneath Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado. Confirming they were tracking the same data, he muttered. Just the test launch they warned us about. On screen, the missile's fiery exhaust trail veered eastward as it entered its ballistic arc. The major knew Soviet missile specs cold. If this was an SS-25, first stage separation should happen. We sit now. Right on cue, the screen flared white as a massive explosion lit up the sky. The satellite sensors overloaded momentarily before recalibrating to track the debris raining down. Well, that didn't go as planned, the sergeant remarked dryly. Guess Evans got some homework to do. Still can't iron out those second-stage glitches, the major added, shrugging. The Soviets had rushed the SS-25 into production, even deploying them on rail cars for mobility, but their solid fuel tech clearly wasn't ready. A small comfort, really unreliable missiles meant fewer reasons to push the button. Uncertainty, after all, was still the best deterrent. Crystal Palace, marking this test as a failure at 57 seconds. Is Cobra Bell still monitoring? Affirmative, came the reply. We'll recall them. Aboard Cobra Bell, the mission commander checked his watch after ending the radio transmission. Shumya Air Base could wait. Why waste a perfectly good flight? The captain running the equipment suggested they use the time for calibration drills, and the colonel agreed. The crew was still green, and practice never hurt. Switching to MTA mode, the system filtered out stationary stars, locking onto low-orbit satellites and space debris instead. The sensors were so precise they could detect body heat from 1,000 miles away. One by one, targets were logged. their digital snapshots automatically forwarded to NORAD's orbital tracking database. Nearby, Colonel Bondarenko marveled at the team's progress. "The power output you've achieved is staggering," he murmured. General Pokrishkin grinned. "Funny how breakthroughs happen. One genius has a thought, shares it, and suddenly, bam! The pieces click. You'd think with the brightest minds in the country, it'd be more predictable. But no, it's like tripping over the answer in the dark." He clapped Bondarenko's shoulder. "This Ginity is what makes it all worth it. This facility, it's going to rewrite history. After 3 decades of relentless research, they might have finally cracked the code for a missile defense system capable of safeguarding the motherland." Bondarenko, though skeptical, knew the upcoming test would reveal just how much of that claim was wishful thinking. Pokrishkin, a former fighter pilot turned project leader, was the ideal man for the job. Part drill sergeant, part diplomat, and entirely brilliant at wrangling the egos of scientists who were as temperamental as they were brilliant. He knew when to push and when to coax, shifting effortlessly between roles of mentor, taskmaster, and confidant. It took a rare kind of leader to balance that mix, and Bondarenko studied him like a student, absorbing a masterclass in command. The control room, cramped and thick with cigarette smoke, buzzed with nervous energy. Over 100 engineers, half of them PhDs, crowded around consoles, their eyes glued to screens and digital counters flickering with times and coordinates. The air conditioning groaned under the strain of cooling both machines and men. At the center of it all was their target, Cosmos 1810, a rogue Soviet satellite launched years ago, now drifting in a decaying orbit. As it neared perigee, directly above the Bright Star facility, the tension in the room was electric. "May, powering up." The chief engineer barked over the intercom. One by one, voices confirmed systems were green cryogen, flow stable, mirror tracking locked, computers sequencing flawlessly. Morozov, barely breathing, leaned forward in his chair, watching a blank screen as if it held the secrets of the universe. Bondarenko sipped his tea, his pulse racing. This wasn't just a test. It was history in the making. Then came the final call. All systems ready to fire. Eyes darted to the horizon where a tiny white speck climbed into the night sky. Target acquired. Outside, alarms blared, warning lights spun, and the massive mirrors of the laser array pivoted as one, locking onto the satellite. For a heartbeat, everything hung in perfect, breathless silence, until the moment the future of warfare was about to be rewritten. Perched beside the chief engineer's monitor was a grainy image of the rogue satellite Cosmos 1810. Before proceeding, the team needed absolute confirmation. 4 sets of eyes scrutinized the target to eliminate any chance of error. "That's our bird," the captain relayed to the colonel aboard Cobra Bell, his voice steady. "A failed recon probe. Its re-entry motor flamed out, leaving it stranded in a decaying orbit. Should burn up in 4 months, give or take. Still pinging telemetry, but just basic chatter, letting Moscow know it hasn't gone dark yet." The colonel squinted at the thermal readout. "Solar panels must be functional," he mused. The faint heat signature suggested internal power, not sunlight. "Strange they didn't kill the feed," the captain muttered. "Internal temps holding at 15 Celsius, cold enough for a clean contrast. Any warmer, and solar glare would have drowned our sensors." On the control room screens, the laser array's mirrors inched into position, their movement barely perceptible. A low power beam lanced out, painting the satellite's silhouette onto the targeting display. The chief engineer twisted his key, relinquishing control to the computer. "Lock confirmed," Morozov announced. The engineer gave a curt nod as the range numbers plummeted 18,000 miles per hour and closing, The satellite appeared as a ghostly oval, its heat a stark smear against the frozen void. Centered in the crosshairs, it might as well have been a bullseye. Then chaos. The captain's console flared white as Cosmos, 181 flares, free Sausum Veriber. The computer scrambled to compensate, but the temperature spike was ludicrous, 15 degrees to 1800 in a heartbeat. That's not possible. The captain barked, stabbing at his keyboard. The numbers yo-yoed wildly. It's not internal. Nothing on board could beside him. The colonel was already activating a secure line to Cheyenne Mountain. His voice was calm, the kind of calm that precedes a storm. Crystal Palace, Cobra Bell. Super flash inbound. Confirm high energy event. Repeat high energy event. Initiating dropshot protocol. His knuckles whitened around the headset. At NORAD, the watch officer froze mid-sip of coffee. Drop shot. He blurted, then paled. Acknowledge Cobra Bell. Alert Muck, we're sending data. Mel. The room erupted into controlled panic. Somewhere, a muttered curse cut through the static. Jesus. And just like that, the world tilted. Colonel Henriksen wasted no time after receiving the alert from Cobra Bell. He immediately dialed the direct line to the commander of NORAD, his voice tense as he relayed the urgent message about the high-energy event. The general on the other end, his tone clipped and authoritative, demanded confirmation that the National Military Command Center had been notified. Henriksen assured him everything was in motion, including summoning Doug Welch, and promised full data would be ready by the time the general arrived. Without hesitation, the order came down. Dispatch a helicopter to Shumya to retrieve the Army specialist. Meanwhile, aboard Cobra Bell, the colonel barked commands to his communications officer, demanding immediate digital transmission of all collected data to NORAD and Sunnyvale. The transfer took mere minutes, after which he made the call to abort the mission and return to base. Despite having fuel for additional patrol time, he knew their work was done. What they had witnessed wasn't just another routine anomaly, it was history unfolding. The weight of it settled on him, a grim honor he hadn't asked for. "Captain," he muttered under his breath, "they beat us to it." Jack Ryan was navigating the Cloverleaf exit off I-495 when his car phone buzzed. The call was brief. Just 4 words, "We need you back," before the line went dead. He sighed, cutting across lanes to loop back onto the beltway toward Langley. So much for his afternoon off. The SEC meeting had finally cleared him of any involvement in the corporate mess, but now duty yanked him back. As he merged into traffic, he couldn't help but wonder what fresh chaos awaited. Over in the software lab, Major Gregory was deep in discussion with his team. Sketching program flows on a blackboard when a sergeant interrupted. General Parks wasn't one to wait. Gregory tossed the chalk aside with a muttered joke about the boss's leash before grabbing the phone. The orders were blunt. A helicopter was en route, followed by a Learjet at Kirtland. No time for luggage, no time for questions. Gregory exhaled sharply. "Yes, sir." Half a world away, Morozov scowled at his console. "Thermal blooming again," he snapped, slamming a fist on the desk. The laser system flickered, projecting a distorted image of their target, a satellite now resembling a lump of half-melted scrap. Bondarenko whistled, impressed despite himself. "You turned it into slag." The once pristine solar panels were gone, the metal warped and rippled like wax under a blowtorch. Pokrishkin, however, wasn't celebrating. "We were supposed to punch a hole straight through," he grumbled. "Make it look like space debris. This just looks like we cooked it." The intensity of the energy output was exactly what they had hoped to achieve. You could take out any satellite with that kind of power. the colonel remarked. Pokrishkin shook his head. Bright Star wasn't designed just to eliminate satellites. We've had that capability for years. Bondarenko understood the implication immediately. While the facility's original purpose had been anti-satellite operations, the unexpected power surge 4 times stronger than projected had opened new possibilities. Pokrishkin wasn't just thinking about disabling satellites anymore. He was aiming for something far more ambitious. A system that could intercept ballistic missiles mid-flight. Thermal blooming had to be the issue, Bondarenko realized. As the laser cut through the atmosphere, it superheated the air, distorting the beam's path and scattering its focus. Yet even with that interference, the weapon had still managed to liquefy steel from over 100 miles away. That wasn't a failure, it was a breakthrough. Any system damage? Pokrishkin asked the lead engineer. None. The imaging beam compensated fine, but the high power transmission needs refinement. Call it a partial victory, General. Pokrishkin massaged his temples before straightening. We've made history tonight, but the work isn't finished. Morozov's colleague grinned. That's where I come in. We'll crack this problem wide open. When asked if he needed extra hands, the engineer shrugged. It's a mix of optics and software. You any good with either? Bondarenko left the decision to him. When do we start? A2 tomorrow. The telemetry team needs 12 hours to sort their data. Right now, I'm grabbing the next bus home for a drink. My place is empty for the week. Care to join? Meanwhile, on a distant ridge, Abdul froze as a streak of gold split the sky. At first, he thought it was a meteor. But the light didn't fade, it climbed, deliberate and unnatural. Heat, he thought, recalling his university lectures. Only extreme heat could make air glow like that. But meteors didn't linger. He pulled out the notepad his CIA contact had given him, jotting down the time, location, and trajectory. In a few days, he'd cross back into Pakistan. Maybe the Americans would find this worth analyzing. Hours later, Gregory's government, issued Ford, turned off the George Washington Parkway, heading for the Pentagon's mall entrance. The guard waved them through, and the car looped past a handful of parked vehicles before stopping at the steps. Gregory flashed his badge, passed through security, and walked the familiar route past state flags, the bustling cafeteria, and down into the shopping concord, its dim lighting making it feel more like a medieval fortress than a modern military hub. Gregory had spent his high school years rolling dice in dimly lit basements, immersed in Dungeons and Dragons campaigns. Stepping into the angular, oppressive structure of the Strategic Defense Initiative office felt like walking into one of those fantasy game maps come to life. Tucked beneath the Pentagon's bustling shopping concourse, its entrance conveniently located below the aroma of fresh pastries, the space had once served as a chaotic bus and taxi terminal. That was before the era of car bombs made military planners rethink the wisdom of parking vehicles directly beneath the E-ring. Now, this sterile 1,000-foot corridor housed the Pentagon's most cutting-edge and controversial program, guarded like a dragon's hoard. Gregory flashed his secondary pass to the quartet of security personnel, then pressed it against the scanning panel. The machine hummed its approval, granting him access through a labyrinth of waiting areas and double-paned glass doors. He offered a polite nod to the receptionist, then to General Parks's secretary, who barely glanced up from her paperwork. The late hour had drained any warmth from her demeanor. General Bill Parks's office was a shrine to humanity's celestial ambitions. Framed photos of rocket launches and lunar landings covered the walls, interspersed with miniature models of spacecraft, some real, some pure speculation, all hinting at the destructive potential lurking beyond Earth's atmosphere. Parks himself defied expectations. A legendary test pilot with a career most officers could only dream of, he carried himself with the quiet intensity of a scholar rather than the boisterous charm of a military lifer. His short-sleeved shirt bore no ribbons, just a single set of command pilot wings. He didn't need medals to command respect. His presence alone did that. Gregory snapped to attention as he noticed the room's other occupant. "We meet again, Major," Jack Ryan said, glancing up from a hefty binder. Gregory delivered his report with crisp formality, then couldn't resist adding, "Sir, is the soda machine still by the door?" "Word stud tam to tam." Parks's grin was fleeting. "Me fick himself. We've got time." As Gregory ducked out, the general murmured, "Kid's got spirit. Bet his mom thinks he's at chess club." Ryan chuckled, then sobered. "He hasn't been briefed yet?" "Not yet. The Cobra Bell team won't arrive for hours." Ryan exhaled. That explained the skeleton crew, just him and Art Graham from Satellite Intel. The real briefing wouldn't happen until dawn, but Parks wasn't the type to delegate the heavy lifting. The more Ryan observed him, the more he admired the man. Here was a rare breed. A uniformed visionary who saw nuclear weapons not as tools, but as failures of imagination. Most officers tolerated them as a grim necessity. Parks had spent a decade trying to render them obsolete. Gregory returned, cracking open a Coke, no coffee for him. The general tapped the table. "All right, let's get to it. We've got footage from Cobra Bell." The screen flickered to life, casting eerie shadows across the models of warships that would never sail. The team had been deployed to observe a Soviet ballistic missile test when things took an unexpected turn. Their surveillance target, an SS-25 missile, detonated prematurely, but the mission commander chose to keep monitoring the situation. What they captured next was chilling. The general pressed play on the VCR remote, revealing thermal footage of Cosmos 1810, a malfunctioning reconnaissance satellite. Art Graham slid a photograph across the table as Gregory took a sip of his soda, eyes locked on the screen. "Infrared feed, right?" Holy, the single point of light suddenly erupted like a supernova, overwhelming the imaging system's processors. Temperature readings flashed at the bottom of the screen as the satellite structure glowed white-hot before fading into distortion. Static flickered briefly before the feed stabilized, showing the aftermath. "This footage is 90 minutes old," Graham explained. "Our Hawaii tracking station caught it on the next pass. Compare it to the still I handed you." Gregory's gaze darted between the images. "Before and after shots, huh? Solar arrays completely vaporized. What's the hull material?" "Mostly aluminum," Graham replied. "The Russians' overbuild internal framing could be titanium or magnesium." Gregory whistled. "That gives us the energy threshold. They cooked it until the panels slagged off and fried the electronics." "Daddy's altitude?" 182 kilometers. "Old site at Sari Shagan or Ryan's new find." "Dushanbe," Jack interjected. Gregory frowned. "But their upgraded power grid isn't operational yet." "Exactly," Graham muttered, his tone grim, like a doctor delivering a terminal diagnosis. "They could double today's output. Or think they can." For the next quarter hour, Gregory stood inches from the monitor, analyzing frame by frame, while scribbling calculations. Finally, he set down his empty Coke can. "Ballpark estimate. They're outpacing us by a factor of 8. Maybe more." General Parks exhaled sharply. "Why not? 3 years. You were a fall too for Stoleperman." "Only in raw power delivery," Graham countered, though his clenched jaw betrayed his concern. Jack watched silently, grasping the implications but not the technical nuances. Gregory returned from the break room with a verdict. Peak output, 25 to 30 megawatts. The number hung in the air like a verdict. Across the room, someone's coffee cup clinked against its saucer, the only sound in the sudden quiet. Imagine having 6 high-powered lasers lined up in a transmission assembly. Sounds impressive, right? Theoretically, you could focus all that energy on a single target. But here's the catch. These things have serious blooming issues. For the first fraction of a second, they deliver maximum power, but then the beams start scattering, dropping the average output to just 7 or 9 megawatts. And if that wasn't bad enough, their aiming is off by 3 seconds of arc. That translates to a margin of error stretching 240 meters when targeting something as steady as a geostationary satellite. Ryan frowned, trying to keep up. Wait, how does that work? The engineers sighed. Picture this: low-orbit satellites zip across the sky at 8,000 meters per second. That's roughly 5 degrees of movement per second. Thermal blooming means the laser loses energy heating up the air, and if you're tracking a fast-moving target, you're constantly blasting through fresh atmosphere. The upside? Blooming takes time to worsen, so rapid movement actually helps. But if your mounts vibrate or can't compensate for Earth's rotation, every adjustment throws your aim further off. Stationary targets. Easier to hit, but you're cooking the same patch of air until most of your energy's wasted. Ryan nodded vaguely, though half the jargon sailed over his head. Graham cut in, skeptical. So you're saying this isn't a real threat? The engineers scoffed. Not at all. If you've got the power, you'll find a way to deliver it. We've already cracked that part. It's the easy stuff. Meanwhile, Morozov's team was facing the same headache. The issue isn't generating laser power, the engineer explained. It's getting it to the target intact. Morozov frowned. Your computers can't adjust for what? Probably a mix of factors. We're reviewing the data today, but my bet? Atmospheric compensation. We thought we could tweak the aiming to counter blooming. 3 years of research and nothing. His voice trailed off, his mind drifting to his child's uncertain prognosis. Bondarenko leaned in. So the power boost came from widening the lacing cavity? Fokrishkin nodded. 2 of our junior engineers' bright kids figured it out. But we still need tighter control over the wiggler magnets. The real challenge? Frequency tuning. In theory, free electron lasers could adjust their output like a radio dial, but in practice, the highest power always landed in the wrong range. If they'd hit a slightly different frequency one that sliced through the atmosphere, more cleanly, yesterday's test might have cut blooming by half. But that meant mastering those finicky superconducting magnets, and so far, no luck. The scientists nicknamed them wigglers, due to their ability to generate an oscillating magnetic field within the charged electron environment of the lasing cavity. While expanding the cavity had been a major advancement, it unexpectedly disrupted their control over magnetic flux, a phenomenon nobody could yet explain. Senior researchers suspected a hidden flaw in the magnet engineering, while the engineers stubbornly insisted the theorists simply didn't understand how their perfectly functional magnets operated. The heated debates in conference rooms remained professional, though, as brilliant minds clashed in pursuit of scientific truth, the kind that didn't bend to opinions. Bondarenko scribbled furiously, overwhelmed by the complexity. He'd considered himself an expert on laser applications, having pioneered new uses for them. But now, the real breakthrough, he noted, came from an unlikely place, a canteen table, where an engineer and physicist, supposedly discussing personal matters, accidentally stumbled upon a revolutionary lacing cavity design. The colonel smirked at their choice of words, pravda. Truth. A term that had caught on at Bright Star, though he wondered if it was more of an inside joke. One undeniable truth, though, was that those two scientists had unlocked unprecedented laser power. The rest, the technical kinks, would follow. So, your biggest hurdle now is computer control, both for the magnetic flux and the mirror array? Bondarenko asked. Exactly, Colonel, Pokrishkin confirmed. We just need additional resources to iron out these issues. Make sure Moscow understands the hardest part is already behind us. Bondarenko chuckled. General, you've convinced me. No, Colonel. You were smart enough to recognize the truth. They shook hands, both grinning. Bondarenko couldn't wait to deliver the good news back in Moscow. Careers thrived on victories like this. Meanwhile, across the ocean, General Parks frowned. They can't possibly be using adaptive optics. Where did they get those optical coatings? Ryan, feeling out of his depth, stood to stretch. What's so special about the mirror? Isn't it just glass? Gregory shook his head. Glass can't handle that energy. We use copper or molybdenum cooling systems on the back, reflective surface on the front. Ryan blinked. Wait, light doesn't reflect off bare metal? Graham sighed. No, it reflects off an ultra-thin coating like gasoline on water. But the metal keeps it from melting under the laser's heat. Ryan groaned internally. Of course, he'd be the one writing the intelligence report. We're actually working to move beyond current limitations with Project Adamant, the Advanced Development of Materials and New Technologies Initiative. Bissen mich spicke die Fran. Crafting the next generation mirror from lab-grown diamond. Ryan blinked. Diamond? Not the kind you'd find in a jewelry store, Gregory explained. We're talking synthetic carbon-12 diamond, isotopically pure, with thermal conductivity that puts ordinary materials to shame. The challenge has always been energy absorption. Too much heat, and the mirror's coating vaporizes, taking the whole thing apart. I once saw a half-meter mirror shatter. Sounded like a thunderclap. But with C12 diamond, near perfect heat dissipation. Higher power density, smaller mirrors. G just cracked the code on gem-grade synthetic diamond, and Candy's team is already exploring mirror applications. Ryan flipped through his notes, rubbing his tired eyes. Major, with the General's approval, you're heading to Langley with me. I need you to brief our tech division and review everything we've gathered on the Soviet program. Sound good, sir? Jack glanced at Parks, who gave a curt nod. Exiting the facility proved just as bureaucratic as entering new guards. Same scrutinizing stares. Outside, Gregory let out an impressed whistle at Jack's Jaguar 10CS. Boss ride, he muttered, sliding into the butter-soft leather. Since when do jarheads land CIA gigs and afford cars like this? Jack smirked. They recruited me. Before that, I taught history at Annapolis. Not that my name opens laser research doors, he thought dryly. Where'd you study? Gregory asked. Boston College undergrad. Georgetown for the PH. You never mentioned the doctorate, Gregory noted. Jack chuckled. Different kind of doctor, pal. Half the times I don't even grasp your work, but somehow I'm the one explaining it to arms negotiators. Been feeding them intel for 6 months. Gregory grunted. Those pencil pushers would trade it all away tomorrow. They've got a job too, Jack conceded. But I need your help convincing them your research matters. The Soviets sure think so. Yeah, Jack said, tightening his grip on the wheel. We just got front-row seats to that lesson. Meanwhile, Colonel Bondarenko stepped off his flight to find a POO staff car waiting courtesy of General Pokrishkin's foresight. Exhausted, he directed the driver home. The report could wait for morning, first for Filatov's eyes, then perhaps the defense minister's. Pouring a nightcap, he replayed Pokrishkin's pitch. Had the general stroked him, to borrow the Western term, into overlooking flaws? Terry just Berkry squad. The test was real, the problems openly admitted. No Pokazuka here. Pukrishkin wasn't empire building. Elsewhere, the exchange unfolded with practiced anonymity: a sprawling mall, 93 shops, 5 theaters, 6 shoe stores, 3 jewelers. Perfectly ordinary. Perfectly unremarkable. The shopping center had a distinctly Western vibe, complete with a sporting goods store stocked with Winchester Model 70 rifles, something you wouldn't typically find back east. Along the concourse, 3 high-end men's boutiques stood alongside 7 women's clothing stores, one of which happened to be right next to the gun shop. The owner of Evie's Leaves appreciated the proximity. The gun store's top-notch security system, combined with the mall's own guards, meant she could keep a premium selection of designer fashions without shelling out for exorbitant insurance. At first, the shop had struggled high fashion from Paris, New York, and Rome didn't always resonate west of the Mississippi, except maybe near the coast. But the local academic crowd, many of whom had migrated from both coasts, kept demand alive. Before long, even in the Rockies, labels like Anne Klein Doucet were flying off the racks. Anne walked in, a model customer in every way. A perfect size 6. She never needed alterations, which made the owner's job a breeze, so much so that she gave Anne a 5% discount. Not only was she easy to fit, but she also spent generously, never leaving without dropping at least $200. She came in like clockwork every 6 weeks, always paying in cash, another reason for the discount, since credit card fees ate into profits. With her shoulder-length brown hair, delicate frame, and quiet confidence, Anne carried herself like someone used to precision. Maybe a doctor, the owner mused. She never wore perfume, and she always shopped during off hours, as if she answered to no one. Anne picked out a skirt and blouse set and headed to the dressing room in the back. Unbeknownst to the owner, she always used the same cubicle. Once inside, she unzipped her skirt and unbuttoned her blouse, but before trying on the new outfit, she reached beneath the wooden bench and peeled off a hidden microfilm cassette taped there the night before. It disappeared into her purse. Dressed again, she stepped out to check her reflection in the mirror. How do American women wear this junk? Tanya Bessarina thought, smiling at herself. A captain in the KGB's Directorate S, she reported to Directorate T, handling scientific espionage. Like her counterpart Edward Foley, she ran a single asset code named Livia. The outfit cost $273, paid in crisp bills. She reminded herself to wear it next time, no matter how ridiculous it looked. "See you soon, Anne," the shopkeeper called as she left. Tanya waved back. The woman was pleasant enough, if a bit clueless. A good intelligence officer blended in, after all, dressing modestly, driving an unremarkable car, living comfortably but not extravagantly. In that sense, America made for an easy mark. Living the right kind of life meant no one ever asked where the money came from. Crossing the border had been laughably simple, all that effort perfecting her fake documents and backstory, only for the agents to just wave her through with a grin after a drug-sniffing dog checked her car. She'd entered through El Paso, and looking back now, 8 months later, she almost chuckled at how thrilled she'd been over something so trivial. The drive home took 40 minutes, her usual paranoid checks for tails in the rearview mirror. Once inside, she developed the film and made copies. Not exactly Foley's method, but close enough. This batch was special, actual government documents, crisp and damning. She loaded the film into a small projector, the images sharp against her bedroom wall. Basiarina had the technical training for this job, and as she studied the frames, she knew her superiors would be pleased. The next morning, she made the drop. The photos hitched a ride south in an Austin-based truck hauling oil equipment. slipping into Mexico unnoticed. By sundown, they'd reached the Soviet embassy in Mexico City. Then Cuba. Then straight to Moscow on an Aeroflot flight. Catalysts, well, Colonel, what's your take? Filatov asked. Bondarenko didn't hesitate. Comrade Bright Star might be the most critical project in the USR. He slid over 40 handwritten pages. First draft of my report, jotted it down on the plane. I'll have it typed properly, but I figured you'd want. You figured right. I heard they ran a test. 36 hours ago. Saw it myself, inspected the gear before and after. The whole operation facility, personnel, it's impressive. General Pokrishkin's the right man for the job. Not some ladder climber, just a damn good officer. Handling those academics. Like herding cats, but he's got them working like a well-oiled machine. Misha snorted. So he's turned them into soldiers. Not exactly, but he's got them motivated. There's a real sense of purpose up there, rare, even in the military. And the tech? Still experimental, but the hard part's done. Give it a few years, and we'll have something game-changing. West Coast Dynecom. Bondarenko shrugged. Wait taste, where Tembers to stay. R&D's the expensive part, and that's mostly behind us. Wait, production. Cheaper than you'd think. The support systems, radars, satellites, that's another story. Not my department. Reliability. Tricky, but manageable. The lasers are finicky, high maintenance. The chief project engineer had proposed an innovative solution, building extra capacity beyond the site's immediate needs would allow them to rotate units through regular maintenance while keeping the required number operational at all times. Does this mean they've finally cracked the power output issue? Misha asked, raising an eyebrow. Bondarenko nodded, tapping his draft report. The preliminary findings outline the breakthrough in broad strokes, though the final version will include precise technical specifications. A faint grin crossed Misha's face. Think you can dumb it down enough for me to follow? Colonel, Bondarenko replied with a knowing look, you've always had a sharper grasp of technical matters than you let on. The core principle behind the power surge is straightforward, in theory at least. The real complexity lies in the engineering refinements, particularly the redesigned lacing cavity. Like the Manhattan Project, once the concept is clear, the mechanics fall into place. Good. Can you wrap it up by tomorrow? Absolutely, Colonel. Misha rose and Bondarenko followed suit. I'll review your initial report this afternoon. Have the final version on my desk by morning, and I'll go over it this weekend. We'll brief the minister next week. Meanwhile, in the river town of Ghazni, the archer marveled at fate's strange twists. He had expected to hunt Soviet transports, but instead, a sudden storm had grounded their aircraft, giving him an unexpected advantage. Returning from Pakistan with fresh missile supplies, he found his commander plotting an assault on the town's outer airfield. The bitter winter had left the Soviets, relying on Afghan troops, unaware that the battalion's major secretly supported the resistance. The plan was bold. 300 fighters would storm the Soviet camp, exploiting a gap in the perimeter. With no reserves, every man would be thrown into the attack. The chieftain, as always, would lead from the front, while the archer positioned himself to target the Mi-24 helicopters before they could take off. A single mortar was all they had to disable the gunships, hardly ideal, but darkness would be their ally. Nearby, the chieftain embraced the Afghan major, their whispered prayers lost in the howling wind. The major confirmed that 2 of his company commanders were ready, but the 3rd remained loyal to the Soviets, a problem soon to be resolved by a trusted sergeant. When the flare lit the sky, chaos would erupt. Elsewhere, an unlikely friendship had formed between a Soviet captain and an Afghan lieutenant. The Russian's respect for local customs had earned him trust, while the lieutenant saw Marxism as the future, though neither could explain why they got along so well. Tonight, that bond would be tested. The endless cycle of tribal conflicts and blood feuds had left Afghanistan fractured for generations, making any alternative seem preferable. The young lieutenant, recognized early for his potential, had been sent to the Soviet Union to witness the supposed utopia, especially its advanced medical care, a stark contrast to his homeland. His father had succumbed to a simple infection from a broken arm years ago, denied proper treatment due to the chief's disdain, leaving the lieutenant's childhood far from peaceful. Now, standing over a map with the Russian captain, they planned patrol routes to fend off Mujahideen insurgents. 2 Company was already out securing the area when a sergeant entered the bunker, his face carefully blank despite the unexpected presence of both officers. He extended a message with his left hand while his right gripped a knife hidden in his oversized sleeve. The Russian captain's gaze lingered, but the sergeant remained expressionless, waiting for his moment. Then, in a heartbeat, everything unraveled. The lieutenant tossed the message aside, and the captain spun back, instinct screaming danger. The sergeant's arm snapped up, blade flashing toward the lieutenant's throat. The Russian lunged for his rifle as the Afghan officer reeled back, the knife snagging on his sleeve. A curse. A slash blood bloomed across the lieutenant's stomach as he seized the sergeant's wrist, their faces inches apart, one stunned, the other burning with rage. The captain's rifle barked, 10 rounds tearing into the assassin before he hit the ground. Ways SP word. Outside, the crackle of gunfire carried to the waiting Mujahideen, their ambush compromised. 3 Companies' panicked shots lit up the darkness, though no enemies were there. The chieftain gritted his teeth and signaled the advance, bolstered by defecting Afghan troops eager to switch sides. But without heavy weapons, their advantage was slim. A single mortar struggled into position as the archer, watching from the shadows, cursed the sudden flares, igniting the airfield. Helicopters stirred to life, crews scrambling. His binoculars fixed on the lone An-26 transport, vulnerable on the tarmac. People sprinted toward it. Time was running out. He adjusted his grip on the launcher, eyes flicking back to the choppers. The night was about to explode. The first Mi-24 helicopter clawed its way into the sky, engines straining against the high-altitude winds as mortar explosions erupted across the airfield. A white-hot phosphorus shell landed dangerously close to another hind, its sudden flare igniting the aircraft's fuel tanks. The crew barely escaped, one man engulfed in flames as they tumbled clear moments before the fireball consumed their helicopter and a second gunship nearby. Through the smoke and chaos, the final Hind managed to lift off, its navigation lights dark as it vanished into the night. The archer knew they'd return, these Soviet birds always did, but taking out 2 on the ground already exceeded his expectations. The battlefield had descended into pure chaos. Mortar rounds exploded ahead of advancing troops, gunfire flashed in the darkness, and the air filled with the raw sounds of war, shouts, curses, the agonized cries of the wounded. At this distance, Russian and Afghan voices blurred together, but the archer didn't care. His focus was locked on the sky. He didn't need to warn Abdul. The younger fighter was already scanning for the telltale heat signatures of enemy aircraft. The missile launcher's seeker head remained silent, finding nothing but cold night air. Then movement, the An-26 transport, its engines whining to life as mortar impacts crept closer. The archer calculated the plane's likely escape path. In this thin mountain air, the pilot would need every advantage turning into the wind, banking left over the least defended stretch of runway. He nudged Abdul and sprinted to intercept, boots crunching on frozen earth. When he stopped, the An-26 was already rolling, bouncing violently across the uneven ground. He raised the launcher, and instantly the Seeker screamed to life, locking onto the transport's glowing engines. Inside the cockpit, the co-pilot barked commands over the engine roar. Their Tori was some Tiver. VR rotate. The pilot hauled back on the controls, and the An-26's nose lifted, its wheels retracting the moment they left the ground. A sharp right turn took them away from the worst of the ground fire, the navigator frantically ejecting flares not for illumination, but deception. The Archer ignored the fireworks. He tracked the rhythm of the flares, waiting for the brief window when the missile's Seeker would see past the decoys. His finger hovered over the trigger as the plane reached its closest point 900 meters out. Another flare burst then. Now it disport Gitsi. The Seeker reacquired its target. He fired. The launcher kicked against his shoulder like a living thing, the world narrowing to that distant speck of flame. The missile streaked upward just as the navigator released another flare too late. The impact shattered the left engine in a fireball. Inside the cabin, shock gave way to frantic action as the flight engineer killed the burning turbine, but the Archer was already moving. One less bird returning to Kabul tonight. The pilot swiftly executed emergency procedures, cutting fuel supply, killing electrical systems, feathering the prop, and triggering the fire suppression. Wrestling the controls, he stomped the right rudder to counter the sudden yaw from the failed left engine while forcing the nose down a risky move. But speed meant survival. The engineer's voice crackled through the chaos. The port fuel tank was leaking, yet Kabul lay just 60 miles ahead. Then chaos escalated. Engine 1 fire warning. Someone shouted. Hit the extinguisher. Gone dark, all systems dead. Eyes locked forward. The pilot ignored the flicker of flames in his periphery. Altitude bled away. The ground rushed up. Flaps 10 degrees, he barked, gambling on airspeed. The co-pilot's adjustment proved fatal. Damaged hydraulics gave way, retracting the left flaps abruptly. The plane lurched violently, nearly flipping before the pilot wrenched it level. But they were falling fast, the thin mountain air robbing lift. Desperate, he maxed the surviving engine and prayed ground effect might cushion the impact. At the last second, landing lights revealed a jagged field. Teeth clenched, he steered between boulders. The crash came not with a whimper, but a furious snarl, not fear, but defiance. From his perch, the Archer watched the missile's flare connect. A pause. Then the telltale fire trail. The explosion bloomed near the escape route, close enough to inspect at first light. But the whir of rotors sent him scrambling. Abdul, swift as any professional, already prepped a fresh launcher. The Archer scanned the dawn-lit sky, unaware the Ghazni offensive was collapsing. Soviet troops, roused by the ambush, had fortified in minutes. Afghan forces, firing at shadows, faltered under a storm of machine gun fire. The chieftain's rallying cry ended abruptly as tracer rounds lifted him off his feet. Leaderless, the Mujahideen broke ranks, their retreat a hailstorm of wild shots. Momentum vanished like smoke in the wind. The Soviet officer immediately grasped the situation, but held back from chasing on foot. That's what his helicopters were for. The Archer sensed trouble the moment Russian mortar teams began launching flares from an unexpected position. Overhead, a Hind gunship was already unleashing rockets and machine gun fire on the guerrillas, but the Archer couldn't get a solid lock. Then came the frantic shouts of his fellow fighters, not the battle cries of an advancing force, but the desperate warnings of men in full retreat. He steadied himself, focusing on his weapon. This was when his skills would matter most. Abdul, attach the spare Seeker to the second launcher, he ordered. The young fighter worked quickly, securing the unit in under a minute. There. Abdul pointed. Here and though right. The archer spotted the Hind's rocket bursts lighting up the night sky. He swung his launcher toward the flashes and was rewarded with the familiar lock-on tone. Estimating distance in the dark was impossible, but hesitation wasn't an option. He waited for the tone to stabilize, then fired his second stinger of the night. This time, the Hind's pilot saw the missile coming. Hovering just above the drifting flares, he yanked the collective down, diving into their midst. The maneuver worked. The missile lost its lock and streaked harmlessly past, detonating near a flare instead. The pilot wasted no time, banking hard, and ordering his gunner to saturate the missile's origin with rockets. The archer ducked behind his boulder as explosions erupted nearby. This pilot wasn't just skilled, he was cunning. Reaching for the second launcher, the archer felt a grim satisfaction. He'd prayed for this kind of duel. But the Hind had vanished. Where would it strike next? The pilot knew his craft, using the wind to mask his approach while calling for fresh flares on the perimeter. The Soviets were determined to eliminate every missile threat. While another Hind hammered the retreating guerrillas, this one hunted their Stinger teams, a mission the pilot relished. He stayed just beyond the missile's known range, waiting for the flares to expose his prey. The archer swept his seeker in slow arcs, knowing the Hind would follow Soviet tactics, dancing unpredictably to evade detection. Twice the seeker chirped before losing the signal. "Movement at 10 o'clock, the gunner called. "Wrong sector," the pilot muttered, adjusting his cyclic as he scanned the terrain. The Soviets had studied captured Stingers, learning their limits. He knew he was safely out of range, but if fired upon, he'd trace the missile back to its source and strike before a second shot could be taken. "Give me the smoke rocket," the archer said. Abdul handed over the small, fin device, a cheap training tool, meant to simulate missile attacks for you. Pilots. It flew straight for a few seconds, trailing smoke, but that was all. A $6 decoy in a deadly game of cat and mouse. The Stinger missiles had originally been handed to the Mujahideen just to intimidate Soviet pilots when their surface-to-air defenses ran dry, but the archer had turned them into something far more effective. Abdul sprinted 100 yards and positioned the missile on its crude wire launcher, then hurried back to his leader's side, dragging the firing cable behind him. "Where are you hiding, Russian?" The archer muttered into the darkness. The gunner beside him tensed. "Movement ahead, I saw it." Without hesitation, the pilot triggered his controls, sending 2 rockets streaking into the distance. They struck the earth over a mile away, well off to the archer's flank. "Now," the archer barked, locking his seeker onto the origin point of the enemy fire. The infrared sensor beeped steadily. The Soviet pilot flinched as a fiery trail arced toward him, but it quickly became obvious. The missile would miss, launched too close to his previous position. "Nefter kem the craft," the gunner yelled, unleashing a torrent of machine gun fire at the spot. Tracers lit up the night, bullets kicking up dirt just to the archer's right. This gunner was skilled his aim, deadly precise, but in exposing his position, he gave the archer the perfect target. The third Stinger roared to life. 2 of them. The gunner shouted over the radio. The pilot yanked his stick hard, diving and twisting, but without decoy flares, evasion was hopeless. The missile slammed into a rotor blade, sending the helicopter plummeting like a rock. Though the pilot managed to cushion the crash, the impact still rattled his spine. Against all odds, the wreck didn't ignite. Armed figures swarmed the cockpit one. A Russian captain peered inside. "You alive, comrade?" The pilot groaned. "My back." The archer didn't stick around to watch. He'd pushed his luck enough for one night. Leaving the spent launchers behind, he and Abdul sprinted to rejoin their retreating fighters. A Soviet pursuit could have caught them, but their commander held back, opting to circle the area with the lone surviving chopper. News of their leader's death reached them within the hour. Dawn would bring Soviet jets hunting them in the open. They had to reach the Rocky Highlands fast. But first, the Archer had unfinished business. Taking Abdul and 3 others, he backtracked to the downed transport. Every destroyed aircraft had to be scavenged for anything the CIA might want payment for the stingers. Colonel Filatov closed the diary, his fingers stiff from hours of writing. Bondarenko was right. His grasp of technical details defied his modest education. After 4 decades in the Defense Ministry's upper ranks, Misha had taught himself everything from gas masks to encrypted radios. And now lasers. He might not have understood the equations behind them, but he could describe the hardware as well as the engineers who built it. The implications of what he'd transcribed were terrifying. Strategic defense systems were never purely defensive, just as no weapon was inherently offensive. Like beauty, their nature depended on who wielded them. War had always been about balancing attack and defense. Soviet nuclear doctrine, Misha mused, was far more practical than the West's. The Russians didn't treat nuclear war as some unthinkable horror. They saw it as a problem to solve. Imperfect, yes, but then again, so was the world. Following the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, a turning point that claimed the life of Colonel Oleg Penkovsky, the recruiter of Filatov's Soviet military doctrine shifted toward a single guiding principle: damage limitation. The real challenge wasn't obliterating an adversary with nuclear firepower. That was disturbingly straightforward. The trick lay in ensuring enough remained intact afterward to negotiate an end to hostilities. For Soviet strategists, the greater concern was shielding their homeland from nuclear annihilation. Having endured 2 devastating world wars, each claiming 20 million lives, Russia had no appetite for further destruction. This wasn't just a tactical dilemma, it was deeply political. Marxism-Leninism framed history as an inevitable march toward global socialist enlightenment, a belief as unshakable to its followers as religious faith. Yet not everyone shared this vision, and the West's chaotic, unpredictable nature made it particularly dangerous. Communist ideology dismissed Western resistance as the dying gasps of capitalism, but beneath the rhetoric lurked unease. Like a card shark who'd stacked the deck yet still feared a wild stroke of luck, Soviet leaders knew victory was destined but not guaranteed. The West's lack of ideological cohesion made its actions erratic. And in the nuclear age, one miscalculation by an impulsive American president, or even a reckless British or French leader, could erase the user from the map. So, the Soviet military poured resources into perfecting weapons like the SS-18, a monstrously precise missile built for one grim purpose: to vaporize America's Minuteman silos, bomber bases, and submarine fleets before they could retaliate. Leveling cities was child's play. Surgically dismantling an enemy's nuclear arsenal? That required cold, calculated brilliance and a willingness to spend whatever it took. Because in their darkest moments, even the most devout Marxists understood that faith alone wouldn't stop a nuclear warhead. Most of these missile sites were deliberately placed far from populated areas, meaning an attack to disarm the West could theoretically happen without triggering global annihilation. Meanwhile, the U.S. lacked enough precision warheads to pose the same threat against Soviet missiles, giving the Russians a clear edge in a potential counterforce strike, one targeting weapons rather than cities. The real weak spot was at sea. Over half of America's nuclear arsenal rode on submarines. And while the U.S. Navy believed their missile subs had never been shadowed by Soviet forces, the truth was more unsettling. In nearly 3 decades, Soviet subs had managed to track them exactly 3 times, never for more than 4 hours. Despite decades of effort, Soviet naval commanders admitted they'd likely never crack the problem. Ironically, the Americans couldn't reliably track their own boomers either. Yet they had no trouble keeping tabs on Soviet missile subs, which was why Moscow kept most of its warheads on land. Then came the game changer. The U was about to deploy Trident D5 missiles, submarine-launched weapons, with pinpoint accuracy capable of taking out hardened targets. This mirrored the Soviets' own strategy, but with a terrifying twist. The system relied on GPS satellites. Without them, American subs couldn't pinpoint their locations accurately enough to strike. The nuclear balance, with its warped logic, was shifting yet again as it did every generation. Early strategists understood that missiles were offensive tools with a defensive purpose. The power to annihilate the enemy was supposed to prevent war while securing peace. But when both sides had that power, the old tactic of unilateral intimidation collapsed into mutual deterrence, a standoff where defense meant threatening to slaughter civilians rather than protecting your own. Misha scowled. Not even the most primitive tribes had conceived something so grotesque. Yet here were the world's so-called advanced nations clinging to this madness. Deterrence worked, but it meant living under a sword hanging by a thread. The Soviets, at least, had tried to tilt the scales. By designing a strategic arsenal capable of crippling the West in a crisis, they believed they could dictate how a nuclear war would unfold. To them, Western refusal to admit victory was possible in such a war was just another form of surrender. Behind the scenes, though, both sides had quietly sought alternatives. Since the 1950s, research into missile defense had simmered Shagan in Siberia, became a hub for Soviet experiments. By the late 1960s, they'd nearly deployed a functional system until Mir-Vs rendered it obsolete overnight. A bitter irony that set both superpowers back to square one. The eternal tug-of-war between offensive and defensive military technology had historically favored attack over protection until now. With the emergence of laser weaponry and advanced computer-guided energy projection systems, the game had changed entirely. Bondarenko's report to Colonel Filatov revealed something unthinkable. A viable missile defense system was no longer just theoretical. This seismic shift meant nuclear strategy could finally return to a balanced interplay between offense and defense, merging both into a cohesive plan. For career soldiers, this was a relief in principle, who wanted to be remembered as the architect of mass destruction. But the tactical implications were unsettling. Every advantage came with a cost. Every move invited a countermove. An effective American defense network could render the entire Soviet nuclear arsenal obsolete. Why, if defenses could intercept SS-18 missiles before they struck land-based silos, the Soviets' carefully planned first strike strategy, their only hope of minimizing damage to the motherland, would collapse. Billions spent on ballistic missiles would vanish like cash tossed into the ocean. But the real danger ran deeper. Just as Roman legionnaires used their shields not just for protection, but as a tool to strike without fear, Shat had become a cover for aggression. An adversary might launch a crippling first strike, then hide behind its defenses to blunt retaliation. Of course, reality was messier than theory. No system was flawless, and even if it worked, Filatov knew politicians would find a way to misuse it. Some things never changed. Strategic defense added a volatile new variable to the equation. Even the most advanced system couldn't stop every warhead, and the loss of 20 million citizens was unthinkable, even for the Kremlin. But a rudimentary shield might disrupt counterforce strategies enough to tilt the balance. If the Soviets deployed it first, America's limited counterforce arsenal would be outmatched, preserving the strategic edge Moscow had spent decades building. The Soviets could dominate both offense and defense, overwhelming missile accuracy to wipe out silos, a shield to blunt retaliation, and the ability to blind America's sea-based nukes by destroying GPS satellites. Without precision guidance, those missiles could still level cities, but hitting hardened targets would be impossible. Filatov's nightmare scenario played out like a Soviet war game. A crisis in the Middle East, clumsy Western interference, and escalating nuclear threats. Intelligence would warn of an imminent strike, prompting the SS-18 regiments and laser defenses to mobilize. While diplomats fumbled to de-escalate, NATO would flex its muscles, maybe sinking a Soviet ship, maybe massing troops on the East German border. And then, global panic, with the world holding its breath as the clock ticked toward midnight. As tensions between the superpowers reached their breaking point, the Soviet High Command prepared to execute their devastating first strike. 300 SS-18 missiles would roar to life, each armed with multiple warheads targeting America's Minuteman silos with surgical precision. Secondary strikes would focus on submarine pens and bomber bases, not out of mercy, but cold pragmatism. Why waste megatons on empty runways when you could cripple their retaliatory forces instead? Meanwhile, space-based lasers would blind you. Reconnaissance satellites while sparing communication networks, a twisted olive branch amid the coming firestorm. Misha knew the Americans would be caught flat-footed. KGB intelligence painted a damning picture of their command systems, glitch-ridden and psychologically vulnerable. Sure, surviving Minutemen might launch a ragged counterstrike, but most would slam into empty concrete coffins while Soviet defenses swatted the rest from the sky. Within an hour, Washington would grasp the grim arithmetic. Their submarine fleet rendered useless, their cities still standing by Kremlin design. That's when the real game would begin, the frantic hotline messages, the desperate pauses for breath. Because annihilation was easy, restraint took discipline. Filatov almost smiled at the irony. These monstrous ICBMs, which had turned warfare into a button-pushing nightmare, might finally be tamed by defensive shields. Let soldiers fight soldiers again, not vaporize nurseries from continents away. He rubbed his tired eyes, too late for philosophy. Bondarenko's dead and needed photographing before dawn. The archer's boots crunched on frost as he crested the ridge. Below, the plane's carcass sprawled like a broken toy wing snapped off, fuselage scattered in grotesque fragments. 10 men fanned out, scavenging for guns and papers while he and Abdul headed for the tail section. Death here played favorites. Some bodies looked serene, frozen mid-sleep. Others were red jigsaw puzzles. 6 Russian uniforms, 1 with KGB insignia. The captain's lips were flecked with pink foam, alive long enough to drown in his own blood. A kick rolled him over, revealing the prize. A briefcase chained to his wrist. The archer's knife glinted in the Predon light. The archer crouched low, examining the handcuff clamped around the wrist. No easy release, just his luck. With a resigned sigh, he pulled out his blade, ready to sever it from the lifeless limb. As he twisted the arm into position, the corpse suddenly convulsed. A shrill scream tore through the air, sending the archer stumbling backward. It tertiary purse that sieve. He dropped to his knees, leaning close only to be met with a wet, choking gasp as blood spattered his face. The man's blue eyes flew open, glazed with terror. His lips moved soundlessly, forming words lost to agony. "Search the others," the archer barked at his companion before turning back. "Privet Ruski," he muttered in Pashto, flicking the knife near the officer's pupils. The captain spasmed. Fully conscious now, every breath a ragged struggle. Broken ribs, maybe worse. The archer patted him down, ignoring the man's whimpers until a garbled plea cut through. Ni uvuve. "Don't kill me." The wallet yielded photos first. A woman. Plain but radiant, her smile the kind that lingers in memory. Then the boy. A toddler, grinning mischief. The next image hit like a gut punch. The same child, bald and skeletal, smiling through what could only be death's doorstep. The archer's grip tightened. Sin. He demanded. The Russian wheezed. Dead. Lace door, Henzer. For a heartbeat, the pain in his eyes shifted to something pure loss. That did it. The knife slid back into its sheath. Mercy, unexpected and inconvenient, settled over the archer like a command. A jingle from the man's pocket keys. One freed the cuffs. The other popped open a briefcase crammed with files marked secret in bold Cyrillic. "You'll meet a friend of mine," the archer said, hauling him up. "If you survived the ride." Half a world away, the president's phone rang. "How bad?" He snapped. "Bad enough," Judge Moore replied. "We'll need Ryan and Major Gregory to walk you through it." A desk calendar snapped shut. 11 o'clock. "Don't be late." Ryan was still standing when Moore's summons came. "Gregory can handle the science," he said, grabbing his notes. "But this? This'll keep him up at night." Jack was currently in a meeting with Admiral Greer and Mr. Tavin. Ritter, when he turned to Judge Moore with a question. "Is General Parks joining us as well?" The Director of Central Intelligence gave a brief nod before Jack pressed further. "What kind of visual materials should I prepare for the briefing?" Moore took a moment to consider, rubbing his temple. "Let's keep it straightforward, no need to overwhelm him. A few contextual images and a clear schematic should suffice." "You really believe this is significant?" Jack leaned forward, his tone measured. "It's not an imminent danger by any means, but it's an unwelcome complication. The impact on arms negotiations is unpredictable." "I don't see a direct link," Moore cut in with a dry chuckle. "There isn't one. At least, we're fairly confident there isn't." Ryan exhaled sharply. "Judge, there's intel circulating on this that I haven't been briefed on." Moore raised an eyebrow. "And how exactly did you figure that out?" Jack didn't hesitate. "Last Friday, I dug through archived files on Soviet missile defense. Back in '81, they conducted a major test at Sarishagan. We had detailed intel down to the fact that mission parameters were altered by the Defense Ministry. Those orders were hand-delivered to Captain Marco Ramius. He gave me his side of the story, and when I cross-referenced it with other fragments I've stumbled across, it points to someone high-ranking feeding us information." Moore's expression darkened. "What other fragments?" Jack hesitated, then plunged ahead. "When the Red October defected, you showed me a report sourced deep within their defense ministry codenamed Willow. I've only seen that designation once more, on an unrelated defense file. That suggests a highly classified asset with rotating identifiers. If I'm not cleared for it, it must be compartmentalized. And 2 weeks ago, you mentioned Gregory's Dushanbe analysis was corroborated by other assets." Priest smirked. "You pay me to connect dots, Judge. I don't mind being kept in the dark, but if I'm briefing the president, I need the full picture." Moore gestured to a chair. "Sit down, Ryan." He didn't bother asking if Jack had shared his suspicions. Was it time to bring him deeper into the fold? After a pause, Moore allowed himself a sly grin. "You've actually met him." As Moore elaborated, Jack leaned back, eyes shut. The pieces clicked. Christ. And he's the one funneling us intel. But can we even act on it? "We've utilized his technical data before," Moore said. "Most of it's been actionable. Do we loop in the president?" Jack asked. Moore shook his head. "His call, not ours. He made it clear he wants results, not operational details. Politicians talk too much. We've lost assets because of loose lips, not just in the Oval Office, but on Capitol Hill too. Jack glanced out the window at the skeletal trees. Judge, sometimes I wonder what's more unsettling. The secrets we know or the ones we don't. Moore gave a knowing nod. That's the job, Ryan. These Xavier, prep your notes. No mention of our friend unless absolutely necessary. I'll handle that part. Back in his office, Jack ran a hand through his hair. He'd long suspected he had access to intel the president didn't. Now he had confirmation. The question gnawing at him wasn't whether he deserved to know, it was whether knowing made anything easier. His thoughts were consumed by the gravity of this operative and the intelligence he carried. History had shown the weight of such moments Richard Sorge in Japan, whose urgent warnings Stalin ignored, or Oleg Penkovsky, whose Soviet military secrets may have averted nuclear catastrophe in Cuba. Now, another shadow figure had emerged. It didn't strike him as odd that within the CIA, he alone had seen the agent's face, but not his name. Nor did he question why Director Moore had deliberately avoided looking at Cardinal's photograph for years. A choice even the deputy directors couldn't explain. The shrill ring of the phone cut through the quiet. A hand fumbled beneath tangled blankets, grabbing the receiver. Hello, Estebeka Prizigday. Morning, Candy. Al Gregory's tired voice crackled from Langley. 2,000 miles away, Doctor. Candace Long rolled over, squinting at the clock. You at the airport yet? Still in D. Babe, if things go right, I'll catch a flight tonight. He exhaled, the exhaustion evident. What's going on? She murmured, still half asleep. Just some test results I need to explain to the higher-ups. He skirted the truth, breaking protocol just enough to ease her worry. All right. Call me when you're headed back. I'll pick you up. She yawned, oblivious to his minor breach. Love you. Love you too. She hung up, eyeing the clock again. Another hour of sleep, maybe. She'd hitch a ride with a coworker later. Al's car was still parked at the lab, waiting for their reunion. Behind the wheel, Jack Ryan found himself playing chauffeur to Major Gregory again, while Moore escorted General Parks in the agency's sleek limo. You asked before, what are the odds? We'll crack what the Soviets are up to in Dushanbe. Jack hesitated, then figured Gregory would hear it all soon enough. We've got eyes on the ground, trying to figure out their power surge. I'd kill to know how you pull that off, Gregory mused. No, you wouldn't. Jack's grip tightened on the wheel. One slip and people die. The Russians don't play nice with traitors. Rumor has it they once shoved a guy into a crematorium alive. Gregory scoffed. Come on, nobody's that major. Step outside your lab sometime. The world's uglier than you think. 5 years back, they came after my family. Flew across the country just to take a shot. Oh, you're that Ryan. Ancient history, Jack muttered. He was sick of reliving it. Gregory pressed, but you've seen real combat. What's it like? Not a damn picnic. You either keep your head or lose it. Panic comes later, if you're lucky. You mentioned you were a Marine. Milkas de Piriksen. At least someone taught me how not to freeze up. Back when you were still in algebra class, he almost added. Enough war stories. Ever met the president? No, sir. Call me Jack. He's sharp, don't let the sleepy act fool you. Uses it to throw politicians off. They fall for that? Gregory grinned. Some do. Jack chuckled. Ernie Allen be their state's arms control guy. Old school diplomat, Ivy League brain. Knows his stuff. But he wants to bargain away my research. Why's the president keep him around? Because Ernie gets results. Doesn't matter if he agrees, he's a pro. Like a surgeon. Doesn't have to like you to fix what's broken. The car rolled on, the weight of secrets hanging between them. Somewhere ahead, a meeting loomed where words could spark a war or stop one. Mr. Pryden. Alan has this uncanny ability to endure the mind-numbing grind of negotiations, something you clearly haven't mastered, right? Jack chuckled, shaking his head as he navigated through the sluggish traffic. People imagine high-stakes talks as some adrenaline-fueled showdown, but trust me, it's the opposite. Picture two sides regurgitating the same points like a broken record, every 15 minutes, day after day. Then, after what feels like an eternity, one side tweaks a single word and the cycle starts anew. The other side scrambles to consult their superiors, counters with another microscopic adjustment, and the whole tedious dance continues. Weeks bleed into months, sometimes years. Not typical coal. He thrives on it, finds it thrilling. Me, I'd rather chew glass. After a week, I'd happily declare war just to escape the monotony. He flashed a grin. But don't print that. It's like watching grass grow, only less exciting. Yet somehow, it matters, and it takes a special breed to stomach it. Ernie's a cantankerous old coot, but damn if he doesn't deliver results. General Parks is talking about shutting us down, Gregory muttered. Be my guest, ask him yourself. I'd love to hear the answer, Jack replied, tailing the CIA limo as it turned off Pennsylvania Avenue. Moments later, they were cooling their heels in the West Wind's reception area, beneath a replica of Washington crossing the Delaware, waiting while the judge huddled with National Security Advisor Jeffrey Pelt. The president was wrapping up with the Commerce Secretary, his voice muffled through the oak door. Finally, a Secret Service agent ushered them down the hall. The Oval Office, Jack noted not for the first time, was disappointingly small, like a movie set that couldn't live up to the hype. They were gestured toward a sofa near the north wall, but neither sat. The president stood by his desk, radiating that practiced blend of authority and charm. Gregory looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, and Jack suppressed a smirk, remembering his own first visit. Even the most jaded insiders admitted the room had a way of shrinking your confidence. Jack, good to see you, the president boomed, crossing the room to shake his hand. And you must be Major Gregory, the general's golden boy. Why, yes, sir, Gregory croaked, then corrected himself, face flushing. I mean, Mr. President. Relax. Coffee? The president gestured to a tray on his desk. Gregory's eyes nearly popped when the commander-in-chief handed him a cup. Jack bit his lip. The man had a gift for disarming people, or at least making them think they were disarmed. The coffee routine was a masterstroke. Though Jack suspected it often left visitors more rattled than soothed. Major, your reputation precedes you, the president continued, settling beside Pelt. Parks tells me you're his best. Let's get to it. Jack unzipped his portfolio, sliding a satellite image onto the table. Mr. President, this is Sait Bak mountainous terrain southeast of Dushanbe, Tajikistan, roughly 70 miles from Afghanistan. Elevation, 7,600 feet. We've monitored it for 2 years. He placed another photo beside it. Sari Shagan. The Soviets have run missile defense experiments here for decades. This sector, likely a laser testing range. We believe they achieved a power breakthrough 2 years ago, then retrofitted Bak to support it. Last week, they conducted what we assess was a full capacity test. He tapped the image. This array. That's their laser emitter. And they used it to fry one of our satellites? Pelt cut in. Gregory nodded. Reduced it to molten scrap, sir. Lab jargon, slagged it down. The scientists had channeled an immense amount of energy into the system, enough to partially melt the metal components and completely obliterate the solar panels. The president turned to Gregory, frustration evident in his voice. We still can't match that output. Gregory shook his head. No, sir. Our current setup can't generate that kind of power at the emitter. The president's tone sharpened. How did they outpace us? We've poured billions into laser research, haven't we, General? Parks shifted uneasily but kept his voice steady. The Russians have been just as aggressive, Mr. President. Their fusion research gave them a head start. They've been funneling resources into high-energy physics for decades, originally for fusion reactors. About 15 years back, they merged that with missile defense. When you invest that much time and brainpower, breakthroughs happen. They developed the radio frequency quadrupole, which we now use in our own particle beam tests. They pioneered the tokamak containment system, which Princeton later replicated, and they created the gyrotron. 3 game-changing innovations, all theirs. We've adapted some for our STI program, and you can bet they've done the same. The president leaned in. So what do we know about this test? Gregory took over. We traced the origin to Dushanbe, Sari-Shagan, and Semipalatinsk. We're out of visual range. It wasn't infrared. Cobra Bell's sensors would have caught that. My guess? A free electron laser. Judge Moore cut in. You tempt quintuple. That's exactly what they used. Gregory nodded. Same tech we're developing under T-Clipper. It's the most promising for weaponization. The president raised an eyebrow. Why's that, Major? Efficiency, sir. The laser operates using free electrons detached from atoms accelerated in a vacuum. A low-energy laser aligns with the electron stream, and electromagnets oscillate the particles sideways. The result? A tunable beam like adjusting a radio. You can recycle the electrons, keeping them energized, which boosts output. In theory, you could convert 40% of input energy into the beam. At that scale, you could take out anything in sight. The power required is trivial compared to, say, the electricity used by American microwaves. The real challenge? Making it functional. We haven't cracked it yet. The president's interest deepened. What's the holdup? Gregory exhaled. The lasing cavity's the bottleneck. If it's too narrow, the energy density destroys the optics, mirrors, and coatings vaporize. But they've solved it. My guess. They've found a way to stabilize the electron stream as it loses energy, maybe magnetic buffering, or the president interrupted. So while we're stuck in the lab, they're already field testing. A tense silence followed. Outside, a distant helicopter thrummed, a reminder of the stakes. Gregory finally said, "Yes, sir." And if they've scaled this up, we're playing catch-up in a race they might have already won. Controlling the magnetic field presents a dual challenge. Not only must you gradually adjust its containment strength, but you also have to maintain the oscillating motion simultaneously. We haven't cracked that yet, but the Soviets likely have, thanks to their fusion research. After all, fusion energy relies on magnetic fields to trap high-energy plasma, which isn't all that different from what we are attempting free electrons. Most of the foundational work in this area comes from Russia. They've outpaced us simply by investing more time and resources where it counts. The president nodded and turned to CIA Director Arthur Moore. What's your assessment? Moore adjusted his glasses before responding. Major Gregory's briefing aligns with our findings. We've confirmed the Soviets operate 6 free electron lasers at their Dushanbe facility. They've made a significant leap in power output, though we're still piecing together how. General Parks cut in. Can you get those details? Moore didn't flinch. We're working on it. With luck, we'll know by month's end. The president leaned forward. So they've built a powerful laser. But is it a weapon? Parks shook his head. Not yet, sir. Thermal blooming remains an issue. They haven't replicated our adaptive optics. They've scavenged plenty of Western tech, but that's one piece still missing. Without it, they can't relay beams via orbital mirrors like we do. Still, they could cripple low-orbit satellites. Sure, we can armor them, but it's the age-old arms race defenses rarely keep up with offenses. Ernie Allen scoffed from the corner. Which is exactly why we should scrap these weapons before they escalate. Parks shot him a glare, but Allen pressed on. This isn't just about satellites. If we ignore this, verification treaties become meaningless and intelligence gathering collapses into chaos. Progress can't be stopped, Parks countered. Allen rolled his eyes. Progress. We're negotiating to slash arsenals in half. Meanwhile, your South Atlantic test missed half its shots, hardly reassuring. Ryan braced for an explosion, but Parks merely smirked. That was a first trial, mister. Qued speulf, sifferkitakastrist. Half the shots hit, and all targets were neutralized in under a second. Major Gregory here will refine the targeting by summer, right? Major. Gregory straightened. Absolutely, sir. Just a few code tweaks. Parks turned back to the president. If Moore's team deciphers the Soviet power boost, we'll have the rest operational in 2 to 3 years. Then we talk deployment. Allen crossed his arms. And when the Soviets start blasting your mirrors out of orbit, ground lasers won't do much beyond guarding New Mexico. Parks grinned. Finding them won't be easy. We'll position them between 300 and 1,000 miles up, cloaked with stealth tech. Small, lightweight, harder to spot than your average satellite. The sheer scale of space makes this strategy viable. There are thousands of debris fragments orbiting Earth, and no one could possibly clean them all up. Parks leaned back, clearly satisfied with his assessment. The president turned to Ryan. Jack, you've been analyzing Soviet strategy. What's your take? Ryan adjusted his glasses before responding. Sir, the Soviets have spent decades and billions on defense because they genuinely believe in protecting their homeland. Remember what Kosygin said under Johnson? Defense is moral. Offense is immoral. That's not just communist rhetoric, it's a deeply Russian mindset. And honestly, I can't fault the logic. If we're entering a new arms race, at least this one would be defensive. Hard to wipe out cities with a laser. Allen cut in sharply. But it destabilizes the entire power balance. Ryan shrugged. The current balance is stable, sure, but it's also insane. Somehow, it keeps the peace. Peace. Ryan scoffed. What we have is a never-ending crisis. Cutting warhead stockpiles in half changes nothing. Even a 2/3 reduction leaves enough firepower to incinerate entire nations. The Moscow Agreement. Just political theater. It doesn't make anyone safer. Parks chuckled. Hey, if my target list gets shorter, I won't complain. Allen shot him a glare. The president tapped the table. If we crack the Soviet tech, what's our timeline? Gregory straightened up. 3 years for a prototype, 5 to 10 for full deployment. It's engineering, not reinventing the wheel like Apollo all over again. Allen raised an eyebrow. Confident, aren't you? Gregory didn't flinch. Absolutely. We all want the same thing, no nukes. Maybe we can help get you there. Ryan hid a grin. A knock interrupted them. The president checked his watch. I've got a lunch meeting on the drug initiative. Dismissed. As they filed out through the concealed door, Ryan nudged Gregory. "Nice work, kid." Meanwhile, Candy Long climbed into a sleek Nissan 300ZX, its driver her old friend Dr. Beatrice Tausig, brilliant, bold, and perpetually speeding. Bia's flashy style designer suit, silk scarf, clay-roll blonde hair clashed with Candy's practicality. "They're a knight?" Bo asked, already accelerating. Candy gripped her seatbelt. Riding with Bo was always an adrenaline rush. Candy adjusted her wrinkled lab coat, knowing no one cared what she wore beneath it, except Al, though his interest went a layer deeper. She smirked at the thought, then sighed. "I sleep better when he's around." "Where'd he take off to?" Ba asked, gripping the wheel as she merged onto the highway. The morning sun stretched long shadows across the asphalt. "Washington?" Candy replied, bracing herself as the car lurched forward. Bee drove like she was in a Fast and Furious movie, not morning traffic. "Why?" Candy rolled her eyes. "Some test results came in. He's got to explain them to Al, whoever needs explaining." Bo snorted, weaving into a tight gap between two sedans, earning a furious honk. She grinned, unfazed. Her mind wandered whatever test Al was discussing. It definitely wasn't domestic. And honestly, how many people needed him to clarify anything? She side-eyed Candy. Sweet, brilliant Candy, stuck with a guy whose car smelled like stale Twinkies. Love really was blind and tragically forgiving. "He'll call tonight," Candy added. "I'll pick up his car from the lab." "Bring a hazmat suit for the seat," Ba deadpanned. Al's Chevy was a rolling snack wrapper. She shuddered imagining him in any other context, especially that one. Candy deserved better. Maybe someday she'd realize it. "How's Adamant coming along?" Bo asked, shifting gears both literally and figuratively. Sieveler Candy brightened. "Another year, maybe. Wish you were still on the team." Bo shrugged. "I'm better at managing people than mirrors. Besides, I'll never be as sharp as you." "Just sharper cheekbones," Candy teased, her smile tinged with something wistful. Bo held her gaze. "There's still time." Meanwhile, Misha flipped through the freshly printed report. Bondarenko had delivered, translating the technical jargon into something digestible. Misha had crammed laser theory all week, memorizing terms like a student, prepping for finals understanding just enough to parrot it back. The breakthrough wasn't about size, but shape a tweak to the cavity's design that played nice with the magnetic field. Simple yet devastating. The West had cracked it first, as usual. The Soviets would scavenge the materials smuggled through back channels. Some things never changed. The report ended with a footnote. The real bottleneck now? Optics and computing. Misha exhaled. Another race they were already losing. Colonel Filatov leaned back in his chair, mentally reviewing the steps his intelligence units were taking. After a moment, he turned his attention to the laser schematic spread across his desk, studying it until he could visualize every component with his eyes closed. Satisfied, he slipped the report back into its folder and glanced at his watch before pressing the intercom. His secretary, Warrant Officer Yuri, appeared almost instantly. "Yes, Colonel." "Deliver this to Central Files Section 5, top clearance," Filatov ordered. "And where's today's burn bag?" "Right here, sir." "Bring it to me." Yuri hurried out and returned with the heavy canvas sack destined for document disposal. Misha took it and began methodically feeding papers inside. "That'll be all. I'll handle the drop-off on my way out." "Understood, Colonel." "You've earned your rest tonight, Yuri." Once alone, Filatov retrieved additional pages, documents not from the ministry. He made a habit of personally overseeing the burn bag once a week, a routine his staff attributed to his meticulous nature. No one questioned it. Security protocols had long accepted the practice. Minutes later, Misha entered the destruction room, where a young sergeant greeted him warmly. The soldier held open the incinerator chute as the decorated war veteran emptied the bag, watching classified papers vanish into flames. Unbeknownst to the sergeant, he was aiding in the erasure of treasonous evidence. Filatov signed the logbook, exchanged a nod, and left the bag hanging where it belonged before stepping into his waiting car. The evening weighed on him ghosts of the past. Never far but routine carried him forward. Tomorrow would bring another trip to the steam baths, another transfer of secrets. On the drive home, he stopped at an exclusive grocery, bypassing the usual lines. He picked up sausage, dark bread, and a bottle of Stolichnaya, tossing an extra one to his driver, a small kindness for a soldier who appreciated vodka more than rubles. Back in his apartment, Misha retrieved his hidden diary, carefully copying Bondarenko's laser diagram. His gaze flickered occasionally to his wife's photograph, a silent anchor. The report aligned with his notes, requiring only 10 additional pages of precise formulas. His Cardinal dispatches were always concise, a skill honed from years of drafting operational briefs. Gloves on, he moved to the kitchen. Behind the sleek West German refrigerator, a miniature camera clung magnetically to the steel panel. Despite the awkwardness of gloved hands, Misha worked efficiently, snapping photos of the diary pages before rewinding the film. He pocketed the cassette, replaced the camera, and adjusted the blinds, every detail calculated. Scratches on his door lock might suggest a break-in, but appearances were deceiving. Anyone could fake them. Misha knew the truth lay deeper, hidden in the shadows of routine and trust. Once his coded report was safely received in Washington, confirmed by the subtle tire marks left on a specific curb section, Misha would carefully remove the diary pages, tuck them into his coat pocket, and personally deliver them to the ministry. There, he'd feed them into the burn bag before sending them down the disposal chute, a system he himself had overseen 2 decades earlier. Staring at Elena's photograph afterward, Colonel Mikhail Filatov questioned whether he'd made the right choice, but her silent smile offered no judgment. Decades had passed, yet the weight of his actions still gnawed at him. With a resigned sigh, he moved on to the next part of his routine, eating a simple meal of sausage and bread, while the ghosts of his fallen war comrades lingered in his thoughts. He wanted to ask them if his betrayal could ever be justified, but fear kept him silent. Surely they, more than anyone, would understand sacrifice, but he couldn't bear to hear their answer. The vodka did little to ease his conscience, though it dulled his mind enough for sleep. By 10, he stumbled to bed, leaving the lights burning behind him. An hour later, a car rolled past the broad avenue facing Filatov's apartment. Ed Foley, behind the wheel, noted the illuminated windows and drawn shades. As he drove home, another layer of their intricate signaling system fell into place, a sanitation worker marking a lamppost with chalk, an innocuous sign that would guide their team into position. Come morning, another CIA officer would verify the cues. If anything seemed off, Foley could call the whole operation off. Despite the tension, Foley found dark humor in the absurdities of his job. The Russians had unwittingly helped by placing Cardinal's apartment on a busy street, and their botched embassy construction meant his family still lived off-site, forcing him to pass by nightly. Then there was his son's hockey team, a rare bright spot in Moscow. He'd missed that when they left. Junior League was growing on him, though he still preferred soccer over football. Too many injuries in that sport, and his boy would never have the size for it. Home at last, Foley stepped inside, well aware their apartment was wired tighter than a surveillance hub. He kissed Mary Pat, then playfully tickled her ear, a private joke between them, a small rebellion against the constant scrutiny. How was the reception? She asked for the microphones. The usual crap, he replied on cue. Meanwhile, Beatrice Tosig pieced together the puzzle Candy had inadvertently revealed. Though she lacked clearance for certain projects at Los Alamos, the absence of information about an unscheduled test and Al Gregory's sudden helicopter trip to Washington pointed to something major. Gregory might be insufferable, but he was sharp. Whatever the Russians were testing, it was big. The mystery gnawed at her, but curiosity was a luxury she couldn't afford. Dangerous work required discipline. Still, she couldn't help but smile. The thrill was part of the game. 3 bodies remained missing as the Soviet troops combed through the wreckage of the downed An-26 transport plane. A KGB major, his face pale from the gruesome scene, fought back nausea while surveying the carnage. Nearby, a Soviet army captain recently reassigned from advising Afghan puppet forces checked his perimeter guards, his own stomach hardened by years of war. The sight of his Afghan comrade bleeding out after the crash still haunted him, though he doubted the man would survive the desperate surgery attempt. The shattered fuselage had scattered its victims across the hillside. Those in the front section had been drenched in fuel before the flames consumed them, leaving little to identify. The recovery teams had pieced together most of the remains, except for 3. The KGB wasn't usually this thorough with civilian air crashes, but this was no ordinary flight. The missing officer belonged to the 9th Directorate, a security administrator who had been inspecting sensitive sites across the region. His travel documents were classified, but worse, he knew too much names, operations, weaknesses. If he wasn't confirmed dead soon, Moscow would be furious. Left behind a widow, the major muttered. Lost his son just last month to cancer. The captain nodded grimly. Your people better look after her. The major waved a hand dismissively. We have procedures for that. But what if the rebels took him? The captain scoffed. They're scavengers, not archivists. They'd care more about stripping weapons than reading reports. Though if they recognized his uniform. He trailed off, remembering the mutilated corpses he'd seen before. Barbarians, the major spat, watching Afghan troops bagging remains for transport to Ghazni. Shooting down an unarmed plane. Desk jockey didn't even belong here, the major added bitterly. Covering for some fool with gallstones. His real post was Tajikistan, probably took the assignment to distract himself. Meanwhile, miles away, the archer studied his Russian captive. Medical help was scarce, just a French field team holed up in a cave near Hassan Kel. The walking wounded were already en route, while the dying received Swiss morphine to ease their passing. Those with a fighting chance were carried toward Pakistan, though few made it that far. How are you holding up, Russian? The archer asked, knowing the answer wouldn't matter. Survival here was a gamble, and the house always won. The survivors of the grueling 60-mile trek would finally find medical attention at a makeshift hospital near the abandoned Miram Shah airfield. The archer, now the de facto leader of the group after the tribal chief's death, had convinced his fellow fighters that keeping the Russian officer alive was more valuable than executing him, especially since the Americastani would pay handsomely for a captured KGB agent and his intelligence. The burial of their fallen leader had been swift but respectful, his place in paradise assured. As the most experienced warrior left, the archer's authority went unchallenged, though no one could have guessed the unexpected flicker of compassion stirring in him. It baffled even him why now, after years of hardened resolve. He dismissed it as divine intervention. What else could stay his hand from killing a Russian? When the wounded officer groaned in pain, the archer's sympathy had its limits. The Mujahideen's morphine was reserved for their own. Still, when no one was watching, he slipped the Russian the photographs of his family. Just for a moment, the coldness in his eyes thawed. The KGB captain, stunned despite his agony, clutched the pictures to his chest with his uninjured hand. Gratitude and confusion flickered across his face as he thought of his lost son. Pain had become a constant companion, dulling his senses until it almost felt like relief. In his haze, he wondered why he hadn't been executed yet. The stories he'd heard in Moscow about Afghan prisoners didn't end like this. Had his own choices led him here? You can't die, Valery Mikhailovich. Your wife has suffered enough. The thought trailed off as he tucked the photo into his pocket and let darkness take him. He didn't stir when they strapped him to a travoy and moved out. Elsewhere, Misha jolted awake to the phantom echoes of gunfire. Dawn was still hours away. Stumbling into the bathroom, he splashed icy water on his face and dry-swallowed aspirin before retching over the toilet. The mirror reflected a ghost of the man he'd once been sunken eyes. Ashen skin. A face eroded by exhaustion and guilt. Even the scar on his arm felt like a grotesque imitation of flesh. He forced himself to brew coffee with his prized Western machine, a luxury reserved for the elite. Skipping breakfast, he downed the scalding drink in one go, then reached for the phone to summon his car. The day's work wouldn't wait, no matter how much his body protested. Misha had requested an early pickup, careful not to mention his real reason, a morning visit to the baths, but the motor pool sergeant saw right through him. Within 20 minutes, the colonel stepped out of his apartment building, eyes stinging as he squinted against the biting northwest wind that seemed determined to shove him back inside. The sergeant almost reached out to steady him, but Filatov adjusted his stance, bracing against nature's push like an old tank commander mounting his T-34 for battle. Off to the baths, Comrade Colonel. The driver asked once they were moving, grinning as he added, "Did you pawn that vodka I gave you?" "Indeed I did," the young sergeant replied. "Smart lad better than drowning in it." "Now step on it," Misha said with exaggerated solemnity, "or I might not survive the trip." The driver chuckled. "If the Germans couldn't finish you off, Colonel, a little Russian vodka won't either." Misha laughed, despite the throbbing in his skull, amused by the boy's resemblance to his old comrade Romanov. "Ever thought about becoming an officer?" "Thank you, sir, but I'd rather go back to university. My father's a chemical engineer, and I plan to follow in his footsteps." "Lucky man," Misha muttered. "Now let's move." 10 minutes later, they arrived. The sergeant parked in the reserved spot, lighting a cigarette and cracking open a book, far better than slogging through mud with an infantry unit. He checked his watch. The old man wouldn't be back for an hour. Poor bastard, he thought. A war hero, alone like this. Inside, Misha moved through the routine like clockwork, undressing, gathering towels and birch branches, then heading to the steam room. He was earlier than usual, so the usual crowd hadn't arrived yet. Good. He cranked up the heat, letting the steam loosen the vise around his skull. 3 others sat scattered around, none inclined to talk perfect. His jaw ached and the aspirin hadn't kicked in. 15 minutes later, sweat poured down his pale skin as the attendant entered, offering the usual spiel about drinks and the swimming pool code for all clear. Ready for the handoff. Misha wiped his brow theatrically, signaling back. What der tu? The attendant left, and Misha began counting silently. At 2:57, one of the other men stood and left. Misha noted it, but didn't worry he'd done this too many times. At 300, he lurched to his feet and exited without a word. The cooler air of the dressing room hit him, but the other man was still there, chatting with the attendant. Misha waited, feigning patience until the attendant noticed him. As he stepped forward, his foot caught on a loose tile. He stumbled, his good arm flailing. The attendant lunged, barely catching him as the birch branches clattered to the floor. The young man scooped them up, steadying Misha before handing him a fresh towel. "Everything all right, comrade?" The other patron called from across the room. "Fine, thank you," Misha grunted. "Just these old knees and these damn slippery floors." "The floor could definitely use more attention," Misha remarked, wiping his hands on a towel. "Absolutely. Why don't we share a shower?" the man suggested. He was in his 40s, unremarkable except for the redness in his eyes, another heavy drinker. Misha noted instantly. "You fought in the war." "Tank commander." "Took a hit from the last German gun at Kursk, but not before I took him out." "My father was there too. 7th Guards Army under Konev. I was 2nd Tanks, Rokossovsky's command. My final battle. Explains a lot, comrade. S.P. Pilotov. Mikhail Semyonovich. Colonel, tank troops. Clementy Vladimirovich Vatutin. No hero, just doing my part. A pleasure. Respect means something to an old soldier." Vatutin's father had been a political officer at Kursk, retiring as an Ekkad colonel, a path his son followed, joining what later became the KGB. Within 20 minutes, the colonel was gone, and the bath attendant slipped out the back, ducking into the dry cleaners next door. The manager had to be pulled away from oiling a pump in the back room. Security demanded anonymity, no names, no workplace details. The cassette changed hands, 3 bottles of liquor exchanged in return, and the manager returned to his work, pulse racing, as it always did on days like this. He found dark humor in his cover as a supposed CIA asset, a Soviet citizen playing spy for the Americans. The side hustle of bootlegging liquor earned him hard currency rubles, good for Western luxuries. He weighed the perks against the constant tension as he scrubbed machine grease from his hands. 6 months into this cutout chain, he didn't realize his role was about to shift. He'd still move information, just not for Cardinal. Soon, the bathhouse attendant would vanish, and this link would dissolve, leaving no trail for even the KGB's sharpest investigators. 15 minutes later, a regular customer walked in with her English coat and aqua scutum, liner removed. As usual, she insisted on delicate treatment, and as usual, he assured her his shop was the best in the user. No pre-printed receipts here. He scribbled 3 carbon copies by hand. 1 pinned to the coat, 1 filed away, the 3rd after checking the pockets. "Comrade, you left some change. We're honest here." He handed back the coins and the receipt. "And something else. Simple. No one ever checked pockets, east or west." "Such integrity," the woman said with the stiff politeness of Soviet bureaucracy. "We zab, bidet. Next," he called as she left. Svetlana, her name known only to a few, strolled toward the metro, her schedule padded for delays. Moscow's streets teemed with grim-faced citizens, some eyeing her coat with fleeting envy. Her wardrobe was a perk of frequent trips to the West as a Gosplan economist. It was in London that MI6 had recruited her. Placed in the middle of the Cardinal chain, she was a safe bet far from either end, where risks grew sharper. The CIA had few assets in Moscow, and she was one they couldn't afford to lose. Svetlana prided herself on the economic intelligence she provided to the West, though in reality, her value lay more in her role as a courier. Her handlers never bothered to correct her after all. Every spy believes they're delivering the crown jewels of state secrets. There was a twisted thrill in the deception, a game where the stakes were life and death, and she played it with the arrogance of someone who thought herself untouchable. Her father, a high-ranking Central Committee official, had shielded her from consequences her entire life. His influence even secured her frequent trips to Western Europe, a privilege she wore like armor. The Kuznetsky station buzzed with the rhythm of Moscow's rush hour, trains arriving every 30 seconds like clockwork. Svetlana timed her entrance perfectly, gliding toward the platform just as one train departed. She positioned herself near the front of the second car, her foreign-looking attire, earning her space. Locals either stepped aside or stared, unsure if she was a dignitary or just lost. The next train roared in, brakes screeching, and she slipped inside before the crowd could jostle her. No one offered a seat, not that she expected it. Her left hand stayed buried in her coat pocket, fingers curled around the film cassette. She never saw her contact's face, but she knew he was watching. The proof came when a hidden hand, shielded by a newspaper, brushed against her hip before squeezing bold even for Moscow. A smirk tugged at her lips. Maybe he was handsome. Maybe he wasn't. The mystery was half the fun. The train lurched forward, bodies swaying. 2 minutes to Pushkinskaya. She closed her eyes, imagining the man behind the touch, older perhaps, judging by the graying hair she glimpsed when an old woman stumbled into him. The cassette slipped from her grip, clattering to the floor. He dropped to his knees, scrambling like a man half his age. For a heartbeat. She saw the back of his balding head before he snatched it up and vanished into the crowd. Old but quick. She almost laughed. Her handler would have had a stroke if he knew she found the whole thing amusing. Svetlana barely noticed the man with the strong jawline slipping off the train, too distracted by her own fleeting thoughts about what kind of lover he might be. Meanwhile, Boris, a weary KGB night watch officer, had just spotted something unusual on the grimy subway floor, a tiny film cassette far too specialized for an amateur's camera. He hadn't witnessed the exchange, but his instincts flared as he scooped it up, impressed by the older man's smooth retrieval. Exhausted from his shift, and still nursing the bitterness of a stalled career stuck behind a desk after his heart attack cut short his fieldwork in Spain, Boris hesitated. He should have been a colonel by now. But this wasn't the time for resentment. His eyes locked onto the gray-haired man in the brown coat, and despite the familiar twinge in his chest, he gave chase. The platform at Gorky Station was a nightmare, a sea of commuters swallowing his target. Boris, never tall to begin with, cursed under his breath. Crowds were his weakness. Pushing through meant drawing attention, and attention was dangerous. What if this is a test? He thought wildly. What if Second Directorate goons are watching, ready to humiliate him for interfering? His training was rusty, but pride won out. If he screwed up, his own superiors would cover for him probably. Sweating despite the station's chill, he elbowed past irritated commuters until a group of burly laborers blocked his path. Craning his neck, he finally caught sight of the man there. Just as the crowd shifted, the adrenaline dulled the pain in his chest. Whatever happened next, at least he wasn't some paper pusher anymore. For the first time in years, he felt like the agent he used to be. The agent remained motionless, his gaze fixed to the side as the distant rumble of the subway grew louder. The screech of brakes and the hiss of opening doors broke the tension, finally, an escape route. He resisted the urge to glance too frequently at his mark, focusing instead on the chaotic surge of passengers flooding the platform. The train was packed, bodies spilling out as others shoved their way in. His target was already inside, but the crowd at the doors made entry nearly impossible. With a sharp breath, he darted to the rear entrance, forcing his way in just before the doors snapped shut. A cold realization hit him had he been too conspicuous. Too late now. As the train lurched forward, he pushed through the packed car, drawing curious glances from seated passengers. A rustle of newspapers, a quick adjustment of a hat, any of these could be a signal. And one was. Ed Foley, his gloved hand adjusting his glasses, deliberately looked away. The courier's mind raced through his emergency protocols. The film had to be destroyed, yanked from its casing, exposed, and discarded. It had worked before. Foley clenched his jaw, forcing his expression to stay neutral. This wasn't supposed to happen on his watch. The courier remained still, betraying nothing. He exited at the next stop, blending seamlessly into the crowd. In his pocket, his fingers fumbled with the slippery film cassette. The exposed edge was just millimeters long, supposedly enough to pull it free, but his grip kept slipping. The train doors closed behind him, and he moved swiftly, resisting the urge to check for tails. His training kicked in. Find an alley, expose the film, dump it down a sewer grate. Light a cigarette for cover. One smooth motion, and even if questioned, he'd have nothing on him. Stepping onto the escalator, he exhaled. His spy career was over, but instead of dread, relief washed over him. The morning air was crisp, the sky a brilliant blue. Half a block ahead, an alley waited. His cigarette burned down perfectly, just as he'd practiced. Now, if he could just get the damn film out. He yanked off his glove, digging his nails into the cassette. M'empresse success. He crushed the film, pocketed the empty casing, and comrade. The voice was firm, older than expected. The man's sharp brown eyes locked onto him, one hand resting in his coat pocket. Let me see what you're holding. The courier stiffened. Who the hell are you? The man's fingers twitched inside his coat pocket. Show me what you're holding, or I'll end you right here. Major Boris Cherbonov, remember the name. He already sensed the promotion in his future. The stunned expression on the other man's face confirmed it. Back in his office, Foley paced. He dispatched an agent, a sharp-eyed woman, to scan the streets for the drop signal. Praying this was just a false alarm, some overeager businessman rushing to a meeting. But that face, cold, calculated, had screamed professional. Foley leaned against his desk, palms flat on the wood, replaying every move. Where did I slip up? Training kicked in, dissecting each step for errors. Had surveillance picked him up? His usual shadow, a man he nicknamed George, was rarely around. The Russians didn't know his real role, he was certain. Then again, certainty in espionage was a death sentence. That's why he never strayed from protocol, not since the grueling drills at Camp Peary along Virginia's York River. No time to dwell. He strode to comms and fired off a coded telex to Foggy Bottom. Not the usual channels, but a secure box reserved for emergencies. Within minutes, a CIA night officer sped to state to retrieve it. The message seemed harmless, but the subtext screamed danger. Cardinal line compromised. Details incoming. They didn't haul him to Dzerzhinsky Square anymore. The KGB's old fortress, once a labyrinth of torture chambers, had been overrun by bureaucracy. Now, interrogations happened at Lefortovo prison, a stone's throw from the Sputnik cinema. The courier sat alone in a bare room, 3 chairs and a table, his only company. Resistance never crossed his mind, not because Cherbonov had threatened him, but because years under the system had scrubbed the instinct to fight. His fate was sealed. Destiny can't be outrun, he told himself, swallowing the bitter truth. Across the prison, Cherbonov faced a sharp-eyed second directorate captain. What's your take? The younger man asked. Develop this, Cherbonov said, sliding over the cassette. I think he's a cutout. He recounted the encounter, omitting how he'd rewound the film. Pure luck I noticed him. Didn't realize you one types had the eye for it, Comrade Major. The captain smirked. You'd know if you'd stepped on our op. Now write a full report. The sergeant will take you to a stenographer. Oh, and call your wife, this'll take a while. Cherbonov hesitated. The film, I'll handle it personally. The captain snatched the cassette and headed for the lab, a cramped facility tucked in the prison's far wing. Catching the technician mid-shift, He ordered an immediate development. As the chemicals worked, he dialed his colonel. Somewhere in the developing tray, secrets began to surface. The significance of what this lone operative had stumbled upon couldn't yet be quantified, but the signs pointed unmistakably toward espionage, the kind that demanded immediate top-level attention. The captain rubbed his temples, marveling at how this seasoned field agent had accidentally walked into such a mess. "Done for," he muttered under his breath. Moments later, the lab technician reappeared, clutching a freshly developed photograph still glistening with chemical residue. He passed over the film cassette in a plain manila envelope, adding, "The roll was completely exposed, but I salvaged a fragment. No clue what it shows, but it's unusual." "What happened to the rest?" The captain pressed. "Gone. Sunlight obliterates everything, no recovery possible." The captain studied the enlarged image while the technician rambled on. It appeared to be a schematic with bold lettering at the top reading Bright Star Complex 1 and another label marking a laser array. His blood ran cold. Without another word, he bolted from the room. Back at headquarters, Major Trebanov sat relaxed among the debriefing team, sipping tea amid an air of camaraderie, though that wouldn't last. "Major," the captain announced, bursting in, "you may have just uncovered something monumental." Trebanov responded with practiced calm. "I served the Soviet Union, the textbook," party-approved reply. For a fleeting second, he imagined skipping Lieutenant Colonel altogether. The senior debriefer, a full colonel, took the photograph with deliberate care. "This is it?" The rest was unsalvageable. The colonel exhaled sharply. A complication, but not insurmountable. The diagram alone could pinpoint the location, whatever it was. The handwriting, precise, almost delicate, suggested a young woman's touch. He stared out the window, weighing his next move. "This goes straight to the top. Whatever this facility is, it's classified beyond anything I've seen. Start the debrief." "Captain, get that cassette fingerprinted, Comrade Colonel," Trebanov cut in, flushing. "I handled it barehanded." "No apology needed." "Your alertness was commendable," the colonel said, waving it off. "Run the prints, regardless." "And the spy?" the captain asked. "Do we interrogate him now?" "We need an expert." "I know the right man." The colonel stood, already reaching for the phone. "I'll bring him in." Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, the courier sat under the unblinking gaze of hidden observers. Stripped of his shoelaces, belt, even his cigarettes, he had no way to mark time or soothe his nerves. The soundproof walls swallowed every echo, leaving only the growl of his empty stomach. When the door finally creaked open, a well-dressed man in his 40s entered, carrying a thin stack of papers. He circled the table slowly, barely glancing at the courier until he settled into his seat. His expression was detached, clinical, like a scientist studying a specimen. The courier tried to hold his stare but faltered. The interrogator smirked. After 15 years, he could spot the easy ones. "You have a choice," he said after a calculated pause, his tone eerily conversational. "This can be simple, or excruciating. You've betrayed the motherland. You know what happens to traitors." The interrogator leaned forward, his voice a mix of menace and false sympathy. "Your only chance to survive is to tell me everything right now. If you refuse, we'll uncover the truth regardless, and you won't walk out of here alive. But if you cooperate today, you might just get a prison sentence instead of a bullet. Maybe even a lighter term if you help us expose more of your network. The choice is yours." The courier scoffed. "You'll kill me either way." "That's where you're wrong," the interrogator countered smoothly. "If you play along, you could end up in a labor camp instead of a grave." Way, worst case. Strict regime. Best case. We use you to catch bigger fish, and you get a reduced sentence. But it only works if you act now. He let the words hang before continuing. If we send you back out, your handlers won't suspect a thing. They'll keep using you, and we'll catch them red-handed. Testify against them, and the state might show mercy publicly. That's good for everyone. His tone shifted, almost weary. Look, I don't enjoy this, but I'll do what's necessary. Turkisterand? You can't hold out forever. Everyone breaks. It's just physics. The courier's eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape that didn't exist. The interrogator smirked. This one was already broken. A final nudge. Want a cigarette? He slid one across the table. The courier took it, fingers trembling. The white paper might as well have been a surrender flag. Damage assessment. Judge Moore rubbed his temples as dawn barely touched the windows of Langley. What's the situation? Ritter flipped through his notes. Cutout 4 had a tail. He spotted it before the handoff and aborted. The pursuer was Sloppy Foley, called it clumsy, which is unusual. But he trusted his gut and sent someone to catch the signal. Nothing came. We have to assume the worst. Our man's blown. The film's compromised. Foley's cutting the chain. Cardinal's getting word to ditch his contact. I'm having Ed send the routine data lost signal, not the emergency one. Greer frowned. Why not the scramble? Moore answered before Ritter could. Because we need that intel, James. If we panic Cardinal, he'll torch everything. Can't risk losing what he's carrying. Ritter nodded. Besides, the Soviets have hurdles to reach him. Let Foley get the data out first. Then we pull Cardinal for good. The man's earned it. Once we secure the intel, we'll trigger the emergency alert with any luck. It'll shake him up enough to draw him out into the open. Moore leaned forward, arms crossed. What's the play here? The Deputy Director of Operations didn't hesitate. The cold approach, up in the northern zone. Moore glanced at the Deputy Director of Intelligence. Thoughts, James? The Dayak gave a slow nod. Solid plan. Needs prep time, though. Call it 10 days, maybe 2 weeks. Then we move today, Moore decided. Get on the horn with the Pentagon and make the ask. And make sure they send us their best. Greer's lips curled into a knowing grin. Already got someone in mind. Ritter cut in. Once we lock it down, I'll dispatch our guy Clark's the man for the job. There were murmurs of agreement around the table. Clark had a reputation in the directorate for pulling off the impossible. Send the word to Foley, the judge ordered, rubbing his temples. And I'll brief the president. He wasn't thrilled about that conversation. Ritter shrugged. Cardinal's cheated death 3 times already. Remind the boss of that. Greer wasted no time. Back in his office before 7, he dialed the Pentagon, connecting with undersea warfare. After the formalities, he got straight to the point. Where's Dallas right now? Meanwhile, Captain Mancuso was deep in his final mission prep aboard the USS Dallas. In 5 hours, they'd ride the tide out. Engineers were already firing up the reactor below decks. His XO had things under control, so Mancuso reviewed the orders again. One last trip up north, Navy slang for the icy waters of the Barents Sea, where Soviet subs lurked. Officially, they were conducting oceanographic research. Friolev and Tavli. Dallas specialized in shadowing missile submarines. And Mancuso was the best at it. He'd once gotten so close to a Russian boomer, they could have swapped paint. The classified metal in his file proved it, though he'd never speak a word. His phone shattered the silence. Captain speaking. It was Admiral Williamson. "Drop everything, Bart. Get to my office now." Minutes later, Mancuso was in the Admiral's briefing room. "Change of plans," Williamson said, shutting the door. "You're sprinting to fast lane. Some VIPs will meet you there. That's all I've got, but these orders came straight from OPO2 fast-tracked." The unspoken message was clear. This was big. Dallas, no. Mancuso was no stranger to high-stakes runs. "My sonar team's green," the captain admitted. "Chief's in sickbay. If this gets messy..." Williamson didn't blink. "What do you need?" Mancuso laid it out. "I'll make it happen," the Admiral promised. 5 days to Scotland. Push her hard." "Aye, sir." The details would wait until Faslane. Elsewhere, the archer studied his prisoner. "You look better," he remarked. 2 days ago, the Russian had been certain he'd die. Now, Motikwitenschaft. That certainty had cracked just enough to let in a sliver of doubt. Or maybe hope. Either way, it was more than he'd had before. Churkin lay motionless on the cold steel floor, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of his situation. Was there still a future for him? Or was it something to dread? Fear, he had almost forgotten what that felt like. In just a short span, he had stared death in the face twice. First, in a plummeting fiery aircraft, certain his life was over the moment it crashed, only to wake up to the sight of an Afghan rebel standing over him with a knife. Yet again, death had come for him, only to retreat at the last second. Why? "Bedstammd attempts to." The man with those unsettling eyes, cold, yet oddly gentle, ruthless, but somehow merciful, had chosen to spare him. But why? The question gnawed at him, but no answers came. The rhythmic vibrations beneath him told him he was moving. He blinked, focusing on the dim interior of what he now realized was an armored vehicle. Not a truck, the low ceiling and reinforced walls gave it away. Wavler Julingkum. How did rebels get their hands on one of those? Then it hit him they were taking him to Pakistan. Would they hand him over to the Americans? The flicker of hope in his chest withered into despair. A cough racked his body and warm blood spilled from his lips. Meanwhile, the archer couldn't believe his luck. His group had linked up with another unit, commandeering 2 Soviet Betrayal 60s for the journey across the border. Transporting his wounded fighters was a bonus, but having a skilled SAM operator along for the ride, that was pure insurance in case Soviet choppers appeared. Not that it was likely. The night was thick, the weather miserable, and they were making decent time, even on the rougher stretches. In an hour, they'd reach Mujahideen-held territory, and from there, it was smooth sailing. The rebels were already loosening up, joking about the haul they'd get from the Americans for the captured hardware. This APC alone, with its night vision gear, would fetch rockets, mortars, and medical supplies. Things were looking up. Rumors swirled that the Soviets might actually pull out. Their troops had lost their stomach for close combat, relying instead on artillery and airstrikes. Aside from the occasional Spetsnaz raid, the Afghans felt they had the upper hand. Some even dared to whisper about victory. By midnight, the 2 APCs rolled across the border. The road into Pakistan was safer now, guarded by their own men. The drivers picked up speed, relief settling in as they neared Miramshah. When they arrived, the archer was the first out, hauling his Russian prisoner and the wounded toward a waiting Emilio Ortiz, who nearly choked on his apple juice at the sight of a Soviet officer. "What the hell did you bring me?" Ortiz sputtered in English, eyeing the bloodied man. "He's in bad shape, but here's who he is," the archer replied, tossing over a shoulder board and a briefcase. And this is what he had on him. Ortiz's eyes widened. Son of a bitch. The prisoner was barely clinging to life, but the intel he carried? You, priceless. As he hurried the wounded toward the field hospital staffed mostly by French medics, probably Doc's informants, one question nagged at him. What do we even do with this guy? The hospital staff here was surprisingly skilled, and the locals valued them almost as sacred figures. The triage surgeon bumped the Russian soldier up to third in line for surgery, while a nurse administered medication. Leaving Abdul to monitor the situation, the archer stepped away with Ortiz to discuss recent events. I heard about Ghazni, the CIA officer remarked. Sometimes fate intervenes. This Russian, he lost a son. Maybe I'd already spilled enough blood for one day. The archer exhaled slowly. Is he worth keeping around? Ortiz flipped through the recovered documents. These are... You have no idea what you've stumbled into. Let's go over the last 2 weeks. Their debrief stretched until sunrise, with the archer meticulously recounting every detail, pausing only when Ortiz switched recorder tapes. That light you mentioned in the sky, Ortiz pressed. It was unusual, the archer admitted, rubbing his tired eyes. The man we extracted was heading toward it. Here's the layout of the facility. Where exactly is it? And what's its purpose? Not sure, but it's roughly 60 miles from the Afghan border. I can pinpoint it on a map. How long are you sticking around? A week, maybe, the archer replied. I need to report this. My superiors might want to meet you. You'll be well compensated. Make a list of everything you need. And the Russian? We'll talk to him if he survives. Meanwhile, the courier paced along Lazovsky Lane, anxious for his contact. He clung to cautious optimism, believing his interrogator's promises. Hours behind schedule, he'd still left the correct chalk mark, hoping his tardiness would be excused as part of the evasion tactics. He hadn't used the warning signal that would have exposed his betrayal. But his handler wasn't coming. Unbeknownst to him, the CIA had already severed the Cardinal line, leaving him stranded in the cold. Across town, 2 Second Directorate officers watched from an apartment window, a camera trained on the street below. The interrogator sighed. We're wasting our time. He broke easily, too easily. They've cut ties. You think he tipped them off? Most do, no. But they're protecting something big. Routine errors wouldn't make them this cautious. So we grab him? The interrogator nodded. A car pulled up, and the courier climbed in, oblivious to the trap. Within half an hour, he was back in Lefortovo prison. The interrogator studied him with weary disappointment. Why do I feel like you've lied to me? Why didn't? The courier insisted, panic rising. I followed instructions. Maybe I was late, but and the signal? Was it the one warning them? No. Festiu rem. His voice cracked. The game was over. The interrogator listened carefully as the man repeated his story once more. I've already told you everything, the suspect insisted, his voice trembling slightly. The officer leaned in closer, his chair creaking under his weight. Here's the issue we can't distinguish between chalk marks. If you're playing games, you might fool us temporarily. His lips curled into a faint smirk. People try it all the time. They succeed. Briefly, he let the words linger, savoring the discomfort they caused. Breaking weak individuals was almost too simple. Dangle hope. Snatch it back, repeat, until they couldn't tell despair from relief. Their emotions, once unstable, became tools in his hands. Let's revisit the woman on the train. Describe her again. The man swallowed hard. I don't know her name. Early 30s, looks younger. Blonde, slender, attractive. Dresses expensively like someone from the West, but she's local. Expensive how? The interrogator pressed. Her coat is foreign-made, tailored differently. And he hesitated. Continue. The signal is. I touch her hip. She leans into it like she enjoys it. That detail caught the interrogator off guard. People rarely fabricated such specifics. This had to be real. The woman wasn't a disciplined operative if she reacted that way. Probably Russian, then. How many encounters? 5. No set pattern, but always the second train car. And the man you hand it to? I never see his full face. He positions himself so his arm blocks my view. The stem de parne. Glasses, hat, always holding his vestia. 5 meetings, and you've never seen his face. The interrogator's fist crashed onto the table. Do I look stupid to you? The man flinched. He shields himself. The newspaper? His arm I only catch glimpses. His signal is adjusting the paper like he's reading, then turning away. The handoff? As the train stops, he moves toward me. I hold the item. He takes it from behind as I exit. The interrogator exhaled sharply. So the woman knew his face, but he didn't know hers. The man knew his face, but not the other way around. Clever tradecraft, but why reuse the same tactic? The KGB employed similar methods, though pulling it off during rush hour was risky. No dead drops either unusual. If there were none, the entire network could collapse if one link broke. Then there was the sketch, not an official diagram, but hand-drawn. Stolpo Buitavster's tand. Was that why they avoided dead drops? A single slip could expose the spy. And if the leak came from within security, that was the perfect cover. Access to everything, advance warning of investigations. It had happened before an inquiry, tipping off the very person they sought. The interrogator drummed his fingers. The too many loose ends. And that damn drawing. Was the spy arrogant or just reckless? Colonel Filatov woke up feeling unusually clear-headed, a rare luxury. His morning routine was almost identical to any other day, minus the throbbing headache and the obligatory trip to the baths. After dressing, he checked the hidden diary in his desk drawer, hoping he could dispose of it as usual. A fresh, blank one was already waiting to take its place. Yesterday's notes had hinted at progress on the laser project, and next week promised a classified report on missile systems. As he settled into the car, he felt more alert than normal, watching the city blur past the window. The streets were already busy with trucks, one of which blocked his view of the usual curb marker, his signal for a failed drop. Annoying but not alarming, lost reports were rare. The confirmation signal was always easier to spot, and he leaned back, waiting for it to appear. His eyes locked onto the familiar spot, but nothing was there. Hey, it's strange. Had the alternate marker been set? He'd have to check that on his way home. Years of working with the CIA had taught him that missed signals didn't always mean danger. No warning call, no coded message, just an inconvenience. He exhaled, shifting his focus to the day ahead at the ministry. Meanwhile, the metro buzzed with activity, crawling with Second Directorate operatives. Some blended in as ordinary Muscovites, while others posed as maintenance workers, monitoring tapped phone lines woven through the subway's electrical panels. The interrogator and his prisoner rode the purple and green lines, scanning for a woman in a Western-style coat. Among the millions of daily commuters, they were confident they'd find her people like her always slipped up. And she did. Svetlana stepped onto the platform, clutching a brown paper package. The courier spotted her first not by her plain hairstyle, but by the way she carried herself, an almost careless confidence. The KGB colonel caught her profile. Relaxed, unlike the weary resignation of the other passengers. She looked like someone who savored life. That wouldn't last. A quiet radio command was all it took. When she boarded the next train, a shadow followed, earpiece disguised as a hearing aid. Behind them, agents at every station were alerted. By the time she reached the street, a full surveillance team was in place, trailing her up the escalator into the cold Moscow air. A vehicle had already arrived on the scene as additional officers initiated their surveillance protocol. At least 2 agents maintained constant visual contact with the target, with the close observation duties rotating swiftly among the growing team. They trailed her all the way to the Gosplan headquarters on Marks Avenue, directly across from the Moscow Hotel. Oblivious to the tale, she didn't so much as glance over her shoulder, no hesitation, no suspicion. Within 30 minutes, 20 freshly developed photos were presented to the detainee, who confirmed her identity without hesitation. From there, the operation grew more deliberate. A building security guard discreetly provided her name to a KGB officer, who sternly warned him to keep silent about the inquiry. By noon, her full identity had been pieced together, and the lead investigator now overseeing every detail was stunned to discover Svetlana Vainieva was the daughter of a high-ranking Central Committee official. That complicated things. The colonel swiftly gathered another set of photographs and re-interviewed the prisoner, who once again singled her out from a lineup of 6. Dealing with a Central Committee member's relative wasn't ideal, but they had solid evidence and a major case on their hands. Vatutin hurried to consult his superior. What followed was delicate. Despite the KGB's fearsome reputation abroad, it still bowed to the party's authority. Even they needed clearance before touching someone connected to such a powerful figure. The second directorate's chief went straight to the KGB chairman and returned half an hour later with approval. "You may proceed. The Central Committee Secretary has not been notified," the general cut in. "But here are your orders." Vatutin took the handwritten directive, personally signed by the chairman. Moments later, he approached her desk. "Comrade Vainieva." She glanced up at the man in civilian attire, unsurprising, given Gosplan's bureaucratic nature, who regarded her with an odd intensity. "Can I help you?" "Captain Clementy Vladimirovich Vatutin, Moscow Police. I need you to come with me." He studied her for any flicker of alarm, but found none. "For what reason?" "You may assist us in identifying someone." "I can't discuss details here." His tone was almost apologetic. "How long will this take?" "A few hours, most likely. We'll arrange a ride home afterward." "Fine. Nothing urgent on my desk today." She stood without another word, her gaze lingering on Vatutin with quiet disdain. The Moscow police didn't command much respect, and a man his age, holding only the rank of captain, spoke volumes about his career. Still, he had manners holding the door for her as they left. She assumed he knew exactly who she was. Or rather, who her father was. A car waited outside and sped off immediately. The route puzzled her, but it wasn't until they passed Koklovskaya Square that realization struck. "We're not headed to the Justice Ministry." "No. Lefortovo," Vatutin replied casually. Her composure wavered for just a second. "Didn't want to cause a scene at the office," he added. "I'm actually Colonel Vatutin, Second Chief Directorate." She recovered instantly. "And what exactly do you need my help with?" "Impressive," Vatutin noted. "This one wouldn't crack easily. Loyal to the party but not its corrupt officials." He despised deceit almost as much as betrayal. "He'd brie aboard die and you'll likely be home for dinner. My daughter, an officer, will collect her. If we run late, I'm sure your father won't mind seeing her." A faint smile touched her lips. "Father enjoys indulging her too much," she remarked. Vatutin glanced out the car window as they passed through the prison gates. Stepping out, he guided her forward while a sergeant held the door. The cruel irony wasn't lost on him. Offer hope, then snatch it away. With a light grip on her arm, he led her down the corridor. My office is just ahead. I hear you travel frequently to the west. It's part of my job, she replied, cautious but not unusually so for the setting. Of course, Vatutin nodded, unlocking his office door. Your department handles textiles, correct? Before she could answer, a voice cut through the room. That's her. Svetlana Vineva froze, her breath catching. Vatutin guided her firmly to a chair. Sit down. What is this? She demanded, panic edging into her voice. Vatutin settled behind his desk, his tone detached. This man was caught smuggling classified documents. He claims you provided them. Vineva whirled toward the accused, her face twisting in disgust. I've never seen him before in my life. Obviously, Vatutin replied dryly. Her hands clenched. This is absurd. You're well trained, I'll give you that. Our informant says his signal was a touch, let's say, inappropriate. She spat at the man. Filth. You expect me to believe this garbage? Vatutin leaned forward. So you deny it? Me, of course. I'm a loyal party member. My father, yes, I'm aware of your father. Her voice turned icy. He'll hear about this, Colonel. Threaten me and... We don't threaten, comrade. We inquire. Why take the metro yesterday when you own a car? She lifted a package from the floor. Dry cleaning. Parking's a hassle. Check the shop if you don't believe me. Vatutin held up a film cassette. And you didn't hand this to him. I don't even know what that is. Molded. He pressed the intercom. The side door swung open. 3 figures entering. Prepare her. Disbelief flashed across her face before she lunged from the chair. 2 men pinned her down as the third jabbed a needle into her arm. You can't, she gasped. Vatutin sighed. We can. How long? 2 hours at least, the doctor said, lifting her limp form. Good. I'll be down after lunch. He motioned to the courier. Take him away. We're finished here. The man opened his mouth. Don't, Vatutin warned, the quiet menace sharper than a shout. Meanwhile, Colonel Bondarenko, now overseeing laser development under Defense Minister Yazov's orders, presented diagrams. KGB delivered partial American adaptive optics plans. Filatov frowned. We can't replicate this. The design's clever. Report says they're already improving it. Fewer actuators needed, Yazov interrupted. Actuators. The actuators serve as the mechanical components that adjust the mirror's shape. Reducing their quantity also lessens the computational demands on the system, controlling the mirror assembly. The current prototype displayed here relies on an advanced supercomputer, a capability the Soviet Union hasn't yet matched. The proposed redesign aims to cut the required processing power by 75%, enabling a more compact computer and streamlined control software. Bondarenko leaned in, his tone firm. Minister, as my initial report highlighted, Brightstar's primary bottleneck is the computing infrastructure. Even if we replicated this mirror, our hardware and software aren't optimized to run it effectively. The new design could change that. Yazov frowned. But we don't have the updated schematics yet. Gets done. The KGB is handling that, Bondarenko confirmed. Filatov scoffed, frustration edging his voice. We can't even reproduce these actuators. Factories have had the blueprints for months, yet not a single one has delivered. Patience, Colonel. Patience, Colonel. Bondarenko countered smoothly, already adapting to the high-stakes dynamic. Resources and time are the constraints. Yazov snorted. Devi, resources. Always resources. With unlimited funds, we could build an indestructible tank. We could surpass Western submarine tech. Every scientist in the Union promises a miracle weapon if only we throw enough rubles at it. But the treasury isn't bottomless. At least we've matched the West in one thing: bureaucratic headaches. Bondarenko straightened. Minister, I've spent 2 decades in uniformed battalions, divisions, front lines. My loyalty has always been to the Red Army, yet I'll say this. Bright Star demands priority over tanks, ships, even aircraft. NATO's conventional forces? We can handle them. But their missiles? Without this system, we're defenseless. He paused, then added with uncharacteristic intensity, "Forgive my bluntness." Filatov smirked. "We pay you for your thoughts, Colonel. And for once, I agree with the young hotshot." Yazov's lips twitched. "Mikhail Semyonovich, are my colonels staging a mutiny?" He turned to Bondarenko, his gaze assessing. "Speak freely here. If you can convince this old cavalryman your SC-5 project is worth gutting the budget, I'll listen. Are you suggesting crash priority?" Bondarenko hesitated. Political minefields weren't for junior officers. "The research needs accelerated funding, Minister. The strategic payoff justifies it." Unseen by the others, the Cardinal noted his miscalculation. This colonel was sharper than he'd assumed. 3 hours later, a doctor's voice cut through the sterile hum. Heart rate rising. Mark ×0, patient conscious. A tape recorder whirred, capturing each word. For Svetlana Vinayeva, awareness crept in like fog. No alarm, no sunrise, just a slow, disorienting drift into wakefulness. Where am I? The drug-induced haze faded, but instead of grogginess, she felt weightless. She tried to move. Nothing. Tom Detterdus. Every inch of her body was cradled in perfect equilibrium, muscles utterly relaxed. It was surreal, euphoric, like floating in a silent, boundless ocean. Never had she known such stillness. Svetlana blinked, trying to make sense of her surroundings, but the world refused to clarify. It wasn't darkness, more like a thick, shifting haze. The dull glow of streetlights diffused through a Moscow fog. No sound reached her, not the hum of distant cars or the clatter of pipes. Just silence, heavy and absolute. She turned her head, but the view never changed, just endless, formless gray, as if she were trapped inside a cloud. She inhaled sharply, but the air held no scent, no warmth, no bite of cold. It was nothing. When she tried to speak, her voice vanished before it could reach her own ears. Where am I? Her pulse quickened, but she forced herself to stay calm. This had to be a dream. Nothing this surreal could be real. Yet beneath the logic, fear crept closer, whispering at the edges of her thoughts. Methodically, she tested her body. Her arms floated unresponsive, as though suspended in thick liquid. No matter how hard she strained, her fingers wouldn't meet. Her legs were just as useless. The only proof she existed was the rise and fall of her chest, the frantic rhythm of her breath. Closing her eyes, only traded gray for black, no escape, no anchor. Desperate for sensation, she twisted, rolled, searching for something, anything to push against. But the resistance was the same in every direction, a slow, weightless drift. Up, down, none of it mattered. She screamed, needing to hear herself, to confirm she was still there. The sound that came back was faint, distorted, like an echo from someone else's throat. That was when the panic truly took hold. 12 minutes, 15 seconds. The doctor murmured into the recorder, eyes fixed on the monitors. Below, in the isolation tank, Svetlana's vitals spiked. Heart rate at 140, respiration 42. Anxiety reaction escalating. He glanced at Vatutin, who stood with arms crossed. Intelligent subjects break faster, Vatutin muttered. He'd read the reports, but seeing it in person was different. The science was sound, but it still felt unnatural. The doctor adjusted the gas mixture, watching the eggs stabilize. Heart rates leveling at 138. Agitated but controlled. Sensory deprivation left no bruises, no broken bones, just the mind unraveling in perfect silence. A clean interrogation. Why efficient? Unless, of course, the terror stopped the subject's heart. Svetlana's breathing hitched. Panic, it turned out, was worse than useless. Svetlana's thoughts raced wildly, yet her body instinctively resisted self-harm. Struggling to regain control, an eerie calm washed over her. Was this life or death? Scouring her memories yielded nothing until a faint rhythm broke the silence. Lub-dub, lub-dub. The heartbeat. Her eyes darted across the void, desperate to locate the source. Something existed beyond this emptiness, if only she could reach it. But she was imprisoned in an indescribable limbo, flailing against intangible barriers. The harder she strained to hear the pulse, the more it eluded her like chasing smoke that vanishes when grasped. Then came the chilling doubt. Is this hell? The heartbeat taunted her, fading when she focused, returning when she relented. Clenching her eyes shut, she channeled every ounce of will toward the sound only to smother it entirely. Silence swallowed her again, broken by a muffled moan she wasn't sure she'd made. How can I scream and not hear it? Panic sharpened the question. Am I dead? The answer terrified her, but she had to know. With a sharp bite to her tongue, the metallic tang of blood flooded her mouth. Alive. The relief was fleeting. Then where am I? The horrifying possibility struck, buried. Der utriste man. Beyond the tank's glass, a doctor monitored her spiking vitals. Secondary anxiety phase initiating, he noted. Almost bored. He'd overseen her preparation, the Nomex wetsuit clinging to her oiled skin, the salt-heavy water rendering her weightless. 2 divers hovered nearby, ensuring her airline stayed clear as she thrashed, oblivious to being upside down. Colonel Vatutin watched, uneasy. The doctor's pride was palpable. Years of research, a custom-built pool, all to perfect this humane interrogation. More humane than a bullet, Vatutin thought bitterly, though the memory of a prior subject's heart attack lingered. Stage 2 confirmed, the doctor announced. Let's see how long she lasts. Vatutin suppressed a shudder. The man reveled in this clinical cruelty, while he himself wrestled with a gnawing fear. What if I'm next? The line between hunter and prey felt perilously thin. Svetlana's body had given out, drained by the relentless waves of terror that had gripped her for hours. Her breathing was quick and shallow, like a woman in labor fighting against each contraction. Even her physical form seemed to abandon her, leaving her mind to wander untethered, desperate to break free. It felt as though her consciousness had detached from her useless flesh, her spirit, her essence, whatever remained, now floated alone in the void. But this newfound freedom was no blessing. She could move effortlessly, gliding through an endless, shapeless expanse, yet there was nothing to grasp, nothing to see. Her limbs moved as if swimming, but when she tried to look at them, they were nowhere in sight. The rational part of her whispered that this was an illusion, that she was spiraling toward ruin, but even that was better than this crushing isolation, wasn't it? Time stretched into eternity, yet her phantom limbs never tired. She pushed aside her doubts and embraced the strange exhilaration of weightless motion, the illusion of control. The darkness ahead seemed just a little brighter, a faint promise of anything to break the emptiness. Memories surfaced of childhood summers spent swimming, back when she was the fastest in her school, the one who could hold her breath the longest. For a fleeting moment, she was that girl again, strong, carefree, untouched by the horrors of the present. A smile played on her lips, reckless and hopeful, as she ignored the nagging voice of reason. Days blurred together, or was it weeks, as she chased the elusive glow. It never brightened, never changed, but she refused to acknowledge the truth. She swam harder, her limbs finally betraying her with the first whispers of exhaustion. Still, she pressed on. She had to. There had to be a way out of this nightmare. Then, in a dizzying shift, her mind wrenched free once more, rising high above her own drifting form. From this impossible vantage point, she saw herself small, insignificant, flailing in the endless dark. No matter how far she swam, she was going nowhere. The scream that tore through the speakers sent Vatutin lurching back in his chair. It wasn't just pain or fear, it was the sound of a soul unraveling. Something beyond human suffering. The doctor barely flinched. "That marks the transition to the third stage," he said calmly. "Humans aren't built for isolation. Our minds need stimuli, other people, surroundings, anything to tether us to reality. Take all that away, and the mind turns on itself. Even sailors crossing oceans alone start hearing voices, seeing things that aren't there, and they at least have the sea, the wind, the boat. But complete sensory deprivation. No one lasts more than a few days before breaking." He shook his head. "And this? This is far worse. Everything is stripped away, as you can observe," the doctor explained coolly. "The record so far?" Vatutin asked. 18 hours a volunteer, a young field officer from the 1st Directorate. The catch is, the subject must remain unaware of the process. If they figure it out, the effect weakens. They still crack, just not as completely. Vatutin exhaled. Finally, something resembling hope. Then her. How much longer? The doctor glanced at his watch, lips curling into a thin smile. Vatutin felt a flicker of disgust, but checked it. This man was just doing his job efficiently, without leaving marks that might raise uncomfortable questions during public trials. And then there was the unexpected side effect even the doctor hadn't anticipated when he'd started. So, what's this third phase? Svetlana saw them circling shadowy, predatory forms, drifting around her motionless body. She wanted to scream a warning, but that would mean slipping back inside, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. One of the shapes veered close, hesitated, then lunged. She recoiled, but an unseen force dragged her back into her own flesh, just as the jaws of darkness clamped down. For a split second, she glimpsed the distant light she'd been swimming toward, only to realize it had never existed. Her final cry of protest was soundless. "No, proceed." Back in her body, she was trapped limbs heavy, vision blurred to a dull gray. Her mind had tried to save her, to conjure an escape, and failed spectacularly. Now, her own imagination turned against her, replaying every mistake, every betrayal, in excruciating detail. Silent tears streaked her face. This wasn't panic. Panic was a refuge. This was worse. A hollowed-out terror with nowhere to hide. Her past was all she had left, and her mind dredged up only the ugliest moments. "Final stage," the doctor announced, reaching for the phone. "Tea, please." "She's progressing faster than expected. A perfect fit for the profile." Vatutin frowned. "She hasn't confessed yet." "Then she will." Svetlana relived every sin. This had to be hell, the one the state swore didn't exist. Punishment, then. And she deserved it. She needed to see it all again to understand. Her private trial unfolded mercilessly. The flirtations in London, the hushed meetings, the warnings she'd brushed off. The way she'd breezed through customs, smug in her own cleverness. A broken whisper escaped her over and over. "I'm sorry." Now the delicate part. The doctor adjusted his headset, fingers dancing over the controls. Leaning into the microphone, he murmured, "Svetlana." At first, the sound barely registered, just a faint disturbance in the silence, something tugging at the edges of her awareness. Svetlana. Was that really her name being called, or just the echo of her own frayed nerves? She turned sharply, scanning the dim surroundings, but there was nothing. Then it came again. Clearer this time, a whisper laced with sorrow. "Svetlana." Her breath hitched as she fought to stay still, but her body betrayed her, pulse hammering so loudly it drowned out everything else. A choked sob escaped her. Was she losing her mind, or was there still a sliver of hope? The voice returned, sharper now, heavy with accusation. "Svetlana, what have you done?" "I didn't," she stammered, her own words swallowed by the suffocating dark. Silence answered her. Desperate, she finally screamed, "Please, come back." The voice didn't relent. "What about the film?" Though, wait. She broke. Yes. The confession spilled out in ragged gasps. Time 11 hours, 41 minutes. Session complete. The doctor clicked off the recorder, then signaled the divers with a flick of the lights. One of them plunged a syringe into Svetlana's arm, and within seconds her body went slack. They hauled her out of the water, limp as a doll. By the time the doctor reached the recovery room, she was already stripped of the wetsuit, sprawled on a gurney. He took a seat beside her, watching as the technician administered a stimulant. She was striking, even unconscious, high cheekbones, pale skin. When her breathing steadied, he dismissed the technician. "Hello, Svetlana," he murmured. Her eyes fluttered open, disoriented, darting from the ceiling to the walls before landing on him. He knew he shouldn't indulge, but after endless hours on this case, he allowed himself this small weakness. Before he could react, she launched herself at him, slick with oil, arms locking around his neck in a desperate embrace. It wasn't affection, just the raw need for human contact. Her tears soaked into his lab coat. She'd never defy the state again. Pity about the labor camp, though. Such potential wasted. Maybe he could pull some strings. 10 minutes later, she was under again. "Versed," he explained to Vatutin. "A Western amnesiac. When she wakes, she'll remember fragments like a nightmare." "You're serious." Deadly. This isn't just about erasing memories. It's about rewriting guilt. She's more broken now than any execution could achieve. Orwell imagined it, we perfected it. The real power isn't breaking a person. It's making them break themselves. A slow grin spread across Vatutin's face. "So we can use her?" The doctor didn't answer. He didn't need to. The doctor's grim prognosis hung in the air like a death sentence. Ortiz had pulled strings to get the embassy physician, an army surgeon usually patching up wounded Afghans, but the news was bleak. Churkin's lungs were shredded beyond repair, his body losing the battle against pneumonia that had taken root during transport. "He won't see tomorrow," the doctor admitted, rubbing his temples. "A day earlier, maybe. Now, it's just a matter of hours. You can try talking to him, but don't expect much. He'll drift in and out before the end." Ortiz muttered a half-hearted thanks, guilt gnawing at him. What would they have done if Churkin had survived? Handed him back? Used him as leverage? The Archer's decision to extract him now felt like a cruel joke. Steeling himself, Ortiz stepped into the room. When he emerged 2 hours later, he headed straight for the embassy canteen, drowning his frustration in beer while filing his report to Langley. 5 solitary hours and too many refills later, he was numb, the weight of the mission pressing down harder than the alcohol. Meanwhile, Ed Foley had no such luxury. His network was unraveling. One courier vanished. Another reappeared after a suspicious absence. And now, his dry cleaning contact had called in sick. He'd sent a warning to the baths, but no confirmation came. This wasn't just a hiccup. It was a full-blown catastrophe. Svetlana Venayeva was supposed to be untouchable, a shield for his operatives, yet here they were, exposed. The extraction plan for Cardinal was in motion, but timing was everything. Filatov's routine trip to Leningrad HQ could be their window if nothing else went wrong. Foley's fingers drummed the desk. He knew the rules. Data came first, agents second. But Filatov wasn't just an asset. The man had been spying since Foley was learning multiplication tables. How do you coldly discard someone like that? Across town, Colonel Vatutin smirked as his team dragged in the dry cleaning manager. No need for subtlety here, the man would talk, one way or another. Vaneyeva's immunity grated on him. She'd betrayed the state, yet she still walked free while lesser pawns fell. Justice, in his world, was rarely clean, but it was always final. Someone had tried to leverage her as a negotiation tool with the Central Committee, but the colonel had no interest in that game. Now the dry cleaner had handed him a lead, another link in this tangled chain. The infuriating part: Vatutin was almost certain he recognized the kid. The dry cleaner muttered something about him working at the public baths, and the description fit the attendant he'd chatted with just last week. Unprofessional oversight or not, it burned him that he'd stood face to face with a traitor and missed it entirely. Then it hit him, what was that colonel's name again? The one who'd stumbled in the hallway. Filatov Mikhail Filatov. Personal aide to Defense Minister Yazov. He cursed under his breath. How had he missed the connection? Filatov. The Stalingrad legend, the tank commander who'd kept fighting even as flames engulfed his wrecked vehicle. 3-time hero of the Soviet Union. It had to be the same man. But could he really be involved in Nopive? Impossible. Then again, in this line of work, nothing was. Vatutin forced himself to think methodically. At least one thing was certain. Every notable figure in the Soviet Union had a dossier waiting at Dershinsky Square. Filatov's was no exception. 15 minutes later, he flipped through a stack of papers thicker than he'd expected. The war heroics were there, of course, citations and all, but Vatutin realized how little he truly knew about the man. Heroism in battle didn't define a lifetime, and Filatov's file proved it. Then came the surprise: Filatov had played a role in the Penkovsky affair. Oleg Penkovsky, the GRU officer turned Western asset, had bled secrets until his luck ran out. His biggest betrayal: exposing the Strategic Rocket Force's weaknesses during the Cuban Missile Crisis, giving Kennedy the upper hand against Khrushchev. But Penkovsky had gotten sloppy, and suspicion had already been closing in. Here's where it got interesting. Filatov had been the one to sound the alarm. Not some anonymous tip, but a direct report about a conversation that didn't sit right. By then, the KGB was already building their case, but Filatov's input had sealed it. A coincidence? Maybe, but hardly enough to damn the man. Vatutin lingered over the personal section. A widower. A faded photo of his late wife stared back graceful, solemn. He studied it longer than necessary, as if the answers might be hidden in her expression. The file contained a faded wedding photograph, and the second chief directorate officer couldn't help but smirk at the realization that the battle-hardened veteran had once been a dashing young man with roguish charm. Flipping further, he discovered records of two sons, both deceased. This caught his attention. The first was born just before the war, the second shortly after it began. Yet neither had fallen in combat. What had claimed them? Scanning the pages, he learned the eldest died in Hungary during the 1956 uprising, pulled from military academy due to his political loyalty and sent to crush the rebellion as a tank crewman following his father's path until his vehicle was obliterated. War was always a gamble, Vatutin mused, just as the father had gambled his life countless times. The younger son, also a tank operator, perished when his T-55's gun breech catastrophically failed, another victim of shoddy Soviet manufacturing. His wife had passed the following summer. Likely from grief, regardless of the official medical explanation. Both sons had been exemplary Soviet youth, their potential snuffed out too soon. All that promise, Vatutin reflected, extinguished before it could blossom. Then losing his wife too. Tough break, Misha. Seems you burned through your family's luck on the Eastern Front, leaving nothing for the others. A bitter irony that a man of such service might now betray the motherland. Vatutin's gaze drifted to the window, where the statue of Felix Dzerzhinsky loomed over the square. Iron Felix, the Cheka's founder, a Pole and a Jew, whose steely intellect had shielded the young Hussar from Western sabotage. The statue's back was turned to the building, a fitting metaphor for the isolation endured by men like him and by Svetlana Vanaeva before her. What counsel would Felix offer now? Vatutin already knew. Arrest Filatov, interrogate without mercy. In those days, suspicion alone justified brutality. How many innocents had been broken under that regime? But times had changed. Even the KGB operated within rules now, no more midnight arrests, no coerced confessions. And that, Vatutin decided, was progress. Professionalism demanded precision, not blunt force. The phone shattered his thoughts. Colonel Vatutin. Maid Sears. The chairman's briefing in 10. The line went dead. The KGB headquarters, a relic of Tsarist-era architecture, had once housed the Rosia Insurance Company. Its rust-hued granite facade concealed cavernous halls and dimly lit corridors, where shadows swallowed faces, a place designed to discourage curiosity. Uniformed officers of the Third Directorate moved like ghosts, their silence a testament to the secrets festering within these walls. The chairman's office overlooked the square with a vantage far superior to Vatutin's. A secretary ushered him past the ever-present guards, their eyes tracking his every step. As the door swung open, Vatutin steadied himself. Nikolai Gerasimov, 4 years into his tenure as KGB chairman, waited inside. He wasn't a career spy, but a loyal party member who had climbed the ranks of the CPSU bureaucracy for 15 years before landing a mid-level position in the KGB's 5th Chief Directorate, the division tasked with crushing internal dissent. His careful, methodical approach earned him steady promotions, culminating in his appointment as first deputy chairman a decade earlier. Though he had learned foreign intelligence from behind a desk, his sharp instincts won him the grudging respect of seasoned field operatives. Above all, he was a party man, and that loyalty secured his chairmanship. At 53, he was relatively young for the role, with an unlined face untouched by doubt and a gaze fixed firmly on the next rung of power. Already seated on both the Politburo and the Defense Council, he saw himself as a contender for the ultimate prize, General Secretary of the Communist Party. As the guardian of the party's sword and shield, the KGB's official motto, he knew every move his rivals made. His ambition, though never spoken aloud, was the worst-kept secret in the building, and ambitious young officers scrambled to attach themselves to his rising star. Vatutin observed the man's effortless charm as he gestured for his visitors to sit across the imposing oak desk. Vatutin, a man who prided himself on self-control, wasn't easily swayed by charisma. Gerasimov lifted a file. "Colonel Vatutin, I've reviewed your investigation." "Impressive. Bring me up to speed." "Yes, Comrade Chairman. Our current target is Eduard Vasilyevich Altunin, an attendant at the Sandanovsky Baths. The dry cleaner's interrogation confirmed he's the next link in the courier chain. He vanished 36 hours ago, but we'll have him by week's end." Gerasimov smirked. "I visited those baths myself." Vatutin matched his tone. "As have I, Comrade Chairman. I've seen the man in person, recognized him from the file. He served as a corporal in an ordnance unit in Afghanistan. His military record shows he objected to certain persuasive tactics used against civilians." Vatutin didn't need to elaborate. Everyone knew about the toy-shaped bombs meant for children. His political officer filed a report, but a single warning silenced him. He finished his tour quietly, though the black mark kept him out of factory work. Since then, he's drifted between menial jobs. Coworkers say he's unremarkable, keeps to himself perfect spy material. Never once complained about Afghanistan, even drunk. We're watching his flat, his family, his friends. If he doesn't surface soon, we'll know he's running. But we will find him, and I'll handle the interrogation personally." Gerasimov nodded. "I see you employed the new technique on Vainiva. Thoughts?" "Effective in this case, but I have reservations about releasing her." "That was my call," Gerasimov said casually. "Given the case's sensitivity and the doctor's assessment, the risk is justified for now. We can't afford to draw attention. The charges against her remain active. And her father's reputation makes a convenient lever," Vatutin thought. What proud party member wants his daughter rotting in the gulag? The unspoken threat hung in the air, as deliberate as a loaded pistol left on the table. Blackmail always adds a certain spice to the game, doesn't it, Comrade Chairman? Vatutin chose his words with deliberate caution. This situation is delicate, and it's only going to escalate. Gerasimov leaned forward slightly. "Continue." "The only time I encountered Altunin, he was standing next to Colonel Mikhail Filatov." "You mean Yazov's right-hand man?" "The very same. I went through his file this morning." "To UF de Plosbourg." The question came from Vatutin's superior, his tone sharp. "Nothing concrete, but I wasn't aware of his connection to the Penkovsky affair." Vatutin hesitated, his usually impassive face flickering with unease. Gerasimov didn't miss it. "Something's bothering you, Colonel. Where's Putud Reepsir?" Filatov's involvement in the Penkovsky case began right after his second son and wife died. Vatutin shrugged, as if dismissing the thought, but the implication lingered. Strange timing, don't you think? The head of the second directorate, who'd brushed against the case years ago, cut in. Wasn't Filatov the first to expose Penkovsky? Vatutin nodded. True, but we already had the traitor under watch by then. He paused, weighing his next words. Now we're tracking a suspected courier leaking defense secrets, and who do I see him with? A high-ranking defense official tied to another espionage scandal decades back. Yet Filatov's the one who turned Penkovsky in, a decorated war hero who lost his family under questionable circumstances. For the first time, the pieces clicked together in his mind. Gerasimov's gaze sharpened. Has Filatov ever been under suspicion before? Never per two. His record's impeccable. He was Ustinov's only aide to last the entire tenure, and now he's Yazov's trusted inspector. The man's practically untouchable. I'm aware, Gerasimov said dryly. He tapped a file on his desk. Yazov just requested our intel on American STI programs. When I asked why, he said Filatov and Bondarenko are compiling a Politburo report. Interesting, considering the code name on that recovered film was Bright Star. Vatutin's jaw tightened. Yes, Comrade Chairman. 3 coincidences, Colonel. What's your play? The answer was obvious. Surveillance on Filatov. And Bondarenko, just to be thorough. Discreetly, but leave no stone unturned. Gerasimov shut the file with a snap. Your instincts haven't failed you yet. I want updates 3 times a week, no exceptions. General, he added, turning to Vatutin's boss, give him whatever he needs. Any pushback, send them to me. If there's a leak this high up, we will plug it. And not a word of this leaves this room. Who knows how deep the Americans' claws are buried? His voice dropped. Close this case, Vatutin, and those generals' stars are yours by July. But he raised a warning finger. Lay off the vodka until it's done. I need you sharp. Understood, Comrade Chairman. The hallway outside was eerily quiet as they stepped out. Vatutin kept his voice low. What about Veneva? His boss exhaled. Her father's about to join the Politburo. Narmonov's announcement is next week. Another KGB ally in the inner circle, Vatutin mused. Was Gerasimov positioning himself for something bigger? The general's next words snapped him back. He wasn't joking about the drinking. Rumor is you've been drowning your senses lately. The chairman and general secretary actually agreed on one thing, though Vatutin doubted they shared many common views. Yes, Comrade General, he responded, keeping his thoughts to himself. Like most Russians, he considered vodka as essential as oxygen, though this morning's pounding headache had driven him to the steam baths, where he'd stumbled onto the critical lead. Returning to his office, he grabbed a notepad and started mapping out surveillance on 2 Soviet Army colonels. Meanwhile, Gregory dozed through his flight home, barely stirring during the layover in Kansas City. His fiancée, Candy, greeted him at the terminal with a kiss. How was D? Odanderchi asked. Same old circus, he muttered, rubbing his eyes. They had me running non-stop guess. Scientists don't need sleep. As they walked to the car, he hesitated before dropping the bombshell. The Russians fried a satellite with their ground lasers at Dushanbe. Left it looking like melted plastic. Sef tapped the Crayford. That's bad. Worse, it WBR. They've got blooming and jitter issues, but their laser tech's ahead of ours. No one over there can build mirrors like you, though. How far ahead? Enough that they're pulling off stunts we can't yet, Gregory grumbled, slumping into the passenger seat of his Chevy. You drive, I'm still half asleep. Candy turned the key. Will we catch up? Eventually. He cracked open the glove compartment, fishing out a slightly stale Twinkie. Candy side-eyed him sometimes. She wondered if her nickname had sealed the deal. How's the new mirror coming? He asked between bites. Marv's tweaking the coating thickness. We'll test it next week. Gregory smirked. For an old guy, he's got ideas. Candy laughed. His secretary thinks so, too. Workplace romance. Fix capricic CP. He winced as she arched a brow, and they both burst out laughing. Back in D. Narayan leaned across Greer's desk. We got lucky spotting that test. Their timing was slick, our satellites were blind. They didn't want us seeing it, probably because it skirts the IBM treaty. Greer chuckled darkly. Semantics. If we'd done it, the Senate would have lost their minds. Difference is, we were testing targeting systems. I trade you with Tang Tay. That was a weapon. Greer shook his head. Welcome to the fine print of the apocalypse. Jack chuckled at the absurd question about lasers and pins. Ernie Allen would probably have some wild theory about that, he remarked, shaking his head. Though he disagreed with Allen's views, there was something oddly likable about the man. His thoughts drifted to their contact in Moscow, hoping the guy could actually come through for them. Surveillance operations always came with their own set of headaches. To effectively monitor someone, you first had to figure out their daily routine, what they did, where they went, who they met. The lonelier the target, the trickier the job became. Take Colonel Bondarenko, for instance. The KGB agents assigned to tail him were already fed up. His morning jogs through the quiet Moscow streets were a nightmare for surveillance. The man ran alone, his path weaving through nearly deserted blocks, where any unfamiliar face would stick out like a sore thumb. The agents lost sight of him 5 times in just one outing, cursing the barren trees and open spaces that offered zero cover. Any one of those moments could have been a dead drop exchange, and they'd never know. To make matters worse, Bondarenko's military record was spotless, the kind of perfect background a spy would kill for. Just as they were about to call it quits, he reappeared, sprinting around the corner toward home, breath puffing in the frosty air. The lead agent groaned, realizing they'd need at least 6 more officers just to keep up with this guy's morning routine, and they'd have to start before dawn, freezing their tails off in the process. Nobody in the Second Chief Directorate ever got enough credit for the misery they endured. Meanwhile, another team had it easy. Their target, Misha, lived in an 8th-floor apartment with a perfect view from across the street courtesy of a conveniently absent diplomat. Through their telephoto lenses, they watched him stumble through his morning, clearly nursing a hangover. The agents smirked. This was familiar territory. Misha's rank at the Defense Ministry even scored him a car and driver, making their job simpler. A quick switch placed a fresh-faced KGB recruit behind the wheel, and a tapped phone call confirmed an early pickup. Ed Foley, on the other hand, was having an unusually early start. His wife drove him today, kids in tow, something the Soviet file noted with amusement. Unlike local husbands, Foley let his wife keep the car for errands and social calls. At least she spared him the metro today, the KGB gate guard thought, marking the unusual departure time. Foley's fur hat and worn overcoat helped him blend in, though his scarf clashed just enough to hint he wasn't entirely local. His shadow was nowhere to be seen, apparently. He wasn't important enough for constant surveillance. The Russian security personnel who recognized him observed that, like most outsiders, the brutal local climate had a way of leveling the playing field. Surviving a winter here meant adopting Russian habits, bundling up, keeping your gaze slightly lowered while walking. After dropping the kids at school, Mary Pat Foley navigated the streets with practiced ease, her eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds. Driving in Moscow wasn't as chaotic as she'd expected, nothing compared to New York's gridlock, though. Russian motorists had a knack for unpredictable maneuvers. She'd mastered a winding route that bypassed the worst congestion, trading a bit of extra fuel for precious minutes. Rounding a corner, she smoothly pulled to the curb, and her husband Ed stepped out before the car even stopped. The door clicked shut as he strode toward the apartment building's side entrance, his pulse quickening. This was only his 2nd time handling the exchange, and the tension gnawed at him. Inside, Ed bypassed the elevators and took the stairs 2 at a time, checking his watch. He'd never admit it aloud, but his wife's precision behind the wheel unnerved him. She could time her arrivals down to the second, while he barely made it to the 8th floor with moments to spare. Pushing through the fire door, he scanned the empty hallway, its stark design offering no hiding spots for surveillance. Perfect. As he neared the far end, a uniformed officer emerged from an apartment, locking the door before picking up his briefcase. Their paths crossed without hesitation, just a fleeting brush of hands, the film cassette exchanged for a tightly rolled note. No words, just a flicker of annoyance in the other man's eyes before he vanished toward the elevators. Ed retreated to the stairwell, descending slowly this time, his breathing steadying. Outside, Colonel Filatov climbed into his waiting car, his jaw working as if dislodging a stubborn bit of food. "Where's Zedinov?" he grumbled. The sergeant shrugged. "Appendix, they think." Filatov snorted. "Get moving. I need the steam room." Meanwhile, Ed emerged from the building's rear exit, weaving through neighboring complexes until he reached the next street. His wife's car glided to the curb right on schedule, barely pausing as he slid in. They exhaled in unison as she merged into traffic. "What's on your agenda?" she asked, eyes flicking to the mirror. "The usual," he muttered, rubbing his temples. Across town, Misha settled onto the steam room's wooden bench, noting the missing attendant and a few new faces. So that explained the morning's unusual escort. He traded casual remarks with the regulars, his expression neutral. A shame his camera had run out of film and Foley's warning nagged at him. If security was snooping again, well, he'd play the dutiful bureaucrat. These periodic hunts for traitors were as predictable as the winter frost. The CIA had already intercepted and dismantled the courier network. Filatov smirked to himself, remembering the stunned expression on that young officer's face in the hallway. Most people these days had no idea what real combat was like, how it stripped away illusions and taught you what truly mattered. Fear became a tool, not a weakness. Meanwhile, outside the steam room, a KGB operative was meticulously sifting through Filatov's belongings. His briefcase in the car had already been combed through, every document scrutinized with practiced efficiency. Back at the apartment, Colonel Vatutin oversaw the search, his team moving with the precision of surgeons, their gloved hands hunting for the smallest irregularities, a misplaced scrap of paper, a speck of dust out of place, anything that might betray an intruder's presence. The diary was discovered almost immediately, sitting unassumingly in the desk drawer. Vatutin crouched to examine it, checking for hidden markers before flipping through its pages. His mood was foul sleeplessness, and the absence of his usual nightcap had left him on edge. His irritation plain enough that his team knew better than to speak unless necessary. "Camera," he snapped. A technician stepped forward, photographing each page as Vatutin turned them. "Someone's tampered with the lock," a major reported, pointing to faint scratches around the keyhole. "If we take it apart, we'll probably find more evidence." Vatutin barely glanced up. "I already have what they were after," he muttered, holding up the diary. The room fell silent. The agent inspecting the fridge paused mid-search, then resumed with deliberate calm. "This idiot keeps a damn diary," Vatutin growled. "Do none of these people read security protocols anymore?" The absurdity of it struck him. Filatov, a seasoned officer, jotting down classified details in a personal journal instead of handling them through secure channels. And yet here it was, Project Bright Star laid out in meticulous detail, complete with Bondarenko's notes on security flaws and gripes about bureaucratic roadblocks. The enthusiasm of both colonels was palpable, even infectious. Vatutin found himself nodding along until he reached Yazov's hesitations. Funding issues, of course. Some things never changed. Security breaches like this would have ended a junior officer's career, but Filatov operated by different rules. High-ranking officials treated regulations as mere suggestions, bending them to fit their own sense of duty. Vatutin scoffed. Was it the same everywhere, or just another quirk of the system he was stuck in? Vatutin was certain of one thing: he needed concrete evidence before accusing Filatov or anyone else at the KGB. The mere suspicion of espionage wasn't enough. "Why am I even trying to justify this?" he thought, catching himself in the act. His mind flashed back to Filatov's apartment. The walls lined with photographs, Misha perched on his T-34, scanning the battlefield through binoculars. His unit huddled in the frozen trenches outside Stalingrad, his crew pointing at the shattered armor of a German tank. And then, there was the most striking image of all Filatov in a hospital bed. Stalin himself pinning the hero of the Soviet Union medal to his pillow, his wife and children beaming beside him. These weren't the keepsakes of a traitor. They were the relics of a war hero. Back in the day, none of that would have mattered. Suspicion was the default. Anyone could have tampered with that lock, Vatutin reasoned. He'd immediately blamed the missing bath attendant, a former ordnance tech, who'd know how to pick one. But what if that was just a coincidence? If Filatov really was a spy, why bother with handwritten notes when he could photograph classified documents himself? As the defense minister's aide, he had unrestricted access. Sneaking a camera into the ministry would be child's play. If they'd found even a single frame of classified material, Filatov would already be rotting in Lefortovo. Unless he's playing us. What if he wanted them to think someone else was stealing from his diary? Vatutin could take his findings to the ministry now, but the worst they could pin on Filatov was a security violation. And if he simply admitted to working from home, if the minister backed him, then what? The minister would defend him. Filatov wasn't just a trusted aide, he was a decorated soldier. The army always closed ranks against the KGB. They despise us more than they hate the West. The scars of Stalin's purges still ran deep. The near destruction of the officer corps had almost cost them Moscow. If they came forward with nothing but circumstantial evidence, the army would dismiss it outright and launch their own investigation through the GRU. How many loose ends are we going to find in this mess? Meanwhile, Foley was wrestling with his own doubts. The developed film lay in front of him. Incomplete. Filatov had run out before capturing the full document. Still, what he did have was alarming. The KGB had infiltrated an American project codenamed T-Clipper. Filatov had clearly prioritized this over Soviet secrets, and Foley couldn't blame him. Wickets de Freers. More film, full intel, then extraction. The escape was still days away, plenty of time. But the nagging itch at the base of his skull told him otherwise. Now came the real problem, getting fresh film to Filatov. The usual courier network was gone. Rebuilding it would take weeks, and another direct meet was too risky. Sooner or later, luck ran out. Foley knew that. Everything had gone smoothly so far, but chance always caught up. When he'd first taken over Cardinal's case, he'd been amazed the man had lasted this long, refusing extraction 3 times. How much longer can one man tempt fate? The old man clearly believed he was untouchable. Foley smirked to himself, recalling the old saying about pride coming before a fall. Shaking off the thought, he refocused on the day's mission. By dusk, a courier was speeding westward with the latest Cardinal intel. "It's en route," Ritter informed the CIA director. "Finally," Judge Moore muttered with relief. "Now, let's focus on extracting him before things go south." Clark's getting prepped. He'll fly to England tomorrow and rendezvous with the sub the following day. "Another guy who's danced with luck one too many times," the judge remarked dryly. "The best we've got," Ritter countered. Meanwhile, Vatutin briefed the chairman on the surveillance findings. "We don't have enough to act yet, but we're expanding the operation. Filatov's apartment is wired, but Bondarenko's place is a dead end. His wife never leaves. The man jogs every morning like clockwork, so we've added more eyes on him. So far, his record's spotless, almost too perfect. He's the ministry's rep at Bright Star, and, judging by his notes, a true believer in the project." The chairman's tone was clipped but not hostile. Your gut feeling on him. Nothing suspicious. Decorated in Afghanistan for leading a Spetsnaz unit out of an ambush. At Bright Star, he chewed out the KGB guards for slacking, but his report justified it well enough. Hard to argue with his reasoning. May follow-up? Gerasimov asked. The officer sent to investigate died in a crash in Afghanistan. They're sending a replacement soon. The bathhouse attendant, Maid's still missing. We've got every exit covered, airports, trains, everything. If he surfaces, you'll know. Good. Dismissed. Once alone, Gerasimov allowed himself a rare smile. Things were falling into place beautifully. The Vanieva situation was a stroke of genius, exposing a spy ring in Moscow usually came with accusations of incompetence for not catching it sooner. But not this time. Not with her father's pending Politburo promotion, courtesy of Narmanov, who naively expected loyalty in return. Narmanov and his delusions of disarmament and reform were about to meet a harsh reality. Gerasimov's faction was small but powerful. Anchored by Alexandrov, the ideologue Narmanov couldn't purge. And now, he had a wildcard ally even the secretary didn't see coming. Of course, Narmanov had the army's backing, a lingering effect of that German kid's stunt rust, the teenager who'd buzzed into Red Square on Border Guards Day, while the KGB was too drunk to notice. Narmanov had denied them the chance to interrogate the brat properly, a decision that still made Gerasimov's blood boil. The irony. Rust had picked the one day a year the border patrol was guaranteed to be useless. Some victories, it seemed, came with a bitter aftertaste. The Soviet air defense forces had completely missed detecting the intruder, allowing the unexpected arrival to land practically at the doorstep of St. Basil's Cathedral. General Secretary Narmanov wasted no time within days. He dismissed both the head of Air Defense and Defense Minister Sokolov after a heated Politburo meeting, where even Gerasimov kept silent, unwilling to risk his own standing. In their place, Narmanov appointed Dmitry Yazov, a relatively unknown officer plucked from the lower ranks. A man whose loyalty was unquestioned precisely because he owed his position entirely to the secretary. While this move secured Narmanov's political flank, it created a new problem. Yazov was inexperienced, relying heavily on seasoned advisors like Filatov to navigate his new role. And yet, Vatutin still treated this as just another counterintelligence operation. Gerasimov thought bitterly. The strict security protocols surrounding Cardinal's intelligence meant Foley couldn't transmit information through standard channels, not even the supposedly unbreakable one-time pads. The latest report's cover sheet would signal to the Delta clearance team that the contents weren't what they'd anticipated. The moment Bob Ritter grasped the implications, he nearly leaped from his seat. After making copies and shredding the originals, he hurried to Judge Moore's office, where Greer and Ryan were already waiting. He ran out of film, Ritter announced the second the door shut. Moore frowned. What? Our KGB friends have a mole inside T-Clipper who just handed them nearly all the design specs for that new laser mirror system? Cardinal decided that Intel took priority, so we only got half the details on their setup. Ryan, now uncomfortably aware of Ritter's irritation at his Delta clearance, ventured. Half might be enough. The glare he received could have melted steel. He describes the impact of the design changes, but not the changes themselves. Greer cut in. Can we trace the leak on our end? Possibly, Ritter replied. It's someone with deep expertise in optics. Parks needs to see this immediately. Ryan, you've been to the facility, thoughts? Ryan hesitated. The test I observed confirmed the mirror and its control software worked. If the Soviets replicate it, and we know their laser tech is solid, This could upend arms control entirely. We're looking at a strategic nightmare within a few years. Ritter exhaled sharply. If our guy can get another film cartridge, we might salvage this. On the bright side, Bondarenko-Filatov's pick to oversee the laser division will feed us updates. The downside, Moore interrupted with a glance that silenced Ritter mid-sentence. Ryan didn't need to hear the rest. Jack, Moore redirected, you had something else? Ryan nodded. Vaniev's getting promoted to the Politburo on Monday. 63, widowed, one daughter Svetlana, works at Gosplan, divorced with a kid. Clean record by Soviet standards. Did decently in agriculture after taking over Narmanov's old post. He's seen as Narmanov's ally, tipping the Politburo balance in his favor. He paused, noticing the grim expressions around him. What's the issue? Moore's voice was flat. That daughter? She's on Sir Basil's payroll. Ryan leaned forward, his voice firm. Scrap the contract. Sure, having that intel would be great, but the fallout could sink Narmanov. Bench her for now, maybe bring her back later, but for the moment, shut it down completely. Ritter exhaled, rubbing his temple. Easier said than done. How's the assessment coming along? Wrapped it up last night. Good. This one's eyes only for the president and a handful of others, no leaks. Ryan nodded. I'll have it ready by this afternoon. Unless there's anything else? There wasn't. As the door clicked shut behind him, Moore turned to the others. The president's worried about Narmanov's stability again. Ernie Allen thinks the latest Soviet shift hints at cracks in his support back home. Pushing certain issues now could backfire, especially if we pull Cardinal into the open. Ritter scoffed. If Misha gets caught, we're screwed either way. And let's not forget what happens to him. They're closing in. Vaniev's daughter. Back at Gosplan like nothing happened, but the cleaner who handled the drops? Gone. They broke her, Arthur. We can't leave him hanging. We owe him. Moore held up a hand. I can't greenlight extraction without the president's sign-off. Ritter's jaw tightened. Then get it. Politics be damned, this is about survival. If we abandon a man like this, word gets out. Hell, the Russians will turn it into propaganda gold. The long-term damage will outweigh any short-term political headache. Greer stirred his coffee, frowning. If they broke the daughter, why is she back at work? Power play, Ritter snapped. Gerasimov's faction would love to weaken Narmanov's allies. My bet? Alexandrov's pulling strings, and Narmanov's in the dark. They're using her as leverage. Greer sighed. Which means rocking the boat now could blow up in our faces. But leaving Filatov exposed isn't an option either. Can he lay low? Ritter shook his head. We need the rest of his intel. If he's risking his neck to get it to us, we don't get to walk away. This man's given us years, we don't leave our people behind. His voice was steel, the unspoken ever hanging in the air. Moore finally raised a hand. I hear you, Bob. But this decision lands on the president's desk. It's bigger than field work now. Ritter didn't budge. The team had secured all the necessary resources. We're good to go, one officer confirmed, but nothing moves until we get the green light. Meanwhile, at Faslane Naval Base, the weather was as brutal as expected for the season. A biting wind whipped across the Scottish coastline, driving snow and sleet sideways as the SS Dallas broke the surface. Captain Mancuso climbed onto the sail, squinting through the storm at the jagged hills in the distance. The submarine had just completed a high-speed Atlantic crossing, pushing nearly 31 knots close to the limit of what he was comfortable demanding from his crew and vessel. Not to mention, they'd hugged the coastline tighter than regulations typically allowed. But orders were orders, and his job wasn't to question them. The sea churned with 15-foot swells, tossing the sub like a toy as it lumbered forward at a cautious 12 knots. Freezing spray crashed over the bow, drenching Mancuso despite his foul weather gear. Within minutes he was soaked to the bone, teeth chattering. A Royal Navy tug appeared off the port bow, guiding them into the relative safety of the lock. Inside the sub, crew members gripped bulkheads, regretting the hearty lunch served earlier. Mancuso's best-kept secret? Even seasoned submariners could get queasy. An hour later, they navigated the winding channel into the base, the wind nudging the massive hull against the pier. A small group waited in parked cars, shielded from the storm, as the deck crew secured the lines. The moment the gangway was in place, Mancuso retreated to his cabin. His first visitor wasn't who he expected, a commander with no insignia, clearly intelligence. "Rough trip, Captain?" the man asked. "Uneventful," Mancuso replied flatly, resisting the urge to demand answers. "You sail in 3 hours. Here's your mission briefing." The officer handed over a sealed manila envelope, the wax imprints, and strict instructions on when to open it, feeling more like a spy thriller than standard procedure. Mancuso signed for it, locked it away under the officer's watchful gaze, and exhaled sharply once the man left. "Fantastic," he muttered. Next came 2 civilians. The first, descending the torpedo hatch with practiced ease, grinned. "Hey there, Captain." Mancuso blinked. "Jones." "What the hell?" "Admiral Williamson gave me a choice," Jones said, shrugging. "Get recalled to active duty or tag along as a contractor. Guess which pays better." He dropped his voice. "This is Mr. Clark." He's not much for conversation. True to form, Clark claimed the spare bunk in the engineer's quarters without a word. Jones, meanwhile, hauled his gear toward the chief's mess. "They feed better down there anyway," he joked. Mancuso raised an eyebrow. "Treru's grad school. 1 semester left." "Got some job offers already," Jones said, pulling out a photo. "Oh, and meet Kim, my fiancée. Works at the library. Her dad's army, so she gets it." "Congratulations," Mancuso said, though his mind was elsewhere. Jones leaned in. "So, what's the deal?" "Some high stakes if you can't pull off without me?" "Beats me," Mancuso admitted. "They haven't told me a damn thing." Jones smirked. "Well, another trip up north wouldn't be the worst thing." Mancuso wasn't expecting the conversation to take this turn, but he kept his thoughts to himself as Jones headed toward the back of the submarine to get comfortable. Stepping into the engineer's quarters, Mancuso found Clark already making himself at home, his jacket off and sleeves rolled up. At first glance, the man seemed unremarkable, tall, lean, maybe in his early 40s. But a closer look revealed something else. There was no sign of middle-aged softness around his waist, and his shoulders carried a quiet strength that didn't match his slender frame. Then Mancuso spotted the tattoo peeking out from under the dark hair on Clark's forearm, a grinning red seal. "Knew a guy with ink like that," Mancuso said. "Officer SEAL Team 6 now. Was a long time ago, Captain. Not something I can discuss." Mancuso leaned against the doorframe. "So what's the play here?" "Your orders will indulge me," Mancuso cut in with a smile. They just pulled up the gangway. "Udevark 2 detailed. It's a solo extraction. Just me and my kit." Mancuso gave a slow nod, keeping his expression neutral. "Need backup. Is or Stammeler negative. Clean and quiet." Y'all right. We'll hash out details once we're underway. Wardroom's down the ladder, starboard side. One thing are we on the clock. Shouldn't be an issue unless you mind sitting tight. Some variables are still, let's call them fluid. That's all I've got for now, Captain. Orders are orders. Understood. Top bunk's yours. Grab some shut-eye if you need it. Clark waited until the door clicked shut before allowing himself a smirk. First time on a Los Angeles class, most of his ops had been on sturgeons, smaller and easier to maneuver. But some things never changed. The engineer's spare bunk was always his spot, wedged against the curved hull like a half-open coffin. He stowed his gear with practiced efficiency, then hauled himself up. The flight had left him drained, and the submarine's hum was already lulling him into a rare moment of calm. Half a world away, Morozov rubbed his tired eyes. The past few weeks at Dushanbe had been a whirlwind. After the test, and more importantly, after their Moscow overseer had left, they'd cracked open 2 of the 6 lasers only to find the optics charred. Another coding flaw or just shoddy workmanship. His supervisor had brushed it off, tossing the problem to another team. But now, spread across the table, was something far more intriguing. Schematics of the American adaptive mirror system. An astronomer came up with this, Morozov muttered. Wanted to stop stars from twinkling in his photos. No one told him it couldn't be done, so he did it. He flipped a page, scowling at the specs. We don't have the tech to match this. Even the actuators might as well be magic. The Hawaii telescope is years behind this, Morozov snapped. This design is dated. They could already have it operational. He tossed the papers down. We're playing catch-up. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit safe house, Altunin zipped his meager belongings into a bag. His host stood in the doorway, arms crossed. You need to go. Altunin nodded. Where beskin I? The floor, the meals, it was more than I expected. His protector didn't smile. Don't thank me yet. Just get out alive. Edward Altunin was painfully aware of how limited his options had become. Back in America, disappearing would have been simple, a quick trip to a department store for a disguise, maybe some Hollywood-grade prosthetics, and he could have vanished into the backseat of a taxi headed for the next state over. But Moscow. The KGB had already torn through his apartment, memorizing every detail from his wardrobe to the exact shade of his hair. The only advantage he had left was his old army buddies from Afghanistan, men he'd never mentioned to a soul. They'd offered him a mismatched coat, but wearing it would only paint a target on their backs. His backup plan was flimsy, but plausible. He'd claimed to have been holed up with a local gang in one of the city's rougher neighborhoods. Most Westerners didn't realize how bad crime had gotten in Moscow, not quite Detroit levels yet, but close enough that smart people avoided certain streets after dark. Foreigners rarely saw those areas anyway, since muggers knew targeting them brought the militia down like a hammer. Stepping onto Trofimovo Street, a grimy artery near the river, Edward cursed his own short-sightedness. All those years he'd told himself the barges were his escape. Root his father had worked on them, and he knew every hidden compartment. But now the river was frozen solid. The docks silent. No use dwelling on that now. His mind raced to the Moskvich plant just a kilometer away, its freight trains running year-round. Maybe he could slip into a southbound car packed with engine parts, ride it all the way to Georgia, where bureaucracy turned lax. The USSR was vast, its population a sea of 280 million. Papers got lost, identities blurred. Was he fooling himself? Maybe. Maybe. But the alternative was standing still. And that wasn't an option. The whole mess had started in Afghanistan, though he'd ignored it at first. As an ordnance corporal, his job was assembling what the army politely called counter-terrorist devices, innocent-looking toys rigged to explode. Nesting dolls, toy trucks, even pens. Villagers learned quickly, but kids? Kids couldn't resist. Command eventually cut back on the doll bombs, but the result was always the same: 100 grams of explosives detonating in small hands. He'd taught soldiers how to deploy them, never questioning orders. That's how things worked. It was a cushy job, safer than patrolling the mountains. Until the day in Kabul's bazaar, when he locked eyes with a mother cradling a child whose hand was twisted into a permanent claw. Her stare followed him into the Moscow cold, sharper than any KGB tracker. The stories had haunted him, how Afghan rebels would skin captured Soviet pilots alive, sometimes leaving the gruesome task to their women. He dismissed it as the savagery of a backward people, but that logic shattered when he saw the child. Marxism preached that any child, given the right education, could be molded into a lifelong communist. Not this one. The memory clung to him. A chilly November afternoon 2 years prior, the scar fully healed. The child grinning, oblivious to the permanence of its disfigurement. The mother, though she knew exactly why her baby had been punished simply for existing. After that, his supposedly safe job assembling explosives lost its comfort. Every time he fitted the detonator, he saw that tiny, chubby hand. It invaded his dreams. Vodka, even a desperate try with hashish, couldn't erase it. Venting to his fellow technicians only drew the ire of the political officer who coldly reminded him that harsh measures saved lives. Complaining wouldn't change a thing unless Corporal Altunin fancied a transfer to the front lines, where he'd witnessed the necessity firsthand. Now he wished he'd taken that offer. Maybe combat would have restored his pride. Maybe. Instead, he carried the Zampolit's damning letter like a chain around his neck. Tonight, under a heavy sky, he moved like a ghost hugging the shadows, avoiding the glow of street lamps. The shift change at the Moscow factory provided cover, but by the time he reached the rail yard, the crowds had thinned. Snow fell thick, muffling the world, turning the freight cars into blurred shapes under flickering lights. A southbound train was assembling, switch engines growling as they shuffled boxcars. He crouched, studying the rhythm, then spotted an open door 50 yards away. Perfect. The wind howled as he trudged forward, boots crunching, the distant whistles of locomotives the only sound. For a fleeting moment, he imagined those whistles as a call to freedom. Then he saw them. 3 figures inside the boxcar, 2 hauling crates of auto parts. The third, empty-handed until his hand dipped into a pocket. A knife glinted. Altunin opened his mouth, ready to shrug off their black market hustle, but the third man lunged. The impact slammed his skull against a rail. Dazed, frozen, he couldn't even flinch as the man turned, lips curling around words he never heard. Altunin barely caught the muffled response, but the tone was unmistakably harsh. Before he could process the situation, his attacker spun around and drew a blade across his neck with chilling precision. Strangely, there was no pain, just a dazed realization that this was it. He tried to form words, to say he wasn't involved, that none of it mattered. But his thoughts scattered as one of the men loomed over him, clutching 2 crates with trembling hands. The fear in the man's eyes struck Altunin as absurd. Here he was, bleeding out, and yet the living were the ones who looked terrified. By the time a freight train rumbled through hours later, his body was little more than a shadow beneath the snow. The engineer barely had time to break before reporting the grim discovery to the station master. Chapter 13. The Unwritten Rules. Vatutin stared at the scene, his jaw tight. Clean work, he muttered under his breath. Damn them. This wasn't just murder, it was a breach of the silent pact between the KGB and the CIA. No assassinations on home soil. That was the deal. Spying. Mindaspor, They have two at the Trachdabe. But bloodshed like this? It unraveled the fragile order both sides had maintained for decades. Sure, in backwater conflicts, the gloves came off, but not here. Not in Moscow. And certainly not with some poor courier butchered like a side of beef. The irony wasn't lost on him. Altunen's death wasn't just messy, it was lazy. If they'd staged it better, made it look like an accident, he might have bought it. But the slash across the throat? Amateur hour. No defensive wounds either. Whoever did this walked right up to him, maybe even shared a cigarette before ending him. An American? Bisby Tivol or Zhang. But more likely a local blade for hire, the kind the CIA wouldn't dirty their hands with directly. Vatutin rubbed his temples. 6 hours until he had to explain this mess to the chairman. He needed answers and vodka. Check every American who stepped out tonight, he barked at his aide. Where they went, who they saw. And get the militia chief on the line, this stays quiet. Last thing we need is some over-eager detective turning this into a circus about stolen car parts. The doctor coughed. Time of death's rough cold messed with the readings. But likely between 9 and midnight. Vatutin exhaled sharply. Capitalism was turning the whole country into vultures. Even the KGB wasn't immune. He glanced at the snow, already erasing the blood. Next time, he muttered to no one, at least make it believable. Vatutin approached the train engineer, rubbing his gloved hands together. Bitter morning, isn't it? The older man instantly understood the unspoken request. Indeed, Comrade Colonel. Maybe a little warmth would help. He produced a flask from his coat pocket, his fingers trembling slightly. The moment he'd spotted the KGB insignia, his stomach had tightened with fear. But this officer seemed different. His crisp uniform couldn't hide the weariness in his eyes. Vatutin took a generous swig, the liquid burning a path down his throat before returning the flask with a curt, "Thank you." Snow crunched under his boots as he disappeared into the pre-dawn gloom. By 7:25 a.m., Vatutin stood stiffly in Gerasimov's waiting area, watching the clock tick toward the chairman's legendary punctuality. Right on schedule, the door swung open. Gerasimov barely glanced up as he strode past, gesturing for Vatutin to follow. Tupper Broad. Altunen's body was discovered near the Moskvich plant rail yard. Throat slit, then conveniently flattened by a switching engine. Vatutin kept his voice flat, though his knuckles whitened around his notebook. The scene was staged broken railcar, stolen auto parts. Amateur hour, really. As if we'd believe some black market thugs got jumpy over a petty theft. Gerasimov's secretary materialized with tea, the steam curling between them like an unspoken thought. So, the chairman mused, stirring his cup, we have 3 live couriers singing like canaries, 1 dead pawn, and 0 proof connecting either end of this chain. Marvelous. His tone was drier than the paperwork piled on his desk. Vatutin exhaled. We're digging into Altunen's military contacts. But I'd bet my pension it's a dead end. Meanwhile, the Americans are practically winking at us from their embassy windows. Double the surveillance, Gerasimov snapped. Then, unexpectedly, he smirked. You've stopped smelling like a distillery, by the way. It's an improvement. Across the city, Foley glared at the 3 film canisters mocking him from his desk. Spying was a joke with a punchline that changed daily. 1 minute you're orchestrating dead drops with the precision of a ballet. The next you're debating whether a chalk mark made by an 8-year-old would be less suspicious than your own clumsy handiwork. He snorted, pouring himself 2 fingers of bourbon, strictly to steady his nerves, of course. The ice cracked like bones under a train wheel. Life at the American embassy in Moscow had its own peculiar rhythm, especially when it came to messing with the KGB. Embassy staff would stroll through the city, doing things just odd enough to raise eyebrows, like tucking flowers into their lapels in summer, only to casually pluck them out moments later. The Russian surveillance teams would scramble, convinced every small gesture was a coded signal, scanning sidewalks for invisible contacts. Others took endless photos of mundane street corners, not because they needed to, but because the sheer randomness of it drove the second chief directorate into paranoid overdrive. To counterintelligence officers, even a tilted sun visor or a carelessly placed package could seem like a clandestine handoff. The Americans, with their natural unpredictability, turned Moscow into a playground of false leads, sending KGB agents chasing shadows that didn't exist. It was a game the U.S. better Russians were too rigid to fake true chaos, and the frustration on their faces was almost comical. Foley, meanwhile, had bigger problems. Cardinal's refusal to use dead drops baffled him. A hollowed-out brick or a loose stone would have been perfect in a city where shoddy construction left plenty of hiding spots. But no, instead, they relied on brush passes, which required the precision of a quarterback dodging defenders. The agency hadn't sent him here because it was easy. Maybe his wife could handle the next exchange. She had a knack for blending in. Back in Washington, the mood was grim. So, where's the leak? Parks demanded, rubbing his temples. His security chief sighed. Could be any of 100 people. Pete Wexton, an FBI counterintelligence inspector, smirked. Only 100. That's reassuring. The suspects ranged from scientists to secretaries, even budget analysts, all with access to T-Clipper's secrets. The real headache. Most were young, tech-obsessed researchers who treated classified data like open source code. To them, information was meant to be shared, debated, built upon. Security officers lived in a world of locked doors and need to know. Scientists thrived in chaos, where breakthroughs sprouted from unchecked collaboration. Wexton leaned back, imagining a lab where every whispered idea set off alarm bells. The irony wasn't lost on him. The tighter the security, the less there was worth protecting. What about canary traps? He asked. Mel Parks blinked. The hell's that? You tweak documents slightly in each copy. When one leaks, you know exactly who spilled it. The general frowned. And here I thought paper cuts were our biggest threat. The captain laid out the plan with a weary sigh. If we tag each document individually, we can pinpoint exactly which one's getting leaked. Problem is, we haven't bothered. Takes too damn long. Parks snorted. CIA's got some fancy program called Spook Scribe that does it automatically. Classified, but they might share if you ask nicely. Real generous of them, Parks muttered. Would it even help us here? Not right now, the captain admitted, but you use every tool in the box. Heard about that system. Doesn't work on scientific papers, though. Weskably borsamste. Change so much as a comma, and the whole meaning gets scrambled. Wexton smirked, assuming anyone understands that jargon to begin with. But you can bet the Russians do. His mind raced through the logistics. Hundreds of agents, too many to go unnoticed in such a tight-knit field. Cutting off access to the mirror experiment data might tip off the spy. He almost wished he was back chasing kidnappers and mobsters. Almost. Parks had handpicked him for T-Clipper, and Director Jacobs had personally called him the right man for the job. No backing out now. Meanwhile, Bondarenko had sensed something off days ago during his morning run. Afghanistan had sharpened his instincts, and now they screamed at him. Someone was watching. 5, maybe more. Wade professionals. Probably Russian. Probably. He tested them, veering right instead of left, passing the new apartment complex with spotless first-floor windows. His hand instinctively dropped to his hip, grasping for a sidearm that wasn't there. The realization stung no weapon, just his fists. Not fear, just frustration. A soldier should know his battlefield. In the window's reflection, a man lingered 100 meters back, hand near his face like he was speaking into a radio. Bondarenko jogged backward briefly, but when he turned, the man was just another pedestrian, indifferent. The colonel resumed his pace, lips pressed into a hard line. To confirmed. But confirmed what? By the time he reached his office showered, dressed, tea in hand, his mind still churned. The radio played, his wife hustled the kids to school, and Krasnaya Zvezda lay unread in his lap. Pooh. Why? Am I under investigation? Vekadzvulit. Mad. Misha strode in, cheerful. Morning, Gennady Iosifovich. Bondarenko barely looked up. Morning, Comrade Colonel. Filatov chuckled. Call me Misha. At this rate, you'll be my boss soon. What's wrong? Bondarenko met his eyes. I'm being watched. Misha felt a chill run down his spine as Colonel Bondarenko mentioned being followed during his morning run. You're certain? Misha asked, though he already sensed the truth in the colonel's sharp tone. Bondarenko smirked, assuming Misha had noticed the surveillance too, but the old soldier hadn't. Not until now. The realization struck like a delayed thunderclap. The bath attendant was still missing. Was this more than a routine check? Misha's expression flickered before he masked it. Ah, so you've picked up on it too? Bondarenko pressed. Misha forced a dry laugh. Let them waste their time. They'll find me duller than Alexandrov's love life. The jab at the Politburo's ideologue had become Defense Ministry gossip. Was Narmonov finally sidelining the old guard? Meanwhile, across the world, a different kind of meeting unfolded. The archer sat cross-legged on a woven rug, surrounded by CIA operatives, who transformed the humble space into a feast. Platters of spiced lamb and flatbread steamed between them, but the real offering was information. Ortiz, ever the diplomat, translated the American's effusive praise. Your bravery inspires even our soldiers, the senior agent said, though the archer's pride remained tempered. This is our land to reclaim, he replied. Allah wills it, your aid is welcome. But the fight is ours. Ortiz watched him closely. He has no idea he's a pawn. Then came the pivot. We need to discuss the light you witnessed, the agent said. The archer's brow furrowed. He'd expected questions about missile trajectories, not celestial anomalies. Like a shooting star, he described, but climbing, not falling. His precise account time, location, the arc across the sky made the agents lean in. Did you see an impact? One pressed. Confusion flashed in the archer's eyes. Impact? It was just light. The revelation came like a blade. You're a math teacher. Ever heard of lasers? The archer's fingers stilled around his juice glass. From textbooks, measuring tools, yes. The agent's next words landed like a grenade. That was a weapon test. It destroyed a satellite. The archer's world tilted. America, the technological giant, feared Russian lasers? His mind raced. Why else would they cross oceans for his account? You're afraid of this thing, he ventured. Deeply curious, the senior agent corrected, sliding a map toward him. A red circle marked a site near the Afghan border. Built in '83, when Moscow still thought they'd conquer you. The archer's jaw tightened. Their arrogance blinds them. But as he studied the schematics, a darker truth settled over him. This war had just escalated beyond mountains and missiles. The sky itself had become a battlefield. The perceived slight of their reaction stung like a personal affront. His eyes traced the map's contours, the jagged peak, nearly encircled by the serpentine bend of the Vash River. The strategic advantage was obvious. Nurik's hydroelectric dam loomed just miles downstream. The archer wasn't as ignorant as he pretended. He understood lasers, their lethal precision, how their beams could scorch retinas in an instant. If they could obliterate a satellite orbiting beyond the reach of any aircraft, what horrors might they unleash on the ground? Maybe proximity to his homeland wasn't mere coincidence. Just the light, then. The question hung heavy. No rumors. No tales of unnatural glows piercing the night sky. The archer's denial came with a shrug. Only that once. He caught the flicker of frustration between his visitors. Regardless, the leader said, brushing it aside, my government extends its gratitude. 3 armored trucks of weaponry are en route to your men. Name anything else, we'll secure it. A grim nod. He'd anticipated riches for delivering the Soviet officer, only to be cheated by the man's demise. Yet these foreigners cared nothing for that. Their obsession was the documents, the eerie light. Was the Russians' death insignificant compared to this place? Did it terrify the Americans? And if so, what did that mean for him? Across the ocean, the president's office crackled with tension. Arthur, I'm not comfortable with this, the commander-in-chief murmured. Judge Moore leaned in. Sir, Narmonov's already on shaky ground politically. Losing our agent won't tip the scales any worse than a KGB arrest hell. It might even play in our favor. They can't exactly scream foul if he escapes. Jeffrey Pelt's knuckles whitened on the desk. The risk outweighs the reward. Narmonov's our best shot at real reform. Your own analysts said so. Moore exhaled, memories of Kennedy's failed gambit flashing through his mind. Khrushchev's fall had ushered in decades of stagnation. Now, history teased them with another opening. Jeff, extracting him changes nothing for Narmonov's standing. Then why hasn't Moscow snatched him already? Pelt shot back. What if you're seeing ghosts? 30 years, Moore hissed. 3 decades of stolen secrets, narrow escapes, watching us ignore his warnings. 30 years waiting for the noose. If we abandon him now, what's left of our principles? The president flinched. Moral appeals always swayed him. And if we destabilize Narmonov? Bill Lurd countered. If Alexandrov's hardliners seize power, dragging us back to brinkmanship? How do we justify trading global stability for one life? Simple, Moore said icily. The public never hears about it. The Kremlin won't advertise their blunder. But tell me, how do we justify betraying a man who's bled for us? Same answer, Pelt snapped. They'll never know. The president rubbed his temples. Both paths led to the same unspoken truth. They were debating how to protect America by propping up its greatest adversary. And that was a conversation no speechwriter could spin. Speaking openly about Russia as an enemy would spark outrage in the media. Despite thousands of Soviet nuclear warheads pointed at America, the delicate dance of diplomacy demanded caution. No one wanted to provoke unnecessary tension. The president recalled his 2 encounters with Andrei Ilyich Narmonov, the Soviet Union's general secretary. Younger, sharper, a man with ambition. Their meetings had been a careful game of chess, each probing for weaknesses, searching for leverage. Narmonov seemed determined to reform the system, but was that really a good thing? What if he actually succeeded? Loosening economic controls, introducing market principles, granting even limited freedoms just enough to kickstart their stagnant machine. Some advisors warned of the nightmare scenario, a Soviet Union with both military might and a thriving economy. Would that reignite their ideological fervor, reviving the ruthless drive of the 1930s? The result could be a more formidable adversary than ever. Others argued that freedom, once unleashed, couldn't be contained. Just ask Haiti's Duvalier or the Philippines' Marcos. History showed that even oppressive regimes could crumble under the weight of change. Maybe, in a generation or two, the Soviets could evolve into something resembling a democracy. After all, liberal states rarely went to war with each other. What a choice, either be remembered as the fool who reignited the Cold War, or the naive optimist who trusted a dictatorship to reform itself. The president rubbed his temples. Here he was, not strategizing success, but already calculating the fallout of failure. Funny how both nations shared that burden, governments perpetually falling short of their people's hopes. He was supposed to have the answers. That's why they elected him. If only they knew how much of leadership was just damage control. Who else knows about this? Me snapped. Judge Moore spread his hands. Admiral Greer, Bob Ritter, and myself at the CIA. A handful of field operatives got the alert, but they don't know the political stakes, and they never will. Beyond them, it's just us 5 in this room. And we're already worrying about leaks. The president's outburst cut through the tension like a knife. How the hell did we get to this point? The room went still. Nothing silenced a debate like a furious commander-in-chief. He studied Moore and Pelt one, fighting to save a loyal agent's life, the other weighing cold, strategic gains against human cost. The real question wasn't just about policy. It was about what kind of country they wanted to be. Arthur leaned forward, his voice steady but urgent. Sir, this operative, let's keep his identity out of it, has been risking his life for 3 decades, feeding us game-changing intel, right down to the Soviets' latest laser tech. Now he's exposed, and we owe it to him to pull him out before it's too late. The president exhaled, rubbing his temples. Across the room, Jeff crossed his arms. With all due respect, Mr. President, extracting him now could blow everything wide open. If Narmonov's government collapses over this leak, we're stuck dealing with hardliners again. No arms deals, no thaw in relations. Is one man worth that? Moore's jaw tightened. It's not just about intel. This guy's been loyal to us since the Nixon administration. If we abandon him, what does that say to every asset we've got? The president pushed back from the desk, pacing toward the bulletproof windows. Outside, the south lawn stretched out, deceptively peaceful. 30 years. This spy had been in the shadows back when he was just some assistant busting drunks in a Brooklyn courthouse. And Narmonov? The first Soviet leader in decades who didn't sneer at the word détente. He spun around. Arthur, prep your team, but nobody moves without my direct order. Understood. Not a single step. Later, in the solitude of the private bathroom, he caught his own reflection in the mirror. The face staring back looked exhausted. You're the commander-in-chief, and you're hiding in the John like a kid avoiding homework. He almost laughed. The absurdity of it, the weight of the world balanced against one man's life, hit him like a punchline only he could hear. Down the hall, Ritter was fuming. So we just twiddle our thumbs while Moscow burns? Moore shot him a warning look. Cool it. A maybe buys us time. And dig deeper on Narmonov's opposition. Alexandrov's too old to seize power. But Gerasimov, that snake's been waiting in the grass. If Narmonov stumbles over this arms deal, we'll be dealing with a guy who makes the Cold War look polite. Ritter grimaced. And our guy? Tell Foley to keep the channel open. For now, that's all we can do. If Alexandrov doesn't play his cards right, He'll be left behind completely forced out of power while Narmanov secures his position for the long haul. Admiral Greer finally chimed in, his voice dry. That kind of shift doesn't happen overnight. 5 years minimum. But Alexandrov might not even have that long. We've got whispers he's already on thin ice. If those rumors hold weight, he could be pushed out sooner than expected. Judge Moore sighed, rubbing his temples. Wouldn't it be nice if these guys followed a predictable script? At least we keep them guessing. Greer smirked. Cheer up, Arthur. If the world ran on logic, we'd all be out of a job. Navigating the Kattegat was never easy, especially for a submarine trying to stay invisible. The waters were too shallow to dive, the channels a maze even in daylight, worse at night, and downright treacherous without a local guide. But secrecy ruled out a pilot, so Captain Mancuso stayed topside, scanning the horizon while his crew worked frantically below. The navigator hunched over charts, sweat beading on his forehead, while a quartermaster squinted through the periscope, calling out landmarks. No radar, just a low-light scope that turned the pitch-black night into a murky dusk. The weather played in their favor, low clouds and sleet, cutting visibility just enough to keep their dark silhouette hidden from shore. The Danes knew they were coming and had patrol boats keeping watch, but otherwise, Dallas was on her own. Ship off the port bow. A lookout barked. Mancuso raised his night scope, spotting a container vessel. Geds were, it was Soviet bloc. Within seconds, they had its course plotted closest approach, 700 yards. He cursed under his breath and barked orders. Running lights were on, the amber beacon above the mast, marking them as a sub. A sailor swapped the American flag for a Danish one. Everyone act Nordic, Mancuso muttered. Jaw, Captain. A young officer joked from the shadows, though it was harder for him to blend in, given he was the only black man on deck. The container ship held its course, but 2 Danish boats darted forward, sliding between them like referees. Mancuso exhaled. At night, everything blurred together. A surfaced sub just looked like a hulking shadow with a sail. Polish, maybe? The lieutenant guessed. Mancuso adjusted his scope. Nope. Mirsk. The ships closed fast, half a mile a minute. Mancuso kept his scope trained on the merchant's bridge, but the crew seemed more focused on not colliding than on the strange submarine nearby. The encounter ended as quickly as it began, the ship's stern lights fading into the gloom. Lights on had been the right call, Mancuso realized. If they'd been dark and spotted, it would have raised alarms. By the time they hit the Baltic proper, he was already in his cabin with the navigator, plotting their approach to the Soviet coast. When Clark joined them, the real planning began. The Teuton smirked at the irony of it all. In a perfect scenario, the defense minister would happily hand over his concerns to the KGB and let them handle the investigation without interference. But reality was far messier. Thanks to the usual bureaucratic infighting, Yazov was firmly in the general secretary's pocket and well aware of the growing rift between Gerasimov and Narmanov. There was no way Yazov would let the KGB dig too deep. Either he'd seize control of the investigation through his own military security branch, or bury it entirely to avoid the embarrassment of having a traitor in his inner circle. If Narmanov went down, Yazov wouldn't just lose his cushy position, he'd be lucky to retire with his dignity intact. And even if Narmanov survived, Yazov would still be the one thrown to the wolves, just like Sokolov before him. Yazov wasn't just playing defense, though. He had his own ambitions. Under the guise of Narmanov's so-called restructuring, he was quietly reshaping the Soviet army, handpicking officers who'd owe their loyalty directly to the general secretary rather than the party. That sent a chill down Vatutin's spine. The party had always relied on the KGB to keep the military in check, What happened when the military realized it didn't need them anymore? Worse, what if Narmonov had an army that answered only to him? The balance of power would shift overnight. The KGB's role would shrink, and Narmonov could wield unchecked authority, maybe even enough to rival Stalin himself. Vatutin shook his head. Since when had he started thinking like a political strategist? He was just a counterintelligence officer, not some party ideologue. For years, he'd left the big decisions to his superiors, content to focus on the details. But now, thanks to Gerasimov's trust, he was tangled up in high-stakes power plays. One wrong move, and he'd be exiled to some backwater KGB office in Siberia, forgotten forever. On the other hand, if Gerasimov won, a promotion to head of Directorate 2 wasn't out of the question. The absurdity of it all almost made him laugh. He'd spent his career avoiding politics, and now here he was, caught between the KGB chairman and the general secretary. No way out but forward. Do the job. Why survive? And maybe, just maybe, come out on top. Colonel Vatutin snapped out of his thoughts and refocused on the stack of reports before him. Bondarenko's file was spotless every background check. Every performance review confirmed he was a loyal officer with an impeccable record. But Filatov? That was another story. The decorated war hero was hiding something, and Vatutin could feel it in his bones. The problem was proving it without stepping on the defense minister's toes. If he pushed too hard and came up empty, Gerasimov would make sure his career went up in smoke. And yet, the investigation was tangled in political red tape, thanks to the chairman's ambitions. Funny how Vatutin never connected his own stalled promotions to the same man pulling the strings. He called in his team, and within minutes, his senior officers filed into the room. Any updates on Filatov? Vatutin asked, cutting straight to the point. A mid-ranking officer stepped forward. We've got 6 agents rotating shifts, keeping eyes on him around the clock. We've even set up hidden cameras around his apartment complex every night. A team reviews the footage. We're stretched thin, but we're covering all angles. The only new lead. He talks in his sleep. Mumbles about someone named Romanov. We've got a specialist trying to clean up the audio, but so far, it's just garbled nonsense. Other than that, we've got him locked down tight. The only blind spots are when he ducks into shops or turns corners, just enough time for a quick handoff if he wanted. Short of swarming him with agents, there's no way to close that gap. Vatutin nodded. Even the best surveillance had its weak points. Then the officer added, one odd detail: Filatov personally takes the burn bag to the incinerator once a week. Routine, except nobody thought to mention it until yesterday. The kid working the incinerator came in after hours to report it. Weds Obervrien. Turns out Filatov oversaw the installation of that system years ago. I checked the blueprints, nothing unusual. Just standard procedure. Vatutin shifted gears. What about Oltunin? Another officer flipped open his notebook. Dead end. No leads on where he was before he turned up dead. The fake papers he had were sloppy good enough for the provinces, maybe. If the CIA was involved, they covered their tracks perfectly. No loose threads. And your take? Vatutin pressed. The officer hesitated. I think it was just bad luck. Wrong place, wrong time. No evidence, just a gut feeling. Vatutin leaned back, weighing the words. Sometimes the simplest explanation was the hardest to accept. It required serious guts for an officer from the 2nd Chief Directorate to admit he wasn't handling a counterintelligence operation. How confident are you in this assessment? The colonel pressed. We can't be certain, Comrade Colonel, the officer replied. But if the CIA had carried out the assassination, wouldn't they have hidden the body? And if they wanted to frame someone high-ranking, why not plant evidence to divert suspicion? There's nothing here, no staged clues, no misdirection. It doesn't fit their usual methods. The colonel nodded. You're right, we would have done exactly that. Still, follow every lead. Understood, Comrade Colonel. It'll take about a week. Anything else? Vatutin scanned the room. When no one spoke, he dismissed them with a curt wave. Meanwhile, Mary Pat Foley had her own mission. The hockey game was the perfect opportunity. Cardinal would be there, tipped off by a wrong number call from a payphone. A simple handshake would transfer the 3 film cassettes tucked in her purse. Her son played on the same junior league team as Filatov's grandnephew, so her presence wouldn't raise eyebrows. Routine was everything to the Russians. She knew they were watching her. Surveillance had tightened lately, but the tale they assigned wasn't exactly subtle. She'd spotted the same face too many times in one day. Mary Pat, born Mary Patricia Kaminsky Foley, carried a complicated legacy. Her grandfather had once served the Romanovs, teaching young Alexei to ride despite the boy's hemophilia, a dangerous task requiring endless patience. That role had been the old man's only claim to glory. A failed military officer, he'd been promoted through connections, only to see his regiment destroyed in the Tannenberg campaign. Captured by the Germans, he survived the war, but never returned to Russia after learning his wife had died in the revolution. Instead, he drifted to America, settling near New York, remarrying and living well into his 90s. Mary Pat grew up on his stories, tales of a brave prince and a family executed like criminals. As a history student at Columbia, she learned the Romanovs were far from noble, their court riddled with corruption. But no textbook could erase the image of her grandfather, weeping over their fate. That single story shaped her hatred for the Soviet regime, a hatred no logic could soften. Now, working in Moscow against that very government, she felt a rush like nothing else, not even her marriage to Ed, whom she'd met at Columbia. He was a skilled CIA officer, sharp and efficient, but he didn't share her fire. He lacked the bloodline, the inherited fury that drove her. And that made all the difference. Mary Pat had grown up speaking Russian with her grandfather, learning the refined, poetic version of the language before Soviet influence simplified it into something rougher. But what truly set her apart wasn't just fluency. It was her instinctive grasp of the Russian soul. She recognized the quiet melancholy woven into their culture, the way they guarded their emotions in public, yet bared their deepest selves only to those they trusted completely. This insight had made her one of the CIA's most effective operatives in Moscow, earning her 5 high-level assets, just one short of the agency's legendary record. Some of her colleagues jokingly called her Supergirl, a nickname she rolled her eyes at. She was a mother of 2, after all, with all the messy, real-life proof that came with it. Catching her reflection in the mirror, she smirked. Not bad, Foley. Grandpa would have loved this. The best part, no one had a clue who she really was. She adjusted her outfit just slightly overdressed, the way Western women in Moscow were expected to be. Every detail of her public persona was deliberate. The cheerful but empty-headed expat, the devoted but unremarkable mom, the kind of woman who flitted between substitute teaching, embassy parties, and aimless sightseeing. To the Soviets, she was exactly what they assumed an American woman would be: harmless, a little frivolous, utterly unthreatening. If they only knew, she thought, flashing herself another grin. Downstairs, Eddie was bouncing impatiently, his hockey stick tapping the worn living room carpet. Her husband, Ed, barely looked up from the TV as he kissed her goodbye, tossing Eddie a gruff, "Go wreck 'em, kid." The Rangers had been Ed's obsession since childhood, and now his son was carrying the torch. On the elevator ride down, Mary Pat felt a pang. Eddie had made real friends here, but Moscow wasn't the place for attachments. It was too easy to forget who the enemy was. She worried he was getting too comfortable, absorbing the wrong lessons. But that was fixable. Back home, tucked away in storage, was a photo of Tsarevich Alexei, signed for his favorite teacher. All she had to do was remind Eddie how that story ended. The drive to the rink was the usual mix of last-minute pep talk and Eddie's restless energy. He was tied for third in the league's scoring race, just 6 points behind tonight's opponent, some Russian kid whose name Eddie muttered like a challenge. The parking lot was packed, which surprised her until she remembered. Hockey here wasn't just a sport, it was practically sacred. Tonight's game would decide playoff seeding, and half of Moscow seemed to have turned up to watch. Eddie barely let her set the parking brake before he was out of the car, duffel slung over his shoulder, waiting with barely contained impatience as she locked up. He slowed just enough for her to keep pace before bolting for the locker room. Mary Pat took her usual spot in the stands, close enough to blend in, but not so close she'd stand out. A few parents waved, and she returned the gesture with an exaggerated smile, playing her part perfectly. Near the rink's entrance, Marshal Yazov stepped out of his staff car with a sigh. "Haven't seen a junior league game in years," he admitted. "But my nephew insisted. Says I'm good luck." Filatov chuckled. "Maybe you'll bring us both some, Comrade Marshal." Yazov smirked. "Let's hope so. It's good to break routine." The office could wait until tomorrow. The defense minister grinned as he recalled his childhood days on the ice. "You ever play hockey growing up?" Colonel Filatov asked. "Defense position, though the other kids claimed I hit too hard," the minister admitted with a laugh, motioning his security detail to stand back. "We didn't even have a proper rink where I lived. Truth is, I was all elbows and no finesse. Tanks suited me better. Nobody complains when you wreck things in one of those." He nudged Filatov. "So, how's this team looking?" Filatov preferred youth leagues over professional games. "There's something about kids playing with pure joy," he mused. The two men found a spot near the parents, their military coats and polished insignia, ensuring no one blocked their view. Security lingered nearby, pretending not to watch the game, though their presence was hardly necessary, given how last-minute this outing had been. The match was electric from the start. The opposing center darted across the ice like a fox, weaving through defenders with slick passes. The home team, featuring Misha's grandnephew and an American player, spent most of the first period pinned in their own zone. But young Misha played defense like a bulldozer, and the American boy intercepted a pass, racing the length of the rink only to be denied by a spectacular save that drew cheers from both sides. Russians might argue over everything else, but they knew how to appreciate good sportsmanship. "Damn shame," Misha muttered as the period ended scoreless. "That breakaway was a beauty." Yazov nodded. "That goalie's got reflexes like a cat. I should scout him for Central Army." He clapped Misha on the shoulder. "Thanks for dragging me here. I'd forgotten how much fun these games could be." Up in the rafters, hidden by the glare of the arena lights, 3 KGB officers watched the scene below. "What do you think they're chatting about?" The senior officer muttered. The man with the camera scoffed. "Probably just hockey talk. Look at those security clowns, too busy watching the game to do their jobs." "If I wanted Yazov dead, not our call," the senior officer cut in sharply. Down on the ice, the second period kicked off with a roar. "Go, Eddie." Mary Pat shrieked, making her son cringe. Misha squinted. "Where was that?" Yazov chuckled. "The American woman we met earlier. Quite the enthusiast." Filatov smirked as the action shifted. "Just go say hello already." Yazov took the hint. The crowd instinctively made way as he sidled up beside her. Mrs. Foley, isn't it? She flashed a quick smile before her eyes snapped back to the game. General Marshall, actually. Your boy's number 12. Yes. Did you see that robbery by the goalie? A brilliant save, Yazov conceded. Yeah, well, let him try that on someone else. She shot back as the opposing team charged toward Eddie's end. Misha leaned in. All American fans this passionate. Mary Pat laughed, a little self-conscious. I know, I'm embarrassing. Parents are supposed to be dignified, right? Or just human, Yazov said with a grin. Guess I'm a full-blown hockey mom now, she admitted, then had to explain the term. Yazov's laughter caught her off guard. At least we've taught your son to play proper Soviet hockey. Milvika purred Tuprin. Maybe he'll make the Olympics someday. That got another laugh out of him, something she hadn't expected. Yazov came across as the kind of no-nonsense hardliner who rarely cracked a smile. Who's that woman with the kid? He muttered, nodding toward the stands. American diplomat's wife. Her boy plays on the team. We've checked them out, nothing stands out, his aide replied. Yazov smirked. Not bad looking. Didn't peg him for a charmer. The photographer beside them kept clicking away. Maybe he's recruiting her. Or blame him. Down on the ice, the game had turned into a sluggish defensive battle, neither team able to break through. The kids lacked the polished teamwork of Soviet players, and the coaches had drilled them to avoid rough play. These were still growing bodies, after all, no sense risking injury. Mary Pat couldn't help but admire the Russian emphasis on protecting their young. Life was hard enough. Why make it harder for the kids? Then, in the third period, everything exploded. A rebound shot sent the puck flying toward Eddie, who darted down the ice with a defenseman hot on his heels. Trapped in the corner, he whipped a pass to his teammate, who buried it past the goalie. The crowd erupted, sticks clattering onto the ice in celebration. Excellent pass, Yazov remarked, impressed despite himself. Then, with mock severity, he added, Of course, now that your son knows state secrets, we can't let him leave the country. Mary Pat's eyes widened in exaggerated shock, playing right into Yazov's assumption that she was just another naive American. You're joking, right? She asked, her voice wavering just enough to sell it. The soldiers burst out laughing. The minister has a sense of humor, one assured her. Oh, thank goodness. She gasped, relief dripping from her words before turning back to the game. All right, let's get another one. The Russians exchanged amused glances. Americans were always good for entertainment, so loud, so excitable. If she's a spy, I'll eat my camera, the photographer muttered. The officer beside him stiffened. Careful what you say, comrade. The humor vanished from his voice. He knew better. Her husband, Edward Foley, was dismissed by the press as a bumbling bureaucrat, the perfect cover, if you thought about it. But then again, plenty of real idiots worked in government. His own cousin was proof of that. With seconds left, Eddie seized his moment. A botched shot sent the puck his way, and in a flash, he fired it past the scrambling goalie. Mary Pat shrieked, leaping up and down before throwing her arms around Yazov. His guards tensed, but the minister merely sighed, already dreading the paperwork this would cost him. Misha could vouch that their conversation had been completely innocent. Mary Pat wasted no time turning her attention to Filatov, flashing a grin. See, I told you you were my lucky charm. Misha barely managed to pull away as her fingers brushed his for the briefest moment, just long enough for the 3 film cassettes to vanish into his glove. He marveled at how smoothly she'd pulled it off. Was she some kind of trained illusionist? Do all American hockey fans have this much energy? He muttered, half amused. Yazov chuckled, watching her with reluctant admiration. If only his own wife had half this woman's spark. You've raised quite the athlete, he remarked. If he faces us in the Olympics, I might even forgive him for winning. Mary Pat beamed, though her thoughts were far less diplomatic. I hope he wipes the ice with your team. Out loud she gushed, that's so sweet of you. Eddie scored twice tonight, unlike that Russian kid, what's his name? Yazov raised an eyebrow. You take children's games this seriously? For a split second, her guard slipped. Show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser, she shot back before catching herself. Oh, that's Vince Lombardi, famous coach. Sorry, I must seem so uncultured to you. You're right, it's just a silly game. She flashed another dazzling smile, silently adding, try keeping up. Nearby, the photographer lowered his camera. Just an overexcited woman, he muttered to his superior. How soon can you develop these? Set 2 hours. Then get to it. The senior officer sighed, rubbing his temples. Did you notice anything unusual? His subordinate pressed. Nothing concrete. She acts like any other American parent, loud, emotional, obsessed with sports. Except she somehow charmed the defense minister and our top treason suspect. Coincidence. I think we've wasted enough time. 2 hours later, the officer sifted through a stack of black and white photos. The high-speed Japanese camera had captured every moment with crisp precision. He scrutinized each frame, lingering when Mary Pat appeared. Her outfit was undeniably stylish, typical American extravagance, but it was her eyes that gave him pause. In person, she'd seemed flighty, all empty smiles and shrill cheers. Yet in these stills, her gaze was sharp, calculating. Slavic cheekbones, he noted, frowning. Foley was an Irish name, but her features hinted at something else. The idea of mixed heritage baffled him another strange American quirk. He snorted, tossing the photos aside. All that money on clothes, and for what? Yet, despite himself, he couldn't shake the feeling that behind those bright blue eyes, she was playing a far more dangerous game than hockey. With a few extra pounds and a different hairstyle, she could blend into any crowd in Moscow or Leningrad, though the latter seemed more fitting. There was something unmistakably Leningrad about her, that subtle air of superiority locals often carried. He couldn't help but wonder about her background as he flipped through the photos. The Foleys, by contrast, had barely warranted a second glance from headquarters. Their files were thin, dismissed as insignificant. But something nagged at him, a quiet instinct that this oversight might be costly. He reached the final photograph, glancing at his watch with a groan, 3 in the morning. Rubbing his tired eyes, he grabbed another cup of tea. The second goal must have just happened. There she was, leaping with the grace of an athlete. He hadn't noticed before, but she had great legs. His colleagues up in the rafters had joked about her being quite the entertainer in private. A few more frames, and there she was, throwing her arms around Yazov, that old lecher, then hugging Colonel Filatov. Then he froze. The photo revealed what his binoculars had missed. As she embraced Filatov, her gaze was fixed on one of the security guards, the only one not watching the game. Her left hand wasn't around Filatov at all, it was down by his right, hidden. He flipped back. Before the hugs, her hand had been in her coat pocket. Around the defense minister, it was clenched. Revdu Filatov. Open again. And that smile, cold, calculated, purely Russian, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Son of a bitch, he muttered. How long had the Foleys been here? His exhausted brain fumbled for the answer. At least 2 years. And they'd missed it. What if it was just her? A spy working alone? No, He dismissed the thought instantly, though for all the wrong reasons. He grabbed the phone. Vatutin arrived 25 minutes later, unshaven and scowling. The major laid out the damning photos. "We never saw it," he admitted as Vatutin squinted through the magnifier. "Clever disguise," Vatutin grumbled, still groggy from interrupted sleep. He was failing to adjust to sobriety. Then he looked up, incredulous. Right under our noses. In front of the defense minister and 4 guards. The audacity. He snatched the file, flipping through it with growing irritation. Her handler? This idiot. He couldn't tail a kid without looking suspicious. "There are hundreds of Americans at the embassy, Comrade Colonel," the major pointed out. "We can't watch them all. Yet we're watching the wrong ones." Vatutin paced to the window. "No more. Her husband, too. They're both CIA. She passed something to Filatov. Probably intel or worse." Vatutin sank into a chair, rubbing his eyes. "Good work, Major." Meanwhile, dawn broke over the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. The archer, now a leader in more than name, checked his men's newly acquired weapons. War waited, and so did his plans. Ortiz had provided him with a full collection of tactical maps, detailed satellite images, marked with the latest Soviet positions and patrol routes. Now equipped with a long-range radio, he could even tune into Russian weather broadcasts, though their mission wouldn't begin until after dark. Around him, the refugee camp buzzed with life, a stark contrast to the bombed-out ruins of the villages his men had fled. Families huddled together, children laughing as they played, some with toy guns, others with real ones clutched in small hands. The archer watched them with a quiet ache. These boys would soon be fighters. Their courage needed to fill the gaps left by fallen comrades. If death came for them, it would be in service of a sacred cause, a thought that once troubled him but now settled like a familiar weight. A flicker of warmth cut through the grim reality as he spotted one of his riflemen guiding his toddler's first unsteady steps. The boy wobbled, grinning up at his father, a man he'd barely known until this makeshift sanctuary. The archer remembered those moments with his own son, now lost to a different fate. He pushed the thought aside and turned back to his duties. No longer a missile technician, he was now a leader, trusted by his men, even considered lucky. Funny how superstition could steady a fighter's nerves better than any manual on war. Then, without warning, the sky split open. The sharp crack of cannon fire shattered the calm, followed by the sleek silhouettes of Su-24s, screaming low overhead. Bombs tumbled from their racks, wobbling like drunken birds before finding their deadly trajectory. He barely had time to register the sight before instinct drove him to the dirt. Time stretched thin as he fell, the ground refusing to rise fast enough. Behind him, the world erupted deafening silence, then a roar that punched through his bones. Staggering to his feet, ears ringing, he saw the aftermath. Where his fighter and the child had stood, only a crater remained. No bodies, no cries. That Russian pilot he'd once pitied. A fool's regret. Mercy was a luxury for a different world. His grip tightened on the rifle, knuckles bleached white, as the last of the fencers vanished into the horizon, leaving only echoes and ash. The lesson was clear. In this war, there were no second chances. The Pakistani F-16 arrived too late, slicing through the sky in a desperate attempt to respond, but the Russian forces had already vanished across the border. The jet circled the devastated camp twice before retreating to base, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Ortiz's voice cut through the smoke, his face streaked with blood from an unknown injury. "You okay?" he asked, though his words sounded distant, muffled by the ringing in his ears. The archer didn't answer instead. He tightened his grip on his rifle, watching a woman collapse to her knees, wailing for her lost family. Together, they moved through the wreckage, dragging the wounded toward the miraculously untouched medical tent. Inside, a French doctor worked with furious precision, his hands slick with blood as he muttered curses under his breath. On their next trip, they found Abdul, trembling as he clutched a loaded Stinger missile. Tears streamed down his face as he admitted he'd been asleep when the attack began. The archer squeezed his shoulder. No words could absolve the guilt, but he tried anyway. Ortiz's jaw clenched as a French news crew arrived, cameras rolling. He pulled the archer aside, out of sight. 6 dead, the archer muttered, deliberately omitting the civilians. This is weakness. Ortiz spat, his voice raw with disgust. Attacking women and children, what kind of monsters do this? The Russians saw this place as a guerrilla stronghold, but Ortiz had been here too long to pretend that justified the slaughter. His mind flashed to Laos, to the Hmong brave fighters abandoned despite Western promises. Was history repeating itself? Were these people just pawns in a bigger game? The thought gnawed at him. Meanwhile, the archer's gaze drifted westward, then north. Borders meant nothing to war, and he was done waiting for others to decide his fate. Half a world away, Vatutin stood before Gerasimov, laying out his plan with cold precision. "The trap is set," he said. The KGB chairman's smile held more than satisfaction. It was vindication. "Compromise him during the handoff," Vatutin continued. Vatutin continued. "The CIA's gotten sloppy, using their own officer. Let's humiliate them." Gerasimov nodded. "Make it hurt." Back in his office, Vatutin briefed his team, unaware the walls had ears. The game was in motion, and no one would walk away clean. Filatov shifted restlessly in his sleep like most people, only still during dreams, while the reel-to-reel tapes captured every rustle of sheets and muffled mumbling. Then a distinct noise cut through, a sound like wind catching a sail, prompting the man with headphones to signal his team. The old general had kicked off his blankets. A series of coughs followed, no surprise given his medical records, which noted his weak lungs and tendency for respiratory infections. He was definitely coming down with something. The loud honk of him blowing his nose drew smirks from the KGB agents. "Target acquired," the camera operator announced, moving toward the bathroom. The next sequence was textbook. 2 high-powered lenses, adjusted to cut through morning glare, tracked his movements through the apartment windows. One technician muttered, "Honestly, if anyone saw footage of us right after waking up, we'd die of humiliation." The senior officer didn't share the amusement. "This one's fate won't be embarrassment," he said flatly. It was easy to grow too sympathetic during surveillance, so he reminded himself traitors deserved no pity. How did a decorated war hero fall so far? The major pondered whether the state would risk a public trial for someone of Filatov's stature. Politics would decide that. A door creaked. Filatov had retrieved his daily copy of Red Star, delivered by a Defense Ministry courier. The gurgle of his coffee machine drew envious glances. Even traitors got to enjoy good coffee, apparently. Now visible at his kitchen table, he scribbled notes in the margins of the paper as he read. He checked the milk before pouring it, a cautious habit, then slathered butter thickly on his black bread. "Still eats like a soldier," someone remarked. "He was one a damn good one," another replied. "What a waste." Breakfast ended quickly. Filatov shaved, dressed meticulously, and even polished his boots, an old military habit rare among ministry officials. His uniform bore 3 gold stars, a silent testament to his past. After a final check in the mirror, He tucked the paper into his briefcase and left. The lock clicked behind him. Subject on the move, the major reported. No deviations. Surveillance team ready. Understood, Vatutin answered before hanging up. Outside, Filatov saluted his driver and vanished into the gray morning. Routine. You fitav. The team could afford patience now. Meanwhile, mist clung to the western mountains as a light rain fell. The archer lingered, offering prayers and comfort before departure. Ortiz was getting his face patched up by a French medic, while his companions sifted through the CIA officer's documents guiltily, but he told himself he was only retrieving his own records. Ortiz, ever the meticulous note-taker, had left maps and diagrams clipped together exactly where expected. Al meticulously copied the documents by hand, working with swift precision before carefully returning everything to its original position. You all are such sticklers for rules, Beitausig teased with a laugh. Wouldn't want to ruin the reputation, Al shot back, forcing a grin to hide his irritation. He couldn't fathom why Candy tolerated this woman, whatever she was. There was something about Bo that unsettled him, though he couldn't quite place it. Not that he cared whether she liked him or not. His family adored him, his fiancée was devoted, and his colleagues held him in high regard. That was all that mattered. If Ba didn't approve of how an army officer should act, that was her problem. Fine, let's get down to business, Bo said, clearly amused. Washington's breathing down my neck, asking for a timeline. Someone should remind those suits, you can't just flip a switch on projects like this, Candy snapped. 6 weeks, Max. Ale smirked. Might even be sooner. How soon? Candy pressed. Hurry, Texter. We haven't tested it in the simulator yet, but it's solid. Bob's idea turns out we were overcomplicating things. We don't need as much AI as we thought. Simplifying the command structure actually speeds things up. Bo raised an eyebrow. I thought AI was essential for precision? Nah, we were over-engineering it. Instead of making the system overthink every decision, we built preset options. Cuts the processing load by 20%. Faster response, fewer hiccups. What about irregularities? Ba pressed. That's the beauty of it. The AI was slowing us down more than helping. The laser's response time is sharp enough now if a target doesn't fit the profile, we take the shot anyway. Bo's eyes narrowed. You've tweaked the laser specs. Al shrugged. Can't discuss that. The smug grin on his face made Bo's skin crawl. Worse was the way Candy gazed at him like he was some kind of hero. The guy had a pasty complexion and acne scars, for crying out loud. B didn't know whether to laugh or gag. Even us paper pushers need to plan ahead, she muttered. Security rules, Hal said with a shrug. Candy sighed. At this rate, Al and I won't even be able to talk outside of she shot him a suggestive look. Sugate's word is severed. I have a headache. B, can you believe this guy? Zav Dekond, Candy asked. Never have, Bo replied dryly, masking her frustration. Inside, she seed the intel she gathered was now useless, thanks to Al's last-minute changes. Meanwhile, in another room, Jones tapped his sonar screen. Con, sonar contact bearing 098. Designate Sierra 4. The junior officer squinted. You sure it's not noise? Jones traced a faint line on the display. Von Deteftuker. Not random. He adjusted the filters, and within moments the signal sharpened into clarity. At least it was clear to Jones. The younger man just nodded, pretending to understand. The blip on the sonar screen pulsed unevenly, its outline swelling and tapering like a living thing, stretching across 5 degrees of the display. The civilian tech rep studied it a moment longer before keying his mic. Sonar confirms Sierra 4 as a Krivak-class frigate, holding steady at 096. Estimating speed around 15 knots. Jones glanced at the wide-eyed kid beside him, remembering his own first patrol. This green sonarman hadn't even earned his dolphins yet. That jagged spike. That's his turbine whine screaming through the water. Krivak's leak noise like a busted faucet, no decent soundproofing on those Soviet rust buckets. Captain Mancuso ducked through the hatch, sidestepping the open deck plate that separated sonar from control. Dallas was an early Los Angeles-class boat, lacking the streamlined layout of newer models. He raised his chipped Navy mug toward the screen. "Where's our Russian friend holding?" "Same bearing, sir." "Clean water between us, he's still distant." Mancuso smirked. Jones had a habit of eyeballing ranges like some backwoods deer hunter, yet damned if the man wasn't usually spot on. Aft in control, the fire control team was crunching numbers, plotting the frigate's track against Dallas's position. Surface traffic was light, just a few merchant ships chugging along. The Baltic might as well have been a bathtub for all the respect Mancuso gave it, though winter here could turn nasty fast. Intel suggested most Soviet ships were docked for repairs, and the thin ice this season was one small blessing. Only Clark knew their real objective, and the man was tighter-lipped than a torpedo tube. "Captain, we've got a fix on Sierra 4, a lieutenant called out. Jones scribbled a number on a scrap of paper and passed it over. 36,000 yards, course 290, Mancuso read aloud, then barked a laugh as he unfolded Jones's note. "You creepy son of a bitch." He tossed it back and headed aft to adjust course away from the Krivak, not toward it. That was new. The old Mancuso would have closed in for periscope shots, run torpedo drills, treated it like a wartime stock. Now they were slinking off like teenagers dodging a cop. The junior sonarman snatched the note. 36,000. Which decalawakes a bulka frey. Trade secret, kid. Jones dropped into a gravelly impression of some old-time comedian. Takes 10,000 hours to be this annoyingly right. He watched the course change tick in, frowning. Something was off. Clark's presence didn't help. The guy lurked near the engine room treadmill like a ghost, smiling but never talking. Rumor had it the tattoo on his arm marked him as SEAL Team 6. Submariners loved secrets, but this one had the boat buzzing. Jones stretched and headed aft. Lesson time was over, and as the resident civilian, he had the run of the ship. Maybe he'd swing by the mess, see if the coffee was less toxic than usual. Dallas was moving at a leisurely 9 knots eastward, and Jones couldn't help but notice how unhurried she seemed. A quick glance at the chart confirmed their position, while the impatient tapping of the navigator's pencil hinted at the distance still ahead. Below deck, Jones grabbed a Coke, his mind already racing. This wasn't just another routine trip. Things were about to get intense. Upstairs, Judge Moore's phone rang, and he answered with a clipped, "Yes, Mr." The Adulta to staff tree. The secure phone system, a bulky 3-foot cube disguised in his desk, transformed words into indecipherable digital fragments before reassembling them on the other end. The result? Crystal clear conversations, free from static. The president's voice carried an unmistakable weight. This was his first call of the day, and the gravity of the decision was clear. Moore could almost picture him wrestling with it through the night. Once the president made up his mind, though, there was no turning back. Pelt might argue all day, but the order was final. "Thank you, Mr. President. I'll set things in motion," Moore replied before summoning Bob Ritter. "The Cardinal extraction is a go." Ritter grinned, slamming a fist into his palm. Makes me glad I voted for the guy. 10 days from now, he'll be safe, though. Debriefing him might take a decade. His expression sobered. Shame to lose him, but we owe him that much. Besides, Mary Pat's been pulling in some solid recruits. Last night's film pass sounded like a real nail-biter. Moore chuckled. She's always had a reckless streak. More than a little, Ritter agreed, shaking his head. But then, all the best field agents have some cowboy in them. Even the New Yorkers. With genes like that, their kids are bound to be trouble, Moore mused. All right, Bob, you got your wish. Make it happen. Ritter wasted no time, firing off the telex via satellite. Minutes later, the message reached Moscow. Travel orders approved. Keep all receipts for routine reimbursement. Ed Foley read the decrypted note with relief. Finally, he thought. Cold feet turned warm. One last handoff, and Misha would be on a flight to Leningrad, following the escape plan he'd rehearsed yearly. His old tank regiment, now stationed there, would never suspect a thing. The Soviets had even planned to honor him posthumously. Filatov Guards had a nice ring to it. Too bad they'd have to scrap that idea. But first, they had to alert him. A low-level embassy staffer slipped out, standing at a predetermined spot. Someone else, unnoticed by surveillance, picked up the signal and made the mark clueless about the stakes. Just following orders. Spy work was supposed to be thrilling, he grumbled inwardly. This feels like running errands. Vatutin leaned back in the car seat, his eyes fixed on the scene unfolding outside. There he is, he murmured, watching as Filatov stepped into his own vehicle and pulled away. Vatutin's driver kept a careful distance, maintaining surveillance just long enough before peeling off, letting another team take over. The radio chatter was efficient, no wasted words as the 6-car detail rotated positions, always keeping one ahead and one behind their target. Filatov made a predictable stop at the upscale grocery store frequented by Defense Ministry brass. Vatutin had an operative inside. This was one of Filatov's regular spots, after all, to note his purchases and any conversations. Everything was running smoothly, just as he'd expected once he'd made it clear that the chairman himself was invested in this operation. Vatutin's driver sped ahead, dropping him off across from Filatov's apartment building. He slipped inside, taking the stairs 2 at a time to reach the surveillance post. Right on schedule, the senior officer remarked as Vatutin entered. One of the agents peered discreetly out the window, just as Filatov's car rolled to a stop. The trailing surveillance vehicle cruised past without hesitation, while the colonel disappeared into the building. Subject just entered, a technician confirmed over the comms. Inside, the team had orchestrated every detail. A woman with a mesh bag of apples would share the elevator with Filatov, while 2 young lovers, barely out of their teens, would pass him in the hallway, giggling loudly about their devotion. The microphones picked up their staged whispers just as Filatov unlocked his door. Got him, the cameraman muttered. Stay clear of the windows, Vatutin ordered. Though it was unnecessary, his men were already well back, hidden in the darkened apartment. Filatov never bothered with curtains, a habit that worked in their favor. They watched as he changed into casual clothes, then moved to the kitchen, assembling a simple meal before cracking open a bottle of vodka. Just an old, lonely man, one officer observed quietly. You think that's what pushed him? Another asked. Vatutin didn't answer. They'd find out soon enough. Hours later, Misha turned to Corporal Romanov, his voice low. Why does the state betray its own soldiers? Romanov hesitated. Because we're soldiers, I suppose. Misha recognized the evasion. Did the corporal understand what he was really asking? But if we betray the state, then we die, Romanov replied flatly. We earn the people's hatred, and we die. His gaze locked onto Misha's, unspoken questions burning behind his eyes. What have you done? Across the street, the audio tech noted the sound of muffled sobs and frowned, wondering what had triggered them. Meanwhile, Ed Foley leaned over his wife's shoulder. What's all this? Just getting organized for the move, Mary Pat replied lightly, scribbling on a plastic sheet with a marker the kind meant for fridge notes, easily wiped clean. I'll do it, she'd written. I have a perfect dodge. She held up a signed hockey team photo, grinning. Eddie had scrawled in Russian at the top, "To the man who brings us luck." Thanks, Eddie Foley. Ed exhaled. His wife's boldness was nothing new, and her cover was flawless. But still he couldn't shake the unease. Ed shook his head in frustration. What now? The sole person in the Cardinal network who could expose him had never actually laid eyes on him. While Mary Pat had flair, Ed prided himself on being more cautious. He was convinced he had the upper hand when it came to evading detection. Sure, he admired his wife's dedication and her knack for performance, but sometimes her boldness bordered on reckless. Why don't you just say it to her face? He mocked himself. He already knew the response. She'd shut him down with cold logic. There was no time to rebuild their intricate web of cutouts. Both of them understood her cover was airtight, that she hadn't raised a single eyebrow yet. But this job? Nothing but a relentless parade of butts. Fuming, he scrawled on the plastic notepad, "Just cover your perfect little backside, will you?" Mary Pat's eyes gleamed as she erased it, then scribbled back, "Let's to make those eavesdroppers regret their life choices." Ed choked back a laugh. This was their ritual before every mission, her irreverence, his reluctant amusement. Down in the apartment basement, two Russian technicians hunched over their equipment, ears straining as the Foley bedroom erupted in unconventional noise. Mary Pat stirred at 6:15 a.m., the Moscow darkness pressing against the windows. She mused whether her grandfather's grit had been forged in these brutal winters, and how much of that darkness lived in her now. Like every American in Moscow, she loathed the bugs in her walls, though last night's theatrics had been a petty victory. Still, the thought of microphones in the bathroom made her grimace. Classic Soviet charm, she thought, catching her reflection. First task, thermometer in mouth. Another baby was their goal, and the process beat enduring Soviet television reruns. Plus pregnancy. The ultimate disguise. 3 minutes later, she logged the result on a hidden chart. Not today. She tossed the used test strip away. Chaos followed wrangling groggy kids, dodging Ed's grumbles, orchestrating breakfast around their one-bathroom bottleneck. God, Virginia can't come soon enough, she thought. Eddie clung to hockey here, but Moscow was robbing him of backyard summers and Saturday cartoons. Soon, they'd board that Pan Am flight home to Chesapeake sailboats and winters that didn't require Arctic survival gear. By 7:15 a.m., the family was assembled. Mary Pat grabbed a mysterious package. Cleaning day. One Sheng. I'll handle it, she replied. With that, he herded the kids toward the elevator, leaving her to one last smirk at the mirror worker. Woman's Soviet-era calisthenics blared from the TV. Eddie's guilty pleasure. Definitely time to go home. The Filatov family was always the earliest risers on their floor. Young Eddie dashed ahead and smacked the elevator button with his usual enthusiasm, grinning as the car arrived just as his parents caught up. The old Soviet elevator cables gave a familiar bounce when he jumped in. His mother held her breath, convinced the contraption would plummet to the basement, but Eddie loved the sudden drops. Minutes later, they piled into their Volkswagen, Ed taking the driver's seat. As they pulled away, the kids waved at the friendly militiamen stationed outside, though everyone knew he was really KGB. The man smiled and waved back before, immediately picking up his booth phone. Ed's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror while his wife adjusted the side mirror, both scanning for tails. In the back seat, the kids bickered, ignored by their parents. "Beautiful morning," Ed murmured. No sign of surveillance. His wife nodded silently. They had to watch every word. Eddie could blurt out anything, just like reciting cartoon theme songs. And who knew if the car was bugged? After dropping the kids at school, Ed's wife returned with a frown. "Nikki Wagner's out sick. They want me to cover her class this afternoon." Ed gave a non-committal grunt. "To Potensu Wings Quad of an INM." Shifting gears, he merged back onto Leninsky Avenue. Now the game began in earnest. Every mirror check carried weight. Meanwhile, Colonel Vatutin sipped tea in the apartment next door, where the original tenants had conveniently relocated days earlier. He'd studied the tapes of Filatov drinking himself into oblivion, and now his team listened through hidden mics as the colonel stumbled through his morning routine. Vatutin smirked. Maybe it took one drinker to recognize another. Filatov's hangover the day he met the traitorous bath attendant mirrored his own past. The pieces fit. A war hero turned traitor, wrestling with guilt, needing liquor to quiet his conscience. At least treason still weighed heavy on some souls. The radio crackled. "Target approaching." Vatutin exhaled. "It happens within 100 meters of us." Mary Pat rehearsed the steps in her mind. Passed the wrapped photo, retrieved the film tucked in her glove. The signal was crucial. A gloved hand swiping her forehead, then scratching her brow. The danger cue. She prayed Ed would notice. He'd offered a breakout once before, only to be refused. Today, there'd be no second chances. She grasped the situation far better than her husband ever could. Her CIA career had always been driven by instinct rather than cold logic. But even she had her limits. This informant had been leaking secrets to the West since before she'd owned her first toy. The target building loomed ahead. Ed swerved around potholes as she clutched the package tighter, her knuckles whitening. Just as her fingers closed around the door handle, her husband gave her thigh a reassuring squeeze. "Knock 'em dead, kid." A crackling voice broke through the radio static. Folieva exited the vehicle, approaching the side entrance now. Vatutin smirked at the clumsy attempt to Russify her name. His fingers twitched near his holstered sidearm, but he resisted. Too risky. A misfire could ruin everything. "The Bulpatakevlurin," he muttered. One of his men shrugged. "Brush pass. Clean and quick." Vatutin nodded, though the lack of corridor surveillance gnawed at him. High-stakes operations were always messy. The best targets were paranoid, and these Americans? They were already on edge enough to execute their own in that train yard. At least Moscow's crime wave had one upside. Peepholes were standard in most apartments now. His team had swapped the standard lens for a wider one, giving them a sliver of visibility. He pressed his eye against it, mentally kicking himself for not bugging the stairwell. Not every spy took the elevator after all. Mary Pat wasn't as quick as her husband. She paused on the landing, catching her breath, ears straining for any sound. A glance at her watch. Showtime. She pushed through the fire door, striding down the center of the hallway. "Mom, Misha. Don't screw this up." This was it, the last handoff. Maybe then she'd finally get debriefed stateside. Her son could shake hands with a legend, and her grandfather's ghost would stop judging her from the afterlife. She'd memorized the building's layout in 20 frantic minutes. There, his door. Right on schedule, it creaked open. Her pulse stuttered. Flawless timing. But then a sound. A barely there click. Vatutin's stomach dropped. The cheaply installed deadbolt had betrayed him. Mary Pat didn't flinch. Training took over. The peephole's shadow flickered someone was there. Moving. Unlocking the door. In one fluid motion, she veered right, dragging her glove across her forehead. No time for subtlety. Misha's smirk froze mid-transformation as the door flew open. The stranger barreling out wasn't his neighbor. "You are under arrest." Vatutin bellowed, then faltered. The American and the Russian stood frozen, hands at their sides. Behind him, his men couldn't see his face twist in realization. "Excuse me," Mary Pat replied, flawless Russian dripping with faux confusion. "What betu faux?" Filatov roared, vodka-fueled fury in full swing. He jabbed a finger at her. "Against the wall now. I'm a U. Citizen, a spy," a captain snapped, shoving her into the concrete. Mary Pat's voice cracked with panic, stripped of any diplomatic composure, not that the captain had time to dwell on her lack of professionalism. His own thoughts stuttered as she shrieked, "What's happening? Why are you?" Her cries escalated, raw and desperate. "Someone call the police. I'm being attacked, help me." Vatutin barely glanced her way. His focus was locked on Filatov, shoving the colonel against the wall as he snatched the film cassette from his grip. For a heartbeat that dragged like an eternity, doubt clawed at him. What if she wasn't CIA after all? But the cold weight of the film in his palm steadied him. He met Filatov's gaze, venom seeping into his voice. "You're under arrest for treason, Comrade Colonel. Get him out of here." Turning back to the woman, he took in her wide, furious eyes. Curious faces peeked from doorways down the hall. "Colonel Vatutin, State Security," he announced, voice sharp as a blade. "This is an official arrest. Return to your rooms." The doors snapped shut almost instantly. Some things never changed. "Good morning, Mrs. Foley," he said, watching her wrestle for control. She straightened, chin lifting. "I demand to speak to my embassy immediately. My husband is a diplomat, and if you think harassing a pregnant woman won't blow up in your face," Vatutin's expression didn't flicker, though the word pregnant lodged in his mind. Their apartment maid had mentioned tests. If true, this could spiral beyond his pay grade. Gerasimov would have to decide. "You'll be questioned, not harmed," he said flatly. Mary Pat's pulse hammered, but her training held. The fear was real, but so was the fierce pride burning beneath it. She'd played her role perfectly. Diplomatic immunity would shield her, even if only for a day or two. The real agony wasn't the charade. It was the gutting loss of her best asset. She bit back the scream building in her throat. Let them think they'd won. The tears could wait until she was airborne, far from these bastards. Damage assessment Ritter exhaled, tapping the report. At least he had the sense to alert the embassy first. The ambassador lodged the protest before the Soviets could spin their story. "Small comfort," Greer muttered. "She'll be on the next flight out," Ritter added. "They're already declared persona non grata." Ryan shifted in his seat, stomach twisting. What about Cardinal? 1 week they're praising this legendary source, the next gone. No appeals, no mercy. Just a bullet and a quiet grave. The thought turned his blood to ice. Jack leaned forward, his fingers drumming on the table. "Is there any way we could negotiate a swap for him?" Ritter let out a dry laugh as he pushed back from his chair and moved toward the window. The CIA parking lot was a ghost town at this hour. Just a few scattered cars buried under mounds of snow from last night's plowing. "You're dreaming, kid. We don't have anyone valuable enough to trade for a reduced sentence, let alone a full release. Even if we offered up a station chief, which we don't have, they'd never go for it." "So he's as good as gone, and the intel dies with him," Jack muttered. Judge Moore nodded grimly. That's the assessment. Ryan wasn't ready to give up. What about our allies? Sir Basil might have some leverage we don't. Ritter spun around, frustration sharpening his tone. Face it, Ryan. The man's already dead, he just doesn't know it yet. In a few months, we'll get the official announcement, confirm it through back channels, and then we'll pour a drink in his honor. That's how this ends. Greer cleared his throat. What about Dallas? Ritter shot him a warning look. Not your concern. Hand her back to the Navy and move on. Greer nodded, but his expression darkened. This is going to blow back on us hard. Judge Moore exhaled, already dreading the upcoming meeting with the president. Ryan, what's your take on the arms control angle? Jack shrugged. Depends on how they play it. They've got options. Anyone claiming to predict their move is full of it. Ritter smirked. Spoken like a true analyst. Sir Basil thinks Gerasimov's making a power grab, Ryan continued, unfazed. He might use this to push Narmanov out, but Narmanov's got the Politburo locked down. He could either push for the deal to prove his strength, or turn us into the villain to rally the party. Either way, good luck guessing which way he'll jump. Figure it out, Moore ordered. The president needs something solid before Ernie Allen starts offering up his side as a bargaining chip. Ryan stood, then hesitated. One more thing, the Sovs didn't announce Cardinal's arrest before our ambassador protested. That's not how they operate. Ritter scoffed. They don't make mistakes like that. Prove it, Ryan shot back. The foreign minister is Narmanov's guy. Nesov Yazov. If they were blindsided, this wasn't a coordinated move. Greer's lips twitched in amusement. He's got a point. Ritter scowled, but stayed silent as Judge Moore leaned in. Keep talking, Ryan. If those ministers were kept in the dark, this changes everything. Jack perched on the edge of a chair. Cutting out Yazov makes sense. Cardinal was his aide. But the foreign minister? You don't botch the timing unless someone's playing their own game. Moore turned to Ritter. Bob. The deputy director clenched his jaw. He'd never been Ryan's biggest fan, but even he couldn't ignore the logic. The room fell quiet, the weight of the unspoken hanging heavy in the air. The deputy director of operations leaned back in his chair, taking a slow sip of coffee before setting the mug down. The kid might be onto something. We'll need to verify a few things, but if they hold up. This isn't just a routine intelligence case, it's political dynamite. Brewan Preve. James. The DG gave a grim nod. Terrifying thought. Ryan kept turning the pieces over in his mind. This isn't just about burning a valuable asset. The KGB could be playing the long game here, using this to manipulate the political landscape. But what doesn't add up is his support. Alexandrov's faction has 3 hardliners, and Narmanov just gained a 4th with Vanev. Damn it! Ritter cut in, slamming his fist on the table. We thought when they grabbed his daughter and released her, they either failed to crack her, or her father was too high profile to touch. Blackmail, Judge Moore concluded darkly. You called it, Bob. And Narmanov has no idea. You've got to admire Gerasimov's twisted genius. He's playing chess while everyone else is stuck on checkers. If this is real, Narmanov's already outnumbered and doesn't even know it. He rubbed his temples. Though right now, we sound like conspiracy theorists spinning wild theories over coffee. Ryan almost cracked a grin before the weight of it hit him. We might have just sabotaged the first Soviet government in decades that actually wanted to reform. Imagine the headlines when this leaks, because it will leak. A scandal this explosive never stays buried. He tossed the incriminating photos onto the table. Mary Pat barely glanced at them. Lovely snapshots. Now, where's my embassy rep? The interrogator smirked. We don't have to let you speak to anyone. You could be here for years. She rolled her eyes. Listen, pal, I'm an American citizen. My husband's a diplomat, which means I have immunity too. You think just because I'm a helpless housewife, you can strong-arm me into signing some ridiculous confession? Newsflash, I'm not signing anything, and my government will come for me. So you can take that confession, slather it in mustard, and choke on it. Honestly, your food's so terrible, the extra fiber might do you good. She crossed her arms. And now you're telling me that sweet old man I gave a photo to got arrested? That's not just paranoid, it's deranged. We have records of multiple meetings. Lee's poise. Plus a hockey game last year, wait. No, 3 times if you count the embassy reception. But the only thing that matters is the hockey. The team thinks he's their good luck charm, ask them. They all signed the photo. Both times he showed up, we crushed the competition, and my son scored. And that makes him a spy. Jesus, you guys must think CIA agents are hiding in your cereal boxes. She was loving this. They were tiptoeing around her, probably terrified she'd fake a miscarriage right there. So much for the spy rule books, shut up and lawyer up. Nope. She leaned into the role, indignant suburban mom with a diplomatic shield. The more she ranted about their incompetence, the tighter the interrogator's jaw clenched. Russians hated being mocked, especially by Americans. Used to think embassy security was overbearing, she scoffed. Don't take photos, don't wander off. Well, I wasn't taking a photo, I was giving one. And half the kids in it are yours, except Eddie. She turned toward the two-way mirror, smirking. Did they come up with this bad cop routine themselves, or did they binge-watch American cop shows? Vatutin studied the woman through the two-way mirror, impressed despite himself. Her trainer did excellent work, he muttered. She's aware of our presence but gives nothing away. How much longer are we keeping her? Until evening, replied the second directorate chief with a dismissive wave. No sense wasting resources, her husband's already boxing up their flat. The general shot Vatutin a pointed look. You should have waited a few extra seconds. Vatutin didn't bother justifying the faulty lock. Excuses meant nothing in their line of work, especially not to colonels. The mission's core objective had been achieved. Filatov was compromised, if not caught red-handed. The rest, officially, it didn't exist. Both men understood the unspoken rules of the game. Across town, Marshal Yazov stormed into Gerasimov's office, his greatcoat still damp from the February cold. Where is he? He demanded, not bothering with formalities. Lefortovo, naturally, Gerasimov replied, fingers idly tracing the edge of a dossier. The KGB chairman noted Yazov's flushed face, anger, fear, or just the winter wind. This isn't the time for theatrics, Dmitry Timofeyevich. Gerasimov continued smoothly. We're both Politburo members, both on the Defense Council. And given recent developments, you might find yourself entangled in this investigation. Yazov's complexion drained of color, though his voice remained steady. If you've got proof, spit it out now, unless you've lost your nerve. Gerasimov obliged, sliding a stack of surveillance photos across the desk. Yazov barely glanced at them before tossing them back. So, Filatov invited me to a hockey game. We ran into an American woman, some diplomat's wife. Harmless chatter. I filed the contact report, same as protocol. An empty-headed socialite, yet you documented it. Gerasimov arched a brow. Because she's American, and her husband works at their embassy, Yazov shot back, regaining his footing. She touched my arm during small talk. The reports are on record. I'll have copies sent to you. Gerasimov's smirk faltered. She's CIA. Then socialism's future is secure, Yazov retorted dryly. I didn't realize your agency recruited such incompetence. The defense minister exhaled, forcing calm. Filatov, a traitor. Impossible. The man's service record was impeccable, and the fallout would tarnish the entire military, including Yazov's own rising star. Listen carefully, Yazov said, voice low. If you have legitimate evidence, my GRU team will review it. But if this is another KGB power play, I'll take it straight to the Politburo. As the door slammed behind Yazov, Gerasimov remained still. A miscalculation. He'd expected fear, submission, not defiance. The game had shifted, and now he'd have to adapt. Everything had unraveled because Vatutin had acted too soon, failing to secure concrete proof. If only he'd waited another moment. Now the only option was extracting a full confession from Filatov. Meanwhile, Colin McClintock maintained his cover as a commercial attaché at the British Embassy, just across the river from the Kremlin, a location that had irritated Soviet leaders since Stalin's era. Officially, he facilitated trade deals, but his real role was far more clandestine. As Svetlana Vaneyeva's handler, he'd overseen her transfer to the CIA under mysterious orders straight from CIS headquarters in London. Today, he was escorting a group of British businessmen through Gosplan, introducing them to the stone-faced bureaucrats they'd need to charm if they wanted to sell anything in this bureaucratic labyrinth. McClintock, a proud son of Walsall, privately dismissed anyone south of Aberdeen as uncivilized, yet here he was, playing diplomat in Moscow. His thick Scottish brogue and clumsy Russian masked a sharp mind and flawless comprehension. People always underestimated a man who stumbled over words, assuming he couldn't understand them either. It was a misconception he exploited brilliantly. He'd first spotted Svetlana at a dull reception, her sharp wit cutting through the usual diplomatic drivel. After reporting her potential, London had authorized her recruitment over dinner at Langen's Brasserie. Since then, their interactions had been strictly professional, surrounded by witnesses. Other CIS officers handled her dead drops, though McClintock remained her operational lead. Her intel had been hit or miss, mostly commercial tidbits, sprinkled with insider gossip from her well-connected father. Then, suddenly, she vanished. The CIA speculated Lefortovo, but that didn't add up. Lefortovo didn't return people after a quick chat. When she reappeared at her desk a week later, something was off. Her usual vibrancy had drained away, replaced by a hollow stare. Now, as he led his delegation past her section, he flicked the prearranged signal, a casual brush of his hand through his hair. No coded response came. No pencil for clear, no pen for danger. Just empty eyes fixed on paperwork. For a heartbeat, he almost froze. Then instinct kicked in. He glanced away, feigning disinterest while his hands fidgeted with meaningless gestures. But her transformation haunted him. This wasn't the woman he'd recruited. Whatever they'd done to her, it wasn't an act. The spark was gone, and that meant trouble. McClintock was absolutely certain there was no way she could have pulled it off alone. They must have gotten to her, he thought grimly. They intercepted her, then just let her walk away. The why didn't matter to him. After dropping the executives at their hotel, he headed back to his office and typed up a brief 3-page report for London. Little did he know that seemingly routine document would set off a chain reaction. Even less did he suspect that another intelligence officer had slipped a separate report into the same delivery that very day. The phone rang, and Judge Moore recognized the voice immediately. "Good afternoon, Basil. How's London treating you?" "Freezing rain and gloom, as usual." I'm thinking of escaping to your side of the Atlantic for some decent weather. Drop by the office when you get here. That's the plan. First thing tomorrow? Consider it done. I'll clear my schedule. Perfect. Lester truff de orbita. Moore hung up, rubbing his temples. What a day. First, the devastating loss of Cardinal, and now Sir Basil Charleston, was flying in with something too sensitive even for their most secure line. And it wasn't even noon yet. He'd already been at his desk for 9 hours. What else could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile, across the ocean, General Yevgeny Ignatiev of the GRU's counter-espionage division scoffed at the evidence laid before him. This is what you call proof. To me, it looks like your team is chasing shadows. Vatutin clenched his jaw. He couldn't believe the KGB chairman had sent this man to undermine his case. If you have a better explanation for the film, the camera, and the diary, I'd love to hear it, comrade. Ignatiev smirked. You admit you took the film from his hand, not hers. A careless mistake, no? Vatutin refused to flinch. I own my errors. But the camera was found inside his refrigerator panel, magnetic, no prints, no footage of him using it. So if he claims we planted it, how do I convince the minister otherwise? The general's amusement faded. You really think he's guilty? What I think doesn't matter. The diary is concerning, but you'd be shocked at the security breaches I deal with daily, especially among the elite. Rules vanish when rank climbs. Filatov isn't just a war hero. He's old Misha, the face of Stalingrad. The man who stood in fire and laughed at death. You think the army will let you drag him through the mud over this flimsy proof? Vatutin's voice dropped. Interrogation will give us answers. Ignatiev barked a laugh. Torture. You're out of your mind. The Taman division is down the road. You think they'll stand by while you break their legend? Stalin's gone, Colonel. So is Beria. Vatutin's smile was ice. We don't need bruises to make him talk. Some secrets were best kept in the dark. Absolute nonsense. General Ignatiev smirked, already anticipating the response. Then what's your solution, General? Colonel Vatutin pressed, though he knew exactly where this was headed. Hand it over to me, Ignatiev said smoothly. I'll ensure he never betrays the motherland again, you have my word. And we'll spare the army any unnecessary humiliation. Vatutin scoffed. Humiliation? More like sparing yourself the disgrace, Comrade Colonel, considering how badly you've bungled this so-called investigation. Melbol, Thichigatram. A mix of empty threats, false camaraderie, and just enough sympathy to make it sting. Vatutin saw the escape route laid before him, but safety came at a price. The chairman's handwritten note had made that brutally clear. He was stuck between two adversaries, and while he might win one over, the real prize demanded real risk. He could back down now, remain a colonel forever, or push forward just as he'd intended from the start, before politics poisoned everything. The choice, oddly enough, was simple. Vatutin had always been a man of conviction. This is my case, he said firmly. The chairman assigned it to me, and I'll handle it my way. Thanks for the advice, Comrade General. Ignatiev studied him, surprised. Integrity was rare, so rare that for a fleeting moment, he almost regretted what came next. But duty to the Soviet army came first. Beritu, itstatu. Keep me updated on every move. Without another word, he left. Vatutin sat at his desk, weighing his next steps. Then he called for his car. 20 minutes later, he stood in the sterile halls of Lefortovo prison. Impossible. The doctor cut in before Vatutin could even speak. Huh? What? You want to put him in the sensory deprivation tank. Obviously. You'll kill him. I doubt that's your goal, and I won't risk my research on this. It's my case, Comrade Colonel. The subject is over 70. His medical file shows moderate cardiovascular disease, normal for his age, and chronic respiratory issues. The first wave of panic would burst his heart like an overfilled tire. I'd bet my career on it. Burst his what the hell are you saying? Apologies, medical jargon. His arteries are clogged with plaque. Happens to everyone, thanks to diet. His are worse due to age, and they've lost elasticity. If his heart rate spikes, those blockages could shift, cutting off blood flow. That's a heart attack. Muscle dies, the heart fails, and so does he. One to plea enough. The tank will trigger that. Or maybe a stroke. Either way, he dies before you get answers. Vatutin exhaled sharply. What about me as Privler? The doctor shrugged. If you're certain of his guilt, just shoot him now. But any severe physical stress will finish him. All because of a damn lock, Vatutin thought bitterly. The irony was almost laughable. The rocket perched awkwardly atop the SR-71 Blackbird looked like something a kid might sketch clumsy and out of place, as if it belonged beneath the aircraft rather than bolted to its spine. Yet there it sat, illuminated by the glow of runway lights at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. This particular Blackbird had arrived 2 days earlier from Kadena Air Force Base in Japan. Its sleek frame leaking fuel like an overworked racehorse sweating before a sprint. As the pilot throttled up, twin afterburners roared to life, igniting stray droplets of fuel in a fiery spectacle that amused the tower crew. With a sharp pull on the stick, the Blackbird's nose lifted, climbing at a steep 45-degree angle. The engines howled as the aircraft tore through the sky, leaving nothing behind but a fading thunder and 2 angry red dots that vanished into the clouds. Air traffic controllers in Las Vegas barely glanced at their screens, just another Air Force hotshot pushing limits. By the time the Blackbird leveled off at 60,000 feet, it was already streaking southeast toward White Sands missile range. The pilot exhaled, relaxing into his seat. The engineers had been right. The missiles strapped to the Blackbird's back hadn't affected performance at all. Originally meant to carry a reconnaissance drone, the mount had become obsolete when pilots proved the SR-71 could go anywhere without backup. Today, fuel wasn't an issue, and the drone's absence didn't matter. Then the radio crackled. Juliet Whiskey, this is Control. Commence launch sequence on my mark. The countdown began. At 0, the pilot slammed the throttles forward, and the Blackbird surged upward, like a missile itself, defying gravity with nearly 100,000 pounds of thrust. The altimeter spun wildly as the aircraft pierced 100,000 feet, controls growing sluggish in the thin air. Separation in 20 seconds, the systems officer called. The pilot braced himself, watching the speed climb past 1,900 miles per hour. Then breakaway. He rolled into a gentle turn, already plotting a detour to catch a Vegas show after landing. Behind him, the rocket drifted silently, its motor stubbornly unlit. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the pilot smirked. Typical government project, all hype, no fire. The projectile had now become a mere object of physics, hurtling through the sky as gravity inevitably pulled it back toward Earth. Its oversized fins created just enough drag to keep it stable as it arced downward, the nose tilting toward the ground at 130,000 feet. Then, with a sudden burst, the solid fuel engine ignited, burning for a mere 4 seconds, just long enough to send the conical tip hurtling at a velocity that would have left even the fastest jet pilot in awe. "All right," muttered an Army officer as the defense radar flicked to life, instantly locking on to the incoming threat. The target was descending at ISOM speeds, But the system didn't need human input. It was designed to act on its own. Nearby, a fiberglass cover shattered as a flage missile erupted from its concrete silo. Sleek and deadly, it resembled a medieval lance more than a modern weapon, its guidance system tracking the target with chilling precision. What made it truly impressive was that every component had been repurposed from existing military tech, no custom engineering required. Behind a protective berm, observers watched as the flage streaked upward, its rocket motor roaring before falling silent. Seconds later, tiny attitude thrusters adjusted its trajectory with surgical precision. The NOSA cap burst open, releasing a strange, unfolding structure like the skeleton of an umbrella, stretching nearly 30 feet wide. There was no explosion, just a brilliant flash as metal and ceramic vaporized on impact. 4 for 4, Gregory remarked, stifling a yawn. Fireworks were nothing new to him. You won't stop every booster, Major, General Parks reminded him with a smirk. We still need mid-course and terminal defenses. True, sir, but the system works. That's what matters. Previous tests had used a Phantom jet as the launch platform, drawing skepticism from Washington about the real-world challenge of intercepting warheads. Parks had pushed for the SR-71, knowing its altitude and speed would create a far more demanding target. Yet the flage hadn't faltered. Al, Parks mused, I'm starting to believe this whole program might actually succeed. Gregory shrugged. Why not? If those agency guys can get us the Russian laser schematics. Meanwhile, in a dim, windowless cell, a man sat in silence. The walls were thick concrete, the only light a bare bulb overhead. No sounds reached him, no footsteps, no distant traffic. Stripped of his uniform and boots, he wore only cheap slippers, the chill of the basement seeping into his bones. But the cold in his heart was deeper. Colonel Mikhail Filatov, 3-time hero of the Soviet Union, was alone with his betrayal. He thought of his homeland, its vast landscapes, its people, and the weight of his actions pressed down on him like never before. He had dedicated his life to serving with pride and honor, his body bearing the scars to prove it. Memories flooded back his fallen comrades, the ones who had followed his orders straight into the jaws of death. They had faced German tanks with defiance, spitting curses even as flames engulfed their T-34s, refusing retreat until there was no other choice. He could still hear the thunder of diesel engines, smell the acrid smoke, feel the adrenaline of battle, countless clashes where survival seemed impossible. Yet he had walked away, time and again. And now, he had thrown it all away. What would his men think of him now? His gaze fixed on the cold concrete wall of his cell. Romanov's voice echoed in his mind, dry and knowing. I think we both need a drink, Captain. Only Romanov could mix solemnity with humor so effortlessly. Some thoughts go down smoother with vodka, don't they? Misha had once asked why. You never explained, the voice pressed. So he did. In an instant, the truth spilled out: his wife, his sons. Tell me, Captain, what did we die for? Misha hadn't known then, not even when the bullets flew. A soldier fights because his country is under attack, especially against an enemy as merciless as the Germans. We fought for the Soviet Union, he had insisted. Why cruest that we? Romanov's ghost chuckled. I remember fighting for Mother Russia, sure. But mostly, I fought for you, Captain. A pause. Soldiers fight for their brothers. You were my family. And you had another family, one I envied, but never resented. You made me part of it in your way. Guilt twisted inside him. I killed you. I shouldn't have destiny, Captain. Mine was to die young at Vyazma, no wife, no children, but not alone. You avenged me. Took out that Mark IV that got me. You think we followed you blindly. We knew why. The cell door clicked open. Vatutin expected a broken man, but the old soldier's eyes burned with something else, resolve. Gratitude. Thank you, Romanov. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan grinned as he hefted Sir Basil's luggage. Good morning, Sir Basil. Jack. Didn't realize they had you playing bellhop now. Only for the right people, Jack quipped, steering them toward the car. Constance says hello. How's London treating you? You tell me you've endured our winters. And the beer, Jack laughed, unlocking the doors. Car gets swept weekly. So how bad is it? Sir Basil exhaled. That's why I'm here. Something's off. Your side had an op go sideways, didn't you? I can confirm that much. The rest? You'll need the judge. Recently cleared, I'd guess. Yep. Jack switched lanes, merging onto the highway. Let's see if you can still connect the dots, Sir John. Jack's smile turned wry. I was knee-deep in the arms talk intel when this landed in my lap. Now I'm supposed to assess Narmonov's stability. Funny how that works. Ryan could tell by the tension in the air that this wasn't just another debriefing. Unless I've misread the situation, that's the real reason you're here, he said, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. And unless I'm completely off base, your operation just kicked over a hornet's nest, the other man replied. Vaniev. Oh, exactly. Ryan exhaled sharply. Christ. You better have a plan, because right now, we're flying blind. He pushed the speedometer past 75, and within 15 minutes, they were pulling into Langley's underground garage. The VIP elevator whisked them up to the 7th floor, where the head of SIS was already waiting. Arthur, I don't get chauffeured by knights every day even in London, Ryan quipped, though the humor fell flat. As the department chiefs filed in, Greer offered a quick greeting while Ritter barely acknowledged them, his expression grim. This was his mess, after all. Ryan took the stiffest chair in the room, bracing himself. Charleston didn't waste time. Tell me exactly what went wrong, he demanded, bypassing the usual formalities. An asset was compromised. The high-value one. Is that why the Foleys are being extracted today? Charleston's smile was thin. I didn't know their names. But when two people get booted from that charming little dictatorship, we can usually guess. We don't have answers yet, Ritter cut in. They'll touch down in Frankfurt soon. Then another 10 hours before they're back for debrief. They were running an asset who, an aide to Yazov Colonel Filatov. We've pieced that much together. How long was he yours? One of your people recruited him for us, Moore said. He was a colonel too. Charleston's eyebrows shot up. Don't tell me, Oleg Penkovsky? Bloody hell. For once, the man looked genuinely stunned. Ryan had never seen that before. That long. That long, Ritter confirmed. But the odds finally caught up with us. And Vanieva, the courier we lent you, was part of that network? Right. She never got near either end of the pipeline, though. We think she was detained, but she's back at her post. We haven't vetted her yet, but... We have, Charleston interrupted. Our contact said she seemed... different. Hard to describe, but obvious. Like something out of Orwell. She was free, or what passes for it over there, but tied to her father's fate. Then we heard whispers about a high-profile arrest in the defense ministry. He stirred his coffee absently. We've got a source deep in the Kremlin. Very delicate. They told us Gerasimov spent hours with Alexandrov under unusual circumstances. And Alexandrov. He's itching to derail perestroika. The pieces clicked together. So Gerasimov's turned a Politburo member, undermined Yazov, and cozying up to the guy who wants Narmanov gone, Ryan muttered. And our op just handed him the perfect excuse. Worse, Moore added. Our asset was feeding us intel on Soviet SDI research. They might have had a breakthrough. Fantastic, Charleston said dryly. Back to the good old days, except now the missile gap might actually be real. And here I thought I was too old for career changes. He leaned forward. You do know there's a leak in your program? Moore's face gave nothing away. Oh, Gerasimov told Alexandrov. No specifics, but KGB thinks it's critical. We've had hints. It's being handled, Moore said. The tech side will sort itself out. The politics. That's another story. The PM isn't thrilled. Accidentally toppling a government we want in power? That's a new one. Greer sighed. Believe me, Basil, we're not exactly celebrating either. The situation seemed frustratingly out of their control. You could always agree to their treaty terms, Charleston proposed. That might give Narmanov enough political leverage to push back against Alexandrov. At least, that's the unofficial stance from London. Ryan immediately recognized the real agenda behind Sir Basil's visit. He leaned forward, choosing his words carefully. So, we're supposed to limit our SDI advancements and cut our nuclear stockpile while the Soviets charge ahead with their own programs? That doesn't sound like a fair exchange to me. Charleston countered, would you prefer a Kremlin run by Gerasimov? Ryan shot back, what if we end up with him anyway? My official recommendation stands no further concessions. Reports can always be revised, Charleston remarked casually. Ryan's tone turned sharp. When my name's on a document, it reflects my judgment, not someone else's directives. Let me remind everyone here, I'm on your side. But a Soviet collapse under Gerasimov would hurt the West far more than pausing one defense initiative. Greer shook his head. The president won't go for it. Moore disagreed. He might not have a choice. Ryan clenched his jaw. There has to be another way. Ritter scoffed. Unless you can take Gerasimov down yourself. Directly aiding Narmanov is off the table, Ryan admitted. Even if he'd trust a warning from us which he wouldn't meddling in their politics could backfire spectacularly. One hint of foreign interference, and we might spark an actual conflict. Ryan's mind raced. But what if we found another angle? Ritter narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you suggesting? Conspiracy. The boutique owner at Eve's Leaves noticed Anne returning sooner than usual. The woman flashed her practiced smile, picked a dress without hesitation, and vanished into the fitting room. Moments later, she reappeared, barely glancing at her reflection before accepting the clerk's praise with distracted politeness. Cash changed hands, another charming smile, and she was gone. Outside, Captain Besurina broke protocol the second she reached her car. She tore open the capsule, scanned the single sheet inside, and swore under her breath. All that effort wasted. The intel had already reached Moscow, already been analyzed. Her asset had acted in good faith, forwarding what seemed like critical secrets, only to discover they were worthless. Now, Bezierina wouldn't even get the petty satisfaction of passing along the reprimand she'd undoubtedly receive. Typical, she thought bitterly, lighting the paper with her cigarette lighter. First time, but hardly the last. She crushed the ashes in the ashtray and sped off to draft her damage control report. The Ryans rarely mingled at D's elite gatherings, but some events were unavoidable. Tonight's fundraiser for Children's Hospital was one Kathy's friendship with the chief surgeon ensured their attendance. The real draw was the headlining jazz legend, repaying the hospital for saving his granddaughter's life with a private performance. In theory, it was a chance for donors to meet him up close. In reality, it was another circle of self-congratulation where the city's powerful jostled to prove their importance. Jack understood the game but found it absurd, paying thousands just to be seen writing a check. As the saxophone wailed, he sipped his drink and wondered, not for the first time, who these parties actually helped. By 11 that evening, Washington's high society had demonstrated they could chatter just as pointlessly and drink just as heavily as any crowd across the globe. Kathy had stuck to a single glass of wine, though, since Jack had won their usual bet. Tonight, he got to indulge while she played designated driver. He'd ignored a couple of her subtle glances, savoring the warm buzz that made him wonder if he'd laid it on a bit thick, though selling the act was the whole point. God, he hoped the night wouldn't unravel. The real comedy was how people treated Ryan. His CIA role had always been vague, and the opening lines never varied. "So, how's life at Langley?" Delivered with faux secrecy. Jack's deadpan response, that the agency was just another bureaucracy drowning in paperwork, usually caught them off guard. Most imagined legions of spies lurking in shadows, but the reality? Classified, sure, but far less glamorous. "We clock in like everyone else," he told a woman whose pupils suggested she'd sampled more than champagne. "Hick, I've got tomorrow off." Her eyebrows shot up. "Boo, Alcidine." "Yep, Took out a Chinese operative on Tuesday. Perks include a paid vacation." He deadpanned, then cracked a grin. "You're joking." "Bingo. Now pretend I never said it. Who let this socialite in here?" "What toll?" he mused. Then came the curveball. "Any truth to the rumors you're under investigation?" A stranger cut in. Jack blinked. And you are?" "Scott Browning, Chicago Tribune." No handshake. The game was on, though Browning didn't realize he'd stepped onto the board. "Mind repeating that?" Jack kept his tone light. "My sources say the sec's digging into your stock trades." "First I've heard," Ryan countered. "You met with their investigators. If you know that, you also know they left satisfied." Browning smirked. "Your confidence is notable." Nothing like liquid courage, he thought. Maybe if journalists stopped inventing scandals, intelligence work wouldn't be such a circus, a new voice interjected. Jack spun. "Mir disputer." "Congressman Trent," Browning supplied. The House Select Committee member swayed slightly. "An apology might be in order." "For what?" "Your side's blunders." Jack shot back. A crowd gathered nothing like free drama. Trent jabbed a finger. "Your little stunt failed. No oversight, no warning, just a mess we have to clean up." Jack shrugged. "If cleaning up means covering your tabs, we're bankrupt." He turned away. "Big talk," Trent sneered. "But you're next." The room tensed as Jack plucked a wineglass from a tray. The ice in his stare reminded onlookers this wasn't just some analyst Ryan had blood on his hands, a fact that lent him an unsettling aura. He took a deliberate sip. "What exactly am I next for, Trent?" "You'll see." "Doubt it." "But you surprised me. Didn't peg you for a fool until tonight." "Well, looks like we messed up," Ryan admitted with a shrug. Jack's voice turned icy. "You're wrong about plenty, Ryan." "Seriously, what kind of guy are you?" Ryan smirked. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Trent leaned in, curious. "No, really, what's your deal?" Jack chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. "You know, Congressman, this is a first for me." Ryan's demeanor shifted instantly, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. "Never had my masculinity challenged by a guy like you before." The air went dead silent. "Trent, who'd been openly gay for years, stiffened, his drink trembling in his grip. A splash of whiskey hit the marble, but he steadied himself, his voice eerily calm. "You'll regret that." Ryan just winked. "Give it your best shot, honey." He strode out, the weight of every stare burning into his back. Outside, the chill of Massachusetts Avenue slapped him awake. Too much bourbon, but the night air helped. "Jack." His wife's voice cut through his thoughts. "But Tim Depatir. What the hell was that?" "Long story." She sighed. "You need to leave. Now. Book 2 boards men." He grabbed their coats, the room still frozen in silence when he returned. Jack shrugged into his overcoat, draping his wife's fur over his arm. The stairs followed him except one pair. Misha. Meanwhile, in a dim cell, Misha Filatov waited. The KGB had surprised him not with brutality, but with nothing. No torture, no noise, just the occasional scrape of the spy hole. He almost laughed. They think isolation breaks me. But he wasn't alone. His fallen comrades whispered in his mind. Death. He danced with it too often to fear it now. Maybe he'd finally get answers. The cell door groaned open. "You should oil that," Misha remarked, standing. The guard ignored him, flanked by 2 young KGB recruits, cocky, untested. 40 years ago, he'd have put them in their place. Unarmed, sloppy. As Trev Fruid, in Tquaces. Then it hit him. Why is Vatutin so cautious? Elsewhere, Mancuso frowned. What's going on? Clark shrugged. Beats me. Some pencil pusher in Washington can't decide what he wants. Typical bureaucratic nonsense. The conflicting orders had come less than a day apart, first recalling the submarine, then instructing them to hold position near the Baltic coast. Captain Mancuso drummed his fingers on the console. "I hate being left twisting in the wind like this." His companion gave a knowing shrug. "Nobody enjoys waiting games, sir." "You seem unfazed," Mancuso observed. Clark flashed a grin. "Comes with the territory. Half my job is training operatives for situations exactly like this. The anticipation's worse than the action, though, when things go sideways. That's when the real excitement starts." "How many operations have you run?" "Classified, Captain. Let's just say most went smoothly. Until they didn't." Clark's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Those are the stories I can't tell. Bet you've got a few of those yourself." "A couple," Mancuso admitted. "Takes the shine off the job sometimes." The shared glance between them spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan wandered through the mall, nursing both a headache and growing anxiety. Kathy's birthday loomed while he'd be overseas, leaving him scrambling for the perfect gift. Jewelry seemed safe. She still wore that chunky gold necklace he'd bought years ago, but he couldn't quite recall the intricate design. Between his throbbing temples and nagging doubts about the operation, focus proved elusive. "Doctor." "Ryan," a smooth voice interrupted. Jack turned to find Sergei Platonov smirking at him. "Didn't realize your leash stretched this far from Langley." Jack kept his expression neutral. The hangover helped with that. "Check a map, Sergei. Garfinkel's falls neatly within our approved shopping radius." "Birthday shopping." Platonov peered at the jewelry display. "My wife would adore such trinkets. If my salary allowed." "Maybe if you switch sides," Jack suggested lightly. "The agency's benefits package has its perks." Platonov chuckled. "Ah, but Mother Russia might take offense. Speaking of delicate situations, I hear you're navigating some legal turbulence yourself." Jack's jaw tightened as they drifted away from the store. "Your intel network's impressively thorough. Occupational hazard. Though I'm currently more interested in lunch." Care to spare some capitalist dollars for a hungry diplomat? Ryan scanned the crowded mall with a practiced eye. Not today. Your entourage seems unusually active. You Americans always assume we're better staffed than you. Platonov sighed as they approached a bustling deli. Reality's far less glamorous. Though I will say your FBI surveillance teams could use more caffeine. Jack snorted, grabbing a table strategically placed for privacy amid the foot traffic. At least you admit your system's as dysfunctional as ours. Lee acclaimed, Lemquos. But our solution for problematic individuals is more decisive. Platonov accepted a hot dog with relish. 5 years in a Siberian labor camp straightens most attitudes. Your Senator Trent learned that during his last Moscow visit, when the less said about Trent, the better. Jack cut in, watching a group of teenagers noisily pass by. The Russian's cheerful demeanor while discussing political blackmail was almost impressive. Not sexeted too. We'll try dit dim. Relax, Doctor. Mayan. Today we're just 2 colleagues sharing a meal. Platonov took an exaggerated bite. Though I must say, your kosher delis are one capitalist innovation we should steal. Jack couldn't help grinning. Careful, Sergei. At this rate, you'll defect for the pastrami. The banter continued, but beneath it thrummed the unspoken game. 2 players feigning casualness while calculating every word. The man they were discussing currently sat in one of those camps. Though Platonov didn't bother mentioning his refusal to cooperate with the KGB, no need to complicate things. Take him with my blessing, Jack muttered bitterly, rubbing his temples as the wine and exhaustion throbbed behind his eyes. We've got plenty to spare. Platonov smirked. Noticed? While we're at it, can we have the sec too? Jack's frustration boiled over. I didn't do anything wrong, not a damn thing. A tip fell into my lap, I acted on it. So I made some money, big deal. I briefed the president. I'm good at my job, and now they're coming after me. After everything he cut himself off, glaring at Platonov. Why do you even care? Since we first met at Georgetown, I've respected you, Platonov admitted. That business with the terrorists. You cleaned up the streets. I don't share your politics, but as one man to another, you did what was necessary. Believe it or not, I've argued against my own country backing those thugs. True revolutionaries. Fine. But murderers? They're just leeches using us for weapons. And yet here you are honorable, capable, while your own country lines you up as target practice. Jack exhaled sharply. You're not wrong. So, my friend, Platonov pressed, what happens now? Jack's gaze drifted down the hallway. Deck, lawyers. Lots of them. I thought I could talk my way out, but this new sec guy, Trent's pet project, has a vendetta. Funny, isn't it? I actually agree with you. If you're going to have enemies, at least make them worthy of the fight. No help from the CIA. Jack scoffed, popping 2 aspirin. Not many friends there. Moved up too fast, too many connections. Langley's got a hell of a computer system, stock records, everything. Easy to tweak if you know how. Ritter's had it out for me for years. The Admiral wants to help, but he's past his prime. And the President, he's a prosecutor at heart. One whiff of impropriety, and suddenly you're alone. State Department's got knives out, too. Honesty doesn't get you far in this town. Platonov nodded. It matched Henderson's intel, Ryan, the CIA's rising star, once dismissed as a rich amateur, now a thorn in everyone's side. Moscow had underestimated him. That mistake wouldn't happen again. Jack Ryan had climbed the ranks, catching the president's eye with his sharp analysis, So much so that he now authored nearly half the intelligence briefings landing on the Oval Office desk. Word had it his latest deep dive into strategic arms had ruffled feathers at the State Department. Platonov, who'd sized him up years ago during a chance encounter at Georgetown's upscale Galleria, had his own take. The man was sharp, no doubt, and fearless, but also spoiled by privilege, too quick to take offense. Clever, yet oddly blind to the gray areas of the world. Over lunch, Platonov watched it play out in real time. Ryan was the quintessential American, seeing everything in stark contrasts, right or wrong, friend or foe. But today's real revelation? The invincibility Ryan had always assumed was crumbling, and the anger boiling under the surface was impossible to miss. Months of work down the drain, Jack muttered, pushing his plate aside. They've buried my report. Platonov arched a brow. My verjerg tentapelerf. Because Ernie Allen, that smug bastard, convinced the president to offer up SD Bergen and Chip. Platonov kept his face blank, but Jack wasn't done. It's over. They've torpedoed my credibility over that stupid stock fiasco. The agency's hanging me out to dry. No backup, no support. Just a one-way ticket to the wolves. He crumpled his napkin. And I'm stuck watching it happen. There are always options, Platonov mused. This Bolkru Ritzerfrikur. Yeah, I've considered it. Leak to the press, but the post's already running with the sec angle. Someone's pulling strings, probably, Trent. Bet he sixed that reporter on me last night, too. Jack's laugh was bitter. Even if I shout the truth, who'd listen? Hell, just sitting here with you is a risk. Platonov feigned innocence. Why? Don't play dumb. Jack's grin vanished. I won't rot in a cell. I'd rather eat a bullet than live with that shame. I've bled for this country, done things you know about, and one you don't. And this is their thanks. A prison jumpsuit. Perhaps we could assist. The offer hung in the air. Defect, Jack scoffed. You think I'd last a week in your utopia? Not defect. You I the contart. Witnesses can disappear. Accidents happen. Metsu sta the daxers. Jack leaned in, voice low. We don't play that game here, and neither do you. Platonov smirked. Everything has a price. Take Trent's little disaster remark last night. What was he referring to? Jack's eyes narrowed. How do I even know who you really answered to? That caught Platonov off guard. You want leverage? Jack's voice dropped to a whisper. Here's one. We've got a mole inside Moscow's center. Devils, Getivlersen, thefted Doppelv. Tell me what that's worth. Your freedom, Platonov replied without hesitation. If he's as valuable as you claim, we'd pay dearly. The silence stretched. The two men locked eyes like poker players all in, stakes sky high, and Jack knew he was bluffing. Platonov held the gaze, savoring the moment his opponent faltered. I'm on a plane to Moscow by week's end, Jack finally said. Unless this blows up first. And what I just told you. That doesn't go through normal channels. Only thing I'm sure of. It's not Gerasimov. The message had to go straight to the chairman, no middlemen, no delays, or the whole operation could collapse. And why should I trust that you actually have this information? The Russian countered, keeping his tone measured but pressing his advantage. Jack allowed himself a smirk. His hidden card had played out better than expected. I don't have the name itself, but I've got the pieces. With the 4 key details from Conductor, that's the operation's codename, your people can connect the dots. If you send this through regular channels, chances are I never make it onto that plane. That's how high up this goes, assuming it's a man. which it probably is. Now, how do I know you won't double-cross me? Platonov's reply was smooth. In our line of work, trust is currency. Break a promise, and the whole system falls apart. Jack leaned in. Then tell your chairman I want a face-to-face meeting. No games, no bureaucracy. Just him and me. The chairman doesn't do personal meetings, Platonov began, but Jack cut him off. Then I'll take my chances on my own terms. I'm not signing up for a treason charge if I can avoid it. That's the deal, Comrade Platonov. Enjoy the ride back. Jack stood and walked away, leaving Platonov to his thoughts. The Russian scanned the room, catching his security detail's subtle signal, no surveillance. Now came the real question. Was Ryan telling the truth? Cassius had vouched for him, and Cassius had been reliable. Henderson's intel had led them to a traitorous colonel in the strategic rocket forces, exposed American secrets, even given them insight into the Red October incident. Now, with Henderson embedded in the GAO, he had access to classified defense data and political leverage. Cassius had mentioned Ryan was under investigation, just gossip at first, but then the Trent incident made it serious. Could there really be a leak at the top of the KGB? There were protocols for bypassing the chain of command, but this would set off alarms. Just the suggestion of a CIA mole in their ranks would send shockwaves. And if they played this right, Ryan could be theirs not just a one-time informant, but a long-term asset. A special assistant to the Deputy Director of Intelligence? The access he had was staggering. Recruiting someone like him hadn't happened since Philby. But was it worth bending the rules? The KGB hadn't broken the unspoken truce against violence on soil in decades. Yet, what were rules compared to this kind of advantage? A carefully staged car crash, an unexplained heart attack, these things could be arranged, but only with the chairman's approval. Platonov knew his recommendation would carry weight. He finished his drink, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and disposed of the evidence. No traces left behind. Meanwhile, the archer was convinced victory was near. When he briefed his team, their reactions were perfect grim satisfaction. Knowing glances, quiet nods. The newest member, the ex-Afghan army major, was the most eager of all. Deep in the Afghan wilderness, 20 kilometers from the border, the team had spent 5 grueling hours finalizing their strategy inside a cramped tent. The archer glanced over their progress. Phase 1 was already a success. They'd seized 6 transport trucks and 3 Bastar 60 armored carriers, some battered, but still functional. The fallen soldiers of the puppet regime lay scattered, their uniforms methodically stripped away. 11 captives were being interrogated, useless for this mission. But if they cooperated, they might earn a place among the Allied fighters. The rest? Well, war had its own rules. A former Afghan army officer, now defected, had secured maps and radio codes, exploiting every bit of Soviet training drilled into their so-called brothers. 10 kilometers north, along the Sheikh Fahd Road, lay a battalion outpost. Using the captured radio, the ex-major reported that Sunflower had survived an ambush with minor losses and was returning to base. The ruse worked. Approval came swiftly. They loaded a few corpses, still in their bloodied uniforms, onto the trucks. Former regime soldiers, now turned guerrillas, manned the BTR's heavy machine guns as the convoy rolled out in tight formation. The base camp loomed just beyond the river. The bridge was long gone, but Soviet engineers had dumped enough gravel to create a makeshift ford. At the eastern checkpoint, the major flashed the correct signal, and the guards waved them through. The vehicles inched across the frozen river, drivers following a line of sticks to avoid plunging into the icy depths below. 500 meters ahead, the camp sat on a low rise, ringed by sandbag bunkers most barely manned. With most troops out on patrol and the rest distracted by mealtime, security was lax. The archer rode in the lead truck, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Why did he trust this turncoat officer so completely? But hesitation was a luxury they couldn't afford. The battalion commander emerged from his bunker, chewing lazily as he watched the soldiers dismount. His face twisted in irritation when the beam's hatch creaked open slowly, revealing an unfamiliar officer. Who the hell? Wullahu Akbar. The major's rifle barked, cutting him down. Machine guns roared, shredding the unsuspecting soldiers mid-meal, while the archer's men stormed the undermanned defenses. Resistance crumbled in minutes, outnumbered and outmaneuvered. The defenders never stood a chance. The 2 Russian lieutenants and a comms sergeant were executed on the spot. The rest were rounded up under guard. Looting was swift. 2 more BTRs, 4 trucks, mortars, machine guns, and every spare uniform they could grab. The rest was torched, radios smashed and burned to ashes. A small detachment stayed behind with the prisoners, offering them a choice: join the Mujahideen or face the consequences. With the camp reduced to smoke and rubble, the reinforced convoy rolled north toward Kabul. More fighters clambered aboard along the way, the columns swelling as it vanished into the dust. The archer's unit had grown to 200 fighters, now clad in Afghan army uniforms and riding in Soviet-made military trucks as they pushed north. Every passing minute heightened their risk. Reaching Kabul's outskirts in under 2 hours, they faced the first of multiple checkpoints. Being surrounded by Russian troops made the archer's skin prickle with tension. Though he knew the enemy retreated to their fortified positions at nightfall, even the cover of darkness brought little comfort. Surprisingly, security checks proved lax thanks to forged travel papers and code phrases from their destroyed base camp. Their path deliberately skirted the city's most heavily guarded sectors, and within hours, Kabul faded behind them as they vanished into the welcoming night. Fuel shortages eventually forced them to abandon their vehicles near the foothills. To an outsider, it might seem strange that seasoned mujahideen would willingly ditch their trucks and shoulder their weapons, but these men moved with practiced ease. After a brief rest, they melted into the rugged terrain, their boots carving a silent path toward the northern mountains. Half a world away, Gerasimov's day had unraveled into disaster. He fixed Colonel Vatutin with a glare sharp enough to draw blood. "Explain to me why he hasn't broken." "Comrade Chairman," Vatutin replied, keeping his voice steady despite the acid in his throat, "our medical team warns that extreme measures, sensory deprivation, or physical coercion could kill him. Given your demand for a credible confession, we're restricted to Mayflipper methods. The subject is resilient. Far more than we anticipated. He resisted the urge to rub his temples. A stiff drink would have been heaven right then. Because you botched the arrest." Gerasimov snapped. "I expected competence from you, Colonel. Promotion material, even. Was I wrong?" His tone dripped venom. "My only concern is exposing this traitor to the motherland." Vatutin clenched his jaw. "With all due respect, we have exposed him. The evidence is irrefutable. Yazov won't accept it. Since when does the Defense Ministry dictate counterintelligence? Would you like to take that argument to the General Secretary?" Gerasimov's control slipped, his frustration boiling over. He'd gambled on a major intelligence win, only for a flash report from America to torch his plans. Agent Livia's apology meant nothing. The stolen data was useless, a wasted opportunity to mend fences with the military's pet project. Now, he needed a confession, one untouched by torture, something the Politburo would swallow whole. 2 weeks, Vatutin said flatly. Sleep deprivation. It'll take longer. Older men need less rest. But he'll break. He's stubborn, but he's human. He didn't mention the gnawing doubt in his gut. But 10 days. That's all he'd give himself before this entire operation collapsed. Gerasimov gave a curt nod. Very well. He hesitated briefly before continuing, knowing it was time to offer some reassurance. Colonel, let's be honest, you've managed this investigation skillfully, even if the final outcome wasn't ideal. No one expects flawless execution, especially with political factors muddying the waters. Deliver what we need, and you'll find your efforts rewarded. Nalzer Fredchambaske. Thank you, Comrade Chairman, the colonel replied before exiting. Once alone, Gerasimov summoned his car. The KGB chairman never traveled without an escort, his custom. Zil, a hulking relic, resembling a vintage American luxury sedan, led the way, trailed by a boxy Volga packed with hand-picked bodyguards, each chosen for their lethal efficiency and unwavering loyalty. Settling into the back seat, Gerasimov gazed out as Moscow's grand boulevards blurred past, the Zil gliding smoothly down the center lane. Soon, the city faded behind them, replaced by dense forests where the German advance had once been halted. Decades later, the labor of those captured soldiers, those who'd endured starvation and disease, still stood in the form of sturdy dachas. Irony wasn't lost on him. While Russians nursed old grudges, the elite couldn't resist German craftsmanship. Siemens radios and Blautonken appliances sat alongside state-approved newspapers in these secluded retreats. The dacha of academician Alexandrov was no exception, a 2-story cream-painted structure with a sharply angled roof that wouldn't look out of place in Bavaria. The winding gravel driveway, flanked by snow-dusted pines, held only one car. Alexandrov, a widower long past the age of chasing distractions, answered the door himself. Household staff knew better than to intrude. Nikolai Borisovich. The academician greeted him warmly, hanging Gerasimov's coat by the door. Tea. He motioned toward the sitting room, where a steaming samovar waited. Gerasimov rubbed his hands together. The cold lingers today. They settled into worn but comfortable armchairs, the ritual beginning cherry preserves spooned onto tongues. Before sipping tea, a stubbornly old-fashioned habit Alexandrov clung to despite his Marxist fervor. So, Alexandrov prompted, any progress? Gerasimov grimaced. Filatov stubborn. Another week, maybe 2, for a full confession. That incompetent colonel of yours should... No, Gerasimov cut in. Vatutin handled it well. His mistake was personal involvement in the arrest, but the rest? Impeccable. Alexandrov scoffed. Generous, Kolya. A 70-year-old man, hardly a challenge. Not him. The American was sharp. Good spies always are. If they weren't so damn competent, we'd already have global socialism by now, the chairman remarked casually. He knew Alexandrov was trapped in his ivory tower of academia, clueless about how the real world operated. The man wasn't worthy of respect, but his influence still made him dangerous. With a dismissive grunt, the elder statesman conceded, Fine, we'll wait another week or 2. Though I don't like moving forward with the Americans still in town, relax. We'll strike after they're gone. If negotiations succeed, we lose nothing. Alexandrov's face twisted in frustration. Slashing our arsenal is insanity. Mikhail Petrovich still clung to the outdated notion that nukes were like poker chips. The bigger the stack, the better. Like most ideologues, he ignored reality. Gerasimov kept his tone measured. We'll keep our most advanced missiles. More importantly, Project Bright Star is ahead of schedule. Between our breakthroughs and what we're learning from the Americans, Within a decade, we'll have an impenetrable shield over the motherland. Your intel on their program is reliable. Too reliable, Gerasimov admitted, setting down his tea. Some data came through prematurely uncertified American software protocols, riddled with errors. Embarrassing, sure, but better to be too efficient than not enough. Alexandrov waved it off. I spoke with Rainev last night. And he's ours. The thought of his precious daughter in a labor camp or worse broke him. I laid out his role. Once we have Filatov's confession, we move on everything simultaneously. Cleaner that way. The academician nodded, smug in his political cunning. Gerasimov hesitated. The West's reaction worries me. A sly grin crept across the old fox's face. Narmanov will have a convenient heart attack, non-fatal, of course, just enough to force him out. We'll assure the West his policies continue. Hell, I'll even tolerate the arms deal if you insist. He paused, then added, but the party must remain supreme. Naturally. Gerasimov braced for the inevitable rant. If we don't stop Narmanov, the party dies. Alexandrov's voice trembled with outrage. That fool is dismantling everything we built. Without party leadership, we'd be bowing to Germans in our own homes. Stalin forged this nation's spine, yes. After Lenin, he hastily corrected. Our people crave strength, not chaos. They understand real power. Gerasimov nodded dutifully, suppressing a sigh. The old man never missed a chance to preach. The truth. The party wasn't some noble institution. It was a swarm of petty bureaucrats clawing for perks, Central Committee seats, Black Sea vacations, imported stereos. Blind loyalty was Alexandrov's weakness. Gerasimov had no such illusions. The party was just a ladder, and he'd spent his life guarding its rungs, not for ideology, but because power was the only game worth playing. As the head of the party's most feared institution, Gerasimov now stood perfectly positioned to seize control. His old mentor Alexandrov would have been horrified to discover his protege viewed power as an end in itself, with no vision beyond maintaining the Soviet system exactly as it existed. The USSR would continue its slow march forward, securing its borders, while exporting its ideology wherever opportunity arose, but without the dangerous reforms Narmonov kept threatening. Progress would come gradually, through cautious internal adjustments and carefully managed Western imports, never fast enough to spark unrealistic hopes among the people. And at the center of it all would be Gerasimov himself, untouchable with the KGB's might at his back, especially after neutralizing the Defense Ministry's influence. He nodded along to Alexandrov's ideological lectures like a dutiful student, though in truth he was playing the same game. Stalin had decades earlier pretending reverence, while plotting how to twist every word to his advantage. Gerasimov's only true loyalty was to Gerasimov. The stale bread in Misha's cell might as well have been sawdust. I told you I'm not hungry, he protested, pushing the tray away. The guard smirked, tapping his wristwatch. Eat up, old man. Interrogation waits for no one. Leaning closer with a theatrical sigh, he added, why not just give them what they want? Save yourself the trouble. I am no traitor. Misha's voice cracked. The cell door clanged shut, but his defiance echoed off the concrete walls. Never, he whispered, unaware the hidden microphone caught every word. Vatutin monitored the feed, satisfied. The isolation tactics were working slower than with Vineva, but just as inevitable. Stripped of natural light, bombarded by unrelenting artificial glare, Filatov's sense of time had unraveled. Irregular meals and disrupted bodily rhythms compounded the disorientation, a psychological erosion more effective than any physical torment. The new Lefortovo wing was a masterpiece of calculated cruelty, soundproofed, scentless, designed to sever every tether to reality. Torture, Vatutin mused, was messy. It corrupted the interrogators as surely as it broke the prisoners. The 1930s had proven that too many officers lost to madness or bullet wounds once their usefulness expired. Modern methods were cleaner, leaving no scars except on the mind. A small mercy, perhaps, but one that kept the system running smoothly. The situation had reached a point where the doctors were essentially treating the psychological damage they themselves had caused. The KGB's medical staff could now comfortably claim that betraying the motherland was just another symptom of severe mental instability, something requiring immediate and forceful intervention. It was a convenient justification, really. Hurting a defiant opponent might stir guilt, but healing a disturbed mind. That was something to take pride in. This one's worse than the rest, Vatutin mused with dry amusement. He wasn't naive enough to buy into the ideological nonsense the new recruits in training and orientation were fed these days. He still recalled the war stories from his own mentors, decades ago, the glory days under Beria, when things were simpler, if not exactly honorable. Those men had been brutal, but at least they didn't hide behind medical jargon. Vatutin was glad he hadn't turned out like them, but he wasn't fooled. Filatov wasn't sick. He was a man who had made a choice, cold and deliberate, to betray his country. A criminal, yes, but also a formidable adversary. Peering through the fiber-optic feed into Filatov's cell, Vatutin studied the old man as he mechanically chewed his food, oblivious to the fact that his last meal had been barely an hour and a half ago. How long have you been playing this game? Since your family was lost. 3 decades. The thought was staggering. Even legendary traitors like Kim Philby or Richard Sorge hadn't lasted that long. Then there was Penkovsky, the GRU colonel, whose downfall had once been a crowning achievement for the Second Directorate. Now, though, Vatutin couldn't shake the suspicion that Penkovsky's execution had been a calculated move to protect someone even more dangerous. That's real courage, he admitted bitterly. Why waste it on betrayal? Why couldn't they love their country like I do? Marxism demanded objectivity, but this was pushing it. Getting too close to a subject was always a risk, and Vatutin rarely struggled with it until now. Filatov wasn't just another suspect. He was a 3-time hero of the Soviet Union, a living legend whose face had graced magazines and textbooks. The fallout from exposing him would be catastrophic. How would people react if they knew old Misha, the Stalingrad hero, had sold them out? Not his problem to solve, he reminded himself. Stretching to relieve the stiffness in his back, Vatutin checked his watch just past midnight. His own routine was in shambles, but at least he still knew what day it was. Filatov, lost in the haze of sleep deprivation and disorientation, had no such luxury. Watching the old man scrape the last of his kasha from the bowl, Vatutin straightened his uniform and stepped into the washroom. A splash of cold water, a quick glance in the mirror, no need for a shave. Every detail mattered. The prisoner's world was chaos, but the interrogator had to remain a constant. Stern, commanding, yet almost sympathetic. He practiced the expression once more before heading back. No shame in the reflection staring back at him. Only resolve. Vatutin studied his own reflection in the mirror, convincing himself he was nothing more than a consummate professional, not some brute, but a disciplined operative, performing an unpleasant yet vital duty. He sat in the dimly lit interrogation room as he always did, pretending to be engrossed in paperwork when the door creaked open. His head lifted with practiced surprise, as if he hadn't been expecting Filatov just yet. With deliberate calm, he shut the folder in front of him and slid it into his briefcase, while the old man took his usual seat across the table. "Good," Vatutin noted silently. No need to give orders. Filatov knew the routine by now. The prisoner's once bright blue eyes had dulled since their first meeting, the fire behind them dimmed by exhaustion. "I trust you slept adequately?" Vatutin asked, his tone indifferent. "Well enough," Filatov muttered. His voice was rough, but beneath the weariness there was still a flicker of stubborn pride. "And the food?" Vatutin pressed. A tired smirk tugged at the old man's lips. "I've had better, but I've also had worse." Vatutin observed him coldly, measuring the cracks in his resolve. The defiance was still there, but weaker now, fraying at the edges. He could almost see the doubt creeping, and Filatov knew he was losing. The colonel leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. "Tell me," he said softly, "why do you despise your country?" Filatov's spine stiffened. "I don't," he snapped. "I've killed for it. I've bled for it. I've endured hell for it. But not for you." The words burned with quiet fury, and for a moment the old soldier's spirit flared back to life. Vatutin didn't react. He had been close to breaking him. Something had shifted, some hidden reserve of strength. If he could just find the source, the final crack in Filatov's armor, victory would be his. The interrogation dragged on, a battle of attrition. Filatov resisted, but Vatutin could feel the slow drain of his energy. Both men understood the inevitable time was on the interrogator's side. Or so they thought. Meanwhile, in Moscow, Gerasimov frowned at the urgent cable from Washington. Platonov, the KGB's most trusted resident in America, had sent a flash dispatch, something big enough to bypass standard encryption. The message was coming via diplomatic pouch, eyes only for the chairman. That was rare. The KGB still relied on unbreakable one-time pads for most communications. But this was different. Platonov wasn't just another station chief. He was the shadow orchestrator of operations in the heart of enemy territory, far more crucial than even the CIA suspected. The urgent message landed straight on Gerasimov's desk, bypassing his usual cipher specialist. The KGB chairman cracked the first line himself, immediately recognizing it as a mole alert, though the agency lacked an official term for internal traitors. Senior officers understood the Western lingo. The lengthy communique took him a full 60 minutes to decode, his frustration growing with each jumbled letter of the Cyrillic alphabet. A mole inside the KGB's inner circle? Gerasimov's fingers drummed the desk. How senior was this rat? He snapped for his assistant, demanding dossiers on both Agent Cassius and CIA operative Jack Ryan. Ryan's file arrived first, a 6-page biography, updated mere months prior, complete with press clippings. Gerasimov skipped the translations. His English, though accented, was passable. 35 years old, with a resume spanning finance, academia, and intelligence. The man had climbed CIA ranks at breakneck speed, now serving as their London liaison. Some analysts' ideological bias had tainted Ryan's initial KGB assessment, a spoiled rich boy playing spy. Nonsense. No political lightweight advanced that fast without sharp instincts. The file noted Ryan had authored 2 books, copies of which sat in Moscow's archives. A prideful man then used to luxury, and apparently one who'd bent American financial laws. Gerasimov smirked. Corruption was the universal ladder to power. Everyone had weaknesses, his own being an insatiable hunger for control. Platonov's dispatch concluded with a crisp evaluation. Ryan wasn't driven by ideology or greed, but by bruised ego and fear not just of prison, but public shame. If CIA truly had a high-ranking mole in Moscow, Ryan likely possessed fragments of intel, though not the source's identity. Enough to expose the leak. The recommendation was clear play along. Eliminating witnesses would bind Ryan to them. If discovered, the fallout would cripple American intelligence. Gerasimov exhaled, tossing Ryan's file aside. Cassius's thicker dossier revealed a rising star among KGB's Washington assets. He skimmed the newest entry. 2 months back, whispers had circled Ryan unverified, according to Cassius, which lent credibility. It also isolated Ryan's recent overtures from other developments. Then it hit him. Then Filatov. Could the mole Ryan referenced be the traitor they'd just apprehended? Mi coleple. Ryan's rank meant he wouldn't confuse ministries. But a leak at the KGB's apex was disastrous timing. Launching an internal witch hunt would spread panic. Doing nothing risked exposure. And if CIA uncovered what he and Alexandrov had orchestrated, his jaw tightened. The stakes had just skyrocketed. Gerasimov allowed himself a rare smile as he gazed through the window, knowing he'd soon feel the absence of this office and the intricate chess game he played daily. In his world, every piece of intelligence had multiple interpretations, and every assumption branched into half a dozen possibilities. The idea that Cassius might be a CIA plant, that this entire operation had been orchestrated before Filatov's arrest, seemed laughably improbable. As chairman of the KGB, he flipped through his calendar, noting the upcoming American delegation's visit. This round of diplomatic engagements would carry more weight than usual. If the Americans were foolish enough to offer concessions on their Star Wars program, it might temporarily bolster Narmonov's standing. Americans were bureau members would actually shift their allegiance over it. Not enough, provided Gerasimov could keep Alexandrov's hardline faction in check. But if he could prove he had a high-ranking CIA mole feeding him secrets, if he could anticipate Washington's willingness to bargain away their defenses, then he could outmaneuver Narmonov's so-called peace offensive entirely. The strategy crystallized in his mind, though Gerasimov wasn't one to act rashly. He dispatched an encrypted satellite message to Platonov in Washington, instructing him to verify critical details through Cassius. The transmission streaked across the Atlantic, intercepted almost immediately both by Soviet embassy technicians and by NSA analysts at Fort Meade, who dumped it onto a reel of tape with countless other Soviet signals waiting decryption. For the KGB, retrieval was simpler. A junior officer in the embassy's secure wing decoded the garbled text before locking it in a vault until morning. Platonov arrived at 6:30 sharp, his desk already stacked with American newspapers, a treasure trove of unguarded insights, though he dismissed the notion of a free press as quaint propaganda. The night watch officer delivered the overnight dispatches, including a priority message flagged for the residents' eyes only. Platonov didn't hesitate. The young guard at the vault scrutinized his credentials with robotic precision, a lesson learned after his predecessor's demotion for presuming familiarity. The envelope waited in its designated slot. Platonov pocketed it, then summoned one of his deputies ahead of the usual morning briefing. "Comrade Colonel," the officer greeted stiffly. Pleasantries were wasted in their line of work. "I need confirmation on Ryan's legal status through Cassius today," Platonov said, sliding the orders across the desk. "The chairman insists." The man tensed. Rushing carries operational risks. Platonov's reply was ice. "The chairman is aware. Today." As the officer left, Platonov permitted himself a flicker of satisfaction. The man's competence was promising. Outside the embassy gates, an FBI surveillance team noted the officer's exit. They'd nicknamed him Butch. Years ago, some agent's offhand remark about his bulldog demeanor had stuck. His routine never varied, unlocking offices, running errands before the diplomats arrived. But today, the stakes were higher. Butch's routine was clockwork breakfast at the same coffee shop, a stack of newspapers under his arm, and always leaving behind a hidden signal. Cracking counterintelligence cases was grueling, but once they got that first lead, it became methodical detective work. 18 months earlier, they'd caught their break on Butch. Every morning, he'd stroll 4 blocks to the cafe. Bundled up against the chill, though the FBI team figured Washington winters must feel like a breeze compared to whatever icy hellhole he was used to. Right on time, he'd push through the door. The shop had its regulars, 3 of whom happened to be undercover agents. Special Agent Hazel Loomis played the part of a sharp-dressed businesswoman, always buried in her Wall Street Journal at the corner booth. The other 2 posed as construction workers, their tool belts jangling as they swaggered up to the counter, tossing loud jokes over greasy plates of hash browns. They weren't there every day that would have tipped Butch off. Loomis even adjusted her schedule to match a real corporate job, skipping holidays to keep her cover airtight. Surveillance had to look natural, or the whole operation would collapse. That morning, Butch grabbed his usual 4 papers from the stand outside, plus a few magazines, always the Tuesday editions. The waitress slid his coffee over without a word. He lit a Marlboro, the Russians' brand of choice, and skimmed the Washington Post while sipping his first cup. 6 minutes later, right on cue, he crumpled his napkin into a tight ball and left it in the saucer Loomis's signal. He paid his bill and strolled out, smooth as ever. Then came the cabbie, another regular who always parked himself at the counter with the sports section. His eyes flicked to the crumpled napkin. Reaching under the counter, he palmed the hidden message and tucked it into the style pages. Amateur move, Loomis could have spotted that from across the room. She left soon after, hopping into her Ford Escort and heading straight to the Watergate. Inside Henderson's apartment, she tossed the news at him. "Butch sent you a message today." Henderson barely glanced up from his eggs. He hated this arrangement being handled by some Southern belle with a honeyed accent and a smile that could melt steel. Worst of all, their cover story was a fake romance, which made his skin crawl. Sure, Loomis was gorgeous, but she treated him like something she'd scraped off her shoe. Once, she'd even reminded him about the federal pen in Marion, Illinois, no country club for Ivy League traders. Still, she played her part well, looping her arm through his in public like they were actually a thing. The whole charade made him want to gag. The situation only intensified. "You want some good news?" Loomis offered with a sly grin. "Absolutely," Henderson replied, bracing himself. "If this pans out the way we expect, you could be in the clear completely off the hook." That was new. She'd never hinted at freedom before. "What's the catch?" Agent Cassius leaned in, intrigued. "There's a CIA officer, Ryan, who's about to take a very public fall." Henderson smirked. "Yeah, I heard the sec was sniffing around him a while back. You're telling me the Russians should hear about this. Not just hear, they should savor it." He violated protocol, pocketed $500,000 on insider trades, and now a grand jury's ready to roast him. The agency's cutting him loose. No lifelines. Even Ritter despises him, though nobody knows why. You'll hint it's fallout from a botched op in Central Europe, but keep it vague. Drop some details now, save the rest for later. Oh, and toss in a rumor about Stye being back in play, act skeptical, but say a senator mentioned it. Got it. Henderson nodded. Crystal. As Loomis slipped away to the restroom, Butch, his beloved diner, always wrecked her stomach. He retreated to his bedroom, fumbling with a tie. Out. The idea buzzed in his head. She'd never lied to him, even if she treated him like dirt. But freedom. What then? I prefer the red one, Loomis mused from the doorway, her smile deceptively sweet. A power tie for today, don't you think? He obeyed without protest. Can you at least tell me? You know the rules, she cut in. But they wouldn't dangle this if you hadn't earned it, mister. B.A. Henderson. Just once could you call me Peter? He asked quietly. My father was the 29th pilot shot down over Hanoi. They had photos of him alive, but he never came home. Her expression didn't flicker. I didn't know. You don't know a lot of things, she replied, voice flat. They won't let me fly like Dad did, but at the Bureau, I make sure the bastards pay. And if it stings half as much as they've hurt me, good. Her grin returned, sharp as a blade. Professional, right? Henderson exhaled. I don't know what to say. Sure you do. You'll recite exactly what I told you. She tossed him a sleek tape recorder tamper-proof with a time delay. The cab ride would be watched. One wrong move, and he'd blow his shot. Stepping outside, he hailed a cab without raising a hand. The driver merged into Virginia Avenue's flow, and only then did conversation resume. The destination, GAO headquarters. Inside, he handed the device to another agent, probably rigged as a transmitter, though it wasn't. Back at the Hoover building, Loomis rewound the tape. CIA actually nailed it for once, she remarked to her supervisor. A higher-up lingered in the room, and she knew instantly this was bigger than she'd thought. Figures. A source like Ryan doesn't come around often. Henderson had his act together, delivering his lines flawlessly. You realize this could be his way out, Loomis said, her tone layered with unspoken judgment. The assistant director, the man overseeing the FBI's entire counterintelligence division, caught the edge in her voice. You disagree with the arrangement? He hasn't suffered enough, not for what he pulled, she shot back. Listen, Loomis. When this is over, I'll lay out exactly why you're off base. For now, shelve it. You've handled this case brilliantly, don't wreck it now. She exhaled sharply. So, what's next for him? The usual. Witness protection. Might end up flipping burgers at a Wendy's in Billings, Montana, for all I care. The AD shrugged. Meanwhile, you're getting bumped up to the New York field office. We've got a UN diplomat who needs someone sharp on their tail. This time, her smile was genuine. Across town, Ritter leaned back in his chair, smirking at Ryan. They took the bait hook, line, and sinker. Hope you're ready for this, kid. Ryan waved a dismissive hand. Relax, it's all smooth sailing from here. Only the parts you think you know about, Ritter countered. You're still green when it comes to field work. Don't forget that. Being green is the whole point, Ryan shot back with a grin. Ritter rolled his eyes. Pride comes before the fall, Ryan. Sophocles said it differently. My version's better got it framed at the farm and everything. Ryan's initial plan had been straightforward, too straightforward. Ritter's team had spent 10 grueling hours refining it into something operational. Simple in theory, but like all ops, complications lurked beneath the surface. And Ritter hated complications. Meanwhile, Bart Mancuso had long accepted that sleep was a luxury submarine captains weren't entitled to. But getting yanked out of bed 15 minutes after finally lying down, that was just cruel. Enter, he barked, biting back the urge to add and make it worth my while. Flash traffic, Captain. Eyes only, the lieutenant said, wincing slightly. This better be good, Mancuso growled, tossing off the covers. Barefoot, he stormed to the communications room near the attack center. 10 minutes later, he emerged, shoving a slip of paper at the navigator. Get us there in 10 hours. No problem, Cap. Next person who wakes me better be reporting World War III. Later, over a candlelit dinner, Henderson slid a message across the table to Loomis. Delivery confirmed. They just wanted corroboration, no new intel. She arched a brow. What's next? The new air defense report. Honestly, why bother? It'll be an aviation week by month's end. Stick to the script, Henderson. Meanwhile, in Moscow, a routine intelligence packet landed on Gerasimov's desk. Marked for the chairman's attention, it contained personal details on a high-ranking enemy operative. Gerasimov despised the 8-hour time gap between Moscow and D. It made everything needlessly complicated. Immediate action orders risked exposing his agents, so most directives were delayed. The irony wasn't lost on him, the most powerful man in the KGB, hamstrung by time zones. The dispatch began. Subject P, now under investigation in a non-intel matter. There are strong indications that the interest in P stems from political motives, likely orchestrated by progressive factions in Congress aiming to undermine the CIA, possibly in retaliation for an undisclosed operational blunder, perhaps linked to Central Europe, though this remains unverified. P's criminal downfall could have serious repercussions for senior CIA officials, given his high-level position. Our station has assessed the intelligence in this case as highly reliable, with 3 separate sources corroborating the allegations outlined in my earlier report. Additional details will follow through secure channels, and we strongly recommend further investigation. Gerasimov slid the report into his desk drawer, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He glanced at his watch 2 hours until the weekly Politburo meeting. Today would be anything but dull. He had a fresh twist to introduce in his favorite game of power, one that would keep his colleagues on edge. His Thursday briefings always ran longer, and he made a habit of sprinkling in just enough intrigue to pique their interest. After all, these were men who thrived on conspiracy, and no government in modern history had leaders who didn't relish tales of covert operations. Jotting down a few carefully curated notes, nothing too sensitive, he waited for his car. Right on schedule, his armored sedan arrived, flanked by the usual security detail, and whisked him toward the Kremlin. Gerasimov timed his entrance perfectly, stepping in just behind the defense minister. "Good morning, Dmitry Timofeyevich," he said, his tone polite but devoid of warmth. Yazov responded with cautious formality, his wariness unmistakable. The defense minister had plenty to be uneasy about. Not only was the Filatov scandal looming over him, but unlike Gerasimov, he lacked full voting privileges in the Politburo. The KGB chairman held that advantage, and Yazov, a soldier first and foremost, knew his uniform didn't carry the same political weight as his predecessors. The general secretary, Andrei Narmanov, strode in with his usual brisk energy. The youngest in the room aside from Gerasimov, he compensated with an air of relentless dynamism, though the toll of his position was evident. His once dark hair was graying fast, and his receding hairline betrayed the stress of leadership. Still, he commanded the room with authority. "Good morning, comrades," he began crisply. "Our first order of business is the arrival of the American arms negotiation team." Gerasimov seized the moment. "I bring encouraging news," he interjected smoothly. Alexandrov, ever eager to assert himself, cut in before Narmanov could respond. "Oh, the Americans appear willing, in principle, to discuss their strategic defense program at the negotiating table," Gerasimov announced. "We don't yet know what concessions they'll demand or offer, but this marks a notable shift in their stance." Yazov scoffed. "That's hard to believe. Their program is advancing rapidly. You said so yourself last week, Nikolai Borisovich." Recent intelligence suggests internal dissent within their government, Gerasimov countered. There may even be a power struggle unfolding within the CIA as we speak. The room fell silent, the implications hanging in the air. The intelligence we've received seems credible, though not yet fully verified, the official stated, his tone measured. Around the conference table, skeptical glances were exchanged, particularly from the foreign minister, who leaned forward with a frown. The Americans have been unwavering on this issue. If your source is only fairly reliable, how much weight should we give it? We'll have clearer answers by the weekend, came the reply. The room fell silent as the implications settled in. The American delegation was due to arrive Saturday afternoon, with formal talks delayed until Monday, ostensibly to let them recover from jet lag, though everyone knew it was also a strategic delay. A welcome dinner at the Academy of Sciences Hotel would be the only official engagement. The foreign minister tapped his fingers on the table. This changes things. Given what we've been briefed on Bright Star and their own parallel efforts, I find this development unexpected. Gerasimov offered a thin smile. It's possible the Americans have learned of Bright Star's progress. Maybe they're not as indifferent as they've pretended. A murmur rippled through the room. They've infiltrated the program. Someone demanded. That's still under investigation, Gerasimov replied smoothly, deliberately avoiding Yazov's gaze. Your move, Defense Minister. Alexandrov leaned back, arms crossed. So their real goal might be shutting us down while pretending to limit their own efforts. Wide typical. The foreign minister scoffed. Wouldn't it be refreshing if my team actually knew what game we're playing? Narmanov turned to Yazov, unaware he was stepping into a carefully laid trap. Gerasimov watched closely. This moment would reveal whether Yazov was truly cornered. The defense minister cleared his throat. We've solved the laser power issue, but computer control remains a hurdle. The Americans are years ahead in that field. Just last week, we received some of their software through KGB channels, but before we could analyze it, we learned it was already outdated. He paused, then added almost too casually, not a criticism, of course. Perfect. Gerasimov suppressed a smirk. Yazov had just signaled his allegiance without anyone else realizing it. The room nodded along, oblivious to the silent pact being forged. Still, it's a solvable problem, Yazov continued. I believe we're ahead of them. If they know that, they'll be desperate. Our stance has always been against space-based systems, never ground-based, because ours are superior. This shift in their position might confirm it. I say we hold firm. Gerasimov gave a slow, approving nod. A reasonable argument. Around the table, heads bobbed in agreement. None of them suspecting the real negotiation had just happened in the space of a glance. As the discussion resumed, Gerasimov exhaled, satisfied. The pieces were falling into place. General Secretary Narmanov observed the heated debate with quiet fascination, jotting down occasional notes while remaining oblivious to the watchful eyes of his KGB chief. A stray thought crossed his mind: was that chair more comfortable than his own? Meanwhile, Jack Ryan found himself at Andrews Air Force Base, where even the 89th Military Airlift Wing took security seriously. Armed sentries patrolled the president's wing, their rifles loaded and expressions stern, clearly meant to intimidate any would-be troublemakers. The U. Air Force preferred the term distinguished visitors over the flashier VIPs, but the message was the same. No one was hijacking this plane to Moscow. Not that they needed to, the flight crew could handle that themselves. As Ryan approached the magnetometer, an old, dark joke flickered through his mind, some Dante-inspired warning etched above the doorway. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. He'd mostly conquered his fear of flying, but today a different unease gnawed at him. Fear, he realized, wasn't something you could compartmentalize. It piled up, one worry stacking on top of another. The aircraft waiting for them was the same as last time, tail number 8E6971, a modified Boeing 707 from 1958, refitted for VIP transport. At least it had windows, unlike the claustrophobic VC pre-13.5. Boarding wasn't the sleek jetway experience of commercial flights. Instead, they climbed an old-fashioned rolling staircase. Inside, the plane was a strange blend of military austerity and presidential luxury. The forward restroom was standard, but just beyond it sat a high-tech communications console capable of secure satellite links anywhere in the world. Ryan settled into his seat in the almost DV section, a couch along the fuselage, just ahead of the plush six-seat area reserved for the truly important passengers. Behind them, rows of 5 across seating sat mostly empty, reserved for junior staff and reporters, who for once could stretch out. The VC-137's biggest flaw was its limited range, forcing a refueling stop in Shannon before the final push to Moscow. The newer Air Force One jets, soon to be replaced by 747s, didn't have that problem. As the engines roared to life, Ryan couldn't shake the absurdity of it all. This plane had rolled off the assembly line when he was in 2nd grade. How was that possible? Should his father have taken him to Seattle, pointed at the factory, and said, "That's the plane you'll take to Russia someday?" The thought, playful at first, turned icy. His entire career was about predicting the future, but what if he was wrong this time? "Every damn time I board a plane," he fumed, strapping in across from a State Department tech who actually enjoyed flying. The intercom crackled with the usual pre-flight announcements. Just different enough to remind everyone this wasn't a commercial flight. And then there was the stewardess, sporting a mustache. Ryan smirked. At least there was something to laugh about as the plane taxied toward the runway. The cold northern winds howled as the VC-137 banked sharply to the right after takeoff, its engines roaring against the gusts. Jack glanced out the window, catching a fleeting glimpse of Route 50 below the highway that wound its way to his quiet Annapolis neighborhood. Then the plane pierced the clouds, swallowing the familiar road in a shroud of white. Normally, he found something serene about the way the sky closed in around him, but today it just felt like a wall between him and everything he knew. With a resigned sigh, Jack tossed his shoes aside and sprawled across the empty couch. Sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford to skip, not with what lay ahead. Meanwhile, beneath the ink-black expanse of the Atlantic, the USS Dallas broke the surface right on schedule, only to receive an unexpected delay. Captain Mancuso climbed the ladder to the sails control station, the crisp night air hitting his face as he emerged. The stars blazed overhead, impossibly bright against the endless dark, no city lights to dull their brilliance out here. A junior officer and 2 lookouts followed, scanning the horizon as the periscope swept for any sign of movement. "Bridge, con," crackled the radio. Mancuso thumbed the comm. "Bridge, aye. ESM's picking up airborne radar at 140, holding steady." "Copy that," Mancuso replied, then nodded to his crew. "Go ahead and light us up." The lookouts called out clear skies on both sides, but seconds later, one of them stiffened. "Possible aircraft, fine on the port bow." Mancuso lifted his binoculars, squinting into the darkness. For a heartbeat, he saw nothing. Then a cluster of stars winked out, swallowed by something massive. "Got him." "Nice catch, Everly." A second later, the aircraft's navigation lights flickered to life. "Bridge con radio traffic incoming. Patch it through." A voice crackled over the line. "Echo Golf 9, this is Alpha Whiskey 5, over." Mancuso responded smoothly, running through authentication before confirming conditions. The helicopter's approach was unmistakable now, the rhythmic thump of rotors, the whine of engines growing louder. It circled twice, the downdraft whipping at their clothes, before settling into a hover just off the port side. The cargo door slid open, and a gloved hand reached for the winch cable. "Stay sharp, people," Mancuso ordered, bracing against the rotor wash. "Safety lines secure. Let's make this clean." A dark figure descended, spinning slightly as the cable lowered him toward the sub's deck. One of the crew lunged forward, grabbing a boot to steady the man as Mancuso hauled him aboard. "Gotcha," Mancuso grunted, then froze as the man turned. "Mancuso." The captain barked a laugh. "You've got a hell of an entrance, you know that." The newcomer grinned. "Wouldn't have it any other way." Mancuso signaled the helicopter 3 quick flashes of the running lights before turning back to his unexpected guest. Business first, but he couldn't shake the thought. This just got a whole lot more interesting. The helicopter tilted forward sharply, banking toward the German coastline. Everyone below deck now. Bart chuckled, shaking his head. "Clear the bridge." "Damn, this is wild," he muttered under his breath. The captain waited as his crew descended the ladder, flicked off the cockpit lights, and ran through one last safety sweep before following them down. Moments later, he stepped into the attack center. "Permission to come aboard." Marco Ramius quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Gator." The navigator snapped to attention. "All systems prepped for dive." "Rigged and ready, sir." Mancuso instinctively glanced at the status panels before nodding. "Dive. Set depth to 100 feet, course 071, 1/3 speed." He turned with a grin. "Welcome aboard, Captain." Ramius didn't just shake hands, he yanked Mancuso into a bone-crushing hug and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Then, slinging off his backpack, he asked, "Got a minute to talk?" "There's pew follower me." "First time stepping foot on your sub," Ramius remarked, just as a head popped out from the sonar room. "Captain Ramius." Knew that voice anywhere. Jones shot Mancuso an apologetic glance. "Sorry, sir, just picked up a contact, bearing 081. Sounds like a merchant vessel. Single screw, slow diesel. Probably distant, but odds been notified." "Good catch, Jonesy." Mancuso led Ramius into his quarters and shut the door. Behind them, a young sonarman nudged Jones. "Who the heck was that?" Sounded like he rolled straight out of a Cold War thriller. Jones smirked, tapping the sonar display. "Focus on the contact, it's got its own accent. Let's see how fast you ID that freighter." Meanwhile, the Archer crouched along the Soviet-Afghan border, where a snow-choked river twisted through jagged mountain passes. The place was crawling with patrols, but his men blended in, dressed in stolen Soviet winter gear, their white uniforms speckled with disruptive patterns. No local help this time, too risky. Some tribes had switched sides, or so the rumors went. A Russian outpost loomed 6 clicks to his left, manned by KGB troops who policed the stretch. The border itself, a nightmare of fences and minefields, though frozen ground, had a funny way of rendering Soviet explosives unreliable. He'd picked this spot carefully. On a map, it looked impossible. But smugglers had used this route for generations. Beyond the river, a narrow ice-slicked path wound through the rocks, invisible unless you were right above it. Then, flashes. His diversion team opened fire, tracers slicing toward the Russian camp. Bullets ricocheted off stone, painting the sky with wild streaks. The Russians returned fire seconds later, the gunfire echoing through the valley. The Archer signaled his men. No hesitation. They charged down the slope, vanishing into the shadows. Destiny would decide the rest. The one small mercy was that the wind had cleared most of the snow from the rocky path, giving them stable ground to walk on. The archer guided his team toward the rushing river below, somehow still unfrozen despite the bitter cold, its rapid descent keeping the water flowing. Then came the sight of the wire barrier. A young soldier stepped forward with heavy-duty cutters, slicing through the obstacle before the archer motioned the group forward. His eyes, adjusted to the dark, scanned the terrain for the subtle mounds of buried mines. No words were needed, everyone knew, to move in single file, stepping only on solid rock. Distant flares flickered to the left, though the gunfire had lessened. It took over an hour, but finally, the entire team crossed safely into the smuggler's trail. 2 scouts remained behind on the hills, watching as the young man who had cut the wire carefully repaired it to hide their tracks before vanishing into the night. The archer pushed on without rest until sunrise, where they paused briefly to eat and regroup. His officers reported everything had gone smoothly, better than expected. Their refueling stop at Shannon was quick, just long enough to pick up a Soviet navigator who would guide them through Russian airspace. Jack stirred awake as they landed, briefly considering stretching his legs, but deciding against it. Duty-free shopping could wait. The Russian settled into the cockpit jump seat, and soon the plane was airborne again. Night had fallen, and the pilot, unusually chatty, announced their approach over Wallasey. Europe lay beneath them, crisp and cold, its cities glowing like scattered embers. The mood inside the cabin shifted, not quite tension, but a quiet anticipation. Voices dropped to hushed whispers as they neared Soviet airspace, as if secrecy alone could shield them. Jack smirked at his reflection in the window, wondering what exactly he found amusing. Below, the dark expanse of the North Sea gave way to Denmark, then the Baltic. The divide between East and West was stark. West Germany's cities blazed with light, while the eastern side lay shrouded in near-total darkness. The contrast didn't go unnoticed, and the whispers grew even quieter. The plane followed Route G24, the navigator's charts spread before him. Unlike the West, Soviet airspace had few flight paths, hardly surprising, given the scarcity of private aircraft. Turning to new heading 078, the pilot announced, his voice weary. They were cruising at 38,100 feet, or 11,600 meters, as the Soviets insisted. The pilot preferred feet, despite the dual calibrations on his instruments. After the turn, they crossed into Soviet territory near Ventspils. "Welcome to the party," someone muttered near Jack. From above, the Soviet Union looked even bleaker than East Germany, just vast stretches of black, punctuated only by the eerie glow of prison camps. It was a grim thought that the only well-lit places in the country were its jails. The pilot noted their entry with little fanfare. 85 minutes to go, depending on the wind. The only English-speaking air traffic controllers in the region guided them along Route G3, a small concession in an otherwise unwelcoming sky. The mission didn't strictly require the Soviet Air Force intelligence officer's presence, but his inclusion served as an insurance policy if things went sideways. Russian protocols demanded tight oversight, evident in the overly precise flight instructions, as if the pilot needed some ground controller micromanaging his every move. Colonel Paul von Reich, the man at the controls, smirked at the absurdity. His Prussian ancestors would have rolled in their graves, some of them literally buried beneath the frozen Russian landscape he now soared over at 600 miles per hour. The irony wasn't lost on him as he scanned the empty sky with practiced ease. Below, Jack Ryan squinted through the window, disoriented by the featureless darkness of the Soviet countryside. The plane's sudden descent, flaps groaning, engines throttling back, jolted him alert. Trees flickered past, like shadowy sentinels before the wheels touched down at Sheremetyevo Airport, where the bone-rattling taxiways confirmed their location better than any sign. The cabin buzzed with restless energy as officials disembarked. Ernie Allen vanished into a diplomatic limo, while the rest of the team piled onto a creaky bus. Ryan slumped into a seat, watching the bleak scenery scroll by. Would Gerasimov take the bait? The plan had seemed airtight back in D. But now, surrounded by the unfamiliar hum of a foreign engine, doubt crept in. A government-issued sleeping pill would buy him a few hours of oblivion before embassy briefings. The rest. Bäddest ordi was sept. Dawn came too soon, announced by the shrill beep of his watch. Frost etched the windows of his borrowed efficiency apartment, a generous term for the chilly seventh-floor box. Ryan fumbled for socks, glaring at the note taped to the medicine cabinet. Don't trash the place like the last guy. The empty fridge offered a silent welcome to Moscow. After a hasty shave, he navigated the embassy's baffling elevator system up to the 9th floor just to descend to the lobby, grumbling all the way. The canteen was nearly empty. Jet lag's a bitch, huh? A colleague called out, gesturing to the coffee urn. Travel shock, Ryan corrected, pouring a cup. Where's the rest of the team? Still comatose, probably. Thank God for those pills. Ryan took a scalding sip. Amen to that. Outside, leaden clouds promised snow. Perfect. Just another day in the world's most unpredictable chess game. Ryan glanced at his watch, realizing he might actually feel like a functioning human being by dinner time. Feel like stretching our legs? He asked. I could use some fresh air, but buddy system only, Ryan cut in with a nod. The rule was strict. For the arms negotiators, this phase of talks was delicate, and security protocols were tighter than usual. Maybe another time. I've got paperwork to tackle. The diplomat sighed. Today and tomorrow are our only shot before things get locked down. I know, Ryan replied, checking his watch again. His body clock had mostly adjusted to Moscow time, but his stomach hadn't gotten the memo. He headed back toward the chancery, the halls eerily quiet except for the Marines patrolling with sharp-eyed vigilance after the recent security scare. The building felt like a ghost town on a Saturday morning. Ryan knocked on the reinforced door, knowing it was locked. You're Ryan. A voice called from inside. Guilty as charged, he answered. The door swung open, then clicked shut behind him with a heavy thud. Take a seat, Tony Candela said, leaning back in his chair. What's the play? We've got an operation in motion. Candela raised an eyebrow. Since when are you running ops? You're intel, not field. Ryan smirked. Yeah, well, the Russians know that too. This one's unconventional. He spent the next 5 minutes laying it out. Candela let out a low whistle. Unconventional is putting it mildly. You're gonna need backup secure lines, wheels on standby, the works. This could burn some of your contacts, Ryan warned. We're aware. Candela grinned. But if it works, exactly. We'll have serious leverage. The Foley's in the loop? Ryan shook his head. Not yet. Shame. Mary Pat would have eaten this up. She's the wild card. Squaveler. Straight-laced as they come. Candela leaned forward. So, you think he'll take the bait Monday or Tuesday night? That's the idea. Candela chuckled. Let me tell you something about plans. Meanwhile, Vatutin was fighting exhaustion, the doctor's warnings ringing in his ears. How was he supposed to get anything done when they kept... Romanov again, the surveillance officer muttered, rubbing his temples. If he's gonna talk in his sleep, why not spill something useful? Maybe he's chatting with the Tsar's ghost, another officer joked. Vatutin's head snapped up. Or someone else's. He shook off the drowsiness. Romanov common name, sure, but something nagged at him. Where's his file? The Joker handed over a thick dossier, its pages yellowed with age. Vatutin flipped through the first section, fingers tracing faded pencil notes. Then he froze. Got it. Bud got it. A citation from October 1941. Corporal A. Romanov, killed in action after shielding his commander's disabled tank from enemy fire, saving the crew. The memory hit him like a freight train. This was the hero from a childhood book. The same Romanov who died so Misha could live. Vatutin exhaled. They were brothers in arms. And 50 years later, Misha still talks to him in his sleep. He turned to the others, a slow smile forming. We've got him. Should we wake him and... Where's the doctor? Vatutin interrupted. The man was about to leave for the day, but rank had its privileges. After a quick briefing, Vatutin asked, How do we play this? The doctor frowned. He needs to be tired but alert. Push too hard, and he'll shut down. Vatutin's grin widened. Perfect. That should be simple enough. We should wake him now, not yet, the doctor interrupted, shaking his head. He's in REM sleep. What does that mean? Rapid eye movement. It's when the brain is actively dreaming. You can tell by the eyes darting behind the lids, whether he mumbles or stays silent. We can't even see his eyes from this angle, one of the officers pointed out. The doctor shrugged. Maybe we need better surveillance. But it doesn't change the fact that his body's locked down right now, no movement at all. That's the brain's way of keeping him from hurting himself while he dreams. Once he starts shifting again, the dream's over. How much longer? Vatutin pressed. We can't let him get too comfortable. Hard to say, everyone's different. But don't worry. Have the guard prepare breakfast. The second he stirs, rouse him and feed him. Vatutin smirked. Then we just keep him awake. Another 8 hours or so. That should do it. Enough time for you? Plenty, Vatutin replied, though he wasn't as sure as he sounded. He checked his watch before standing. The colonel from Division 2 made a quick call, issuing crisp orders. His own exhaustion clawed at him, but unlike their prisoner, he had a soft bed waiting. He needed his wits sharp for what came next. Stripping off his uniform, he summoned an orderly to shine his boots and press his clothes while he slept. Too tired even for a nightcap, he muttered. Got you now, before drifting off. Meanwhile, outside, Candy waved as Ba climbed into her car. Night, Bo. Bo forced a smile and waved back before slamming the key into the ignition. She barely made it around the corner before pulling over, gripping the steering wheel as her stomach twisted. They were already at it, she just knew it. All through dinner, the way Alan had looked at Candy, the way Candy had laughed at his stupid jokes. By now, his clumsy fingers were probably fumbling with her buttons. Bea lit a cigarette, exhaling sharply as her imagination tormented her. Zit faced Alan and perfect Candy. 3 hours of forced politeness, choking down Candy's flawless cooking, then being trapped in the living room with him, enduring his awkward attempts at humor. And the worst part? Bis pity. She'd seen it in his eyes, poor Bo, destined to be alone. But Candy was different. Vibrant, brilliant, effortlessly beautiful in a way that came from deep inside. And now she was letting that idiot touch her. Bea could picture it, Alan, clueless and rushed, treating Candy like some cheap thrill. The thought made her sick. Oh, Candace. Her voice cracked. She sat there, trembling, until the tears finally stopped. It took 20 minutes before she could drive again. Back at the surveillance van, the agents exchanged glances. What's your take on her? Jennings didn't hesitate. She's in love with Long. No doubt. Nothing in her file suggests that, Perkins countered. Watch how she looks at her. The tension around Gregory. That's not just professional. So, what do we do? Jennings sighed, turning the key in the ignition. Nothing. What can we do? She considered pursuing Tosig for a moment, but exhaustion from the day's work made her dismiss the idea. There's no proof, and even if we found some, the fallout wouldn't be worth it, she muttered. You think all three of them are? Will, those magazines of yours are rotting your brain, Jennings chuckled, lightening the mood. Perkins, a devout Mormon, wouldn't be caught dead with anything risque. Those two are so wrapped up in each other, they barely notice anything else except their work. I wouldn't be surprised if their late-night conversations are top secret. Tausig's just bitter because she's losing her friend. Tough luck. So what's our report going to say? Nothing. Absolute zero. Their assignment had been to investigate reports of suspicious vehicles near the Gregory Long residence, likely stemming from some nosy neighbor scandalized by the couple living together without official approval. Jennings had her own old-fashioned views on the matter, but that didn't make them security threats. Still, we should look into Tosig next. She lives alone. Now, obviously, digging into every senior T-Clipper staffer would take time, but patience was key in these investigations. Meanwhile, Tanya didn't hide her irritation when Tosig showed up unannounced. Basurina kept her anger in check, ushering her inside with a forced smile. And this is reckless. Did anyone follow you? Tanya snapped, tightening her robe. She'd just stepped out of the shower, her hair still damp under the towel. No, I was careful. Basurina doubted it. Despite T-Clipper's laughable security, letting someone like Tosig slip through her agent had broken every protocol by coming here. You can't stay long. McCorge Tefertasivles. Tosig sniffled. They've nearly finalized the first draft. The geek slashed 80,000 lines of code. Cutting all that AI bloat made a huge difference. Honestly, I think he's memorized the whole thing. I know, sounds impossible. But with him, when can you? No idea. Tosig managed a weak smile. You should recruit him. He's the only one who truly gets the entire project. Too bad we're stuck with you, Basurina thought, but didn't say. Instead, she took Tosig's hand, triggering another wave of tears. Beatrice clung to her, and Tanya held her stiffly, forcing sympathy. KGB training had taught her to balance discipline with calculated kindness, treating agents like unruly children, rewarding and reprimanding as needed. Livia was more valuable than most, but that didn't make this any easier. She pressed a brief kiss to Tosig's tear-streaked cheek, relieved it didn't have to go further. The fear lingered. What if Livia someday demanded more? If she ever realized Basurina had no interest in her, it would shatter her. The irony wasn't lost on Tanya. Brilliant as Tosig was, she understood machines far better than people. In some ways, she was just like Alan Gregory, the man she despised, both brilliant, both emotionally stunted. The difference? Gregory had taken a leap once. Tosig never had the nerve. And that Basurina knew was for the best. The rejection would have broken her completely. Basurina found herself curious about Gregory's true nature. Most likely he was just another academic. What was that term the British used? Boffins. A genius among boffins, no doubt, though everyone involved with T-Clipper had some kind of brilliance. That thought unsettled her. Beatrice took pride in the program, even as she saw it as a danger to global stability, a sentiment Basurina shared. Gregory wasn't just another researcher. He was the type who wanted to reshape the world. Go for Sif. She had her own vision for change, just from the opposite direction. Men like Gregory and projects like T-Clipper stood in her way. It wasn't personal. In another life, she might have even liked him. But sentiment had no place in intelligence work. "Is feeling better?" she asked as the crying subsided. I should go." "You're sure you're okay?" "Yes. I don't know when I get it." Tanya guided her to the door. At least Anne had been smart enough to park her car a block away. She lingered, door slightly ajar, listening for the throaty growl of the sports car before shutting it. Then she glanced at her hands and retreated to the bathroom to scrub them clean. Night fell quickly over Moscow, the sky choked with snow-heavy clouds. The delegation gathered in the embassy foyer, shuffling into assigned vehicles for the evening's formal dinner. Ryan found himself in car 3A, minor upgrade from last time. He noted with dry amusement. As the motorcade lurched forward, he recalled a driver's joke from his previous visit. Moscow only kept street names to mark where the potholes were. The car jostled eastward through near-empty streets, crossing the river just below the Kremlin's shadow before rolling past Gorky Park. Through the snow, he could see the glow of lights, skaters weaving across the ice. It was oddly comforting proof that, even here, people found joy in simple things. The car veered off October Square, twisting through side streets, before stopping at the Academy of Sciences Hotel. The building was a drab, boxy structure that wouldn't look out of place in an American office park. A row of birch trees, skeletal and bleak, stood sentry between the concrete and the road. Ryan exhaled. A few more hours of snowfall, and it might almost look picturesque. The air bit at his skin 0 degrees, Fahrenheit, not Celsius, but the wind had died down, leaving the snow to drift lazily. Inside, the lobby was stifling, as most Soviet buildings tended to be. Jack shrugged off his coat, handing it to an attendant before joining the reception line. The Soviets were already assembled, their expressions carefully neutral as the Americans filed past. At the end of the gauntlet, a table of drinks waited. 90 minutes of forced small talk and vodka lay ahead. Ryan wasn't complaining. Enough liquor could make even Soviet cuisine palatable. The room was dim, the snowfall outside the floor-to-ceiling windows providing the only real ambiance. "Da daughter sexigo." "Ryan," a familiar voice cut through the murmur. "Sergei Nikolaevich," Jack replied, raising his wineglass toward the GRU Colonel's vodka. The man's cheeks were already flushed, his grin loose and easy. "Please tell me you're not driving tonight." Golovko chuckled. "Did you enjoy your flight?" He didn't wait for an answer. "Still afraid of flying?" "It's not the flying," Jack said, grinning back. "It's the sudden stops. Ms. Believe his. Your helicopter incident. One can't blame you." Ryan turned toward the window, watching the snow. The conversation about the weather had been casual enough, Golovko's poetic musings about the fresh snowfall masking the tension beneath. "Maybe 20 inches, maybe more," the Russian had said with a smile, swirling his drink. "Not a blizzard, but tomorrow the city will look like a postcard." Ryan barely registered the small talk. He knew the man was already several drinks in, though it hardly mattered. Tonight was just another diplomatic reception after all. The Russians could be charming hosts when it suited them. But Jack's mind kept circling back to the one man who wasn't enjoying the evening. Golovko steered him toward the bar before the waiters had even arrived, refilling his own glass with clear vodka. "Your family is well?" he asked, loud enough for nearby American delegates to overhear. Jack nodded. "And yours?" The Russian grinned broadly, every inch the affable host. Then, without changing expression, he dropped the act. "I hear you're interested in meeting Chairman Gerasimov." Ryan's pulse stuttered. "Where'd you get that idea?" Golovko chuckled, the sound genuine. "I'm not GRU, Ryan. Started in 3rd Directorate, but let's just say I've moved up. He clapped Jack on the shoulder like an old friend. 5 minutes. Walk through that door like you're looking for the restroom. After that, follow instructions. His grip tightened slightly. 2 effort spordes. The moment Golovko melted into the crowd, Ryan exhaled. Nels tiftu. Mickey versa fraftakra. Just then, a group of violinists swept into the room, weaving between guests with practiced ease. The music was lively, the lighting dim, perfect cover for a discreet exit. Too perfect. A young Soviet diplomat materialized beside him. Dr. Ryan. The man's smile didn't reach his eyes. Viturally. No one will miss you. The restroom's that way. Jack pocketed his keys and handed over his drink. The hallway outside was eerily empty except for a lone figure at the far end, a compact man in an overcoat, who jerked his chin once. Ryan forced himself forward. The man didn't speak, just thrust a heavy coat and fur hat into his hands. Come. They slipped through a service exit into an icy alley. A second man stood watch, nodding sharply before they turned toward Shabalovka Street. The neighborhood was a relic of another era, its crumbling facades whispering of czars and revolutions. Jack's breath fogged in the air as he matched their brisk pace. Too soon. This was happening too soon. The cobblestone street was split by old trolley tracks, with thick overhead wires humming above like spider webs. A double-length streetcar rattled by, its white and red paint gleaming under the dim streetlights. Ryan barely had time to register it before his escorts yanked him toward a looming brick building with a corrugated metal roof. As they rounded the corner, the smell of oil and cold steel hit him. This was a maintenance depot, just like the ones he remembered from childhood trips to Baltimore. The tracks fanned out into shadowy service bays, but something felt off. The place should have been alive with mechanics and the clang of tools, yet an eerie silence hung over the rows of dormant streetcars. One of the guards nudged him toward the third tram, where a stone-faced operative frisked him with clinical efficiency. Ryan nearly wiped out climbing the icy steps until a KGB agent grabbed his elbow with a grip that said clumsy American without words. Inside, the only light came from the cherry glow of a cigarette. "Good evening," came the dry greeting. Ryan squinted through the haze. "Chairman Gerasimov, I presume?" The lighter flicked open, casting sharp shadows across the Soviet spymaster's face. "You don't recognize me?" Gerasimov's smirk was razor-thin. Ryan forced his voice steady. "I do now. Though I'd have expected better lighting for this reunion." The chairman dismissed his guards with a muttered command before gesturing to the seat across from him. "Your English is impressive," Ryan offered, buying time. "Flattery wastes minutes," Gerasimov snapped. "What do you have?" Ryan reached inside his coat, savoring the split-second tension in the man's shoulders. The jingle of keys broke the silence as he worked one free. "This," he said, dropping it into Gerasimov's palm, "belonged to Captain Ramius. He sends his regards from Virginia along with his crew." The chairman's face went rigid. "The Krasny Oktyabr was not where you left it," Ryan finished, leaning in. The rehearsed line tumbled out faster than he'd intended, sharp as a knife twist. "And neither are its missiles." The dim lighting barely revealed the contours of his face, yet it was enough to catch the shift in his expression. "Blown up by her own explosives." "The keg, hardly." "The operative on board posing as the ship's cook. Sudets, if I recall well, no point in hiding it." "I took him out. Not my proudest moment, but it was him or me." "For what it's worth, he fought bravely," Jack said, his mind flashing back to those agonizing minutes in the sub's missile compartment. "I'm guessing your dossier on me leaves out the messy details, doesn't it?" Gerasimov started to protest, but Jack cut him off. Subtlety wasn't an option now. They needed to shake him. "We're not here to chat, Mr. Gerasimov. We want something from you." Wiz Ford 2. This discussion is over. Gerasimov snapped, though he didn't move. Jack let the silence stretch before continuing. We want Filatov returned. Your official report claimed Red October was destroyed. That defection was never the plan, just grew security failures and forged orders after sabotage. That intel came from Cassius. He's ours, Jack said coolly. You used it to humiliate Gorshkov and tighten your grip on military security. Bet they're still fuming over that. So here's the deal. If Filatov isn't handed over, next week's Sunday papers will run a story with classified op details, plus a photo of the subdocked in Norfolk. Then we'll trot out Ramius. We'll swear your political officer was in on the plot. $10 Tabalikoven. Heart attack post-arrival. A lie, sure, but good luck disproving it. You think threats work on me, Ryan? Gerasimov's voice was ice. Jack leaned in. One more thing. This D was never negotiable. Did you tell the Politburo otherwise? Face it, you're done. We can bury you with leaks. Some truths, some deniable fiction, while the FBI hunts the culprits. Gerasimov exhaled sharply. Filatov isn't worth this. Not just him, Jack replied, pausing for effect. We want you too. 5 minutes later, Jack stepped off the tram. His escort led him back to the hotel, where a meticulous attendant wiped his shoes dry before he rejoined the reception. Spotting a waiter, he grabbed the first drink within reach, vodka, as it turned out. He downed it in one swallow, then chased it with another. The burn barely registered before he realized he needed the restroom. Right where they said it'd be, he thought, hurrying inside just in time. Meanwhile, the simulation was running at full tilt. The ground control computer, oblivious to the ruse, processed fake radar pings from a mock satellite feed. It took seconds to authorize weapons release, lasers powering up on cue, never mind that the lasers themselves were pure fiction. The test was a first, and that was the whole point. The reflective surface on the ground sprang to life, precisely following the computer's commands as it directed a simulated laser beam toward the relay mirror, positioned high above in orbit. This relay mirror, recently transported by a space shuttle and currently housed in a California facility, adjusted its alignment as programmed, redirecting the beam toward the battle mirror, another ground-based component located at the Lockheed plant, connected via secure landline. Each mirror meticulously logged every adjustment in focal length and azimuth, transmitting this critical data back to the T-Clipper Control Center for analysis. The test Ryan had witnessed weeks earlier served multiple purposes, not only validating the system's design, but also providing invaluable real-world performance metrics. Now they could run simulations with near-perfect accuracy, trusting the hardware would behave exactly as predicted. Gregory fidgeted with a ballpoint pen, rolling it between his fingers before setting it down. He'd nearly bitten through the cap in his excitement. On the screen, the final data stream appeared. That's the last shot, an engineer announced. Scores coming in now. Gregory's eyes widened. 96 out of 100? That's insane. What's the cycle time? 0.016 seconds, the software specialist replied. 0.004 under target. We can even cross-check every targeting command mid-cycle, and that alone boosts our success rate by 30%, Gregory cut in, grinning. Hell, we could switch to shoot-look-shoot instead of shoot-shoot-look and still save time. People. He leaped up, nearly knocking over his chair. We just nailed it. The software is locked and loaded 4 months ahead of schedule. The room erupted in cheers, a celebration only the 30-person team could fully appreciate. All right, laser techs. Someone shouted over the noise. Stop celebrating and build us that death ray. Already the targeting system's ready to go. Gregory chuckled. Be nice. I have to work with those guys too. Outside, Beatrice Tosig paused mid-stride as the muffled cheers reached her through the cipher-locked door. She didn't need to go inside to know what had happened. The experiment they'd vaguely mentioned over dinner last night had clearly been a success. Candy was probably in there right now, standing next to Gregory. B smirked and kept walking. Meanwhile, aboard the USS Dallas, Captain Mancuso squinted through the periscope. Thank God the ice isn't too thick, maybe 2-3 feet max. Romius nodded. The icebreakers keep the shipping lanes open. We'll have a clear path. Downscope, Mancuso ordered before turning to the chart table. Take us 2,000 yards south and settle on the bottom. That should keep us hidden under the ice shelf, away from any patrols. Aye, Captain, the XO acknowledged. Mancuso gestured to Ramius and Clark. Let's grab some coffee. He led them down to the wardroom, though his usual confidence was edged with tension. They were in dangerously shallow waters, barely 200 feet deep, and within sight of Soviet territory. If spotted, they'd be hunted, and while no Western sub had been hit yet, luck wasn't something to rely on. The thin ice might deter the Grecias, but their Arbu 6000 rockets were useless here, though they could always call in a submarine. And Russian subs were definitely nearby. They'd picked up 2 just yesterday. Coffee, sir? The attendant asked. Mancuso gave a distracted nod as the pot was set out. He turned to Clark. You sure this spot's close enough? Clark gave a confident nod. Getting in and out won't be a problem. The captain raised an eyebrow. Doesn't sound like a vacation. A dry chuckle escaped Clark. That's why they keep signing my paychecks. He paused as the submarine groaned under the pressure, settling unevenly on the seabed. The coffee in Mancuso's cup tilted just enough to betray the angle, maybe 5 or 6 degrees. Not that he'd let it show. Submariners didn't flinch. Still, this wasn't standard procedure, especially not for the Dallas. Only a handful of subs in the fleet were built for missions like this, their hulls modified, in ways only a trained eye would spot. How long are we sitting ducks? Mancuso muttered, more to the ceiling than anyone. Clark shrugged. Could be never. About half these ops get scrubbed. Worst I ever had. 12 days straight. Felt like a year. And then nothing. Ramius leaned in, curiosity flickering. How many runs like this have you made? Classified, Captain, Clark replied with a tight smile. Ramius exhaled, his gaze distant. Waiting for a Babbit. When I was a boy, I fished these waters. Never imagined Americans lurking below. Small world, Clark agreed. Catch anything good? Daiquiri in summer. Plenty. Old Sasha taught me everything on his boat, how to read the waves, how to sail. This place made me who I am. Mancuso cleared his throat, steering them back. What about patrols? Ramius smirked. Lazy. With diplomats in Moscow, nobody expects war. The KGB boats hunt smugglers and spies. He shot Clark a look. Not great at tracking subs, though that's changing. Northern Fleet's ramping up drills, Baltic too. But this spot? Sonar's useless. Freshwater layers, ice overhead, it's a blind spot. Good, Mancuso thought. His crew was on high alert, sonar manned around the clock. If trouble came, the Dallas could be moving in under 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Gerasimov sat alone, his face a mask. Even in solitude, he betrayed nothing. No fear, no anger. Few men could stare down their own ruin so coldly. Red October. The disaster that had been his making. He'd turned it to his advantage, outmaneuvering Gorshkov, expanding the KGB's grip on the military. Cassius's reports had been his golden ticket until they weren't. Now the trap snapped shut. How to explain that his star agent had been flipped? Sefri, when? Every shred of intel from Cassius was now poison. The Politburo would gut him. He'd sworn Red October was destroyed, that Ryan was compromised. And the Americans had played him perfectly. The worst part? He never saw it coming. Gerasimov knew the Americans had shifted their arms negotiation strategy, and his own intelligence had been dangerously wrong. Could he possibly weather all three revelations at once? The answer was clear: no. In another era, failure like this would have meant execution, a clean end that at least spared him humiliation. But modern disgrace was slower, crueler. He'd be demoted to some bureaucratic backwater, his influence reduced to begging favors for basic comforts. The same people who once trembled at his name would smirk behind his back, his subordinates growing bold enough to mock him openly. The thought made his stomach twist. Mr. Befflerfaf. Trading his power for a gilded cage in the West? Comfort meant nothing if it came with irrelevance. Losing control was worse than death. The Soviet system wasn't built for gamblers, it favored chess players, methodical men who inched forward without risking too much. The Politburo was full of them. But Gerasimov had never been one to play by the rules. He'd manipulated Alexandrov, blackmailed Vaniev, outmaneuvered Yazov. Why stop now? The key in his palm gleamed under the desk lamp, unremarkable yet holding unimaginable power. A single turn could unleash annihilation on a scale history had never seen. The submarines, the missile crews, their political officers answered to him. The Americans had already broken the rules by eliminating their own courier in Moscow. Why shouldn't he rewrite them entirely? A slow smile spread across his face. This wasn't just about survival. It was about reshaping the game itself. He reached for the phone, calling for a communications officer. Half a world away, Doctor. Tausig frowned at her screen. Anne never deviated from routine until now. Even though she'd made an unplanned stop to meet her contact, Dr. Tausig stuck to her usual weekend ritual of visiting the mall. She deliberately parked her Datsun at the far end of the lot, avoiding the risk of careless drivers dinging her doors. Spotting Anne's Volvo with the sun visor down, she checked her watch and quickened her steps toward the entrance, turning left once inside. Peggy Jennings worked solo that day, understaffed as usual, struggling to meet Washington's unrealistic deadlines. While tailing someone to the shopping center was simple enough, maintaining surveillance indoors without backup proved nearly impossible. Jennings arrived just a minute behind Tausig, already sensing she'd lost visual contact. With a resigned sigh, she began casually browsing storefronts, half expecting her target might have slipped into a movie theater. Ispuzas trek su. Tausig's voice carried across the boutique as she spotted Basiarina modeling an elegant dress. That color suits you perfectly. The shop owner chuckled. She's every designer's dream, unlike some of us. Tausig ran her fingers along a sharply tailored suit, its severe lines mirroring her mood. Mind if I try this? She asked, disappearing into the fitting room with Anne close behind. Their light-hearted chatter about fabrics and fit masked the exchange of a folded note that made Tausig's breath hitch. Her expression cycled through shock, reluctant acceptance, then something darker that made Bessiarina's stomach twist, but sentiment had no place in their line of work. Emerging with the perfectly fitted suit, Tausig swiped her credit card while Anne exited past the sporting goods store. Jennings finally spotted her subject, leaving with a garment bag, mentally shrugging just another retail therapy session. After an hour of fruitless trailing, she called it quits. Meanwhile, Ryan leaned back in his chair, exasperated. The guy's ice cold. I didn't expect fireworks, but some reaction would have been nice. Candela shrugged. If he's interested, you'll hear. Chapter 21. Knave's Gambit. The archer cursed the cloudless sky, the biting Siberian wind doing nothing to ease their exposure. Every rustling leaf sounded like approaching boots. They needed darkness to move safely through Soviet territory. Peering through the brush, he watched armored vehicles rumbling down the Dangara road, a constant reminder of the regiment stationed nearby. His fighters were skilled, but against a full Russian battalion on home soil? Even divine intervention might not be enough. The blasphemous thought made him wince. Somewhere beyond these pines, his son waited in a place he'd never reach, the distance between them both measurable and impossibly vast. The archer had long since abandoned any illusions. His son would grow up immersed in the foreign customs of the Russians, and all he could do was whisper desperate prayers that divine guidance might reach the boy before it was too late. Stealing children, what greater sin existed? To strip them of family heritage and faith was a cruelty beyond words. His fighters shared this burning hatred, each carrying scars from Russian bombs that shattered homes and scattered loved ones. Unlike his men, the archer understood this wasn't some aberration of war, but its modern reality. His warriors, steeped in tradition, still believed battles should be fought between soldiers, not waged against villages. He knew better. The so-called civilized world had rewritten those rules generations ago, though he couldn't fathom why. A bitter laugh almost escaped him. Destiny? And choice. What a joke. His path had been carved by forces far beyond his control, whether by the hand of God or the whims of generals plotting in distant capitals. But philosophy was a luxury his men couldn't afford. For them, the world narrowed to the rifle in their hands, the enemy in their sights, and the unshakable faith that kept them moving. Anything more was a distraction, and distractions got you killed. The last Russian armored vehicle rumbled out of view, its occupants sealed inside their steel cocoon, oblivious to the eyes tracking them from the rocks. His fighters lay motionless, draped in captured uniforms, their positions staggered so half could rest, while the others kept watch. The sun dipped lower, painting the ridges gold. Soon, darkness would cloak their advance north. High above, sunlight flashed off a descending aircraft, a fleeting glint that vanished as the plane banked into the clouds. Inside that very plane, Colonel Bondarenko pressed his forehead to the window, studying the jagged peaks below. Afghanistan. Just the sight of those merciless mountains made his knees ache with phantom pain. He'd survived his tour there, proved himself in combat, and now? Now he was done playing soldier. Let the young men scramble over rocks and chase ghosts. At 42, he belonged in a lab, not a war zone. Yet his thoughts kept circling back to Moscow. Misha's sudden disappearance had been brushed off as illness, but the minister's smile had been too smooth, too quick. Then came the orders, shipping him back to Bright Star, conveniently distant. And those watchers he'd noticed trailing him last week. No. He shut down the thought before it fully formed. The idea was absurd. Misha. A security risk. Impossible. The man was a relic of the Great Patriotic War, a hero. Bondarenko exhaled sharply. Fatigue, that's all this was. Too many hours in the air, too little sleep. He leaned back, closing his eyes against the absurdity of his own suspicions. Bondarenko figured Misha was probably on some classified assignment for Yazov, the kind of mission he handled regularly. Gazing out the plane window, he watched the sprawling structure of the Nurik Dam pass beneath him, its second set of power lines nearly complete. Moments later, the aircraft ascended toward Dushanbe East, landing smoothly. Bondarenko was the first to exit, only to be greeted by an unexpected voice. Gennady Iosifovich. Good morning, General, Bondarenko replied, caught off guard. Pa Krishkin, returned the salute briskly. Skip the bus. You're riding with me. He motioned to his sergeant, who promptly confiscated Bondarenko's luggage. You really didn't need to come all this way yourself. Nonsense. Pokrishkin marched toward his waiting helicopter, its rotors already spinning. I still need to read that report of yours. After 3 ministers visited yesterday, suddenly everyone grasps our importance. Funding just jumped 25%. Wish I had your knack for paperwork. Bondarenko opened his mouth to respond, but Pokrishkin cut him off. No arguments, Colonel. You saw the bigger picture and made others see it too. That makes you part of Bright Star now. Once your Moscow assignment wraps up, I want you here permanently. Your file says you've got the brains for engineering and leadership perfect for my deputy. Whoa, he smirked. Though I doubt I'll convince you to trade that Army uniform for an Air Force one. General, I know, once Red Army, always Red Army. Fine by me. Besides, you'll be useful dealing with those KGB blowhards on security. They love intimidating washed-up pilots, but won't dare challenge a Red Banner combat veteran. He signaled the pilot to lift off. Odd, Bondarenko thought, that Pokrishkin wasn't flying himself. Mark my words, Gennady, in a few years, this'll be its own branch. Cosmic defense, maybe. You could build an entire career here, faster than the Army will promote you. Think about it. Bondarenko hesitated. Where to sing quantum to? Pokrishkin shifted gears. We're reviewing the Americans' mirror and computer schematics. Our lead engineer thinks he can adapt their designs to our systems about a year for blueprints, longer for actual construction. Meanwhile, we're retrofitting reserve lasers to simplify maintenance. Another 2 years, minimum, Bondarenko noted. At least, Pokrishkin sighed. This won't be ready before I retire. One more successful test, and Moscow will recall me to head the ministry. Deployment. Not in my lifetime. His tone turned wistful. That's why I need you, someone young enough to see this through. I've vetted dozens. You're the best, Gennady. When my time's up, I want you taking over. Bondarenko was speechless. Out of all possible candidates, Pokrishkin had chosen him, an outsider. But you barely know me. Generals don't get where I am by misjudging people. You've got what I need. And you're at the right point in your career, ready for command. Uniform aside, you're the man for the job. I've already informed the minister. Stunned, Bondarenko couldn't even muster pride. All because Misha picked me for an inspection tour. He hoped the old man was doing all right, and that he hadn't just been handed a responsibility far heavier than he'd expected. Colonel Vatutin glanced at his watch as one of the officers muttered, "He's been at it for over 9 hours straight," the tone laced with quiet accusation. Leaning over the fiber-optic monitor, Vatutin observed the man below, first writhing in a futile attempt to sleep, then succumbing to the caffeine-induced nausea that left him pacing like a caged animal. The exhaustion was visible, but so was the stubborn defiance. "Bring him up in 20, Vatutin ordered, suppressing a smirk. He'd managed a solid 7 hours of sleep himself, followed by a meticulous morning routine, fresh uniform, polished boots, and an indulgent extra cup of coffee from the officers' mess. His team's nervous glances meant nothing to him. If they doubted his methods, that was their problem. The interrogation room was a carefully crafted illusion. Bare walls hiding microphones, a two-way mirror disguising observers, and a table with discrete controls beneath its edge. Vatutin settled into his seat, flipping open the file he'd pretend to review when Filatov arrived. Every word, every move had been rehearsed, right down to the report he delivered to Gerasimov. Right on schedule, Filatov entered still standing tall, but the toll of sleep deprivation was evident in the shadows under his eyes. The caffeine had done its job, leaving him irritable where before there had only been cold resolve. "Good morning, Filatov," Vatutin said without looking up. "Colonel Filatov to you," the old man snapped. "When does this farce end?" Vatutin almost admired the conviction. After weeks of repeating his innocence, Filatov might have even started believing his own lies. "When did you decide to betray your country?" Vatutin pressed. Filatov's response was immediate, dripping with venom. "When did you decide to stop molesting children?" Vatutin sighed, feigning patience. "Colonel, you were caught with classified microfilm 2 steps from an American spy. The evidence is undeniable. The only question left is how long you've been selling secrets." "Go to hell," Filatov growled, his hands betraying a faint tremor. "I'm a 3-time hero of the Soviet Union. I was slaughtering fascists before you were a twinkle in your father's eye. And you dare call me a traitor?" Vatutin leaned back, a smirk playing at his lips. "Funny, when I was a boy, I read all about you. Misha, the tank commander who saved Moscow. Misha, the demon of Stalingrad. Misha, the hero who crushed the Germans at Kursk." The nostalgia in his voice was deliberate, laced with just enough mockery to twist the knife. Misha met Vatutin's accusation with a dismissive gesture, irritated by the tremor in his own hand. "I've never held the Chekisti in high regard," he said, his voice edged with contempt. "Back when I commanded troops, they lurked behind the lines, expert at executing prisoners we'd captured, skilled at eliminating those who retreated. I recall one particularly inept lieutenant who led an entire tank unit straight into a bog. At least the Germans I fought were soldiers, men who earned my hatred but also my respect. Your kind. Maybe we frontline troops never grasped who the real enemy was. Tell me, who slaughtered more Russians, the Germans or people like you?" Vatutin remained impassive. "Penkovsky recruited you, didn't he?" "Absolute nonsense," Misha snapped, though the bitterness in his own tone surprised him. "I was the one who exposed Penkovsky. But I suppose even your lot serves a purpose. Oleg was a pitiful lost soul. He got what men like him always do." "And so will you," Vatutin replied coolly. "You can kill me if you want, but death and I are old acquaintances. It took my wife, my sons, my comrades. It's come for me more times than I can count. Sooner or later, it'll win whether by your hand or another's. Fear doesn't touch me anymore." Misha leaned forward, his gaze sharp. "Then what does scare you?" "Not you," Vatutin shot back, his stare icy. "But every man has his weakness. Did battle ever frighten you?" Misha hesitated. "You're saying too much." Yet the words spilled out. "At first, yes. The first shell that hit my T-34 left me shaking. But after that, buste fibrolerne. Fear fades when you're too busy leading, too focused on the men relying on you. You don't fear death, you fear failing them. Solsider Salken Foyn. That's different." He hadn't meant to speak so freely, but facing this KGB officer felt like combat adrenaline, tension, the thrill of the fight. They say men fear battle, but what keeps them standing is pride. The terror of being seen as weak, of betraying the men beside you. Vatutin pressed a hidden button beneath the table. "Yet here you are, Filatov, betraying every soldier who ever followed you. Handing secrets to the enemy. How do you think they'd react if they knew?" The door creaked open. A young tank corporal stepped in, his coveralls stained with grease and gunpowder, his helmet dented, one eye bandaged and weeping blood. The reek of burnt metal and sweat filled the room. Misha turned, his breath catching. The resemblance was uncanny Alexei Romanov, or close enough to twist his gut. Vatutin's voice cut through the silence. Look at him, Filatov. What would your men say if they saw you now? The corporal stood rigid, tears streaking through the grime on his face, saying nothing. The chemicals stinging his eye made his suffering all too real. Filatov had no idea his food had been laced with stimulants. His time in Lefortovo prison had left him so mentally frayed that he barely registered the manipulations anymore. Instead of dulling his senses, the caffeine had sharpened them to battlefield alertness, leaving him hyper-aware yet starved for meaningful stimuli. Through the endless night, his heightened perception found nothing concrete to latch onto, so his mind began fabricating threats where none existed. By the time the guards arrived, he was lost in a haze of waking hallucinations. Vatutin became his sole anchor in the chaos. But exhaustion weighed on Misha like a lead blanket, the brutal interrogation routine leaving him suspended between lucidity and delirium. Face me, Filatov. Vatutin's voice cut through the fog. I asked you a question. What about the men who served under you? The ones who died following your orders. Misha blinked, disoriented. With Agershov, Freifang. The soldiers you sent to their graves, you senile relic. Vatutin snapped. Ivanenko, Pukov, Corporal Romanov, all those citations you wrote, more than any other commander. Do you think they'd forgive you now? Rage surged through Filatov. They'd understand. He spat. The dead stand what? That you betrayed everything they fought for. Vatutin leaned in. Or that men like you got them killed, not the Germans, not fate, just the system you served? My sons, Misha's voice cracked. Ah yes, your boys. Followed your example straight to their graves, didn't they? And my wife? Filatov slammed his fists on the table. You took everything from me, you KGB rat. After a lifetime of service, this is my reward? You dare call me a traitor. You gutted this country. You poisoned the Rodina. Vatutin let the outburst hang before responding, his tone eerily calm. And that's why Penkovsky found you. And that's why you sold secrets to the West. All these years, playing the loyal officer while stabbing us in the back. Misha barked a laugh. Fooling you wasn't difficult. Then he froze, realizing too late what he'd admitted. Vatutin exhaled, almost regretful. Thank you, Colonel. That's all for now. He signaled the guards, watching as they led Filatov away, still bewildered, still proud. The old man would never grasp how thoroughly he'd been played. Upstairs, the doctor gave a dry chuckle. You missed your calling as a shrink. Vatutin ignored him, checking the recording equipment. Get all 3 tapes and the video. Every word. One of the technicians whistled. Hardest confession I've ever seen. He wasn't some greedy turncoat, Vatutin mused. Just a broken patriot who thought he could fix the party by burning it down. Shaking his head, he gathered his files. The irony tasted bitter. The bravest men always made the most dangerous fools. Vatutin shook his head in quiet disbelief. Where did people like Filatov come up with these dangerous notions? He knew the chairman harbored similar ambitions, or rather, saw himself as the party's last line of defense. Leaning against the cold office wall, he briefly weighed the differences in their motives before dismissing the thought entirely. A counterintelligence officer had no business entertaining such reflections, at least not openly. Filatov's bitterness stemmed from the party's heavy-handed treatment of his family. Sure, the party claimed infallibility, but everyone knew better. Too bad Misha couldn't swallow that bitter pill after all. Flawed as it was, the party was all they had. Make sure he rests, Vatutin muttered to the doctor on his way out. Stepping into the crisp morning air, he blinked in surprise. He'd lost track of time entirely, buried in the interrogation for 2 straight days. The daylight was a welcome change. Now he could report to the chairman immediately. Even better, he was still on schedule. A hot meal, a night in his own bed, maybe even catching up with his wife over some mindless TV. The thought made him smirk. And then there was the promotion. He'd cracked Filatov ahead of schedule. Surely that would please Gerasimov. He found the chairman staring absently out the window at the chaos of Dozhizhinsky Square. Comrade Chairman, I have the confession, Vatutin announced. Gerasimov turned slowly. Bad Belatov. His distracted tone caught Vatutin off guard. Yes, Comrade Chairman. The colonel let his confusion show. After a pause, Gerasimov offered a thin smile. Forgive me, Colonel. Other matters weigh on me. You've secured his admission? Not exhaustive yet, but he's confessed to passing secrets to the West for 30 years. 30 years, and we never noticed. Gerasimov's voice was eerily calm. Correct, Vatutin admitted. But we have him now. Weeks of debriefing will uncover the full damage. His methods made detection difficult, but we'll adapt as always. The important thing is you wanted the confession, and here it is. Good, Gerasimov said. When will the report be ready? Tomorrow. The word slipped out before Vatutin could stop it. He braced for fury, but the chairman merely nodded after a long pause. That's acceptable. Dismissed. Saluting stiffly, Vatutin retreated, baffled. After all that urgency, Gerasimov was fine waiting? None of it added up. But with no answers at hand, he focused on the task settling at his desk. He pulled out a notepad and began drafting his report. Meanwhile, across the city, Jack Ryan squinted through the car window. So that's the place. No, yep. Used to be a toy store right across from it. Children's World, if you can believe that. Guess someone finally realized the irony and moved it. The statue in the middle. That's Felix Dzerzhinsky. Cold-blooded, doesn't even cover it next to him. Himmler was practically a choir boy. Ryan snorted. Himmler wasn't half as sharp. True. Felix crushed at least 3 plots against Lenin, one of them damn near succeeded. The full story's still buried in there, the driver said, nodding toward the building. An ex-Aussie SAS commando, he handled embassy security and enjoyed playing the part of a spy, though he'd never actually crossed that line officially, at least. Jack had picked up a few tricks about losing tails during his time in the field, which only made the Russians more convinced he was CIA or some kind of operative. He wasn't just good at evasion, he also knew the city like the back of his hand. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he smirked. Still got company. You think they'll make a move? Hard to say, Ryan replied, turning slightly to confirm the same old Zhigulai, basically a Soviet knockoff of a Fiat, was still trailing them like a lost puppy. They looped past the American embassy again, passing the old Greek Orthodox church that embassy staff jokingly called Our Lady of the Microchips, convinced it was packed with surveillance gear. Mind telling me what the plan is here? The driver asked, irritation creeping into his voice. We're just burning gas. Last time I was in town, my sightseeing was limited to the foreign ministry and some stuffy government building. Ryan shrugged. What if they decide to get cozy? You're seriously considering engaging? The driver shot him a look. He knew Ryan was CIA, but this felt reckless. Absolutely, Jack said with a grin. Just imagine the paperwork, though. You think I enjoy writing incident reports? Your circus, your monkeys, the driver muttered. They spent another hour driving in circles, but nothing happened, much to Ryan's frustration and the driver's quiet relief. Later, they approached the border, crossing the usual way. The checkpoints rotated randomly, but their Plymouth Reliant, a 4-year-old sedan, with Oklahoma plates, rolled to a stop at the Border Patrol booth. Inside, 3 officers waited, one of whom had to be nudged awake. "Evening," the agent said, leaning in. "Mind showing me some ID?" All 3 handed over their licenses, the photos matching perfectly. "Anything to declare?" "Some liquor." 2 liters each. The driver watched as a sniffer dog circled the car, tail wagging lazily. "Want us to pull over and open the trunk?" "What brought you to Mexico?" "We're with Cummings Oklahoma Tool and Die," the driver explained smoothly. "Specialize in pipeline valves, refinery equipment. Trying to land a deal with Pemex. Got samples and brochures in the back if you want to take a look." "Any luck?" the agent asked. "First round's always just a handshake," the driver said with an easy smile. "Takes a few visits to close the deal." The dog handler shook his head. "No drugs, no explosives." The men in the car didn't raise any red flags. Clean cut but not overly polished, crossing at a quiet time. "Welcome back," the agent said, waving them through. "Safe travels." "Appreciate it," the driver replied, shifting into drive. "Take care." Once they were clear, the man in the back scoffed. "Unbelievable. Their security's a joke." "My brother's a major in the border guards," the driver muttered, keeping his eyes on the road. "He'd have a stroke if he saw how lax they are." There was no humor in his voice. The real challenge wasn't getting in, it was getting out. Now they were deep in enemy territory. He stuck to the speed limit, letting impatient locals zoom past. The Plymouth wasn't powerful, but he'd never driven anything fancier than a 4-cylinder, so it didn't bother him. This wasn't his first time in the States, but it was his first real operation, and the lack of prep made his skin crawl. All 3 spoke flawless American English, their accents matching the Midwestern drawl on their IDs. The irony. He actually liked it here. The food was cheap, plentiful, and didn't taste like cardboard, unlike back home. As he drove toward Santa Fe, he decided to pull into a Burger King. Nothing beat the taste of a flame-grilled burger stacked with crisp lettuce, juicy tomatoes, and a generous swipe of mayo. To a Soviet like him, the sheer convenience of American fast food was mind-boggling. No endless queues, no ration cards, just good, greasy satisfaction at the push of a drive-through button. Yet for all their efficiency in feeding millions, Americans baffled him with their lax security. How could a nation so advanced in logistics be so careless with basic precautions? It defied logic, but underestimating them was a mistake he wouldn't make. Their world operated on rules as foreign to him as the neon-lit streets outside his window. The unpredictability gnawed at him like trying to anticipate the swerve of a distracted driver on the freeway. This wasn't just unfamiliar territory, it was enemy soil, where every choice carried risk. His training had drilled into him the dangers of complacency, but no amount of preparation could account for the chaos of 200 million people making split-second decisions daily. What would his comrades back home do with such freedom? Probably panic, he mused. Russians craved order. Anarchy was their oldest nightmare. "Wish we had roads like these in Moscow," muttered Leonid from the driver's seat. The other agents snored in the back. Both were first-timers in the U. Man into this mission with barely any prep. Oleg, a veteran of South American ops under corporate cover, remembered the potholed trails that passed for highways back home. Not a single proper road spanned the country. Where'd the rubles come from? Leonid grumbled. Oleg sighed. At least Mexico manages decent pavement. Leonid scoffed. Roads meant choices, and choices required training nobody had bothered to give. Meanwhile, Captain Tanya Basurina checked her Volvo's clock 6 hours to go. The safe house was a rusting contractor's trailer, left to rot when a real estate deal collapsed south of Santa Fe. Tucked behind a ridge, its dirt access road was blessedly ignored by locals, though the scrub pines that hid it also made stealthy approaches too easy. She'd arrived under cover of darkness, hauling groceries from her trunk. Perfection was impossible, but the location was solid close to the interstate, yet invisible. As she unloaded supplies, she noted the irony. Even in exile, they were still building shadows. The trailer was completely off the grid, with no power and only non-perishable supplies. That meant meals consisted of vacuum-sealed sausages and stacks of sardine cans, apparently a Russian favorite. After unloading the groceries, she grabbed a small suitcase from her car and placed it beside 2 jerry cans of water in the broken-down bathroom. Curtains would have been nice for privacy, but drawing attention to the trailer wasn't smart. Neither was leaving her car parked outside. Once the team arrived, they'd stash it deeper in the woods, a minor inconvenience, but part of the job. Setting up a safe house was never as simple as movies made it seem, especially for covert ops, even in a place as sprawling as America. She hadn't gotten much notice for this mission, just a rushed order that left her scrambling. This spot was never meant for anything more than a quick hideout, a last resort if things went sideways. Now, it had to serve as their base for something far bigger. Her own apartment was off limits, obviously. Would headquarters reprimand her for the lack of better options? Probably not. She'd followed protocol. The furniture was grimy but usable, so she wiped it down out of sheer boredom. The team leader, whoever he was, outranked her, and she wanted the place at least somewhat presentable. Exhausted, she stretched out on the lumpy couch and set an old wind-up alarm clock. It felt like she'd barely closed her eyes when the shrill ring jolted her awake. They rolled in just before sunrise. The road signs were clear, and Leonid, now thinking in miles, not kilometers, turned onto a narrow side road. A faded cigarette ad marked the turnoff to the dirt path. Killing the headlights, he let the car glide forward, careful not to tap the brakes and give away their position. The road dipped past a ridge, revealing a Volvo and a shadowy figure waiting beside it. This was always the tricky part. Even among allies, trust was never guaranteed. Lost. The woman called out. "Looking for Mountain View," he replied. "That's across town," she said. "Must have taken the wrong exit." Her posture relaxed as the coded exchange ended. "Tanya Basurina. Widari Bulterasign." "Bob," Leonid said. "Bill and Lenny are in the car." "Futaka plays." "Since yesterday morning," he admitted. "Get some rest inside. There's food, water, no power. Flashlights and a gas lantern you can heat water for coffee. When do we move?" "Das Sig, tonight here. Stash the car first, then I'll brief you. Terror and extraction. Still working on that." As she outlined the mission, what struck her, though it shouldn't have, was how composed the 3 men were. They had to be questioning Moscow's sanity, given the absurdity of the plan and the impossible timeline. But professionalism won out. Orders were orders, even when they defied logic. The manuals said Moscow knew best, and field agents clung to that belief, even when every instinct screamed otherwise. Beatrice Tosig stirred awake as sunlight pierced through her bedroom curtains, casting sharp rectangles across her sheets. Summer was creeping in, shifting the angle of dawn so it no longer blinded her during her commute, but instead caught her unprepared during these quiet morning moments. She stretched, mentally preparing for what she'd convinced herself would be a transformative day. The routine began shower, hairdryer humming, the rich aroma of pre-programmed coffee cutting through the steam. As she sipped from her mug, Beatrice found herself staring at her closet with unusual intensity. Today's outfit choice felt oddly significant, demanding more brainpower than her usual grab-and-go approach. "This calls for proper fuel," she muttered, cracking eggs into a pan with the solemnity of a chemist preparing an experiment. The sizzle competed with CNN's muffled report about nuclear treaties, background noise to her meticulous calorie calculations. The blue frilled dress still hung where she'd left it after last year's holiday party, slightly outdated but undeniably striking. Beatrice wound a silk paisley scarf around her neck with a flourish, the pattern clashing deliberately with the dress's delicate embroidery. Let them whisper about her eccentricities. She'd rather be memorable than bland. Her Volvo purred into the research facility's parking lot, right on schedule, gold security badge swinging from its chain, like a pendulum counting down to something. The guard's unusually cheerful greeting earned him a tight-lipped smile. "Morning," she acknowledged, already mentally dismissing him. Her heels clicked through sterile corridors, each step echoing her singular focus. Inside her private office, Beatrice brewed coffee strong enough to strip paint, the bitter scent mingling with the metallic tang of the file cabinet she'd just unlocked. Spreadsheets and classified documents formed orderly piles across her desk, a fortress of data hiding its true purpose. Down the hall, two security analysts bickered over their surveillance notes. "Did you see that scarf?" Peggy Jennings snorted, flipping through photos. "Like a peacock in a lab coat." Will Perkins shrugged, adjusting his headset. "Maybe she's just bad at accessorizing. Zero suspicious activity all month, unless you count her glaring at the vending machine yesterday." Peggy tapped her pen irritably. "It's the inconsistencies. All that dramatic flair, then tight-lipped about work? Textbook." Will smirked. "Or maybe she's just a workaholic who hates small talk. Not everything's a conspiracy, Peg." Meanwhile, Beatrice snapped her briefcase shut, the click echoing like a starting pistol. Today, the carefully photographed documents would reach their final destination. Today, everything changed. She drives with that impatient East Coast urgency, yet her wardrobe leans toward the conservative. Maybe she enjoys how those tailored pieces frame her. "Peg, you're seeing shadows where there aren't any." Jennings scoffed. "Isn't that our job?" "Then tell me what we witnessed the other night." "Can't explain it, but you're twisting it into something it's not." "There's no trail, Peg, not enough to justify ramping up surveillance. Once we clear the list, we'll circle back to her." "This is insane, Will. A potential breach in a classified project, and we're tiptoeing like we're worried about hurt feelings." Jennings pushed up from her makeshift desk lunch tables, really in the cramped FBI office. The counter-intel team had overrun the space, even commandeering the break room. "That's the point for her. Let's polygraph everyone with access to the leaked files." Last time they'd tried that at T-Clipper, it nearly sparked mutiny. The scientists weren't spies. They saw lie detectors as an affront, not a tool. One programmer even used meditation tricks to skew his results. The only real takeaway. The researchers to spy security protocols hardly a shock. The final nail came when a senior engineer proved the tests unreliable, exposing undetected lies in his own report. The backlash forced an early shutdown. "Tausig skipped the last round," Jennings pointed out. "The revolt stalled things before admin got tested. She was the one who, because the tech team took their complaints straight to her. That's her role, keeping the geniuses happy." Perkins sighed. "If you're this convinced, we'll revisit her. But right now, we've got a stack of leads to chase." Jennings relented. Logic said she was chasing ghosts, yet her gut clung to the hunch. Maybe it was Tosig's demeanor too composed, too detached. Or maybe it was that kidnapping case years ago, the one that still gnawed at her. Perkins, ever the professional, never let personal biases cloud his judgment. But paperwork couldn't drown out her instincts. 6 reports loomed before their next field assignment. These days, field work was a luxury. Most hours were spent justifying your job to people who'd never set foot outside an office. The phone buzzed. Al, it's Bo. Secor, Sist, got a minute. On my way. True to form, Gregory arrived in exactly 5 minutes. Hope I'm not pulling you from anything critical. Just another simulation. They've got it handled. Tosig's smile was smooth, but her fingers tapped the desk a rhythm just a shade too quick for calm. Hey there, Major Gregory greeted with a grin. Looking sharp in that outfit, bah. Appreciate it, Al. Listen, I could use your help with something, she replied, lowering her voice. Name it. It's for Candy's birthday. I'm grabbing the gift later, but I need an extra pair of hands. Al's eyes widened. Oh man, you're right, it's coming up in 3 weeks, isn't it? Buh smirked as he let out an exaggerated groan. You really need to start marking these dates, Al. So, what's the big gift? He asked, practically bouncing with curiosity. Triple Krawive. Nice try. It's a surprise, she teased, then added. But trust me, it's something she'll love. By the way, Candy drove herself today, right? Yep, trurred. Dentist appointment after her shift. Perfect. And not a word to her, got it? This has to stay under wraps. Bo struggled to keep a straight face, which only made Al chuckle. Whatever she had planned, it was clearly going to be good. All right, Bo. Meet you at 5. They stirred awake well past noon. Bob shuffled toward the bathroom before reality hit no running water. Peering through the windows for any movement outside, he finally stepped out, returning to find the others already boiling water. The instant coffee wasn't gourmet, but Bossarina had at least snagged a decent brand. Breakfast was pure American indulgence, packed with enough sugar to fuel an army, which, in a way, they were. Once everyone had shaken off the grogginess, they spread out their maps and gear, methodically reviewing every step of the operation. 3 hours later, each man had the plan etched into his mind, down to the last detail. The archer adjusted his binoculars against the rocky outcrop, the distant objective looming in his sights. Mountains offered clarity, but also cruel perspective. Their target was still 2 nights away, even though it was now visible. His men melted into the terrain around him as he studied the landscape. 25 kilometers. A quick map check confirmed it. The route ahead was brutal. Downhill, across a freezing stream, then a punishing ascent. Their final camp would be tucked just 5 kilometers from the objective, hidden by the mountain's curves. He focused on the distant compound. Construction was ongoing, but even now, it was formidable. In a few years, it'd be unassailable. Today, though, his jaw tightened. Even with binoculars, details were scarce, just guard towers and vague shapes in the dawnlight. Closer recon would be critical, but for now, the land itself was the puzzle. How to use the terrain. How to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. KGB guards, if the intel was right, were as complacent as they were ruthless. 3 towers on the north side, probably a fence. Mines. Maybe. Either way, those towers had to fall fast. Their machine guns would shred anyone approaching. So that's it. The ex-major crouched beside him. Men are secure, the major confirmed, eyes locked on the compound. After a beat, he mused. Ever hear about the assassin's fortress in Syria? The archer stiffened. That's why it felt familiar. How'd they take it? The Major's smile was grim. With way more firepower than we've got. If they ever finish fortifying that ridge, you'd need helicopters and a full regiment just to breach the perimeter. The Major clenched his jaw as the archer laid out his reckless plan. 2 teams, the operative declared, and though every fiber of the Major's Soviet-trained instinct screamed this was suicide for their undersized unit, he merely nodded. Challenging a legend like the archer required proving his battlefield worth first, which, ironically, meant surviving this insanity. For now, he'd subtly steer tactics toward survivability. Machines cluster on northern slopes, he pointed out as bus headlights crisscrossed the valley below, while personnel gather on that southern ridge. The archer scowled at the shifting floodlights. Their window for a stealthy night assault was shrinking. When the Major cautiously proposed consolidating forces on the central high ground for a downhill pincer movement, the archer's eyes narrowed. "That's a death run across open terrain both ways," he snapped. But the Major countered with tactical logic. One approach meant fewer detection risks, and centralized heavy weapons could blanket both targets. A sudden roar split the night as the Major yanked the archer into the dirt. A MiG-21 reconnaissance jet screamed past, its cameras potentially capturing their position. "God decides if they spotted us," the Major muttered, though he doubted divine intervention favored fools. The archer finally conceded this was why trained soldiers outlived glory-seeking warriors. Meanwhile, Bo Tausig white-knuckled, her Datsun steering wheel through suburban streets, the car practically driving itself toward the mall as excitement overrode caution. She found Gregory loitering near a station wagon in the nearly empty south lot, only early dinner crowds and no moviegoers yet. "Relax, birthday boy," she teased when he questioned the delay, though her darting eyes betrayed nerves. Then Anne appeared, swinging an oversized purse like it contained anything but gifts. Gregory's polite greeting masked his confusion. His math-obsessed brain rarely retained faces. Bee's pulse spiked as she positioned herself one lane from the theater entrance. If this went south, she'd need a last-minute alibi involving a very large shopping bag. But Anne's calm stride suggested everything was proceeding unnervingly according to plan. Anne flashed a disarming smile, catching Gregory completely off guard. "Remember me from last summer?" she asked, tilting her head as if they were old friends. Tausig frowned, his confusion deepening. "What's your game?" he demanded, eyeing her warily. With a casual shrug, Anne rummaged through her purse. "Just grabbing a few things before my date tonight," she said, pulling out what looked like a sleek perfume bottle. Gregory barely had time to register the object before she flicked her wrist, spraying a mist directly into his face. The burning hit instantly, like fire spreading across his skin, searing his eyes and scorching his lungs. He dropped to his knees, choking on the chemical haze, his vision swimming. A car rolled up silently beside him, its door swinging open before a sharp blow to his neck sent him spiraling into darkness. Bee watched, impressed by the precision. "Flawless," she murmured as they hauled his limp body into the vehicle. The whole operation took seconds, keys tossed, doors shut, the Plymouth vanishing like a ghost. Anne scanned the empty lot, satisfied. No witnesses. "What's next for him?" Bo asked, falling into step beside her. Anne's smirk was razor-thin. Why the sudden concern? "Nabul brace Tranfred. We're not exactly throwing him a welcome party." The unspoken question hung between them was this: a kidnapping or something darker? Anne pushed the thought aside. Rules had already been bent. No need to snap them completely. Meanwhile, Leonid, alias Bob, strode toward the far end of the parking lot, adrenaline humming under his calm exterior. The riskiest part was over, but the real work began now. In the back seat, Lenny kept a firm grip on their dazed captive. A former Spetsnaz operative, he knew how to handle resistance, but Gregory's groggy movements still warranted caution. Beside him, Bill, the mission's reluctant science expert, adjusted his glasses, the chemical stench of mace lingering in the air. Gregory stirred, blinking against the throbbing in his skull. The first thing he saw was the cold barrel of a suppressed pistol inches from his face. Major Grigori, Lenny purred, deliberately twisting the name. Smart men don't fight when outnumbered. The lie came smoothly, they needed him alive, but fear was a useful motivator. Gregory's fingers twitched, testing his limits, until Lenny leaned closer. Try anything heroic, he warned, and this ends messily. The car hummed forward, carrying its cargo toward an uncertain fate. Gregory stayed silent and motionless, just as he'd been ordered. The man's voice had been calm but firm, a clear warning that any resistance would be met with swift consequences. Though dazed from the earlier blow, Gregory's mind was sharp, his thoughts racing faster than ever before. His head throbbed like an overinflated tire, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and each breath burned like inhaling smoke. He had tried to fight back when they dragged him into the car, but his body refused to obey, leaving him seething with frustration. A sudden realization hit him. That's why I can't stand Beau. It wasn't her stuck-up attitude or her bizarre fashion sense. No, it was something deeper, something he shoved aside for now. Survival mattered more than old grudges. He gave a slow nod in response to the command, and the man Bill seemed satisfied. Strong hands hauled him onto the back seat, the cold barrel of a pistol pressing discreetly into his ribs. The chemical agent will wear off soon, Bill assured him, though Gregory didn't believe a word. Ali's voice came out weak and ragged. Who are you people? The driver, Lenny, shot him a warning glance. But he's put to play it. A smart guy like you should have figured it out by now. Gregory's stomach twisted. Russians. Of all things, Russians had him. Why? What did they want? He knew better than to trust their promises they'd say anything to keep him compliant. Humiliation burned hotter than the pain in his lungs. Here he was, a trained officer reduced to helplessness, crying like a child. The rage inside him was unlike anything he'd ever felt. He stole a glance at the armed man beside him, massive, expressionless, a professional who handled violence like a surgeon handled a scalpel. Spetsnaz, Gregory guessed. He blinked rapidly, vision still blurred, but he could see the man studying him with detached interest. Taking a deep breath was a mistake, his chest convulsed in a fit of coughing. Don't, the man in the passenger seat warned. Short breaths. It'll pass. Meanwhile, Bob navigated the quiet streets, careful not to draw attention. The late evening traffic moved steadily, cars flowing like a sluggish river under dim streetlights. He hadn't had time to scout alternate routes, but he knew the way well enough. His estimate had been off. This would take longer than planned, but it didn't matter. Lenny had everything under control. Far behind them, Bassiorina drove in the opposite direction, grimacing at the mess in her borrowed Chevy. The floor was littered with plastic wrappers, a disgusting sight for someone who valued order. The thought of bugs crawling in the car made her shudder. She checked her mirror, confirming Taussig was still following, before turning into a modest neighborhood where no one would look twice at another car pulling in for the night. The neighborhood was lined with driveways, yet nearly every household owned multiple vehicles, leaving the overflow parked along the curb. Bassiorina spotted an empty space near the intersection and eased her car into it. Taussig's Datsun slid in beside the Chevy, blending in seamlessly with the other parked cars. As Taussig paused at the next stop sign, Bassiorina lowered her window and flicked Gregory's keys into a storm drain, marking the end of the riskiest phase of her assignment. Without needing instruction, Taussig turned the car back toward the shopping center where Bassiorina had left her Volvo. You're absolutely certain you won't harm him? Bo pressed again after a brief silence. Completely sure, Anne replied, though she couldn't help wondering why Taussig had suddenly developed a moral dilemma. If he plays along, he might even get to continue his research, just in a different location. Cooperation comes with perks, like a personal companion to keep him content. Boss Irina smirked. Happy workers are productive workers. Good, Taussig said, catching her off guard. His knowledge could benefit everyone, make things safer. And get him out of my hair, she thought, but didn't say. Anne nodded. He's too useful to damage. Unless plans go sideways, in which case all bets are off. Meanwhile, Bob found himself stuck behind a minivan in crawling traffic. He despised the bulky vehicle it blocked his view, like so many others on American roads. Frustrated, he jabbed the cigarette lighter into the ashtray while Bill lit up beside him. The smoke barely masked the lingering sting of mace soaked into the car's upholstery. Bob made a mental note to air out the vehicle overnight. His eyes still burned, the chemical fumes lingering without the breeze from open windows. He almost felt bad for their captive. The direct dose had been harsh, but better than a lethal injection or a snapped neck. At least the man was compliant. By week's end, he'd be in Moscow. They'd lay low before slipping into Mexico through a different crossing, with a diversion planned to smooth their escape. From there, a flight to Cuba, then straight to Russia. After this mission, his team would get a month's leave. Bob longed to see his family. The loneliness of field work had led to a few indiscretions technically against regulations, though hardly uncommon. Maybe he could request a transfer to the KGB Academy. He'd earned it after this operation. Traffic lurched forward, then stalled again. The minivan's turn signal flashed, and 2 minutes later, the reason became horrifyingly clear. A jackknifed semi blocked the road, its front wheels crushing a compact car. Flashing ambulance lights lit up the chaotic scene as first responders worked to free the driver. Bob couldn't even identify the mangled vehicle, but like the other rubberneckers, he stared until duty snapped him back to reality. A cop in black gear redirected traffic onto a side street. Bob waited for an opening, then sped past, earning a glare but no pursuit. The mission came first, no time for distractions. The cop hadn't gotten a clear view of their vehicle, which was Bob's only small victory in this mess. Gunning the engine up a steep incline, it hit him that his earlier hesitation meant he'd lost track of where the diverted traffic was rerouted. No map, he'd burned it days ago, along with all his other marked documents. Normally, memorizing routes was second nature, but this rushed assignment hadn't given him time to learn the labyrinth of suburban streets. His only known path to the safe house was now useless. Residential roads twisted like snakes over the uneven terrain, each turn making him more disoriented. For half a second, frustration threatened to crack his usual icy control. A muttered Russian expletive slipped out before he caught himself. Even thinking in his native tongue was a risk. The cigarette between his fingers did little to steady him as he squinted through stinging eyes. From the back seat, Gregory watched the same landmarks reappear and nearly laughed. These supposed professionals were circling like lost tourists. When they stalled in a driveway, backing up with a string of curses, he recognized the flashing lights of the earlier accident. Bob's knuckles whitened on the wheel. Everything about this country infuriated him. The maze of roads, the reckless drivers. Some idiot running a stop sign had caused this chaos, and right now he wished the guy had met a messier end. The downhill slope offered a glimpse of a highway below. Maybe heading south would reconnect them. Bill shot him a questioning glance, but Lenny was too preoccupied with their captive to notice anything amiss. Cool air from the open window finally cleared Bob's vision, only to reveal another problem. a no left turn sign forcing them right onto a divided highway. He checked his watch, 15 wasted minutes. Vulnerable, exposed, with every passing car a potential threat. Had someone spotted them earlier? Did that cop catch their plates? Training kicked in. Breathe. Reconstruct the mental maps. West of the interstate. If he could just find an eastbound road. North first, then east. 5 tense minutes later, an unmarked crossroad appeared. He swung right without hesitation, the name of the street irrelevant. Survival was the only map he needed now. Relief washed over Bob when he spotted the familiar red, white, and blue interstate sign just half a mile ahead. His grip on the wheel loosened slightly as the tension in his shoulders eased. What's going on? Lenny's voice drifted from the back seat, laced with impatience. Bob answered in Russian, his tone deliberately casual despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. Just had to adjust our route. As he turned to respond, his eyes flicked away from the road just long enough to miss the exit sign. The overpass loomed suddenly, its green arrows pointing north and south. He needed south, but the ramp wasn't where he expected. Instead of the right lane, the exit veered sharply. Left, barely 50 yards ahead. Without checking his mirrors, Bob jerked the wheel, cutting across 2 lanes. Tires screeched behind him as an Audi slammed its brakes, the driver laying on the horn in furious protest. Bob tuned it out, focused solely on making the turn. As the Plymouth climbed the ramp, his eyes darted to the rearview mirror. Flashing lights pulsed from the grille of a black sedan, tailing him. His stomach dropped, but he forced himself to stay calm. Don't panic. The others didn't need an explanation. They'd trained for this. American cops weren't like the ones back home. No bribes, no theatrics, just polished professionalism and magnums holstered at their hips. He guided the car to the shoulder just past the overpass and waited, hands visible on the wheel. The cruiser parked slightly askew behind them, and the officer stepped out, clipboard in his left hand. Bob didn't need to guess why the right stayed free. "Evening, sir," the cop said, his voice calm but firm. "In this state, we don't take kindly to lane changes like that. License and registration, please." The crisp black uniform and silver badge sent an unwelcome flash of memory. Threw Leonid too close to the old nightmares, but he shoved it down. "Stay polite. Take the ticket. Move on." Bob handed over the documents, offering a sheepish smile. "Sorry, officer. Thought the exit was on the right." "That's what the signs are for, mister." "Taylor." The cop squinted at the license, then leaned in, flashlight beam slicing through the dark. "This your current address?" Bob nodded, but the officer's nose wrinkled suddenly. "What the, quothin me?" "Mace." The stench hit him a second before the realization did. The flashlight swung toward the back seat, illuminating 4 figures. 2 up front, 2 in back. One wore what looked like a military jacket. Then, in the flicker of light, Gregory saw it. The man on the left mouthed, "A silent help." The cop's posture shifted instantly, his hand dropping toward his holster, but Lenny was faster. A pistol materialized from the shadows, and Gregory barely had time to lunge, his elbow jamming into Lenny's arm as the shot rang out. The world erupted in noise and motion. The officer's jaw seemed to disintegrate in a burst of white, less pain than shock. A delayed understanding that he'd been hit. The last thing he heard was shouting, words he didn't recognize before the darkness swallowed him whole. Stumbling backward, his weapon discharged wildly, as if it had a mind of its own. Bob winced, slamming the Plymouth into gear, while the tires spat gravel before finally gripping the road. The car lurched forward, crawling away from the gunfire, as Lenny struck Gregory with the butt of his pistol in the back seat. His shot, meant for the cop's heart, had gone high, shattering the man's face instead, and Lenny cursed, though Bob barely registered the words. Within minutes, they veered off the interstate, bypassing the wreck still clogging traffic, and vanished down a dirt road with their headlights off. By the time their captive stirred, they were already at the trailer. Meanwhile, a passing driver spotted the wounded officer slumped on the shoulder and rushed to help. Blood streaked the man's face, his mouth a ruin of missing teeth. The Good Samaritan sprinted to the patrol car, fumbling with the radio until dispatch finally understood a cop had been shot. Backup swarmed the scene within minutes, but the injured officer could only shove forward his clipboard, the description of the Plymouth and its fake plates scrawled across it. Clutched in his other hand was Bob Taylor's bogus license. That was all the cops needed. Every radio in the county crackled with the alert. Someone had ambushed one of their own. Candy frowned at Al's empty chair, her jaw still thick from the dentist's numbing shots. Soup sounded manageable, but where the hell was he? Maybe stuck at work. She considered calling, but between the cotton mouth and the throbbing, conversation was the last thing she wanted. Over at headquarters, computers whirred as New Mexico authorities shot a telex to Oklahoma. The response was instant, no Robert J. Taylor, no Plymouth Reliant, no tag number X04498. The sergeant blinked at the screen. A dead end on both the license and plates in a cop shooting. That wasn't just odd, it stank of something bigger. He grabbed the phone. "Captain, we've got a real head-scratcher on the Mendez case." New Mexico's federal land and shadowy history meant this was no routine traffic stop gone wrong. The captain didn't hesitate within 60 seconds. He had the FBI on the line. By the time Agents Jennings and Perkins arrived, the hospital waiting room was packed with cops. Mendez's pregnant wife sat surrounded by his colleagues, the chaplain, and half the night shift. The surgeon finally emerged, assuring them the officer would recover. The bullet had missed major arteries, leaving his jaw and teeth as the real casualties. Relief washed over the room, and after a brief visit with her husband, 2 officers escorted Mrs. Brickard. Mendez home. Then, with no time to waste, the real work began. Mendez spoke through clenched teeth, the wires in his jaw making his words come out slow and strained. He'd turned down painkillers, determined to push through the discomfort to get his story out. The state cop was seething, his anger barely contained. "Had to have the gun pressed right against the guy's spine," he muttered. No other way he could have drawn that fast. Agent Jennings leaned in. "The license photo, does it match?" "Yes, ma'am." Mendez's tone carried a hint of youthful deference that made Jennings suddenly aware of the years between them. He gave rough sketches of the other 2 men before describing the victim, a thin guy in his 30s, glasses, hair buzzed, military short. Wore a jacket like a uniform, but no patches. Eyes were weird, though. Shiny, like he'd been masked or something. Didn't speak, just mouthed words. The guy up front reacted hard to that. Should have caught on quicker. Too damn slow. Perkins cut in. "You mentioned one of them said something. The one who shot me. Not English, not Spanish. Last word sounded like Mott." Jennings didn't hesitate. "Yob for you, Matt." Mendez stiffened. "Yeah, that's it. What's it mean?" Perkins, his face flushing deep red, cleared his throat. "Means if your mother." Pardon the language. Mendez's jaw tightened further. "You didn't drop a line like that to a pissed-off Hispanic cop without consequences." "What?" He growled. "It's Russian," Jennings explained. "One of their go-to curses." Perkins exhaled sharply. "Oh, hell. We're calling D. Now." Gregory's name hit the air, and the room snapped into motion. While Jennings dialed Washington, Perkins reached for another line. The state police moved fastest. Candy opened the door to an officer asking for Major Gregory, her confusion giving way to dread as the pieces clicked into place. Before the shock could fully settle, the security chief from T-Clipper arrived, radios crackling with alerts to track Alice's car. Meanwhile, the FBI's counterintel team pored over the license photo of Bob Taylor, but their Soviet files came up empty. Calls ripped through the chain of command assistant director, then Director Jacobs himself, dragged from bed to the Hoover building at 2A. The unthinkable had happened. A violent Soviet operation on U. soil. Worse, an American was taken. Kidnapping was as good as murder in the Bureau's eyes. By dawn, 30 agents were wheels up from Andrews, including the hostage rescue team. Southwest field offices briefed Border Patrol, saturating the region with alerts. Somewhere, Bob or Leonid sat alone with lukewarm coffee, regret gnawing at him. Why didn't I just keep driving? He wondered. Why the rush? The weight of his choices pressed down, heavier with every silent minute. The adrenaline should have faded by now, but his pulse still raced. 3 bullet holes marred the car, 2 on the driver's side, 1 punching through the trunk. His ID was in police hands, complete with his photo. Good luck explaining this at the faculty meeting, he thought bitterly. The safe house offered temporary shelter, though safe felt like a stretch. Captain Bissarina's hideout was bare bones, no phone, no way to call for backup. If she didn't return, he'd have to gamble with a bullet-riddled car and a license plate broadcasting his location to every cop in the state. The image of roadblocks and choppers circling overhead made his stomach twist. How had everything spiraled so fast? Tires crunched on gravel outside. Lenny kept watch over their captive, while Bob and Bill gripped their pistols, edging toward the trailer's lone window. The tension evaporated when Bezirina's Volvo rolled into view. She stepped out, flashed the all-clear signal, and hauled a bulky bag toward them. "Congratulations," she announced, tossing a black wig at Bob. "You're famous." The unspoken, "you idiot," hung thick in the air. He forced a shrug. "Complicated situation." "Obviously." She dumped the bag onto the table. "Your car stays hidden. Tomorrow, I'll get you a new one." "Where's yours now?" 200 yards up the road, buried under branches. Even a chopper would miss it. "What because acclaim? Smart." "Because they have choppers." She tossed him glasses, one pair clear, the other mirrored. "Ever worn makeup?" Bob blinked. "What?" "Your skin's too pale. Half this county's Hispanic." "My turf, my rules." Her voice sharpened. "I'll get you out. But the American woman, she knows your face." Leonid cut in. Orders came from the top. "Dip." "How high?" She snapped. His raised eyebrow was answer enough. "Well, he paled." "You're joking." "Immediate action prefix." "What's your guess?" "Our careers are over. Assuming we live." She crossed her arms. "I won't kill my asset." "No bodies yet." "That wasn't the mission." Bob's head shook slightly as he muttered, "Correct." Tudbasarina froze. "This could start a war," she whispered in Russian. Not tanks and missiles, but spies turning on each other, breaking decades of unspoken rules. Intelligence was about shadows, not bloodshed. Yet here they were, towing the line. "You should have refused," she said. Bob's laugh was hollow. "Right. Because that always works." The Kolyma camps might look picturesque this time of year, their snowy landscapes shimmering under the pale sun, but neither officer even entertained the thought of surrendering to seek asylum. To a Western observer, their refusal might seem baffling. Why not take the easy way out? But for them, it wasn't just about survival, it was about loyalty. "Your choices are your own," Anne said firmly, cutting off any further debate. "But I won't sacrifice my agent. I'll find a way to get you out." Leonid frowned. How? She tapped her fingers against the table, thinking. Not sure yet. Maybe a car. They're a truck. Trucks were common enough out here, and no one would look twice at a woman behind the wheel. A van loaded with crates could work Gregory hidden inside, sedated or bound. But customs, that was the real hurdle. Normally, she'd have weeks to plan, to gather intel. Seis, matching tourius. Now, she had days. 2, maybe 3, she muttered more to herself than to him. That's cutting it close, Leonid pointed out. I'll need that time to assess what we're up against. And for now, skip the razor. Bob gave a slow nod. Your call. It's your turf. Basirina smirked. When you're back home, you can write a report on why winging it never works. Need anything else? No. Then I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, Beatrice Tosig sat across from the agents, her hands twisting in her lap. I saw Al earlier, she admitted, shooting a nervous glance at Candy. Just to ask for help picking out a birthday gift. That's all. Her voice wavered. You really think the Russians? Jennings sighed. Looks that way. Bo's eyes welled up. Does Gregory know enough to? Yes, Bo cut in before Doctor. Mine could answer. He's the only one who understands the whole project. And he's a friend. Candy gave her a grateful smile, though the tears in Bo's eyes were real. The pain was genuine, even if the story wasn't. Over at the Foreign Ministry, Jack Ryan stormed in, still fuming from the latest round of negotiations. Indela tossed him a dispatch. You're gonna love this. Ryan's jaw tightened as he read. That bastard. You really thought he'd play nice? Candela scoffed, then caught himself. Sorry, Doc. But this, even I didn't see it coming. Ryan knew Gregory had driven him around D. We've self. And now this. Betrayed his fault? Maybe. He fired off a few questions. Pretty much confirmed, Candela said. They botched it. Sounds like a rush job. But hey, KGB guys aren't invincible. They just follow orders same as us. Ryan clenched his fists. We have to do something. Not much we can do from here. Local cops will have to handle it. And if this goes public, got proof? Candela shot back. You don't accuse a government without evidence. Hell, half a dozen DI engineers in Europe have been offed by terrorists or suicides in the last 2 years. We didn't make a fuss then. This is different. Ryan snapped. Candela shrugged. Only rule that matters, Doc. When? Ryan's mind raced. Does Usha still run WorldNet? Mive, made. Solid global reach. Then if we don't get him back, Ryan growled, I'll blow the Red October story wide open, consequences be damned. Jack Ryan was ready to risk everything. Even if it tanks my career, I'm doing this, he muttered. Across from him, Candela looked baffled. Red October? What are you talking about? Ryan just smirked. Trust me, it's worth it. Go tell your KGB pals who knows, maybe they'll actually pull it off. Candela nodded slowly, and Ryan could see the reluctant agreement in his eyes. Meanwhile, the state police found the whole situation darkly amusing. The press had no clue about the real stakes. The moment the FBI rolled in, the cover story was locked down. A routine police shooting, nothing more. If anyone asked, Oklahoma authorities would claim they just helped with identification. And the truth, buried. Federal teams swarmed the area under the guise of military exercises, while whispers of a rogue drug trafficker kept curious locals at bay. Over at Project T-Clipper, the inner circle got the real briefing lips sealed, as always. Gregory's abandoned car turned up fast, but it was a dead end. No prints, no clues, just the cold precision of a professional hit. The setup screamed KGB. Meanwhile, in Washington, the president sat with his inner circle General Bill Parks, FBI Director Jacobs, and Judge Moore. Well, zigut's defri thou? The president pressed. Jacobs exhaled. These things take time, sir. My best people are on it, but hovering over them won't help. The president turned to Parks. How vital is Gregory? Sir, he's irreplaceable, Parks said flatly. Top 3 in his field. Men like that don't grow on trees. A heavy silence followed before the president faced Moore. This is on us, isn't it? Moore didn't flinch. In a way, yes. We hit Gerasimov where it hurts. He's gambling that if he gets Gregory's intel, he can survive the fallout from Red October. Risky move, but he might be right. The president rubbed his temples. I knew we shouldn't have done this. Sir, if the press catches wind, it won't be from us, Moore cut in. And if they do, we spin it a bold rescue attempt for one of our own. That's expected. The game has rules. Parks leaned forward. Why Sawatem at Breakerivri sick? What if they think we can get him back? Moore's voice turned grim. If Gerasimov saves his own skin, he'll send regrets and hope we let it slide. But desperate men give desperate orders. I wouldn't bet on Gregory making it out alive. The president sat back, coffee untouched. The weight of the unspoken truth hung in the air. Some moves couldn't be undone. Emil hesitated before answering the president's question. The hostage rescue team is ready and positioned, sir. Their equipment is en route via Air Force transport, but right now they're in a holding pattern. The president's jaw tightened. And if they move, in what's the likelihood they pull this off? Solid odds, mister. President, Jacobs assured him. Solid isn't enough, Parks cut in sharply. If the Russians have standing orders to eliminate him, my agents are the best in the business, Jacobs countered. Parks wasn't swayed. What's their protocol? If they see a weapon, do they wait for the trigger to be pulled? They're authorized to neutralize any immediate threat to the hostage or themselves. If someone so much as twitches wrong, they won't hesitate. That's the problem, Parks snapped. How fast does it take to spin and fire? What if these guys don't care if they die? Ours don't flinch, why should theirs? The room fell silent until Judge Moore spoke. I can't gauge Soviet resolve. Whether possible? Sure. Guaranteed. No one knows. Parks leaned forward. I flew fighters, I know reaction times. Even if your man has a bead on the target, a split-second delay means Gregory dies. Are we willing to gamble on that? Jacob's voice dropped low. You want me to order a massacre? That's not who we are. Parks turned to the president. Sir, if we lose Gregory, it doesn't matter if the Russians pull the trigger or not. Replacing him could take a decade. Jacob's team handles bank robbers, not this. I'm recommending Delta. Jurisdiction, Jacobs interjected. Expertise, Parks shot back. The president exhaled. Emil, will your men follow a direct order? With your signature, sir. But it has to come from you. A phone was handed over after a secure connection was made. Agent Werner, this is the president. Listen carefully. Your sole objective is Gregory's survival. Arrests are irrelevant. Any perceived threat, you eliminate it. He's worth more than every one of them. Well, too. Werner's confirmation was immediate. The president scrawled the order, the weight of the pen suddenly heavy. He'd just authorized a kill mission. The ease of it unsettled him. General satisfied. Parks gave a terse nod. Let's hope they're half as good as advertised. Moore shrugged. The Soviets will get it. They play by the same rules. The president ended the meeting, a silent prayer lingering. Across town, Candy hadn't slept, hadn't moved from her spot by the phone. The hours stretched thick with dread. As the FBI team from Washington took over the investigation, Agents Jennings and Perkins found themselves keeping a close watch on Beau Tossig. While the chances of Gregory slipping through the net were slim, they had orders to stay put just in case he tried to make contact. There was another reason for their presence, though nothing official had been stated yet. Bea was a whirlwind of restless energy, channeling her nerves into cleaning the house and brewing endless pots of coffee. It gave her an excuse to stay busy instead of just sitting with Candy, though she did plenty of that too because that's what friends do, right? Jennings finally noticed, hours later, that Beau had actually dressed up for the occasion. Though her makeup was now smudged from crying, her clothes wrinkled and her paisley scarf tossed aside. But what really caught Jennings' attention was the tension simmering beneath Beau's surface. Sure, the frantic activity of the night had dulled it a little, but there was something else going on. Something beyond just playing the supportive friend. Jennings kept that observation to herself, though. Beau wasn't paying attention to the agents anyway. She stared out the window, wondering where this sudden burst of stamina was coming from. Probably the caffeine, she joked inwardly, knowing full well she was lying to herself. A flicker of fear crossed her mind. What if she was in danger too? But she pushed it aside. Anne had promised protection, even at the cost of lives. That wasn't just talk, it was business. And in this line of work, people knew how to handle things. Worst case scenario, the feds would rescue Al, or maybe they'd take him out, despite Anne's reassurances. Bea wasn't sure which outcome she preferred. She just wanted him gone. Not dead, necessarily, just out of the picture. She remembered the hushed stories from the project, the mysterious deaths of foreign scientists tied to SIDA. Precedents existed. If Al made it back alive, well, that was that. Her focus shifted back to Candy, who sat motionless, staring at a cheap poster of a space shuttle, launched some freebie Al had picked up and hung like it meant something. Bea's chest tightened as she took in her friend's swollen eyes. You need to rest, she murmured, guiding Candy up from the couch. The woman moved like a sleepwalker, letting B.A. lead her upstairs. Once the bedroom door closed, Candy's voice cracked. Why, Beau? Why did they do this? Be incapacitated. I don't know, she said, and for once it was the truth. She didn't know. And if she was being honest with herself, she didn't care. But as Candy's sobs filled the room, Beau felt a pang of guilt. She had helped tear this world apart. And now she'd have to find a way to put it back together. Bea might have projected confidence with her bold personality, but beneath the surface, she was still that same hesitant girl until her work for an overseas agency forced her to discover reserves of bravery she never knew she had. Now, sitting beside her closest friend, she hesitated again, pulling her close and letting her rest against her shoulder. This wasn't like the fleeting college romances she'd had before, where she'd searched for something deeper but only found disappointment. Her first time had been a disaster, fumbling with some high school jock who had no idea what he was doing, but she wasn't the type to dwell on past mistakes. With strangers, it was easy to keep up the act. But here, with someone who truly knew her, she had to confront the truth. She'd betrayed this friend, and now she had to decide whether to step up or walk away. Gregory was still a problem. She hadn't stopped hating him, but she couldn't ignore that he mattered to Candy. That fact alone made him an invisible presence in the room, a ghost lingering between them. Would she even try to take his place? Or had she just torn everything apart for nothing? Candy clung to her, desperate, and Bia kissed her cheek, feeling the dampness of tears against her lips. The grip around her tightened. Candy needed her, and for once, Boa couldn't hide behind her usual bravado. Be the fearless, who snarled at anyone who crossed her, who lived unapologetically except when it came to the one person who truly mattered. One shaky breath, then another. She kissed her again, tasting salt and desperation, before finally letting her hand drift lower. The door burst open seconds later. Jennings and Perkins froze at the sight, Long's horrified expression. Tausig's conflicted one. Chapter 23. Best Laid Plans. Ernest Allen's voice was steady as he delivered the U. Government stands for the third time that day. Defensive systems designed to protect civilians from mass destruction are not a threat, he stated, his tone unwavering. We support the Soviet Union's proposal to reduce offensive arms, but defensive measures remain non-negotiable. Ryan had to respect the man's discipline. He didn't agree with the official line, but Allen never let personal opinions interfere, a skill Ryan had learned well during his training at Langley. As the meeting wrapped up, he exchanged the usual polite nods before discreetly passing a note to his Soviet counterpart. Some habits never changed. Golovko remained stone-faced, offering no visible reaction, which prompted a cordial nod from Jack as their handshake ended. Ryan had no choice but to stick to the plan, though he was already bracing himself to see just how reckless Gerasimov truly was. The man was gambling with CIA exposure, risking even more explosive revelations than Jack had hinted at yet. Ryan couldn't muster admiration for him. To Jack, Gerasimov was nothing more than the top enforcer in a nation run by thugs. A blunt perspective he knew was oversimplified, but couldn't shake. Normally, he analyzed the world from the sterile safety of his seventh-floor office, insulated from its messy realities. Now playing field agent, he was learning just how unpredictable things could get. He'd assumed Gerasimov would fold under pressure after weighing his options like a chess player, calculating each move. Instead, the KGB chairman had tossed the board aside and rolled the dice, embracing the kind of reckless gamble Americans were famous for. The irony should have amused Jack as he stood in the Foreign Ministry's grand lobby, but it didn't. Meanwhile, Jennings had never witnessed someone unravel as completely as Beatrice Tausig. Behind her polished, unshakable facade had been a woman eaten alive by bitterness, furious at a world that refused to bend to her will. For a fleeting moment, Jennings almost pitied her until she remembered the handcuffs, the treason, the kidnapping. The FBI didn't tolerate crimes like that, no matter how broken the perpetrator. Still, Tausig's total collapse was satisfying, especially since it had yielded intel. Under cover of darkness, they'd smuggled her out, leaving her Datsun in the driveway as a decoy, before delivering her to the Santa Fe field office. The details she'd coughed up were sparse, just a name, an address, and a car model, but it was enough. A quick drive-by confirmed the Volvo was parked at the house. Then, using a reverse directory, agents called the neighbors across the street, warning them seconds before knocking on their back door. The young couple inside, equal parts terrified and thrilled, let them set up surveillance in their living room. They described their neighbor Anne as quiet, her job a mystery, though her odd hours stood out. The husband mentioned she'd come home late the night before, just before Carson signed off, probably a date. He'd joked, though they'd never seen her with anyone. Lights just came on, one agent murmured, binoculars trained on the house. His partner adjusted his camera lens, though the curtains revealed little beyond shifting shadows. Outside, a cyclist in a sleek helmet pedaled past the Volvo, pausing just long enough to plant a tracking device under the bumper, a move so smooth it drew a dry remark from the cameraman. Who trains these guys, Houdini? Some guy named Stan at Quantico, the other agent chuckled. Took my money at poker once, then gave it back, just to show me how he cheated. I haven't gambled with poker since that night. The homeowner frowned. Mind telling us what's going on? Can't explain, now you'll see soon enough. Raksasa cask. Bingo. Got it. The camera whirred to life. Cut that one close. The man with binoculars raised his radio. Targets on the move, entering the vehicle. Copy that, crackled the response. Heading south, about to lose visual. She's all yours now. That stood. We have her. The Kurstek to Jalate. 11 vehicles were part of the tail, but the real advantage came from the choppers circling high above. Another helicopter, a twin-engine UH-1N, sat grounded at Kirtland Air Force Base, a relic from Vietnam, now rigged with rappelling gear. Anne drove her Volvo with deliberate normalcy, though behind her sunglasses, her eyes flicked to the mirrors every few heartbeats. Fatigue clawed at her, but 5 hours of sleep would have to suffice. A thermos of coffee sat beside her, half empty 2 cups down, the rest reserved for her team. Meanwhile, Bob pushed through dense woods, boots crunching over pine needles. Dressed like a laborer, he checked his compass, lungs burning from a thin mountain air. The mission was all that mattered now. Past mistakes didn't exist, only the objective. By 7:10, he spotted the road ahead, the convenience store just beyond the tree line. He crouched, waiting. Anne's route was anything but direct. She wove through side streets, shaking off tails with practiced ease. By 7:15, she pulled into the store's lot, stepping inside. The FBI was down to 2 cars. Her evasive maneuvers had forced the rest to peel off. Car 10 rolled in moments later. One agent followed her inside, watching as she grabbed donuts, coffee, and sodas, all loaded with caffeine, though he missed that detail. He paid for his own coffee and paper just in time to see a man slide into her passenger seat like he belonged there. This tear. Anne passed Bob a newspaper. His face stared back from the front page, a grainy color, shot from a license plate frame. Good call on the wig, she muttered. Leonid leaned forward. What's next? First, a new car for you. Then makeup to change your look. After that, a truck for the border in crates. Still figuring those out. And the crossing? One said. They plan to leave by midday, aiming to cross over around dinner. That soon? Bob questioned. Yeah, came the reply. The longer we wait, the more heat they'll bring down on us. The rest of the drive passed in silence. She returned to the city, pulling into a public parking garage and leaving Leonid behind, while she headed to a rental agency just down the street from a towering hotel. In under 15 minutes, she'd secured a Ford, parked it beside her Volvo, and tossed the keys to Bob with quick instructions: follow her to the interstate, then go solo. By the time they hit the highway, the FBI was stretched thin on vehicles. The lead agent made a snap judgment, diverting an unmarked state trooper to tail the Volvo while the last bureau car pursued the Ford. Meanwhile, 5 other surveillance units scrambled to catch up with Bob, 3 of them taking the same exit and trailing him down a quiet back road. He drove precisely at the speed limit, forcing 2 cars to overtake him while the third hung back until he suddenly pulled onto the shoulder and stopped dead in the middle of a straight, mile-long stretch. From 3 miles up, a helicopter observer locked onto the scene through high-powered binoculars. Got him, he muttered, watching the tiny figure pop the hood, crouch for a few minutes, then slam it shut and drive off. This guy's slick, he told the pilot. The pilot wasn't convinced, eyes fixed on the distant white speck as it veered onto a dirt path swallowed by trees. Bingo, he murmured. They'd anticipated the safe house would be remote, the terrain practically guaranteed it. Once the location was confirmed, an RF-4C Phantom from the 67th Tactical Reconnaissance Wing roared out of Bergstrom Air Force Base in Texas. The crew treated it like a routine joyride, wrapping up the mission in under an hour. 4 high-altitude passes, hundreds of feet of film snapped by the plane's array of cameras, and they touched down at Kirtland Air Force Base near Albuquerque. Ground crews, prepped hours earlier, whisked the film to a mobile lab. Half an hour later, damp frames slid into the hands of photo analysts. "Perfect conditions," the pilot remarked as the right image flickered onto the screen. Clear skies, crisp air didn't even leave a trace. The sergeant squinted at the panoramic shots. Dirt road branching off here. Snakes over a ridge. And there's a trailer with a car parked about 50 yards out. Wait, another one half covered. So, 2 vehicles. An FBI agent leaned in. "Hold on, I don't see the second car." "Right here," she said, tapping the glare on the film. "Too big to be trash. Windshield, maybe. Or the rear window." "Why's that?" The agent pressed. She didn't glance up. "Well, sir, if I were hiding a car, I'd back it in. Quick getaway." The agent bit back a chuckle. "Good point, Sarge." She advanced to the next frame, the image sharp under the light. The video feed showed a brief glint off the vehicle's bumper, likely from the grille as well. Notice how they tried to conceal it? Check near the trailer, there's a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. She advanced to the next frame. Confirmed, that's definitely a person. The man stood around 6 feet tall with an athletic build, dark hair and the stubble of a missed shave darkening his jawline. No weapon was in sight. Out of 30 usable frames from the site, 8 had been enlarged to poster dimensions and sent to the hangar housing the UH-1N helicopter. Gus Werner was already there, just as unhappy about the rushed timeline as the team in the trailer. But like them, he had no other options. "Colonel Filatov, we've traced your involvement up to 1976 now. Dmitry Fedorovich brought me onto his staff when he became defense minister. It streamlined operations, naturally. And expanded your access," Vatutin remarked. True enough. The tension had shifted. No more accusations, no moralizing about the gravity of Misha's betrayal. That stage was behind them. The confession, always the hardest hurdle, had come first. Now came the methodical unraveling, a process that could stretch for weeks with no clear endpoint. Vatutin's immediate goal was mapping out the scope of Filatov's actions. The granular dissection would follow. This 2-tiered approach prevented later backtracking, locking in the narrative. Even skimming the surface, the scale of the damage staggered Vatutin and his team. Every Soviet tank and artillery spec, including variants withheld from Arab allies, effectively handing them to Israel and, by extension, America, had been compromised before production even ramped up. Aircraft blueprints, warhead performance data, missile reliability stats, internal defense ministry feuds, even Politburo-level power struggles once Ustinov joined its ranks. The Kistov Adarizbol. Filatov had leaked Soviet military strategy in its entirety. As Ustinov's trusted advisor and a decorated war hero, he'd been the bridge between bureaucratic decisions and battlefield reality. "So, Misha, what do you think of this?" Vatutin could almost hear Ustinov's voice, the question asked countless times without suspicion. What was Ustinov like as a leader? "Brilliant," Filatov replied instantly. "Unmatched in administration. He could walk through a factory and sense inefficiencies like a bloodhound. His foresight on weapons development was uncanny, predicting needs half a decade out. His blind spot: tactical application. We butted heads when I pushed modifications for field usability. He prioritized manufacturability. I focused on the soldier holding the weapon. Usually, I convinced him. Not always. Remarkable, Vatutin scribbled. Even while betraying the state, Filatov fought to improve its arms. Why? But that question had to wait. First, the confession needed to bury any lingering self-image of patriotism under an avalanche of evidence. This would take months. Ryan checked his watch. What's the time in Washington? Just about 10 a.m., Candela answered. The meeting ended earlier than expected today. Yeah, the other side called for an early break, some excuse or another, came the reply. Any updates from Washington on the Gregory situation? Nothing, Candela muttered, his tone heavy with frustration. Narmanov turned to his KGB chief, his expression sharp. You assured us they'd bring their defense systems into negotiations. The foreign minister had just confirmed the opposite. Though they'd suspected as much the day before, now there was no doubt this wasn't just tactical maneuvering. The Soviets had floated the idea of backtracking on the verification terms, hoping it might pressure the Americans into even a minor concession on SIA. Instead, they'd hit an unyielding wall. Apparently, our source was mistaken, Gerasimov conceded, though his voice carried a hint of lingering doubt. Or perhaps the concession will take more time to materialize. Their stance hasn't shifted, and it won't, the foreign minister countered, aligning himself firmly with the party's general secretary. You were given bad intelligence, Nikolai Borisovich. Alexandrov leaned in, skeptical. Is that so? Gathering intel on the Americans is tricky sometimes. Even they don't know their own position. Our report came from a high-level source, corroborated by another agent. Maybe Allen wanted to make the move, but was overruled. Plausible, the foreign minister allowed, careful not to push Gerasimov too far. I've always suspected Allen has his own views. But that's irrelevant now. We'll need to adjust our strategy. Could this mean the Americans have made another breakthrough? Possibly. We're looking into it now. My team is extracting highly sensitive material. Gerasimov held back, unwilling to reveal more. His operation to abduct the American major was far riskier than even Ryan realized. If word got out, the Politburo would accuse him of sabotaging critical negotiations, acting unilaterally, without consultation. Even among the elite, protocol demanded discussion, but he couldn't afford that. Alexandrov would demand answers, and Gerasimov couldn't risk exposing his gambit. Yet he was certain the Americans wouldn't expose the kidnapping either. For them, the fallout would be just as dangerous. Political factions in Washington might accuse hardliners of exploiting the incident to derail talks. The stakes were colossal, and though the risks could cost him everything, the sheer scale of the game made it worth playing. Caution was no longer an option. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Paulson the hostage. Rescue team's top marksman, a man who could cluster 3 shots inside a half-inch circle at 200 yards, voiced his doubts. We don't even know if he's in there, do we? No, Gus Werner admitted. But it's our best lead. 3 targets, too, confirmed. They wouldn't leave just one guard with the hostage. That's sloppy. Paulson nodded. Makes sense. But we're still going in blind. Yep. And fast. With a grimace, Paulson studied the makeshift command center, a pilot's ready room. Its soundproof cork walls now plastered with maps and surveillance photos. The trailer in question was a rundown shell, few windows, 1 door boarded shut. Logic said the remaining entrance was guarded, the hostage stashed deeper inside. The team moved with quiet urgency, knowing hesitation wasn't an option. The case had one advantage. Their adversaries were seasoned professionals, making their actions more predictable than common criminals who acted on impulse. Paulson shifted his focus between surveillance photos and a topographical map, plotting their approach. The crystal-clear images revealed a lone sentry posted outside, his attention fixed on the road, the obvious entry point. He'd patrol occasionally, Paulson figured, but his main focus would stay on that stretch of pavement. That meant the sniper team would have to circle around from the opposite side. "You think these guys are city slickers?" he asked Werner, who shrugged. "Most likely." Paulson traced a path on the map. "Marty and I can move in behind this ridge, get within 400 yards, then flank the trailer along this tree line." He pointed to a spot on the best photo. "We should bring the machine gun, too." His reasoning earned nods all around. Then Werner dropped the bombshell. "New rules of engagement: if there's even a hint the hostage is in danger, we drop the targets. No hesitation. Paulson, if one of them's near him when we move, you take the shot. Doesn't matter if he's armed or not." Paulson frowned. "Gus, come on, there's going to be someone guarding him." "You want me to shoot an unarmed guy?" "The hostage is a national asset," Werner cut in. "High value enough that he briefed the president personally. If they can't keep him, they'll make sure we don't either." "That's the intel." One of the team scoffed. "Sounds like somebody's been binge-watching spy thrillers." "The can, the come." Paulson pressed. "The president." Jacobs confirmed it in writing. Paulson exhaled, exchanging a glance with Marty before nodding. "Fine. But we're going through a window, 2 rifles minimum." Werner sketched the assault plan on a blackboard, though the trailer's interior was a mystery. They'd have to rely on Paulson's scope for last-second adjustments. The setup was textbook military chain of command, team assignments, medics on standby. An hour later, the plan was as solid as it get. Training would cover the gaps. Meanwhile, across town, a woman weighed her options. A U-Haul van compact, inconspicuous, would do the job. Anything bigger would take too long to load. She picked up 10 collapsible shipping crates from Box Barn, an unfamiliar errand for someone used to passing intel on film cassettes. But the Yellow Pages had made it easy. The crates, with their wooden frames and plastic-coated cardboard, stacked neatly in the van. She double-checked the latch before driving off, the weight of the boxes, a tangible reminder of how much had changed. Tanya picked up some shipping labels and protective foam padding from the same store. The clerk, adamant about needing the extra cushioning for her cargo. She observed as 2 workers loaded up her rented truck before she pulled away. "What's her deal, you think?" One agent muttered to his partner. "Probably just moving stuff like anyone else," came the dismissive reply. The surveillance team kept their distance, trailing her U-Haul from several blocks back, while another officer contacted the shipping company for details far simpler to follow than some sleek European sedan. Meanwhile, Paulson and his team emerged from a Chevy Suburban near a quiet suburban development, roughly a mile from the trailer in question. A wide-eyed kid playing in his front yard froze at the sight of armed men, 2 with rifles, one hauling an M60, disappearing into the tree line. Local police lingered behind, knocking on doors to remind residents to keep quiet about what they'd witnessed, which for most amounted to nothing at all. Pine needles crunched softly underfoot as Paulson led the way, appreciating the quiet compared to the noisy leaf litter of Western Virginia's deer country. He passed on 2 small bucks earlier that season, holding out for a trophy that never showed. The woods were his sanctuary, a Tennessee-born tracker at home in the untamed backcountry. His movements were deliberate, almost reverent, like the revenuers who'd shut down his granddad's moonshine operation decades ago. 15 years in the Bureau, and he'd never pulled the trigger in the line of duty. The Hart snipers were unmatched, yet their skills had remained theoretical until now. Close calls. By Kremlin plenty. But today felt different. The weight of it settled in his chest. Even with training, Even knowing the shrink was already en route standard procedure, the aftermath of a shooting was a beast TV cop dramas never captured. Survival guilt, the sleepless nights. Funny how society coddled its enforcers while criminals slept just fine. A rustle in the brush snapped him to attention. His team dropped low. Whatever it was, a stray dog, maybe a kid playing hooky, it veered away. They regrouped, their woodland camo blending into the undergrowth. Half an hour later, Paulson checked his map. "Checkpoint 1, he radioed. Werner's voice crackled back from 3 miles out. "Status?" "We kept her, smooth so far. First ridge in sight. At a 15 mics. Tabi. Proceed." The team fanned out, advancing toward the ridge in silence. The air hummed with tension, not just duty, but the unspoken question. Which side of the line were they really on today? Patriots or criminals? Professionals or something else entirely? The trees didn't care. They just watched. The first ridge was barely noticeable, just a slight rise in the terrain, with the second one sitting about 200 yards farther into the dense woods. Beyond that lay their target, the isolated trailer. Paulson motioned for his team to hold back as he carefully scouted ahead, scanning the ground for the quietest path. City folks might assume a forest floor crackles with every step, but he knew better. The rocky patches and thick undergrowth offered plenty of cover for silent movement. Within minutes, he reached the second ridge without making a sound. Pressing against a sturdy pine, he adjusted his binoculars. Even the lenses were wrapped in green to avoid glare. "Showtime," he muttered, though the trailer's angle still hid the guard he knew should be posted. The woods were eerily still. Paulson waited, listening for any sign of movement before signaling his team forward. It took them 10 painstaking minutes to join him. "Want anything?" The second rifleman whispered as he crouched beside him. "Not yet," Paulson replied, checking his watch. They were making good time, 90 minutes in, and still on track. Marty wiped sweat from his brow. "Please tell me they didn't pack up and leave." Paulson pointed toward a narrow gully to their left. "That's our spot." Just like the recon photos. He gave them a moment. To hydrate, the dry mountain air was already scratching at their throats. Coughing now would be disastrous. Note to self, he thought, next time pack damn cough drops. Another 30 minutes of careful maneuvering brought them to their final positions. Pulsar settled behind a massive granite boulder, its surface still damp from the morning dew. The elevation gave him a clear sight line to the trailer's rear window, the spot where Gregory was likely being held. He unfolded his rifle's bipod, removed the scope covers, and keyed his radio. "Paulson here. In position. Beginning visual sweep." A crackling voice responded, "Copy that." Then Marty's sharp inhale. Their right side of the window. Inside, Al Gregory sat bound to an armchair, his wrists cuffed, but his legs and arms tightly restrained with rope. Without his glasses, everything blurred at the edges, including the man called Bill, who lounged near the window with a pistol tucked carelessly in his belt. "You won't," Gregory started. "Talk." "Yeah, we know," Bill finished with a smirk. "Relax, Major. Nobody's in a hurry to hurt you." "There yet?" Meanwhile, another agent radioed in a disturbing detail. The woman claimed those crates were for statues some artist's exhibit in San Francisco. San Francisco. The Soviet consulate flashed through Paulson's mind. No way. But the crates were big enough to fit people. How long to open them? Half an hour tops. Half an hour. The team exchanged grim looks as one agent slipped away to relay the intel. Time was running out. "Stay sharp," the voice crackled through the earpiece. "We've got a moving truck." "No, scratch that. It's more like a cargo van approaching from the highway." Paulson muttered under his breath to Marty beside him. We don't have a clear line of sight from this position. Their blind spot was frustrating. Thick foliage blocked most of the trailer and only offered fragmented glimpses of the access road. Advancing would improve visibility, but it wasn't worth the exposure. The laser rangefinder confirmed they were 611 feet out, well within the rifle's 200-yard effective range. Their ghillie suits kept them undetectable as long as they stayed still. But even through binoculars, the dense tree cover made it impossible to focus on anything clearly. The van's rattling exhaust announced its arrival before the sound of slamming doors and rusty hinges followed. Muffled voices carried through the air, but the words were just out of reach. Inside, Captain Basiarina motioned to Leonid. This one should do. I've got 2 large crates and 3 smaller ones. We'll stack them strategically. Leonid frowned. What's inside? Artwork for an exhibition in 3 days, she replied smoothly. We'll cross at the closest checkpoint. If we leave in 2 hours, timing will be perfect. Leonid hesitated. You're certain they inspect northbound shipments, not southbound, she cut in. Now, assemble the crates inside. Send Oleg out. As Basiarina stepped into the trailer's rear compartment, Lenny remained outside. His survival skills made him the logical choice for perimeter watch. Inside, Gregory sat bound in a chair. Enjoying your stay, Major? She asked dryly. Meanwhile, Paulson's voice crackled over the radio. Confirmed visual on the woman from the intel photos, the one linked to the Volvo. She's with the hostage. Another agent chimed in from the opposite side. 3 males visible loading crates into the trailer. Repeat, 3 hostiles. Female now, out of sight. Werner, standing near a helicopter miles away, studied the trailer's schematic. Crates are disassembled. They'll build them inside. He turned to his team. 4 hostiles confirmed, plus the hostage. One of the assault members nodded. If 2 are busy with crates, one's outside and one's guarding the hostage, that simplifies things. Werner keyed his radio. All units, move now. The helicopter's engine whined to life as his team boarded. His mind raced. If the Russians bolted, they'd have to intercept the van mid-escape, but with only front windows, the others could execute the hostage before his men could react. No, they had to strike immediately. Nearby, the Hartz Suburban rolled onto the main road. Paulson and Marty flicked off their rifle safeties in unison. 10 feet away, the machine gunner eased his weapon into position, careful to avoid any metallic clicks. Plans never survive first contact, the backup sniper muttered. Paulson exhaled, steadying his crosshairs on the target. The glare off the trailer's window made it difficult, but he could just make out the silhouette of a woman, positively ID'd. The wind tugged at 10 knots from his right. Then a new detail. The faint smell of pine sap mixed with gasoline someone had fueled up recently. It was a small thing, but it meant they were prepping for a long drive. Time was running out. Paulson adjusted his aim slightly to compensate for the wind drift over 200 yards. That meant his bullet would veer about 2 inches left. Even with a high-powered scope, hitting a human head at that distance was no easy feat. He kept the crosshairs locked on Tanya Basiarina as she paced, her movements stiff from sitting too long. His focus wasn't on her but on the reticle, ensuring it stayed aligned with her head. Muscle memory took over. Controlled breaths, elbows planted, rifle snug against his shoulder. Gregory broke the silence. Itsatsin so. Chu are you? Tanya Basiarina, she replied, stretching her legs. Are you here to kill me? She admired his directness. Gregory didn't look like a soldier, but courage wasn't always visible. No, Major. You're going on a trip. Werner's voice crackled over the radio. Trucks in sight. 60 seconds to reach the trailer. The helicopter doors slid open, ropes coiled and ready. Werner slammed his fist into the pilot's shoulder hard enough to bruise, but the pilot was too focused to react. The chopper dipped sharply, closing the gap to less than a mile. The sound hit them first, the rhythmic thump of rotor blades. At first, it blended with the usual air traffic, but then the noise swelled into a deafening roar as the helicopter hovered directly above. Inside the trailer, Leonid and Oleg barely glanced up from their half-built crate until the windows rattled. Besiarina moved to the back, peering out just as the first shot shattered the glass. "On target," Paulson muttered. "On target," echoed the second sniper. "Shoot." Their shots were nearly simultaneous, but Paulson knew the first bullet had gone wide, deflected by the broken window. The second round struck true, a hollow point round to the face. Paulson barely registered the impact. His mind was still locked on the crosshairs at the moment of firing. "Center head," he confirmed. "Target down," the other sniper radioed. "Hostage in sight." Ropes dropped from the chopper as 4 men rappelled down. Werner swung through the shattered window, MP5 raised. Gregory shouted something unintelligible. Another operative flipped a chair for cover while a third joined them, weapons trained on the remaining threats. Outside, a Chevy Suburban screeched to a halt, just as a KGB agent fired wildly at a stranded operative tangled on the trailer roof. 2 agents leaped out, each firing 3 rounds, dropping the gunman instantly. The trapped operative freed himself with a quick wave. Inside, Leonid and Oleg scrambled for their weapons, only to be pinned down by a relentless stream of machine gun fire tearing through the trailer walls. Their orders were clear: protect Gregory at all costs. "Hostage secure." "Female target eliminated," Werner barked into the radio. "Outside target neutralized," another agent confirmed. Near the door, a team member placed a small charge, stepped back, and gave a sharp nod. The mission wasn't over yet. The team sprang into action as Werner barked orders. "Cease fire." He commanded, and the machine gun fell silent. Inside the trailer, the 2 KGB officers reacted instantly when the front door exploded inward, not with panic, but with trained precision. Oleg pivoted, weapon raised to shield Leonid, squeezing off a shot that struck the first intruder in the arm. The wounded agent collapsed, his return fire going wide but successfully diverting attention. Then came the muffled cough of suppressed gunfire. Oleg barely registered the silencers before the second attacker's MP5 rounds found their mark. "Agent down, hostile neutralized," crackled over comms as another figure darted toward the rear. An Hart member gave chase but stumbled over a crate, giving the fugitive precious seconds. Werner assessed the scene. 1 armored agent shielded the hostage, while the rent-a-car suspect hesitated, his weapon not yet aimed. 3 black-clad operatives advanced, their body armor unmistakable. "Drop it," Werner roared, but Leonid's pistol was already swinging toward Gregory. Defying his own training, Werner emptied half his magazine into the man's arm. Blood arced as the gun clattered to the floor. Chaos condensed into control. "Area secure," Werner announced, his boot pinning the wounded suspect as medics mobilized. Outside, the aftermath unfolded. 1 agent nursed an arm wound while another confirmed a fatal headshot. Paulson, the sniper, stared at the grisly result of his single round, a sight that would haunt him long after he unloaded his rifle. Meanwhile, Gregory was hauled through the window, bundled into an ART vehicle, and airlifted by a waiting Air Force chopper. Back at the trailer, a paramedic stabilized Leonid. "He'll live," he reported, "but that arm's shattered." Werner tossed the suspect a grim observation. "Should have surrendered." The reply was a muttered curse. At the project site, security swarmed the landing zone. Gregory, dazed, blinked at camera flashes before someone tossed him a Coke. The fizzy explosion when he opened it was the first normal thing he'd experienced in hours, an absurd punctuation to the day's violence. From first shot to exfil, the operation had taken 29 seconds. A new record, though no one was celebrating. Gregory took a long swig of his drink before finally finding his voice. What in God's name just happened out there? The head of security just shook his head. The presently, we're still piecing it together ourselves. It took Gregory a full minute for the adrenaline to wear off enough that his hands stopped trembling. Outside the trailer, Werner stood with his team, while forensic specialists combed through the scene. A small army of New Mexico state troopers formed a perimeter around the area. The injured FBI agent and captured KGB operative were being loaded into an ambulance the Russian cuffed to his gurney, teeth clenched against the agony of his compound fractures. "Where's this one headed?" a state police captain asked, nodding toward the prisoner. Werner exhaled sharply. "Kirtland Base Hospital. Both of them. It's a hell of a drive." The captain adjusted his hat. "Orders are to keep this quiet. For what it's worth, the guy who shot your agent is that one right there matches the description anyway." Werner's lips twisted into something between a smirk and a grimace. "Color me shocked you bagged one alive. These guys usually go down shooting." "Tell me about it," the captain muttered. Meanwhile, the media remained blissfully unaware. A few stray gunshots in the desert, barely registered as news, just another Tuesday in the Southwest. When pressed, state police claimed the helicopter activity was part of a joint training exercise with the Air Force. The evidence team turned up little in the trailer, though the crime scene photographer, a self-proclaimed professional vulture, made sure to document every grisly detail. Before handing the film to the FBI, the bodies were shipped to Dover for autopsy, while photos of the dead KGB agents zipped straight to D. Local authorities debated jurisdiction over the surviving prisoner, unaware that higher powers had already decided his fate. Unsere tre Stapler's home. Once back into. Found Ryan jolted awake by Candela's hand on his shoulder. He squinted against the sudden light as Candela dropped a stack of photos onto the bed. Gregory's safe. Mission accomplished. Ryan rubbed his eyes, then froze as the images came into focus. Jesus H. I paused, and he didn't even need to see Bassarina's photo before bolting to the bathroom. The sink ran for a solid minute before he emerged, grabbing a soda from the fridge. "Want one?" he offered, though his voice was still hoarse. Candela declined with a wave. "Too early for me. You still meeting Golovko today?" "Yeah, session starts at noon." Ryan cracked the can open, the fizz sounding absurdly loud in the quiet room. "Unless this guy wants to eat his gun, we've got him." "Unless," Candela echoed. Ryan's grip tightened around the can. "What about his family? If you've got something to say, don't hold back, I'm all ears." "The meeting's at the spot I picked." "Exactly. Don't let up on him for a second." Candela gathered the photos from the bed and slipped them into an envelope. "Make sure he sees these. I doubt it'll keep him up at night, but it'll prove we mean business. For what it's worth, I used to think you were reckless. Now, boy. He flashed a grin. "I think you're just reckless enough. I'll check back once you've had your coffee." Ryan gave a silent nod, waiting until Candela left before stepping into the shower. The scalding water fogged up the tiny bathroom, forcing him to wipe the steam off the mirror before shaving. He focused on trimming his beard, avoiding his own reflection. This wasn't the moment for second-guessing. Outside, Moscow's darkness felt different from an American city's. Few cars moved at this hour, stripping the streets of their usual hum. "Back in D," There was always the sense of life stirring, people chasing their own agendas. Here, that energy was missing. Moscow mirrored other global cities just enough to make its differences unsettling. People didn't pursue their own paths, they followed orders. The irony. Soon, Ryan would be the one giving them to a man who'd forgotten how to take them. Dawn crept in sluggishly, the muted sounds of trolleys and diesel trucks muffled by snow. His window faced the wrong direction to catch the sunrise, leaving the sky to shift from gray to pale gold, like someone fiddling with an old TV's color settings. Ryan drained his third cup of coffee and tossed aside the book he'd been skimming since 7:30. Timing was everything, Candela had warned. One last bathroom stop. Then he layered up for the cold. The sidewalks were clear of last night's snow, though dirty mounds lingered at the curbs. Nodding at the mixed squad of Australian, American, and Russian guards, Ryan turned north onto Tchaikovsky Street. The wind bit at his face, making his eyes water as he tightened his scarf and pushed toward Uprising Square. Embassy Row. Yesterday, he'd gone right past a cluster of diplomatic buildings, but today, he veered left onto Kudrinsky Lane. Russians had too many words for street, none of which made sense to him. Then right, then left again onto Barricade Street. The name felt oddly dramatic for a road, even more so in Cyrillic, where the letters played tricks on the eye. The B looked right, but the P's might as well have been backward. Ryan hugged the buildings as he approached, just as planned. A door swung open, and he slipped inside. Another pat down. The guard found the sealed envelope in his coat, but, to Ryan's relief, didn't open it. Come. Same word as before. Maybe the guy only knew that one. Gerasimov sat with his back to the entrance, relaxed as Ryan descended the sloped aisle. Morning, Ryan said to the back of his head. Enjoying our weather. Gerasimov dismissed the guard with a wave and stood, leading Ryan toward the empty screen. It's colder than where I'm from. You should wear a hat. Americans never do, but here? You'll regret it. New Mexico gets chilly too, Ryan countered. So I've heard. The KGB chairman's voice turned sharp. Did you really think I'd sit idle? Ryan carried out the exchange with cold detachment, as if instructing a struggling pupil. He allowed the man a brief moment to savor his perceived advantage. Should I bargain with you for Major Gregory's release? Jack asked, though his tone wasn't as neutral as he intended. The extra caffeine had sharpened his nerves. If you'd like, Gerasimov replied smoothly. I believe you'll find this intriguing. Ryan slid the envelope across the table. The KGB chief opened it, examining the photos without a flicker of emotion until he turned his gaze back to Jack. Suddenly, the icy morning air felt warm compared to the chill in his eyes. One survived, Ryan stated. Injured, but he'll pull through. No photo of him, though. Someone dropped the ball on that. But Gregory's safe and unharmed. Gerasimov's response was flat. I see. You should also see that your options are exactly where we wanted them. Now, what's your decision? Isn't it obvious? In my experience with your country, nothing's ever as clear as it seems. That almost earned a smirk. How will I be treated? Very well. Better than you've earned. And my family. Them too. And how exactly do you plan to extract all three of us? Your wife's Estonian, isn't she? She visits often. Have them there by Friday night. Ryan laid out the rest, cutting off Gerasimov's interruption. You don't need the finer details. Ryan, you can't possibly... Actually, I can, Jack snapped, surprised at his own use of sir. Gerasimov pressed on. And what about me? Ryan explained the steps. The chairman agreed, then paused. One question, how did you deceive Palatinov? He's no fool. There was a minor sec issue, but that wasn't the key. Ryan stood ready to leave. We needed authenticity, something you can't fake. Congressman Trent visited months ago, met a man named Valerie. They became close. Later, Trent learned you'd sentenced Valerie to 5 years for antisocial behavior. He was eager to help us settle the score. So, in a way, we just turned your own biases against you. And what would you do with men like that, Ryan? Gerasimov shot back. I don't write the laws. Jack walked out, relieved to finally have the wind at his back. Back at the embassy, he barely had time to process the encounter before another meeting loomed. Good morning, Comrade General Secretary. Enough formality, Ilich, Narmanov replied, studying his colleague's strained expression. They were supposed to discuss wheat yields, but the anguish in Vaniev's eyes derailed the agenda. What's wrong? Andrei, I don't know how to say this. Vaniev's voice cracked, tears welling. It's my daughter. He spilled the story in fractured bursts. Narmanov waited, sensing there was more. There was. Alexandrov and Gerasimov, then. Narmanov leaned back, staring at the wall. Coming to me took real courage, my friend. I won't let them stop you, Andrei. Even if it ends me. You have too much to change. I'll step aside, but you must stay. The people need you. The people, Narmonov noted, not the party. The times were shifting. Or perhaps not yet. All he'd done was create the space where change might happen. Vaniev understood. The struggle wasn't just about the destination, but the path itself. Every member of the Politburo had understood for years exactly what needed to change. The real struggle wasn't identifying the problems, but agreeing on how to fix them. Narmanov likened it to steering a massive ship through treacherous waters, aware that forcing a new direction might snap the rudder clean off. Stay the course, and they drift blindly toward disaster. But alter it, and risk total collapse. The party's grip was all that held the Soviet Union together. Without it, chaos would swallow everything. A choice no sane leader wanted, yet one they couldn't ignore. The truth was, they were flying blind. For nearly a decade, every economic report had been doctored, each lie piling onto the last, until Gosplan's projections were as reliable as fairy tales. The nation Narmanov led was sinking deeper into a fog of deception, fueled by officials terrified of the truth. He'd said as much in Politburo meetings, his voice sharp with frustration. 4 decades of optimistic 5-year plans had charted a course to nowhere. Even the inner circle didn't grasp the real state of things. Something the West, with all its spies, still hadn't guessed. And then there was the real joke. The so-called enemies abroad respected him more than his own people did. What did that say? If the capitalists approved of his moves, was he betraying his country or saving it? He almost laughed. The irony was too bitter. Meanwhile, China loomed like a storm on the horizon, 1 billion souls, an economy learning from Japan's rise, and a history of resentment that made old European grudges look tame. Yet the party kept shuffling papers, blind to the tidal wave coming. Power, he'd learned, wasn't what he'd imagined. Climbing the ladder, he'd seen the cracks in the system, but never grasped how deep they ran. Stalin could command with a word. Narmanov wrestled with a bureaucracy that absorbed orders like a sponge and did nothing. The Soviet Union wasn't a ship anymore. It was a rusted machine, shuddering on its last legs. Someone had to try. And if not him, then who? But first, he had to stay alive long enough to make the attempt. Even among allies, trust was a luxury. He glanced at Vaniev, the man's loyalty as fragile as his daughter's future. Well, Legilia, Narmanov asked, voice weary. What's your move? Vaniev straightened, eyes red-rimmed but resolved. I'll stand with you, even if it ruins me. Let my Svetlana face what she must. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of sacrifice, and the unspoken fear that none of it would matter in the end. Narmonov's expression was grim, like a condemned man steeling himself for the inevitable. I might have to publicly disavow you, he admitted, his voice tight with reluctance. Vaniev met his gaze, shoulders squared. I'd expect nothing less, Andrei, he replied, the weight of resignation in his tone. But know this, I don't want to. Your guidance is invaluable. If there's any way to shield you, I will. Vaniev gave a slow nod. That's all I can ask. Narmonov rose, circling his desk to clasp his friend's shoulder. Play along with whatever they demand. When the moment arrives, you'll prove your worth. And so will you, Vaniev countered. After seeing him out, Narmonov checked his watch 5 minutes until the next meeting. His schedule was packed with economic disputes, minor officials shuffling into his office like parishioners seeking absolution. As if I don't have enough to deal with, he thought bitterly. He used the brief respite to tally support. On paper, it should have been simpler than the American system. Only 13 Politburo members held voting power, but each was a tangled web of alliances. What he was proposing would shake foundations. Still, he had Yazov in his corner. That counted for something. Meanwhile, General Pokrishkin strolled alongside Bondarenko near the perimeter fence. KGB guards offered lazy salutes as they passed. Your wife won't be thrilled, Pokrishkin remarked, kicking a pebble. Bondarenko chuckled. After 2 decades of army camps, she finally got a taste of Moscow. Now this. He glanced beyond the fence, where the horizon stretched endlessly. The view was breathtaking, but he could already hear her protests. Pokrishkin grinned. Maybe a promotion will soften the blow. Stars have their perks. Besides, we're making improvements theater, better rations, a school by next summer. Had to convince Central Committee we weren't running a prison camp. Told them engineers need joy to innovate. Turns out one of them loves ballet. That sealed the deal. Bondarenko smirked. Soon there'd be no room for lasers between the apartments and playgrounds. Priorities Pokrishkin deadpanned. But the high ground's reserved, just in case. Ah, the real bright star. Bondarenko's voice turned earnest. You'll make it happen. If you'll have me, Comrade General, I'll see it done. His gaze swept the land again, imagining the future. All of this mine. Elsewhere, the Major exhaled sharply. Allah's will, he muttered, jaw clenched. The phrase had become a bitter refrain. The Soviets' sudden troop movements had split his forces, leaving them stranded on opposite ridges, watching armored vehicles rumble past. Every engine growl had them bracing for discovery. Patience was wearing thin faith, too. The tension was palpable. If they attempted this, it would spark a brutal battle, leaving countless Russian soldiers dead. But his mission wasn't just about killing. He wanted to strike deeper, to wound them in ways no battlefield loss ever could. Time was slipping away, the mountain still loomed ahead, and the only comfort came in hollow whispers of divine will. Where was Allah when the bombs tore through his home, taking his wife and daughter? Where was he when the soldiers dragged his son into the night? Where was he when the Russians turned their refugee camp into rubble? The cruelty of it all gnawed at him. Patience is torture, isn't it? The Major remarked, his voice weary. The mind wanders, and the doubts creep in. What doubts haunt you? When will this war end? There's always talk, but talk means nothing after years of bloodshed. I'm exhausted. You spent most of it fighting for. The Major's glare cut him off. Don't. I've fed your group intelligence for years. Did your leader never tell you? Or Turker, Kafisbiu? No. We knew he had a source, but a good man. He understood the risk. Do you know how many times I sent my men on pointless patrols just to keep them away from you? How many times I took fire from my own side, listening to them curse my name? His voice cracked under the weight of it. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. The ones who sided with the Russians. Easy to lead them into your ambushes. But the others, my loyal soldiers, I sent them to their deaths too. The ones left stood with me, with Allah. It was time to join the fight for good. May God forgive me for those who never saw this day. The archer let the silence linger. Every man carried his own scars, but the truth was always the same. Life was merciless. It'll get worse for those waiting at the summit, the major muttered, scanning the sky. The wind's shifting. Clouds rolling in. Maybe Allah hasn't abandoned us. Maybe He'll let us finish this, show them what happens when they refuse to leave our land. The archer scoffed, squinting up the obscured path. He couldn't see the objective, just like he couldn't see an end to the war. We move the rest tonight. They'll be ready, the major assured him. Mr. Clark. Captain Mancuso found him drenched in sweat, stepping off the treadmill after an hour. Yes, Captain. Clark pulled off the headphones. What were you listening to? Bach. Jones lent me his player. Not my usual, but it keeps the mind busy. Mancuso handed him a slip of paper, 6 coded words. It's a go. When diritwastam. Next message will say. But it's time you briefed me. Not here. Clark led the way forward, past the hum of turbines, through the reactor compartment's clanging door, and into Mancuso's cabin. The captain tossed him a towel. Hope you didn't overdo it. Waiting's worse than the work, Clark admitted. Where's Ramius? Mole tough sleep. He doesn't need to be involved yet. Though good. Clark wiped his face. So, what's the job? Extracting 2 people, Clark said simply. Russians? You're not picking up anything else. Just the 2 of you. Mancuso raised an eyebrow, leaning against the railing of the boat. Clark shrugged. More or less. Did a couple runs 3 years back, another one before that. 2 ops got scrapped, never got the full story. You know how it goes with need to know? Nonsense. Mancuso smirked. Oh, I've heard that excuse before. Funny thing, Clark muttered, staring at the horizon. The guys calling the shots? Bet they've never had their own necks on the line. And the people you're grabbing, they in the loop? Not a chance. They just know when and where to show up. My bigger concern? Walking into a KGB welcome party. He tapped the radio in his hand. Your job's simple. If my signal's off, you vanish. No heroics. Leaving you behind, Mancuso said flatly. Unless you've got a sudden urge for Lefortovo's hospitality. Bad press for the crew, Captain. Mancuso shook his head. And here I thought you were the practical one. Clark chuckled. Story of my life. Besadef and Colonel Ike. Von Eyck, the pilot corrected, straightening his jacket. Prussian roots. You're Ryan, right? What's the play? Jack settled into the chair across from him, in the defense attaché's borrowed office. The Air Force general had loaned it out without question. You know who signs my paychecks? Oh, intel, sure. But I'm just the chauffeur, Von Eyck said, waving a hand. Leave the cloak and dagger to the suits. Not this time. Got a job for you. The colonel's grin faded. What kind of job? You'll love it, Jack said, though he already knew Von Reich wouldn't. The negotiations droned on, but Jack's focus was elsewhere. The Soviets had backtracked, no more talk of limited inspections. Now they wanted more access, prowling through American facilities like tourists with security clearances. Jack hid a smirk. The Pentagon would eat this up. Russian spies poking around missile silos, shadowed by armed guards itching for an excuse. Submariners, already paranoid about their own navy, would lose their minds letting outsiders near their boats. And the irony, after decades of demands, the Soviets had finally agreed to mutual official espionage. The American response? Suspicion, of course. Why no? What's the catch? But it was progress in its own twisted way. Both sides would watch, neither would trust, and the spies. They'd keep digging, hunting for secrets that might not even exist. The paranoia would outlive the missiles. Funny how peace could feel so much like war. The excitement in the newspapers didn't mean much. Treaties wouldn't fix the real issues. Jack's gaze drifted to the Soviet representative speaking at the front. What made them shift their stance? Had they read his national intelligence estimate before it hit the press? He'd laid it out plainly. They'd finally grasped the staggering cost of their arsenal, realized 10,000 warheads were overkill when a fraction could do the job, and saw the financial sense in scrapping outdated missiles they could barely maintain. Pure economics, not a change of heart. And let's not forget the PR angle. They still fumbled their image. But hey, no complaints from his side. Once the deal went through, and Jack was sure both nations would trim defense spending by a few %. For the Russians, it might mean 5, given their mess of missile systems. Not a fortune, but enough to fund a factory or two, maybe even patch up their crumbling roads. The real question was how either side would actually spend those savings. Jack's next assignment. A fancy titled report guessing exactly that. Right now, though, he was clueless. The speech ended, and the room emptied for coffee. Jack grabbed tea instead, just to stand out, and piled his saucer with finger food. Golovko sidled up. So, Ryan, thoughts? Business or small talk? Jack countered. Your choice. Jack wandered to the window, staring at Moscow's skyline. Someday, he mused, he'd actually explore this city, snap photos, bring his family. But not now. Not for years. Nasa too bad. Turning back, he sighed. Sergei, if the world had any sense, you and I could hash this out in a couple of days. Both sides want to slash stockpiles by half. Instead, we're stuck arguing over inspection notice times hours, not even the big stuff. Just you and me. I'd say 1 hour, you'd say 8, and we'd land on 4. 4 or 5, Golovko chuckled. Bitte poor then. Jack grinned. See. Done. Golovko shook his head. We're not diplomats. Too direct. Too practical. Ivan Emitovich, we'll make a Russian of you yet. Jack smirked. Doubt it. Too cold here. Tell you what, you take our deal to your boss. I'll run it to mine. Vans for hours. Right now. A Savaleskulner. Zame. For a split second, Golovko's mask slipped. The smile stayed, but his eyes flickered. Jack didn't realize the weight of his blunder. Ivan Emitovich should be sweating bullets right now, but he's cool as a cucumber. What gives? Just yesterday, the guy was practically vibrating with tension, his clammy palm practically soaked through that secret note he passed me. And let's not forget how wound up he was at the reception, like a spring about to snap. But today, all jokes and casual jabs, like he's trying to throw me off balance. Since when does a desk jockey like Ryan play it this smooth? Golovko watched as the conference room filled again, his gaze locked on the American. No nervous twitches today, just the bored expression of a man enduring another round of bureaucratic speeches. That wasn't the same Ryan who'd been fidgeting nonstop earlier in the week. Something had shifted. Why meet Gerasimov twice? Why the nerves before the first meeting, but not the second? The pieces didn't fit. As the American delegate droned on, Golovko's mind drifted to Ryan's file. John Patrick Ryan, Marine vet, former stockbroker, part-time analyst, turned full-time CIA. No field training, yet he'd handled himself well in 2 violent encounters. Smart, resourceful, but too transparent for espionage. When Ryan hid something, you could always tell. Except now. Across the room, Jack caught Golovko's stare and recognized the calculation behind it. The man was Sharp GRU, or KGB, it didn't matter. There were layers here, neither side fully understood. Meanwhile, at Sheremetyevo Airport, Colonel von Isch stood by his plane's faulty door seal, watching a sergeant tinker with the mechanism. Below, a KGB guard stood rigid, rifle at the ready. Russian security left no room for error. "Seal's perfect, Colonel," the sergeant finally said, baffled. "Must be the panel wiring." Von Reich bit back a sarcastic remark. His crew was prepping for departure, their brief Moscow sightseeing tour over. If only fixing diplomatic puzzles were as straightforward as a door seal. The delegation had visited an abandoned monastery, roughly 40 miles outside Moscow, with the final stretch of the journey taking them down roads that were little more than dirt paths in summer, but now lay buried under a slushy mix of mud and snow. Their carefully monitored tour of the capital was over, and the American airmen were eager to return home. Ryan still hadn't shared the details of his private conversation with his team. They would wait until tomorrow evening. He couldn't help but wonder how they'd take the news. The meeting wrapped up on time, with the Soviets hinting they might be open to discussing inspection schedules the next day. Ryan knew they'd have to move quickly. The delegation was set to depart tomorrow night, and they needed something concrete to bring back. The summit was already unofficially planned, and this time it would be held in Moscow. Moscow in spring, Jack mused. Wonder if they'll drag me along for the signing, if there's even a treaty to sign. There damn well better be. Across the room, Golovko observed the Americans before signaling for his own car. He headed straight to KGB headquarters, where he was immediately ushered into the chairman's office. "So, what did our diplomats surrender today?" Gerasimov asked bluntly. Golovko cleared his throat. "I expect we'll present our revised proposal on inspection timing tomorrow." He hesitated before adding, "I spoke with Ryan earlier. There's a noticeable shift in his demeanor I thought you should know." Gerasimov leaned back, his expression unreadable. "Weck, go on." "Comrade Chairman, I'm not privy to your discussions, but the change in his attitude was significant enough to warrant reporting." Golovko relayed his observations, careful to keep his tone neutral. A rare smirk flickered across Gerasimov's face. "I can't discuss our conversation's compartmentalization, Colonel. But don't concern yourself. I'm handling this personally. Ryan should learn to mask his emotions better. Maybe he lacks the Russian temperament." The joke, dry as it was, caught Golovko off guard. "Anything else on the negotiations?" "My full report will be on your desk by morning." "Whoa, good." "Dismissed." The moment the door closed, Gerasimov's mask slipped. Losing was bad enough. Losing to an amateur was worse. But he wasn't a professional either, just the party man giving orders. The decision was made. His officers had failed, and their fate was sealed. He picked up the phone, instructing his secretary to arrange a flight to Tallinn for his wife and daughter. A single car and driver would suffice, discreet, efficient. Few knew his wife's identity, and the trip would appear spontaneous. As he hung up, Gerasimov surveyed his office. He'd missed the power, but more than that, he'd missed the life he'd built. Meanwhile, Vatutin pondered his final report. Bondarenko was a promising officer, sharp, dedicated, the kind who'd rise through the ranks. But his association with Filatov was problematic, even if there was no direct evidence of wrongdoing. How did we miss Filatov's ties to Penkovsky? Vatutin shook his head. Future security trainees would study this failure for years. The lesson was clear: trust no one. As for Bondarenko, Vatutin hoped the man's career wouldn't be tarnished by the scandal. If he was as loyal as he seemed, he deserved better. There was always a catch, wasn't there? Vatutin had more questions to dig through before submitting his initial interrogation report to Gerasimov by morning. Meanwhile, under a moonless sky choked with southern clouds, the team pressed forward in total darkness, their only guide the faint glow of perimeter lights reflecting off the overcast sky. Their target loomed just ahead, close enough now for final briefings, close enough to see the layout through binoculars propped on a rocky ledge. The archers scanned the site, counting 3 distinct encampments. Only 2 had fences, but the third had stacks of posts and coiled wire near a street lamp-style light pole. The sheer scale of construction baffled him, who would build something this elaborate on a mountain peak. And why? The Americans had been obsessed with that laser beam slicing into the sky. They knew it hit something up there, something that scared them enough to send him here. The same people who built missiles capable of shredding Russian jets were now trembling over this place. The irony wasn't lost on him. Peering through his lenses, he saw nothing terrifying, just guard towers with machine guns, and one building that likely housed soldiers with heavier firepower. That was the real threat. His mortars would target it first, but pinpointing the right structure was critical. He'd split his men into 2 groups of nearly 100 each. The major would take the left flank, he'd lead the right. His eyes locked onto the lit windows of what looked like an apartment complex. City comforts on a mountaintop? These weren't just workers, they were people worth guarding, people working on whatever had the Americans spooked. People he'd eliminate without hesitation. The major crouched beside him, breath visible in the biting wind. Men are concealed, he muttered, adjusting his own binoculars. The darkness swallowed his features, leaving only the faint outline of his bristling mustache. Terrain's rougher than we thought. 3 hours to close the gap. More like 4, the archer countered. A gust howled over the ridge, cutting through their layers. The towers were the immediate problem. Machine guns could mow them down during the final push. No searchlights, the archer observed. They're using night vision. I've used those scopes effective up to 3,000 meters on uneven terrain like this. Then we hit the towers first with mortars, the major insisted. Waste of shells, the archer snapped. We've got under 100 rounds. Save them for the barracks. The wind screamed agreement. Tonight, every decision would cost blood. Taking out the sleeping soldiers would make their mission inside much simpler. The major frowned, shaking his head. Those machine gunners in the towers will cut us down before the guards even stir, if they spot us. The archer clenched his jaw. His friend wasn't wrong. 2 of the towers had a clear line of fire over the steep incline they'd have to scale before reaching the plateau. Sure, he could return fire with their own machine guns, but in a standoff like this, defenders always had the upper hand. A bitter gust of wind sliced through them, a reminder that frostbite wasn't far off if they didn't find cover soon. This cold is unbearable, the major muttered through chattering teeth. The archer smirked. Bet those tower guards have it worse, no shelter up there. How do you think the Russians are dressed? The major let out a dry laugh. Same as us, hell. We're wearing their gear, aren't we? A thought flickered in the archer's frozen mind. Without another word, he left the major behind and returned moments later with a Stinger missile launcher. The icy metal burned his fingers as he snapped it together. His men had kept the battery-powered acquisition units warm under their coats. With practiced ease, he armed the weapon, pressed his cheek against the cold steel, and lined up the nearest guard tower. "Here," he said, passing it to the major. The officer took it, listened, and then grinned like a predator in the dark. Meanwhile, Clark was methodically checking his gear. Mancuso watched, impressed by the man's precision. His clothes were worn, deliberately unremarkable. "Picked these up in Kiev," Clark explained. "Can't exactly stroll in wearing designer suits and blend in." He pulled on a camouflage coverall, then laid out a set of Russian documents useless to Mancuso, and a compact pistol barely bigger than its silencer. "Never seen anything like this," the captain admitted. Clark smirked. "That's a Qualitech silencer, no wipes, slide lock inside the canister. You've been throwing submarine jargon at me since I got here, Skipper. My turn now." Mancuso examined the tiny firearm. "Apri. Tapur. Hiwoo. That's it? Big rounds are impossible to silence without turning your gun into a club. This fits in a pocket, and Mickey Finn, best in the business, built it himself. Not like the movies, Captain. Subsonic rounds, sealed breech. Open space, that's how you stay quiet. In here, you'd still hear it. Tu obliges de Pavler. Maybe 30 feet, but good luck figuring out what it was." He twisted the silencer into place with a sharp click. "Now it's single shot. Gotta unlock it manually for the next round." "You're going in with that?" Clark's grin didn't reach his eyes. "That's the job. And no, you don't want to know the details. The chav the scared. Yeah, but they pay me to handle it. But what if you leave?" "That's an order, Captain. And it hasn't come to that yet. So stop worrying." Maria and Katrin Gerasimov never had to wait in line or deal with ordinary inconveniences. Being the family of a high-ranking Soviet official came with perks. A sleek KGB sedan whisked them from their heavily guarded 8-room apartment on Kutuzovsky Avenue straight to Vnukovo Airport, reserved mostly for domestic flights. The VIP lounge, usually empty but always overstaffed, greeted them with hushed efficiency. Attendants fussed over their coats, their seating, even their coffee orders, all while stealing glances at the luxurious furs draped over their shoulders. The cloakroom attendant couldn't help but stroke the silky fabric, struck by the irony her own ancestors had likely envied the Tsar's nobility in the same way she now envied these two. Maria sat with the poise of someone used to power, her gaze drifting past the floor-to-ceiling windows at the idle planes outside. Born in Tallinn but thoroughly Russian, she carried the contradictions of her past lightly. Her childhood hadn't been easy. Estonian nationalists hadn't exactly rolled out the welcome mat for ethnic Russians like her family. Yet she'd kept her old friendships alive, no small feat considering her husband's brutal reputation. A few well-placed words from her had spared friends from labor camps, secured university spots for their children. She wasn't cruel, just pragmatic, wielding influence like a relic from another era, arbitrary but rarely vindictive. Now, though, something was wrong. Her husband's instructions had been chilling in their simplicity. Be here. Do as you're told. No questions. The last time she'd felt this kind of dread was when German tanks rolled into Tallinn decades ago. Survival, she knew, wasn't guaranteed it was seized. Her daughter, oblivious beside her, had never known real fear. Katrin's life had been one of privilege, not peril. Maria tightened her grip on her coffee cup, her face betraying nothing. Whatever was coming, she'd face it the way she always had, with quiet calculation, and the unshakable instinct of someone who'd learned the hard way that mercy like power, was a currency best spent carefully. Their daughter was a freshman at Moscow State University, studying economics and running in elite circles with other privileged kids whose parents held high-ranking government positions. At 18, she'd already joined the party, the youngest age allowed, and played her part dutifully. The previous autumn, she'd been sent with classmates to work in the wheat fields, mostly for a staged photo op that later appeared in Komsomolskaya Pravda, the Young Communist League's newspaper. She hadn't enjoyed the labor, but under Moscow's new expectations, even the children of the powerful had to at least pretend to contribute. At least she'd come back with a new boyfriend, though her mother couldn't help wondering if the relationship was genuine or if the boy was just angling for connections. Maybe he saw her as a ticket into the KGB, or maybe he was part of the younger crowd who simply didn't care about politics. To her daughter, the party was just a stepping stone, a way to secure a cushy job thanks to her father's influence. Now she sat quietly beside her mother, flipping through a West German fashion magazine newly available in the User and daydreaming about which trendy outfits she'd wear to class. Her mother watched her, remembering how at that age the world seemed both vast and small depending on the day. After finishing their coffee, they waited for their flight to be called. No rush, the plane wouldn't leave without them. When the final announcement came, attendants helped them with their coats and escorted them, along with their security detail, down to a private car while the rest of the passengers were already boarding a shuttle. The Russians hadn't quite adopted jet bridges yet, so they walked straight up the stairs to the aircraft. The stewardess guided them to their spacious first-class seats, though, of course, they weren't labeled as such. The plane took off at 10 sharp, made a quick stop in Leningrad, then continued to Tallinn, landing just after 1. Meanwhile, back in Moscow, Colonel Vatutin stood before Gerasimov, delivering his report on the subject's activities. "This case could fill entire books, Comrade Chairman," he said. "Filatov had access to nearly every defense secret. We have even helped shape policy. My summary alone runs 30 pages. A full interrogation will take months." Gerasimov barely glanced up. "Thoroughness matters more than speed," he muttered, clearly distracted. Vatutin kept his expression neutral. "As you say, Comrade Chairman." With a curt dismissal, Gerasimov turned his attention to the upcoming Politburo meeting, leaving Vatutin to exit briskly. Outside, he ran into Golovko, an old acquaintance from their KGB academy days. "The chairman's in a hurry," Vatutin remarked dryly as they stepped into the hall. Golovko scoffed. "Det true et chirpulerd 10. I was here at 4 writing this damned report, and now he brushes me off. Breakfast?" Vatutin's stomach growled in agreement. "Lead the way." The two men headed to the canteen, both too hungry to dwell on their boss's indifference. The private dining area reserved for high-ranking officers, colonels, and above was a world apart from the bustling mess halls below. White-gloved waiters moved silently between tables, serving meals at all hours to accommodate the unpredictable schedules of KGB operatives. The food was excellent, the atmosphere hushed. Even casual conversations about sports were conducted in near whispers. Vatutin stirred his tea thoughtfully before breaking the silence. "So you're babysitting diplomats at the arms talks now?" Golovko smirked, his eyebrows lifting in amusement. "Apparently the Americans still think I'm Gru." "Really?" Vatutin feigned surprise. "I'd expect their intel to be sharper than that." He trailed off with a shrug, signaling there were limits to what he could say. Some secrets weren't his to share. Golovko leaned in slightly. "The chairman's too wrapped up in Politburo drama to focus on much else." "The rumors." "He's not ready yet," Vatutin cut in, his tone dripping with insider certainty. "You sure about that?" "Absolutely." Golovko exhaled, then shifted gears. "Narmonov deserves a shot." If the diplomats ever stop dragging their feet, this arms deal could actually help us. Vatutin frowned. You honestly believe that? I've studied both sides' arsenals. We don't need more missiles, we need better hospitals, roads, factories. Once a man's dead, shooting him again is just a waste of bullets. That kind of talk could land you in trouble, Vatutin warned. Golovko had spent too much time abroad picking up dangerous ideas. Vatutin, ever the cautious two-man, preferred spotting threats over chasing opportunities. Golovko scoffed. If we can't speak up, who can? The party itself preaches reform, though, of course, only when it suits them. A weary smile passed between them. The party's wisdom was infallible, yet its opinions shifted like the wind. Golovko lowered his voice further, pushing his eggs around his plate. Hypothetically, say I knew a senior KGB officer was meeting secretly with the CIA. Someone above directorate level. Vatutin's eyes narrowed. How senior? High enough that names aren't necessary. And you arrange these meetings, but he insists you don't need details. Then he starts acting off. What do you do? Vatutin gave the textbook answer. File a report with the second directorate. Golovko nearly spat out his coffee. Relentless. Then, I can save them the interrogation by slitting my own throat. Some people aren't just above suspicion, they're untouchable. Vatutin's expression darkened. Trust me, Sergei, no one's untouchable. The case I'm working now, it reaches so high, even I have trouble believing it. He signaled for more tea, letting the silence stretch between them. Golovko knew the Ministry of Defense inside out, thanks to his years working on strategic weapons. The list of people the KGB couldn't suspect was short after all. Distrust was practically their job description, and even shorter among the ministry's top brass, who were supposed to be under constant scrutiny. But when the name slipped out, it still hit like a shockwave. Filatov. Vatutin's face went pale, and his reaction gave him away. Who told you? Good God, he briefed me last year on intermediate-range missiles. I heard he was ill. You're not playing games, are you? Nothing about this is a joke, Vatutin said, voice tight. I can't say much, and this doesn't leave the room, but yes, Filatov was working for Dad's foreign interests. He's confessed, and the initial interrogation is done. Golovko's mind raced. He knows everything. The arms negotiation team needs to be told this changes the entire foundation of the talks. Vatutin hadn't considered that angle, but policy wasn't his call. He was just a cop with a very specific beat. Golovko might be right, but orders were orders. The information is being tightly controlled for now, Sergei Nikolaevich. Keep that in mind. Secrecy can cut both ways, Clemente, Golovko warned, already debating whether to tip off the negotiators. Vatutin nodded. True enough. When exactly was he arrested? Golovko pressed. The timing. He inhaled sharply, the negotiations suddenly secondary. The chairman has met twice with a senior CIA officer. Who? Naituz Balkreten. Sunday night and yesterday morning. His name's Ryan. Supposedly my counterpart, but he's strictly an analyst, never been in the field. I can even tell you which office he works out of. No question about it. Vatutin sipped his tea, then buttered a slice of bread, buying time. The silence stretched before he finally spoke. Unusual activity doesn't necessarily mean treason. Maybe the chairman's running something too sensitive for standard channels. Or maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think, Golovko countered. For a one-man, you're starting to sound like one of us, Sergei. Normally, we'd gather evidence and take it to the second directorate's chief. The chairman's guards would be pulled aside for questioning, but this would have to be handled with extreme care. My boss would have to go to. Wagzelig Vatutin mused. A Politburo member. The Central Committee Secretary. But the Filatov case is being kept quiet. I suspect the chairman plans to use it against both the defense minister and Vaneyev. His daughter was working as a courier for the West. We broke her, but why hasn't this gone public? The chairman ordered her back to work, Vatutin said flatly. Clementi, do you have any idea what the hell is happening here? Golovko exhaled. Not anymore. I thought the chairman was shoring up his position, but meetings with a CIA officer. Ça patrulha de spec? I set them up myself, Golovko confirmed. The first was prearranged before the Americans even arrived. Ryan requested the second passed me a note, like some green recruit. They met at the Barricade Theater yesterday, just as I told you. The air between them thickened with unspoken implications. Somewhere in Moscow, a clock ticked, counting down to something neither man could yet see. Clementi leaned forward, his brow furrowed. Something unusual is unfolding, I can feel it. Sergei exhaled sharply, cutting him off. Listen, investigation is my responsibility. Right now, we've got scattered pieces that could mean anything. Jumping to conclusions will only muddy the waters. We need to organize the facts, analyze them, then take it to my superior for approval. You think two colonels can just charge ahead without clearance? Write up everything you know and get it to me. How fast can you do it? Clementi glanced at his watch. I've got negotiations in 2 hours, running until 4 p.m., then a reception. The Americans leave at 10. Skip the reception. It'll raise eyebrows, but fine. Be in my office at 4:30, Vatutin ordered. Golovko, technically the senior officer, smirked. As you command, Comrade Colonel. Marshal Yazov straightened in his seat as Narmanov addressed him. What's the ministry's stance? 6 hours minimum, Yazov replied. That gives us enough time to secure the most sensitive materials. Ideally, we'd avoid inspections entirely, but gaining access to American facilities does have its benefits. The foreign minister nodded. They'll push for less, but we can hold firm. Alexandrov's face flushed crimson as he slammed a fist on the table. This is insanity. We're gutting our own arsenal while handing the Americans our secrets. Narmanov sighed. Mikhail Petrovich, we've debated this already. Any further objections? The room stayed silent. He marked his notes and motioned to the foreign minister. 6 hours. No concessions. The aide beside the foreign minister slipped out to relay the decision. Leaning in, the minister muttered, Now comes the real battle deciding which weapons get scrapped. That'll take another marathon session. Narmanov tapped his pen. The summit's in 3 months. We need resolution by then. Preliminary talks haven't hit major roadblocks, the minister assured. Alexandrov wasn't done. And their defense systems? What about those? Gerasimov didn't look up from his notes. Our intelligence on their T-Clipper program confirms it mirrors our Bright Star, though we're ahead in critical areas. So we slash our missiles while they perfect shooting them down? Alexandrov snapped. Narmanov countered, They're cutting theirs too while we advance. We've outpaced them for 30 years. Yazov added, Our testing is further along. Gerasimov cut in smoothly, and they know it. He didn't mention the Cobra Bell surveillance. Even the KGB hadn't cracked how the Americans had spotted the test. They have spies too. Narmanov mused, yet they've stayed quiet. Gerasimov shrugged. They pick their battles. Revealing everything risks exposing their methods. For all we know, they've run similar tests without our detection. A tense silence settled over the room, the weight of unspoken maneuvers hanging thick in the air. The Americans have their own ways of keeping secrets when it suits them, Tosig remarked, though even he hadn't managed to uncover much. Gerasimov sat back, letting the others take the floor. So nothing changes, Narmonov concluded dryly, unless we somehow squeeze out a concession. The foreign minister scoffed. Good luck with that. Does anyone here seriously believe we should scale back our missile defense programs? Silence answered him. Then why would the Americans think any differently? Alexandrov slammed his fist on the table. And what if they pull ahead of us? Narmonov seized the opening. A fair question, Mikhail Petrovich. Why do they always seem to outpace us? He scanned the room, meeting the hardened gazes of his country's leaders. It's not magic, it's our own failures. Our economy limps along, starving our military of resources, denying our people the comforts they crave, and leaving us scrambling to keep up with the West. Our firepower makes us their equals. Alexandrov shot back. Narmonov smirked. And what good is that when they match us missile for missile? Are we content just to be equal? Rockets alone won't secure our future, unless you fancy handing the world over to the Chinese. He let the tension hang before driving the point home. If we want to beat the West, it won't be with warheads. We need an economy that actually works. It is working, Alexandrov insisted. Vaniev cut in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, then by all means, enlighten us, where exactly is it headed? The room erupted, voices clashing until the debate settled into the usual Politburo posturing. Narmonov watched, gauging his opponents. Alexandrov's faction was loud but outmatched. Vaniev played coy, though Narmonov suspected his loyalty was a feint. Yazov, at least, was firmly in his corner. Cleverly, Narmonov had framed economic reform as a military necessity, a move too shrewd for Alexandrov to openly oppose. By forcing the argument into the open, he'd rattled them, if only for now. Survival today meant leverage tomorrow. Once the arms treaty passed, his influence would grow. The people would cheer, and for once their voices mattered. Control the purse strings, and he'd control the Politburo's squabbling factions. Alexandrov, with his ideological bluster, couldn't touch that. Narmonov allowed himself a grim smile. Victory was within reach. With defense backing him and Vaniev's support secured, he'd break the KGB's resistance and sideline Alexandrov for good. Timing was everything. Let the treaty pass, trade minor concessions, and consolidate power. The West would balk at his tactics, but their real shock would come later, when a revitalized Soviet economy turned the tables. For now, though, the game was survival. And after that, breathing life back into a dying system. The underlying goal remained unchanged after decades, though Western powers kept finding fresh excuses to overlook it. While Narmonov's attention wandered elsewhere, the objective lingered like an unspoken truth. Ryan exhaled, grateful this would be his final session yet. The familiar tension crept back in. Logically, everything should proceed smoothly, but the uncertainty surrounding Gerasimov's family gnawed at him. Once again, need-to-know restrictions left him in the dark, though the extraction plan for Gerasimov and Cardinal was so audaciously straightforward he'd never have conceived it himself. That stroke of genius belonged to Ritter, the gruff old fox with a knack for the dramatic. This round, the Russians opened negotiations, proposing a 10-hour advance notice for surprise inspections within 5 minutes of their speech. Jack would have pushed for zero warning ideal, but unrealistic. Counting launchers and warheads didn't require peeking inside the missiles, though that would have been a bonus. Satellite coordination would deter any tricks, making anything under 10 hours workable. The Americans countered with 3 hours. Hours of back and forth later, they settled on 6, much to the room's surprise. Handshakes were exchanged, but Jack privately wished they'd held out for 5. Golovko had hinted at 4, hadn't they? "Your team went easy on us," Golovko remarked later, catching Jack outside the restroom. "Lucky for you, I wasn't calling the shots," Jack replied dryly. "All this fuss over a handful of details. You consider them minor. In the grand scheme. Significant, sure, but not earth-shattering. Mostly it means we get to go home." His voice betrayed a flicker of unease. "Not quite over yet. Looking forward to it." Golovko prodded. "Not exactly," Jack admitted. "It's not the flight that's got me on edge this time, pal." Meanwhile, the flight crew, having bunked at the Hotel Ukraina near the Moscow River, squeezed in some last-minute souvenir shopping at the Friendship store, while keeping a rotating guard on their aircraft. They checked out en masse, boarding a tourist bus that rumbled east on Kalinin Avenue toward the airport. By the time Colonel von Eich arrived, the British Airways crew was wrapping up refueling under the watchful gaze of his crew chief and co-pilot. After a meticulous KGB identity check, the crew boarded the VC-137, stowing gear and prepping for the journey back to Andrews. Von Eich huddled 5 team members in the cockpit, masking his briefing with the thump of a boombox. "Tonight's itinerary has a twist," he murmured. The crew chief blinked. "Sir, that's one hell of a twist." Von Eich smirked. "Where's the fun and routine?" After confirming everyone's roles, he grabbed his checklist and headed out with the co-pilot for the pre-flight inspection, the hum of anticipation thick in the air. The team couldn't wait to get home if they could pry their frozen tires from the tarmac first. The crew chief muttered something about the temperature being colder than a polar bear's toenails as they trudged around the aircraft in their Air Force parkas, gloves clinging to their numb fingers. The 89th Military Airlift Wing prided itself on its flawless safety record, transporting VIPs worldwide, a reputation built on obsessive attention to detail. Von Eich eyed the frost-covered wings, wondering if tonight would shatter their 700,000-hour accident-free streak. Meanwhile, Ryan zipped his 2-suiter bag, freshly shaved and regretting his thin English suit as Moscow's winter gnawed at him. Next time, he swore he'd pack thermal underwear. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Tony Candela leaned in the doorway. "Ready for your victory lap?" He grinned, hoisting Ryan's luggage while Jack grabbed his briefcase. Their elevator ride became a comedy of errors, stopping at every floor like the building was designed by a prankster. "Same genius who blueprinted our bug-infested embassy," Tony joked, as they finally reached the lobby. Outside, the Arctic night dazzled with stars and a faint green shimmer on the horizon, Jack's first glimpse of the northern lights over Moscow. The motorcade snaked toward the foreign ministry, retracing paths that felt eerily familiar yet foreign. Inside, the reception lacked the Kremlin's pomp, mirroring the talk's modest progress. Reporters swarmed as Jack shrugged off his coat. "Doctor, DP's betrayal." A Washington Post journalist cornered him. "Rumor says the SEC cleared you." Jack snorted into his wine glass. "Took 'em long enough to realize I wasn't running a casino." He shot the reporter a weary smile. "Tell your editors I'll dump my entire transaction history on their desks in triplicate." When pressed about CIA involvement, he rolled his eyes. "Maybe some D. Types wake up hating the alphabet agencies. But don't print that." The reporter pivoted to the summit. "There's off the record." Jack sighed. "We didn't start World War III. Die Selbstsicher Kevin." The results weren't quite as strong as our previous efforts, but we managed to resolve a few key issues about what we'd hoped for on this trip. Pastor leaned in, lowering his voice. Think the deal will be finalized before the summit. Jack shot him a knowing look. Between us, I'd say the odds are solid, maybe 70%. When Pastor pressed about the agency's stance, Jack shrugged. Officially, we don't take sides. But technically, cutting things in half isn't ideal, though we'll manage. Doesn't shake things up much, but hey, it's a nice gesture. How should I attribute this? You for, Pastor asked. Jack smirked. Call me an anonymous junior official. Uncle Ernie gets the spotlight, I'm stuck in the shadows. Pastor shifted gears. What's this mean for Narmonov's grip on power? Not my circus, Jack deflected smoothly. Save the politics for someone else. Ask me something important, like who the Redskins should pick first in the draft. Baylor's quarterback Olsen, Pastor fired back. Jack chuckled. I'm partial to Penn State's defensive end, but he'll be long gone. As Pastor turned to leave, he hesitated. One more thing, completely off the record. Those Foley folks Moscow booted for spying. Jack's expression darkened. Total nonsense. And if you print that, I'll deny it. Alone again, Jack scanned the room for Golovko, oddly disappointed when he didn't spot him. Despite their rivalry, their talks were always sharp. The usual scene unfolded around him. Violins humming, waiters weaving with trays of drinks. Diplomats clustered in hushed circles. Even Ernie Allen was laughing with his Soviet counterpart. Jack, adrift, edged toward a group, nursing his wine and checking his watch. Meanwhile, Clark prepped in the sub's watertight trunk, gears secured, a volunteer sailor beside him. The hatch sealed with a final clank. Mancuso's voice crackled over the comm. Status? Ready, Clark confirmed. Hold position until my mark. Mancuso took command. Orders echoing through the hull. Pump out 3,000 pounds. Bring us up. The submarine groaned as ballast shifted, leveling out. Sonar reported clear waters. Depth 90 feet, the cob called. Silence held as Dallas stirred from the seabed, poised for the next move. Commander Mancuso kept his eyes locked on the depth indicator as the chief of the boat expertly fine-tuned the submarine's balance. Holding it 90 feet, Captain. She's fighting us, the cob muttered, hands steady on the controls. Mancuso nodded, feeling the subtle shifts in pressure. Maneuvering, bring us to 5 knots. Helm, 15 degrees starboard, adjust course to 038. The helmsman repeated the order, his voice calm despite the tension. The gyro compass inched toward the new heading as the sub carved through the dark water. 5 tense minutes passed before they cleared the ice canopy. Periscope depth, Mancuso ordered. The quartermaster spun the control wheel, and the slender attack scope rose smoothly. Mancuso dropped to his knees, pressing his eye to the lens as it halted just below the surface. 2 more feet hold. The dim red lighting inside the sub made everything look eerie, like an old photograph dipped in blood. It helped with night vision, sure, but it also made the mess hall's mystery meat look even more questionable. He scanned the horizon, nothing but jagged ice drifting lazily under the pale Arctic sky. Clear, he announced. Raise the Azim mast. The thin fiberglass sensor slid upward, nearly invisible to enemy radar. A moment later, the Azim tech called out, single surface radar, bearing 038. Because signals faint. Mancuso grabbed the bridge phone. It chommed attend at 2 set. Ready, Captain. Then let's move. The Dallas broke the surface with precision, her black sail angled to minimize detection. The depth control was a nightmare, too much ice, too little room for error. Go. Mancuso barked. Above, Clark hauled himself onto the tiny bridge, muscles straining as he wrestled the raft into position. The sharp hiss of the inflating raft cut through the silence, loud enough to make his teeth ache. He gave the all-clear, then the hatch sealed shut beneath him. The sub vanished into the depths, leaving him alone on the freezing water. Back below, Mancuso watched the last indicator light flicker to solid. Straight board shut, rigged for dive, the cob confirmed. Mancuso handed off command. Mr. Good man, she's yours. The lieutenant wasted no time driving the sub toward the seabed. Mancuso moved to sonar, where Jones was already tracking Clark's path. Romius appeared silently beside them, arms crossed. The hunt was on. Mancuso gave Jones a sideways glance. Why pass up the chance to look through the scope? Must be tough seeing home and knowing you can't got him, Jones interrupted, pressing a finger against the glowing screen. Making tight turns at 18 knots. That's awfully quiet for an outboard. Electric right. Run at. Hope those batteries hold out, Skipper. Lithium rotating anode. I checked. Clever. Jones smirked, shaking a cigarette loose from his pack and holding one out to the captain, who momentarily forgot his latest attempt to quit. As the lighter flicked, Jones exhaled a slow stream of smoke, his eyes distant. You know, sir, this right here? It's why I hung up my uniform. His words faded as he tracked the sonar blip stretching across the display. Behind them, the fire control team adjusted their readings out of sheer boredom. Jones tilted his head, listening. The Dallas hummed with near silent tension, thicker than the haze of tobacco ever could be. Meanwhile, Clark lay low in the rubberized nylon boat, its green and gray stripes blending into the choppy water. They debated adding white patches for winter camouflage, but scrapped the idea too risky, with icebreakers churning up the channel. A fast-moving white speck on dark waves? Not exactly subtle. His real worry was radar. The sub's sail might have slipped through the clutter, but if the Russians had their moving target indicators dialed in, even a tiny blip at 20 miles per hour could spell trouble. The boat barely breached the surface, its motor coated in radar-absorbent material. Clark kept his head level with it, suddenly paranoid about the shrapnel fragments in his body. Logically, he knew they were too small to trigger alarms. Hell, they didn't even ping at airport security, but isolation and adrenaline had a way of twisting logic. Stupidity would have been a blessing, he mused. Smart men just agonized over how insane this was. Later, after the shakes subsided and the hot water washed off the fear, he could pretend he'd been brave. Now, it just felt reckless. The coastline loomed, a dotted line of lights against the horizon. Ordinary, except it was enemy soil, a thought that cut deeper than the night air. At least the sea was calm. A little chop might have masked them better, but the slick surface meant speed, and speed meant control. He glanced back. The wake was minimal, and he'd throttled down near the harbor. Maldidet maritim. The word tasted bitter. Who the hell liked waiting? If something's gonna happen, let it happen fast. Not exactly textbook advice, but action beats sitting around. Funny though, when he trained others, patience was his mantra. Hypocrite, he chided himself silently. The buoys marked his approach. He eased off the throttle, 10 knots, then 5, then 3. The motor's hum faded to a whisper as he guided the boat toward a crumbling pier, its piling scarred by years of ice. Slowly, he raised a night vision scope. Nothing moved. Just the distant growl of traffic and the faint thump of music drifting over the water. Friday night pulsed with energy, even in the Soviet Union, with restaurants buzzing and dance floors packed. Clark counted on Estonia's reputation for nightlife to mask his movements. though the abandoned pier matched his intelligence reports exactly. Securing the boat with meticulous knots, knowing its loss would doom his mission, he noticed the rusted ladder leading upward. Shedding his coveralls and gripping his pistol, he caught the familiar stench of harbors worldwide bilge oil mixed with decaying timber. To his left, fishing boats bobbed at a neighboring dock. To his right, stacks of fresh lumber signaled ongoing reconstruction. His battered Russian pilot watch showed 40 minutes to kill time earned by unexpectedly calm seas that only deepened his self-awareness about the insanity of accepting another extraction job. Boris Morozov stepped into the Siberian night, tilting his head as bright stars' artificial glow turned falling snow into a shimmering canopy. The crunch of boots interrupted his reverie. "Identify yourself," demanded a voice radiating authority. "Engineer Morozov," he answered, recognizing the silhouette of a high-ranking officer's peaked cap. "Ah, the mirror control prodigy," Colonel Bondarenko mused, joining him under the lights. "We haven't met, yet you know me?" When Morozov confirmed, the colonel gestured skyward. "Beautiful, if desolate." "Desolate?" Morozov countered, passion flaring. "This is the frontier of progress, Comrade Colonel." Bondarenko's eyebrows lifted. "Your team shares this enthusiasm?" "Absolutely. I requested transfer after guessing Bright Star's purpose during the Komsomol volunteer stint. Discreetly, of course." The colonel chuckled as Morozov confessed his initial disappointment at being assigned to mirrors instead of lasers. "Govorov's team opened my eyes. Now we're integrating computer precision. I might even earn a promotion." Bondarenko probed about barracks life, laughing when Morozov described the cutthroat chess club. "Perhaps I'll test those savage players," he mused. Then grew thoughtful at Morozov's suggestion about recruiting female lab assistants. "Noted, Comrade Engineer. Though I hear the new apartment complex will ease crowding sooner than romance might." Their laughter faded into the Arctic wind as, 5 kilometers away, an unseen archer whispered gratitude to his deity. The snow fell in thick, silent waves, transforming the landscape into something almost ethereal, the kind of scene poets romanticize and soldiers endure. Every sound was muffled, swallowed by the endless white curtain that reduced visibility to less than 200 yards. The archer gathered his squad leaders, issuing crisp orders for the assault. Within minutes, they moved out in tight formation, boots crunching over the snow-covered rubble left by Russian explosives. The footing was surprisingly stable. Jagged rock fragments beneath the powder provided traction, a small mercy given the sheer cliff looming just feet away. Navigating was a nightmare. The archer relied on memory, having studied the terrain for hours, but doubt gnawed at him. Had he missed something? He'd marked every landmark, a jagged boulder here, a shallow dip there, the sharp left turn ahead, yet the creeping uncertainty refused to leave. Progress was agonizingly slow at first, but as they neared the target, urgency quickened their steps. The Russians had grown careless, their arrogance evident in the glow of their perimeter lights. A bus rumbled in the distance, headlights cutting faint beams through the storm. Normally, those floodlights would blind intruders, but tonight, the snow reflected the glare back, ruining the guards' night vision. By the time the lead team reached the final rally point, the rest of the unit had fallen behind. The archer waited, watching his men huddle in small groups, some drinking from canteens, others murmuring prayers. These were warriors, driven by faith and vengeance, each carrying memories of loved ones lost to Russian bullets. The major arrived breathless. "This is unbelievable," he whispered. "Allah walks with us tonight," the archer replied, his voice steady. They were close now, just 500 yards from the target, still undetected. The major checked his watch. "Guard change in an hour." The ones on duty are exhausted, and the replacements won't be alert yet. This is our moment." The two men embraced, exchanging verses from the Quran words meant for another battle. Another time, yet fitting all the same. The major flashed a grim smile before vanishing into the storm. The archer turned, signaling his missile team forward. Tonight they would strike. And if they died, well, paradise awaited the faithful. Two fighters hoisted their Stinger missiles and trailed their commander as he pressed forward through the mountain pass. Cresting one final ridge, they spotted the enemy guard posts below. The leader frowned. 3 towers were visible through the snow, prompting him to signal for a third missile. After issuing swift orders, the archer melted back toward his unit, while the targeting systems hummed to life, locking on to the heat signatures radiating from the watchtowers. He motioned his mortar team closer than he liked, the blizzard cutting both ways as visibility dropped to near zero. To his left, the major's squad vanished into the swirling snow, bound for the laser facility, while the archer and his 80 men advanced toward the barracks. Creeping to the edge of the floodlight's glow, he spotted a sentry huddled against the cold, breath puffing in quick clouds. The archer checked his watch 10 minutes. He unclipped the radio, a rare luxury they'd avoided using until now to evade Russian detection. Somewhere in the storm, a loose rock clattered downhill, freezing the team in place until the wind swallowed the sound. Meanwhile, Bondarenko paced the camp perimeter, the crunch of snow under his boots, the only break in the silence. This place was a joke. No night patrols, just lazy KGB troops relying on scanners half-blinded by the weather. He glared at a sentry slapping his arms for warmth. The man's rifle lazily slung 4 seconds to react. 3 too many if real fighters were out there. A practice assault led by Spetsnaz would wake these fools up. Back in Moscow, Gerasimov's black sedan rolled up to Lefortovo prison. His bodyguard shadowed him past the stunned gate guard straight into administration, where a deputy superintendent nearly choked on his paperwork. Filatov. "Now," the chairman snapped. The man scrambled, returning breathless. 5 minutes, Comrade Chairman." Gerasimov's lip curled. "Dress him like a civilian, not some parade puppet." The deputy paled, tripping over himself to obey. Outside, the engine idled, exhaust curling into the frozen air like the tension thickening inside the prison walls. The room held every personal belonging of the prisoner. "You have everything of his here, correct?" The chairman's voice was deceptively calm, a warning sign to those who knew him. The deputy superintendent hesitated before answering. "Yes, Comrade Chairman, but I don't have time for delays." Gerasimov cut in, his tone icy. The deputy scrambled out, nearly tripping in his haste. The KGB chief exchanged an amused glance with his bodyguard. Nobody had ever loved a jailer. How long?" Gerasimov asked. "Less than 10 minutes, even with digging up his civilian clothes," the bodyguard replied, checking his watch. "That little bureaucrat knows better than to keep you waiting. He used to be field operatives, but failed his first mission. Been stuck here ever since." True to the prediction, 8 minutes later, Filatov appeared, his shirt half-buttoned, tie hanging loose. The deputy held out a worn coat. Misha had never cared for civilian attire. A soldier at heart, he looked lost without his uniform. His eyes flickered with confusion before landing on Gerasimov. "What's happening?" "You're coming with me," the chairman snapped. "At least try to look presentable." Misha clenched his jaw, his glare sharp enough to make the bodyguard tense. He fumbled with his buttons, the tie ending up crooked without a mirror. The deputy extended a form. "Comrade Chairman, if you could just sign, you expect me to take custody of a prisoner like this?" Gerasimov barked. "Handcuffs." The deputy fumbled through his desk, producing a pair and securing them around Filatov's wrists. He nearly pocketed the key before Gerasimov's outstretched hand stopped him. Good. I'll return him tomorrow. But the paperwork, the deputy's protest faded as Gerasimov turned away. With so many subordinates, the chairman muttered to his bodyguard, there's bound to be a few incompetents. The bodyguard, a former field officer built like a tank, tightened his grip on Filatov, making his strength clear. We're taking a short flight, Gerasimov said over his shoulder. Behave, and you might get a decent meal. Misbehave, and Vasily will remind you why that's a bad idea. Dirk stood. Perfectly, Comrade Chekist. Outside, guards snapped to attention as the trio moved toward the car. Put him in back with me, Gerasimov ordered. You can handle things from the front. As the car pulled away, Ryan caught sight of the airport through the window, suppressing a belch that tasted of cheap wine and fish. The motorcade veered past the main terminal, rolling toward a secluded cargo area. Security was predictably heavy KGB soldiers with rifles at every post. They passed an odd, unused structure that looked straight out of a sci-fi film. Ryan made a mental note to ask about it later, though he doubted he'd get a straight answer. At the Foreign Ministry, the formal farewells had been brisk. Now, junior officials lingered by the limousines, reluctant to brave the cold. Ryan's car jerked forward, the doors swinging open, as the trunk popped. He hesitated, dreading the freezing air outside. The car had barely warmed up by the time they reached their destination. Jack grabbed his luggage and briefcase, making his way toward the aircraft stairs. We hope you had a pleasant stay, the Soviet official remarked with practiced politeness. Jack shook his hand, forcing a smile. I'd love to return someday. Your city has its charms. The official nodded. You'd always be welcome here. Yeah, right, Jack thought as he climbed the steps, knowing full well the sentiment was as hollow as a propaganda speech. Inside the plane, he scanned the cabin. A Soviet officer occupied the cockpit jump seat, supposedly assisting with air traffic protocols, though his gaze kept drifting toward the curtained-off comm station. Jack exchanged a quick nod with the pilot, who responded with a knowing wink. Meanwhile, back at KGB headquarters, tension crackled between Vatutin and Golovko as they pored over their notes. The political fallout could be catastrophic, Vatutin muttered, rubbing his temples. We're not in Stalin's era. They can't just line us up against a wall for doing our jobs. Golovko scoffed. You think that matters? What if Filatov's entire operation had the chairman's blessing? Vatutin frowned. That's insane. B's it. Golovko countered. His early work with dissidents, especially in the Baltics, put him in direct contact with Western agents. And now, right after we detain him, the chairman meets with a CIA officer. When has that ever happened? Vatutin's phone rang, cutting through the argument. He barked orders to the night supervisor. Get Filatov ready. I want him in my office within the hour. The pause. What? You authorized. His face darkened. Gerasimov just took him. Said it was a special trip. Golovko was already on his feet. Forget protocol. Take your personal car. Aboard the VC-137, Colonel von Eyck ran through pre-flight checks, the hum of the external generator filling the cabin. Ryan bypassed his usual seat, slipping into the rear section where the seating was tighter 5 across, with pairs on the left. Most passengers clustered near the front for a smoother ride, leaving Jack isolated. The crew chief, positioned across the aisle, gave him a barely perceptible nod. They couldn't afford to draw attention, not with the Soviet observer on board. Everything had to look routine. Up front, von Eyck finished his checklist. All accounted for. He asked, Doors secured, the engineer confirmed. The Soviet officer in the jump seat frowned. Ursus? Just a glitchy door light, Von Eyck lied smoothly. Probably a faulty relay, nothing serious. But the unspoken truth hung heavy in the air. One wrong move, and this carefully staged escape would collapse before it even began. The pilot double-checked the door seal himself, frustration evident in his voice as he addressed the Russian engineer. It's not the seal has to be an electrical issue. The flight engineer signaled readiness, and the crew secured their headsets. The pilot scanned the area, confirming the stairs were clear. All clear on the left, he called out. Clear right, the co-pilot responded. The cockpit came alive as switches flipped and buttons pressed, the left engine roaring to life. Gauge flickered before settling into idle range. With the plane now self-sufficient, the generator truck pulled away. Starting engine 4, the pilot announced, switching his mic to address the cabin. This is Colonel Von Eyck. Engines are firing up. We'll be rolling in 5. Seatbelts on and smokers hold tight just a little longer. In the rear, Jack Ryan fought the urge to light up. The crew chief caught his eye and grinned, a grizzled veteran who looked like he could bench press a pickup truck. His worn leather gloves were cinched tight, ready for action. The Mo's set. Jack shouted over the engine's growl. The chief nodded. Just say the word, sir. Jack smirked. You'll know when. Meanwhile, Gerasimov frowned as their car idled near the darkened cargo terminal. Still no sign of them, he muttered. The driver offered to call ahead, but Gerasimov waved him off. A guard abruptly flagged them down another checkpoint. Ah, right, Gerasimov sighed. The Americans must be causing delays. The young corporal stiffened at the sight of Gerasimov's ID. Ulate, Comrade Chairman. Security is fully deployed, a full company. Good. Let's inspect the perimeter before I deal with Major Zarudan. The lieutenant on duty paled when he recognized the chairman. Move the car, Gerasimov ordered. Mezurever, take us around. Back in the cockpit, Von Eyck radioed the tower. Sheremetyevo Tower, requesting taxi to runway 25 right. FROF commission granted. Turn left onto taxiway 1. Winds at 281, 40 kilometers. The plane lurched forward, guided by the co-pilot's throttle adjustments. Outside, a ground crewman waved glowing batons, typical Russian overdirection. Von Eyck navigated the rough taxiways with care, wincing at each bump. The nose gear resisted as he turned, the outboard engine nudging them along. Vasily observed the perimeter from the car, lights off as they skirted runway, 25 left. The guards seemed sharp, he noted. The driver stayed close to the edge, avoiding attention. The roar of an approaching jet grabbed the attention of both the driver and bodyguard, their eyes locked on the incoming aircraft. Neither noticed Chairman Gerasimov discreetly pull a key from his pocket, freeing a stunned Colonel Filatov from his handcuffs. In one fluid motion, Gerasimov then drew a sleek automatic pistol from his coat. Damn it, there's a car parked on the tarmac, Colonel Von Eyck muttered, squinting through the cockpit window. What idiot left that there? Relax, we've got plenty of room, the co-pilot reassured him. They're way off to the side. Fantastic, Von Eyck grumbled, banking the plane toward the runway's edge. Just what we need Sunday drivers on an airfield. Bad news, Colonel, the flight engineer cut in. That rear door warning light's back on. Von Eyck cursed under his breath before switching his mic to address the cabin crew. Chief, check the damn door again. In the back, Ryan unbuckled and shifted as the sergeant wrestled with the handle. Probably just a short, the engineer called from the cockpit. Lost power in the aft cabin breaker won't reset. Could be faulty wiring, Von Eyck suggested. I'll swap it out. the engineer replied. Good. Meanwhile, tell the passengers it's a minor glitch. The lie was smooth with everyone strapped in. Nobody could easily turn and spot the real chaos unfolding near the tail. Where's the chairman? Vatutin barked at a young lieutenant. He's conducting an inspection. Zafor Spur. Colonel Vatutin, you fool. And this is Colonel Golovko. Now where is he? The lieutenant stammered before pointing frantically. Gerasimov didn't hesitate. Vasily, he said calmly as his bodyguard turned only to stare down the barrel of a pistol. Your sidearm. Now. But no time. Gerasimov confiscated the weapon, then tossed a pair of cuffs at the men. Secure yourselves to the steering wheel. The driver paled but obeyed, locking his wrist to the bodyguards. Gerasimov yanked the radio receiver from the car and pocketed it. Keys, he demanded. The driver handed them over with a trembling hand. With the nearest guard too far to intervene, Gerasimov swung the door open himself, a rare act for a man who hadn't touched a car handle in months. Colonel Filatov, follow me. Filatov, bewildered but quick to react, fell into step behind him. In full view of the scattered airport personnel, the two men strode toward the waiting VC-137, its tail gleaming in patriotic colors. As if on cue, the rear door yawned open. Move it, Ryan shouted, tossing down a rope ladder. The wind whipped it violently, and Filatov struggled to gain footing, even with Gerasimov steadying him. Look, Golovko yelled, spotting the escape. Vatutin slammed the accelerator, his headlights cutting through the dusk. Company, the crew chief warned as a rifle-toting guard sprinted toward them. Hurry up, old man. Ryan didn't wait. Shoving the sergeant aside, he leaped from the plane only to land hard, his ankle twisting and his knee tearing through his pants. Gritting his teeth, he lurched up and grabbed Filatov, heaving him toward the ladder until the crew chief could pull him inside. Gerasimov scrambled up next, with Ryan shoving from below. Then it was Jack's turn, but his injured leg betrayed him. His knee locked, his ankle throbbed, and the ladder might as well have been a mountain. Jack let out a string of curses that cut through the roar of the engines as he struggled to climb hand over hand, only to slip and crash onto the frozen tarmac. Stop. Stop right there. A gunman barked from just yards away. Jack's eyes darted to the aircraft door. Get out of here. He bellowed. Seal that damn door and go. The crew chief didn't need telling twice. In one fluid motion, he yanked the hatch shut, the locking mechanism engaging with a metallic clunk. Inside, the sergeant grabbed the intercom, his voice tight. Door secure, we're clear for takeoff. The pilot's response was immediate. Tower, this is Niner 7-1, wheels up now. As the engines roared to full power, the sheer force of the thrust sent all four men, including the rifleman who'd just arrived, sliding helplessly across the ice-slick runway. Flat on his stomach, Jack watched the plane's blinking tail lights shrink into the night sky, the infrared countermeasures glowing like distant fireflies. A bitter laugh almost escaped him until he was flipped onto his back and found himself staring down the barrel of a pistol. Well, well, Jack muttered, recognizing the face behind the gun. Fancy meeting you here, Sergei. Meanwhile, the Archer's radio crackled to life. Ready, Bwenket Katan. With a sharp motion, he fired a flare pistol, the star shell bursting directly above one of the facility's workshops. Chaos erupted instantly. To his left, 3 Stinger missiles streaked toward their target's guard towers, their electric heaters acting like beacons. The sentries barely had time to register the flare before the warheads struck, obliterating the towers and their mounted machine guns in a series of deafening blasts. The next casualty was the sentry in front of the Archer. He never stood a chance 40 rifles opened up at once half the rounds finding their mark. Mortars thumped in the distance. Their shells adjusted via radio to hammer what the archer guessed was the guard's barracks. The unmistakable staccato of automatic gunfire shattered the night. Colonel Bondarenko, who'd been admiring the frigid landscape, froze mid-step. His first thought, a negligent discharge, lasted only a heartbeat before reality set in. A sharp crack overhead made him look up just as the star shell burst, illuminating the sky. Then came the explosions from the laser facility. Instinct took over. The startled civilian vanished, replaced by a battle-hardened officer. He sprinted toward the KGB barracks, mortar rounds slamming into the ground behind him. Men stumbled out, disoriented, and Bondarenko had to throw his arms up to avoid friendly fire. "I'm Colonel Bondarenko. Where's your CO?" A lieutenant emerged, confusion written across his face. "Sir." What? The rest of his question was cut off as a mortar round obliterated the rear of the barracks. "Move," Bondarenko roared, herding the men away from the obvious target. The air was alive with gunfire Soviet rifles, he noted grimly. No way to tell friend from foe by sound alone. "Perfect. Form up." He barked. "But we're under attack, Lieutenant. How many men do you have?" The lieutenant started counting. Bondarenko did it faster. 41 rifles. No heavy weapons, no radios. The lack of comms was a disaster. And then it hit him. Where were the damn dogs when you needed them? The battlefield chaos was beyond dire, and Colonel Bondarenko understood the stakes were climbing by the second. A chain of detonations split the night apart. "The laser systems we have to," the lieutenant began, but Bondarenko seized him by the arm. "Machines can be replaced," he snapped, voice tight with urgency. "The minds behind them can't. We fall back to the apartment complex and dig in until reinforcements arrive. Pick your most reliable sergeant, get everyone from the barracks up that hill now." The lieutenant's face twisted in defiance. "My orders are to defend the equipment, Colonel." "I refuse." Bondarenko didn't hesitate. He slammed the butt of his rifle into the man's jaw, sending him sprawling, then emptied 2 rounds into his chest before the lieutenant could rise. The snowflakes seemed to freeze midair as he turned to the stunned soldiers. "Who here has sergeant's stripes?" A lanky private swallowed hard. "That be me, sir." "Good. You take 4 men, sweep the barracks, and herd every last soul to the apartments. Move like hell's on your heels." The sergeant jabbed a finger at 4 others, and they vanished into the storm. Bondarenko didn't wait. He led the remaining troops forward just as the entire base plunged into darkness, the power grid obliterated. Near the laser compound's gate, General Pokrishkin sprinted from the control center, his boots skidding on ice. The guard towers were nothing but bonfires. A KGB officer skidded up in a gaze jeep, its mounted machine gun glinting. "We're breached," he shouted, though the explosions had already made that painfully clear. Pokrishkin barely registered the words, his eyes locked onto figures sprinting toward them. Soviet uniforms, but the way they moved? Wrong. He vaulted into the jeep, wrenching the machine gun toward the oncoming threat. The first trigger pull clicked empty. Cursing, he chambered around manually. The second burst dropped 3 attackers mid-stride. Chaos swallowed the camp. Identical uniforms, identical rifles. Friend and foe blurred into a nightmare. The Afghans had numbers. The Russians had desperation. Meanwhile, Engineer Morozov and his colleagues stumbled outside at the cacophony, their breath fogging in the cold. None were soldiers, but instinct screamed at them to run when 5 armed figures materialized from the dark. "Move. Mr. Purdy, and all of you follow us." Gunfire erupted nearby. 2 escorts crumpled. Morozov didn't think he bolted back inside, rallying the others. Out. Now. The engineers needed no second warning. They stampeded toward the door as bullets chewed through the walls. Apartment block up the hill. Wakutsdam. Tsenkerstezidai. The sergeant bellowed, covering the retreat. Another KGB man fell, gurgling, but the sergeant avenged him with a precise shot. As the last civilian cleared the building, he and a private scooped up spare rifles, dragging their wounded comrade toward higher ground. The archer watched from the ridges, jaw clenched. 80 men couldn't control this sprawl. Too many structures, too much terrain. But the infidels were scattering like panicked deer, exactly what he'd wanted. A grin split his beard as an RPG-7 round turned a bus into a fireball, its wreckage tumbling down the mountainside amid shrieks. Demolition teams darted into workshops, planting charges amid oil-slicked machinery. The explosions came seconds later, flames licking at the night like ravenous tongues. The archer cursed under his breath as flames engulfed the guard barracks. He'd recognized the building just a moment too late. Now, with his squad moving in to clear out the remaining defenders, the flickering glow from the burning structure mixed with muzzle flashes, blinding his men in the sudden darkness after a mortar strike severed the power lines. Solid work, Sergeant. Bondarenko shouted over the chaos. He'd already sent engineers to secure the upper floors. Circle the perimeter here. If we get pushed back, we'll fortify the ground level. Those concrete walls will stop small arms fire, though RPGs might punch through. Grab someone with combat experience inside and arm them with those spare rifles. Every time one of ours falls, pass his weapon to someone who knows how to use it. I need to check if any comms are still functioning. The first-floor office has a field radio. The sergeant cut in. Standard issue in all these buildings. Perfect. Hold this position. I'll be back in 2. Bondarenko sprinted inside, relief washing over him as he spotted the military-grade radio hanging on the wall, its independent battery still humming. Slinging it over his shoulder, he dashed back outside. Whoever these attackers were, their sloppy planning showed, first mistaking the KGB barracks for a softer target, then delaying their advance on the housing sector. Now they faced a line of border guards dug into the snow, men with enough training to know retreat wasn't an option. The young sergeant impressed him, weaving through the defensive line without firing, steadying nerves and directing fire. Bondarenko keyed the radio. Colonel G. Bondarenko at Bright Star. We are under attack. Repeat. Bright Star is compromised. Any station respond immediately. Over. A crackling voice answered. Gennady Pokrishkin at the laser facility. We're locked down in the control building. Mipple is Pafich. Civilian housing secured with 40 men. Can you send reinforcements? Negative. Can you hold? Ask me again in 20. Protect my people, Colonel. Pokrishkin's voice turned ragged. Whatever it takes. To the last breath, General. Miłotewter, Hueft? Bondarenko adjusted the radio strap and hefted his rifle. Sergeant. The kid materialized beside him. They're testing our lines, probing, not full assault yet, looking for gaps. Bondarenko dropped to one knee as gunfire whined overhead. Glass shattered behind them, bullets chewing into the prefab concrete walls, peppering the defenders with debris. Take the far corner command north and east sectors. I'll cover these 2. Tell your men to pick shots. No wasted ammo. Already handled, sir. Good man. Bondarenko clapped him on the shoulder. Fall back only if you must, but warn me first. Everyone inside this building is irreplaceable. Move. As the sergeant vanished into the fray, Bondarenko allowed himself a grim nod Maybe the KGB hadn't entirely botched its training program. He scrambled to the western flank, counting 18 men camouflaged in the snow. He moved down the line, the radio digging into his back, barking orders to conserve ammunition. Just as he reached the end, a wave of shouts erupted from the darkness. "Contact front." A private shrieked. "Hold fire." Bondarenko roared. Shadows resolved into sprinting figures, their shapes flickering like ghosts in the muzzle flashes. The snow fell silently, painting the scene in white before chaos erupted. A sudden line of men appeared, spraying bullets from their hips with Kalashnikovs. He waited until they closed within 50 meters before barking the order to fire. 10 dropped instantly, the rest faltered, then retreated, leaving 2 more behind. Gunfire echoed from the other side of the building. Bondarenko couldn't be sure if the sergeant had held his ground. Nearby screams confirmed his own men had taken hits. A quick check revealed one had fallen without a sound. Now only 15 remained. Meanwhile, Colonel von Reich settled into the routine climb out, barely noticing the Russian in the jump seat, eyeing the electrical panel. "How's the power holding up?" The pilot snapped. The engineer flicked off the tail and wingtip lights. "Just the lighting system. Engines and hydraulics are fine." Von Eyck shrugged. "We'll sort it in Shannon." Then the crew chief's voice crackled in his headset. "Colonel, we've got the 2 new passengers, but Ryan, he didn't make it." Von Eyck stiffened. "Say again." The chief repeated, voice tight. "He told us to go. 2 armed guys showed up, and he ordered us out." The pilot exhaled sharply. "But are Patty status back there?" "They're in the rear." Engine noise covered it. "The aft lav's busted." Von Eyck muttered, "Great. Keep them up front if they need to go." 75 minutes to Shannon. "Ryan, you better have a damn good reason for this." Elsewhere, Jack Ryan found himself staring down 4 furious KGB officers in Gerasimov's car. The bodyguard in the front seat looked ready to lunge thankfully. The seat back was between them. Golovko's rage was palpable. "I should kill you right now." Ryan kept his voice steady. "Sergei, that'd start a diplomatic firestorm you don't want." The rapid Russian that followed was unintelligible, but the frustration in their tones was clear. They were stuck, and Ryan was fine with that. 3 blocks from the waterfront, Clark moved through the neon-lit streets. It was nearly midnight, and the city pulsed with late-night energy restaurants, even a few clubs spilling out laughter and music. Then he spotted them, 2 women in expected attire, flanked by a single bodyguard. The man was sharp, scanning constantly, gun hand free. Clark adjusted his scarf, fingers brushing the pistol in his pocket as he quickened his pace. The women strolled casually toward the corner, oblivious. Around them, Friday night revelers laughed, staggered, lost in their own worlds. Perfect. The elder woman appeared to be taking in the cityscape around her. The architecture had a deceptive antiquity, though the structures seemed centuries old. They were actually modern reconstructions. Tallinn had been ravaged twice during World War II, reduced to little more than smoldering rubble. Yet someone in power had chosen to resurrect it almost exactly as it once stood. The result was a place that felt worlds apart from the Soviet cities Clark had seen, carrying an odd resemblance to Germany he couldn't quite place. That fleeting observation was the last casual thought he'd allow himself tonight. Now just 30 feet behind them, Clark blended into the night, a solitary figure trudging through the February chill, with his head bowed against the wind, a fur hat snug over his ears. Their voices reached him Russian, unmistakably. Perfect. "Ruski," he called out, affecting a thick Moscow slur. "What's this?" Not every Estonian here is too proud to speak properly. The older woman shot him a sharp look. "This city has history, comrade. Show some courtesy. Clark smirked inwardly. But tav time. He swayed slightly, playing the part of a drunken passerby. My apologies, madam. Enjoy your evening, he muttered as he sidled past. Then, with deliberate clumsiness, he collided with the bodyguard. Pardon me, friend. In an instant, his pistol was leveled at the man's forehead. Turn left. Into the alley. Hands where I can see them. The sheer disbelief on the bodyguard's face was almost comical, especially considering the guy probably had a weapon tucked in his coat. Clark seized him by the collar, keeping him at arm's length, while maintaining a firm grip on his gun. Mother, Katrin whispered, panic edging her voice. Quiet, her mother snapped. Do as he says. The bodyguard hesitated. But against the wall, Clark ordered. He kept the barrel trained on the man's skull as he switched hands, then delivered a sharp strike to the side of his neck. The bodyguard crumpled, dazed. Within seconds, Clark had him cuffed, gagged, and bound at the ankles before dragging him into the shadows. Ladies, if you'd kindly follow me. Katrin's voice trembled. What is happening? Her mother exhaled sharply. Your father instructed me to miss, Clark cut in smoothly, his Russian flawless. Your father has decided America is his new home. He wants you both with him. Katrin went pale. Even in the dim alley, the shock on her face was unmistakable. Her mother wasn't faring much better. But Katrin stammered. That's treason. I don't believe it. Maria gripped her daughter's arm. He told me to trust this man. Katrin, think what happens to you if your father leaves and you stay. The state will use you. They'll do anything to get to him. Enough talk, Clark interjected, steering them toward the street. We're leaving. Katrin glanced back at the unconscious bodyguard. What about him? He'll live. We're not assassins bad for our reputation. Clark guided them toward the harbor, where chaos was unfolding. Elsewhere, the Major's men had split into two teams. One group was methodically planting explosives on anything that looked important, streetlights, equipment, it didn't matter. The larger unit had already cut through most of the KGB forces, foolish enough to engage them, now encircling the control bunker. The bunker itself was an oddity, less a practical defense, and more an overbuilt relic, its meter-thick concrete walls designed to withstand an attack that would never come. Maybe some bureaucrat had blindly followed outdated regulations. Or maybe they'd expected nuclear strikes in peacetime. Either way, it was now a death trap. The Major's men had commandeered the KGB commander's vehicle, its mounted machine gun hammering rounds into the bunker's narrow firing slits. No one inside was getting out alive. The thick glass windows had long since shattered under relentless gunfire, the rounds now chewing into the computers and control panels inside the command center. General Pokrishkin, by sheer necessity, had taken charge of the desperate defense. His small force, 30 KGB operatives, armed only with pistols, and whatever spare ammo they'd grabbed when the assault began, was barely holding the line. A young lieutenant directed the scattered resistance while Pokrishkin barked into the radio, demanding reinforcements. We're en route, but it'll take an hour. A regimental commander shouted over the static. Move faster. Pokrishkin snapped, gripping his sidearm. The noise outside was deafening explosions rocking the compound, equipment reduced to scrap. He didn't care about the hardware anymore. His engineers, nearly a third of his team, were trapped in the bunker after a late-night meeting. If they hadn't been gathered there, they'd be scattered across the facility, easy targets. At least inside, they had a fighting chance. On the other side of the reinforced walls, the enemy commander paced, frustrated. His RPGs barely scratched the concrete, and firing into the narrow slits was near impossible in the dark. Tracers from his machine guns flickered uselessly against the structure. He needed a weak point. Every fortress had one. Ordering his men to keep up suppressing fire, he circled the bunker, searching. Meanwhile, over the radio, another voice crackled through. Mayu, status. We've taken out 50. The rest are holed up in this damn bunker, the commander replied. What about your objective? The apartment block they're pinned inside, the voice answered, before gunfire drowned out the transmission. We'll finish them soon. 30 minutes, then we pull out, the commander warned before cutting the signal. He shook his head. The man on the other end was brave, but Green, a week of proper training would have made him twice as deadly. Then, he spotted a blind spot in the bunker's defenses. Back at the apartment building, Colonel Bondarenko smirked as mortar shells thudded harmlessly against the roof. The enemy had wasted their last rounds on an unbreakable slab instead of targeting the perimeter. His 10 remaining men, 2 wounded, held the line, rifles scavenged from fallen comrades now firing from the second floor. Outside, at least 20 enemy bodies littered the snow. The attackers, Afghan mercenaries by the look of them, hesitated, regrouping in the darkness. For the first time, Bondarenko allowed himself a flicker of hope. Pokrishkin had radioed that reinforcements were speeding down the treacherous mountain roads from Nurek. The thought of armored carriers skidding through ice and snow was unsettling, but losing a few squads was nothing compared to the irreplaceable expertise inside that bunker. The sporadic gunfire outside was just noise now, buying time while the enemy figured out their next mistake. If he had more men, Bondarenko would have launched a counterattack to keep them off balance. But for now, he stayed put, waiting for the cavalry. Bondarenko hesitated, knowing his dwindling squad couldn't effectively cover both flanks of the crumbling structure. Should they retreat now? Every second they delayed the enemy's advance bought them time, but at what cost? Inside the building, his men would gain shelter from the relentless gunfire, yet lose cohesion as the maze of interior walls isolated them. Falling back to the upper floors might seem logical, but it would only give the enemy sappers the perfect opportunity to collapse the entire building with explosives. No, surrender wasn't an option. The sporadic gunfire and agonized cries of the wounded filled the air as Bondarenko wrestled with indecision. Meanwhile, 200 yards away, the archer misinterpreted the heavy Russian casualties as a sign of concentrated defense. Redirecting his remaining fighters toward the opposite side, he left behind a covering force to maintain suppressing fire. With his mortar rounds exhausted and RPGs spent, his men now relied solely on rifles, a handful of grenades, and 6 satchel charges. The night burned around them, orange flames licking at the falling snow, while the wounded screamed in the darkness. Rallying his last 50 fighters, the archer flicked off his AK-47 safety, the weapon's weight reminding him of the first 3 lives it had taken. A sudden eruption of shouts from the far side of the building snapped Bondarenko back to reality. Seeing no immediate threat, he made his call. Fall back to the building now. 2 of his 10 remaining men were injured, slowing their retreat as gunfire erupted again. Bondarenko sprinted down the first-floor corridor, emerging on the opposite side just in time to spot shadowy figures rushing toward them. Were they enemies or his own men? The identical uniforms made it impossible to tell until one opened fire. Bondarenko dropped to a knee and cut him down with a controlled burst. More figures approached and he nearly fired again before their panicked shouts reached him. Ours. 8 survivors stumbled forward, the last a young sergeant, his legs torn by shrapnel. Too many. We couldn't hold. Get inside, Bondarenko ordered. Can you still fight? Yes. The sergeant spat. With no time to fortify individual rooms, they'd have to make their stand in the corridors and stairwells. Reinforcements are coming, Bondarenko lied, injecting hope into his men's voices. Her regiment's moving from Nurek, we just have to hold. Two civilians descended the stairs, rifles clutched awkwardly in their hands. Need help? Morozov, an engineer who'd never fired a gun before tonight, asked. How's it looking up there? Bondarenko demanded. My supervisor's dead. Took this from his body, Morozov admitted, voice shaking. Half the floor's wounded, the rest are pissing themselves. Stick with the sergeant, Bondarenko said, clapping him on the shoulder. Keep your cool, and we might just survive this. Morozov muttered. Hope those bastards move fast, as he helped the younger sergeant limp toward the corridor's end. Bondarenko split his men between the stairwell and elevators. An eerie quiet settled over the building, broken only by distant, frantic voices outside. The gunfire had ceased for now. Meanwhile, Clark guided Maria down the slick wooden ladder, his voice steady. Careful, there's a crossbeam at the bottom. Step onto it. Maria moved mechanically, her daughter following close behind, both too numb to protest the grime coating their hands. The night's horrors had stripped them of fear, leaving only hollow obedience. Clark was the last to board, maneuvering past the others before climbing into the boat. He loosened the ropes and guided the vessel beneath the women, who stood nervously on the pier. The drop was just over 3 feet, not far, but enough to unsettle them. One at a time, he instructed. Katrin, you go first. Take it slow, I've got you. She hesitated, her legs trembling, before stepping off the edge. Clark seized her ankle, yanking her toward him. She tumbled into the boat with all the grace of a collapsing sandbag. Maria followed, but as Katrin shifted to help, the boat rocked unexpectedly. Maria's grip slipped, and she plunged into the icy water with a sharp cry. Where's the Skensubik? A voice shouted from the shore. Clark ignored it, hauling Maria back into the boat as she gasped from the shock of the cold. There was no time to comfort. Her boots pounded against the wooden pier behind them. He fired up the electric motor and gunned it toward open water. Stop. The command came from a flashlight-wielding cop, the beam flickering uselessly over the boat's fading wake. Clark snatched his radio. Uncle Joe, this is Willie. We're on the move. Sunny skies ahead. Meanwhile, aboard the Dallas, the communications officer relayed the news to Mancuso. Possible visual confirmation on the targets. The captain barely suppressed a groan. Good man, adjust course to 085. Bring us in at 10 knots. Sonar operator Jones chimed in. Contact bearing 296. Diesel engine, twin screws. Ramius barely glanced up. KGB patrol, probably a Grisha. Routine sweep. Mancuso didn't respond, just motioned for the fire control team to track the vessel while Dallas crept closer to the coast, periscope raised. In the air, Colonel von Wright tightened his grip on the yoke as the Russian controller's voice crackled through his headset. 971, this is Velikiye Luki Center. Turn right to 104 and return to Moscow immediately. Von Eyck thumbed the mic. Negative, Luki. Proceeding as planned on 286. The controller's tone sharpened. You are ordered to comply. Roger that. Out. Von Eyck flicked a glance at his autopilot, then resumed scanning the dark sky. The Russian officer in the cockpit unbuckled his harness. You're ignoring direct orders. Von Eyck turned, his voice steel. Sit. Down. This is my aircraft, and we're flying to Shannon. You don't move unless I say so. He nodded to the engineer, who killed the cabin lights, plunging the plane into darkness. Keying the mic again, Von Eyck forced calm into his voice. Luki, we've got electrical issues. No lights, no sudden maneuvers until we sort it out. Copy. Iseem, a pause. Then, what's the malfunction? Von Eyck exhaled, still diagnosing. Entire systems dark. Not taking risks mid-flight. The silence lasted just long enough for another 20 miles. Then, 971, Moscow advises emergency return. They'll clear you for landing. Von Eyck smirked. Appreciate the concern, but we'll manage. Roger hesitated before responding, his grip tightening on the controls. Thanks, Lukey, but altering course isn't an option at the moment. We're handling the situation. Stand by for updates. Colonel Von Eyck's eyes flicked to the clock. 30 minutes until they reached the coastline. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the airport security office. Major Ziridan's face twisted in disbelief. Gerasimov is defecting? On an American plane? The security officer, now in charge, scanned the room. 2 colonels, a lieutenant colonel, a driver, and a bewildered American, all tangled in what sounded like a bad spy novel. I need orders, he muttered, reaching for the phone. Golovko stepped forward. I outrank you. Not over my commander, Ziridan shot back. His attempt to recall the plane had failed, just as Ryan expected. Jack sat motionless, his injuries throbbing, self-inflicted, but painful reminders of his predicament. Golovko's glare burned into him, but Ryan kept his expression blank, swallowing his fear. He knew his diplomatic status was his only shield. Vatutin cut in sharply. Where's his family? Vasily shifted uncomfortably. They left for Tallinn yesterday. His wife wanted to visit friends. Time was slipping away for everyone. Bondarenko's unit was down to their last bullets. The hallway littered with bodies. A young private had sacrificed himself, absorbing a grenade blast to save the others. The colonel's mind flashed to Stalingrad. Russians had always excelled in brutal close-quarters combat. But where was their backup? An hour felt endless under fire, each second stretching like taffy. This was only his second taste of real combat. The first had earned him a medal. This one might earn him a grave. Above him, hundreds of civilians, engineers, scientists, families relied on his men holding the line. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Why fight here? If the Afghans want revenge, let them take it to Moscow. But war never worked that way. The ones who started it never saw the bloodshed firsthand. The archer crouched in the snow, surrounded by the dead. Failure gnawed at him. He could strike down enemies one by one, but leading men? That had eluded him. Was this punishment for his past cruelty? No, there were still Russians left to kill. The major signaled his team to breach the building through shattered ground floor windows, taking point as his fighters expected. With 10 men pressed against the bunker's side, he guided them along the wall toward the steel main entrance, suppressing fire from his unit covering their advance. Casualties were light. Only 5 lost a small price for an operation this volatile. A grim smirk crossed his face. Thanks for the lessons, Russian instructors. He planted satchel charges at the door's base, primed the fuses, and scrambled back as enemy rounds whizzed overhead. The oblivious defenders wouldn't stay ignorant for long. The detonation sent the reinforced door catapulting into a control panel, crushing a KGB officer instantly. Before Pokrishkin's men could react, 3 more explosives arced through the gap. Trapped, the border guards managed to drop one attacker before the blasts erupted, a muffled, echoing roar contained by the concrete tomb. The major stormed in, scanning the chaos, sparks dancing from severed wires, bodies strewn across the floor. His men moved with lethal efficiency, finishing off the wounded. Spotting a dazed Russian general fumbling for a sidearm, the major didn't hesitate. A single burst, and it was over. Smoke thickened fast. We're done, he barked into his radio. Silence. Anyone copy? Meanwhile, the archer crouched by a partially open door, radio dead. A sentry stood oblivious down the hall. Now, he kicked the door wide and dropped the soldier mid-turn. His shouted rally brought 5 allies surging from rooms 2, cut down before they could fire. The corridor became a nightmare of muzzle flashes and shadows. 50 meters away, Colonel Bondarenko assessed the ambush. "Hold positions," he ordered, then picked off exposed targets with cold precision. The emergency lights turned the hallway into a kill zone. One insurgent charged, screaming, rounds chewing the walls. Bondarenko's shots went wide, but another Russian found his mark. Then, just one Afghan remained. The colonel ducked as a bullet gouged concrete near his temple, pain flaring across his cheek. Gritting his teeth, he switched his rifle to full auto, lunged into the open, and locked eyes with the last fighter. The kid couldn't have been older than 20, but his glare burned with pure venom. For a heartbeat, time froze. The Afghan fired first, missing. Bondarenko didn't. The archer collapsed, shock numbing the wound in his chest as the world faded to black. His body refused to obey as his mind screamed for his hands to raise the weapon instead. His fingers went slack, and the gun clattered to the ground. Collapsing in slow motion, his knees buckled before his back hit the cold floor, leaving him gazing blankly at the cracked ceiling above. So this was how it ended. A shadow fell over him as the enemy soldier approached, and in that moment, the archer saw not hatred in the man's eyes, but something unexpected. Simple, human curiosity. Even in death, he wanted to be known. With his final breath, he whispered the words that had guided his life. "Duste Kremlin." Bondarenko stared down at the lifeless body, the familiar phrase echoing in his mind. Was that really all this had been about? A radio crackled nearby, snapping him back to reality. He snatched it up just as a voice crackled through in Pashto. His reply was sharp, Russian. "It's done here." Nearby, the major signaled his surviving men 11 gone, 6 wounded. Time to move before the snow trapped them. "Clear the area." Bondarenko barked to his remaining squad. "Gather weapons and redistribute them." The fight might be winding down, but true safety wouldn't come until reinforcements arrived. He called for Morozov, who appeared swiftly. "Any medics upstairs?" The engineer nodded and vanished. As he shrugged off his heavy coat, Bondarenko noticed the blood staining the strap of his radio. 2 bullet holes he hadn't even felt. The sergeant beside him chuckled. "Just a scratch, Colonel. I've got worse." With deliberate care, Bondarenko unpinned the red banner ribbon from his own uniform and fastened it to the young man's collar. "You've earned more, but this will have to do for now." Meanwhile, aboard the submarine, Mancuso squinted through the periscope, the icy conditions distorting the sonar readings. "Still nothing," he muttered before spotting a flicker of light in the distance. "Masthead at 270. The sonar operator confirmed the contact, but couldn't identify it, just the hum of twin screws and diesel engines through the interference. Then a new alert. "Con, sonar, another contact, 086. And something else. High-speed screws closing fast." Mancuso adjusted the scope, catching a glimpse of movement on the horizon. 3 miles out. There's a searchlight behind them. He snapped the periscope down. All ahead 2/3. Let's move. On the shore, Clark watched the beam of light sweep the water, his grip tightening on his rifle. Who the hell was out there? Clark wasn't sure if the local police had patrol boats, but he knew the KG border guards maintained their own fleet, small but capable, complete with fast boats and surveillance aircraft. The real question was how attentive they'd be on a Friday night. Probably more alert than when that German pilot had slipped through this very sector and buzzed Moscow. Yeah, this stretch of water was definitely on high alert now. Where the hell was the Dallas? He grabbed his radio and muttered, "Uncle Joe, this is Willie. Sunrise is coming, and we're still out in the cold." On the submarine, the communications officer relayed the message. "He says he's close, Captain." Mancuso glanced at the navigator. "Gator, where are we?" The navigator checked his charts. "Holding at 15 knots. Should be within 500 yards. Mancuso gave the order. "Haul ahead 1/3. Raise the periscope." The polished steel tube slid upward with a hiss. Before it locked into place, the ESM technician called out, "Captain, radar contact astern bearing 268. It's a Dawn 2. Meanwhile, sonar operator Jones chimed in. "Both hostiles speeding up, sir. Blade count suggests 20 knots. Grisha class confirmed. The eastern bogey's still unidentified single screw, likely diesel, pushing 20. Fire control followed up. Range approximately 6,000 yards. Mancuso smirked. Now comes the fun part. He locked onto the target. Bearing mark 091. Sustens break, Freren Spigetbete. The laser rangefinder clicked. 600 yards. Good call, Gator. Tubes 2 and 4 ready. Solution set. Outer doors still closed. Keep them that way. Mancuso moved toward the hatch. XO, you've got the con. I'm handling the recovery. The executive officer ordered all stop as Mancuso climbed the ladder. The lower hatch sealed behind him, the rush of water against the sail growing louder. A splash of icy, oil-slicked seawater hit him as he shoved open the bridge hatch. Ignoring the sting, he scanned the horizon, first spotting the Grisha's mast light in the distance, then turning forward. He pulled his flashlight and signaled Morse code. D. Maria gasped. The light. There. Clark adjusted course, but then he saw the patrol boat's searchlight sweeping the wrong patch of water, 2 miles off. Mancuso's stomach tightened. Grisha's had searchlights, and, while that shouldn't matter to a submerged sub, it sure as hell did now. They'd probably picked up the Dallas on radar. Move it, Clark. Mancuso roared, swinging the flashlight wildly. The next half-minute dragged like an eternity. Finally, the raft appeared. Get the women first, Clark barked, holding the raft steady against the sub's sail. The Dallas hovered in that precarious in-between, not fully surfaced, not quite submerged. The first woman felt light as a kid scrambling aboard. The second was soaked and shaking. Clark hesitated just long enough to slap a small box onto the motor, magnetic or glued. Mancuso guessed. Down the ladder, he ordered the women. Clark vaulted over the edge, muttering in Russian before switching to English. 5 minutes till it blows. The women were already halfway down the hatch. Clark followed the others below deck, with Mancuso pausing for one final glance at the raft before sealing the hatch. The harbor patrol boat was closing in fast, its bow cutting through the water straight toward them. With a quick motion, he secured the hatch and hit the intercom. Dive now and get us moving. The submarine shuddered as the lower hatch opened, swallowing them into the depths. The executive officer's voice crackled over the comms. Set depth to 90 feet, 2/3 speed, hard left rudder. A young sailor waited at the base of the ladder, his wide-eyed shock almost comical under different circumstances. Clark guided the women toward his quarters while Mancuso moved aft, taking command. I have the con, he declared, and the XO confirmed. Captain has the con. A tense update came from the electronic surveillance team nearby, via chatter, likely the Russian patrol boats coordinating. Mancuso adjusted course, steering beneath the thickening ice. Helm, new heading 350. Let's vanish under this ice. They suspect we're here, but let's not make it easy. The navigator chimed in, warning of shallow waters ahead. Recommend turning to 291. Soon we've got shoals in 8,000 yards. The sub leveled out at 85 feet, humming at 18 knots. A distant crunch signaled the raft's destruction. Mancuso smirked darkly. All right, folks, now we just have to slip away unnoticed. But fate had other plans. A sharp ping echoed through the hull. Jones' voice cut through the tension. Khan, sonar Grecia's got us on their radar. The death ray of theirs might have locked on. Trapped beneath the ice, options dwindled. They couldn't return fire without sparking an international incident, even if the Grisha attacked first. Mancuso studied the charts 30 feet below the keel, barely 20 above the sail, minus the ice. Ramius, ever calculating, noted, they'll hesitate before firing. The longer they wait, the worse our odds. Mancuso made the call. All ahead full. At 30 knots, they'd reach international waters in minutes. But the Grisha wasn't giving up. Jones tracked its movements, searching erratically, probing the ice. Mancuso ordered noisemakers launched, filling the water with deceptive echoes. Then came the explosions close, violent. A scream pierced the air, high and terrified. Flank speed. Mancuso barked. Ramius muttered, decoys worked. But they fired faster than expected. Sonar screens fuzzed with interference as the sub raced forward. The navigator traced their escape route, pointing out a deadly gap in the ice. They'll be waiting for us here, he warned. Mancuso clenched his jaw. Still pinged, still defenseless. Then Ramius had an idea. Let me speak on radio, not as Americans, but as Soviets. Mancuso hesitated. This wasn't their playbook. But desperate times called for desperate bluffs. With a slow nod, he handed over the mic. The game had just changed. Bring her up to antenna depth. A radio operator quickly tuned to the Soviet Guard frequency, extending the thin VSF antenna the moment their sub broke through the icy surface. The periscope shot up next. Target sighted. 0 angle on the bow. Lower the scope. Then came the crackling announcement over the speakers. Radar contact at 281. The young captain of the Grisha had just finished a grueling week patrolling the Baltic, running 6 hours behind schedule, dreaming of his upcoming 4-day leave. But his plans evaporated with a frantic call from Tallinn Harbor Police about an unidentified vessel slipping away from port, followed by KGB alerts, an explosion near a patrol boat, and multiple sonar pings. With only 3 months of command under his belt, the 29-year-old lieutenant had acted on instinct, firing at what his sonarman swore was a submarine. Now doubt gnawed at him had he just made a catastrophic error. All he knew was chaos, and if he was chasing a sub, it would be fleeing west. And now his radar confirmed a contact dead ahead. The guard frequency suddenly erupted. Cease fire, you moron. A distorted voice shrieked 3 times. Identify yourself. The Grisha's commander barked back. This is Novosibirsky Komsomolets. What kind of lunatic fires live rounds during a drill? You identify. The lieutenant froze, gripping his mic. That name meant trouble, a Spetsnaz-linked special ops sub out of Kronstadt, always pulling reckless stunts. This is Krepke, he muttered. Good. We'll debrief this disaster in 2 days. Out. The captain scanned his bridge crew, baffled. What drill? Meanwhile, Marco smirked as he hung up the mic. He took the bait. Now he'll waste precious minutes calling HQ. And that's our window. Mancuso spun toward the navigator. Gator fastest route out? Recommend 275, 11,000 yards. At flank speed, they devoured the distance. 10 minutes later, they slipped into international waters, the tension in the control room dissolving into stunned relief. Mancuso ordered a course change to deeper seas, throttling back to 1/3 speed before heading to sonar. "That should do it," he said. Jones, still glued to his station, frowned. "Sir, what was that about?" "Above your pay grade," Mancuso replied, though his eyes flicked toward the corridor. Jones craned his neck. "Who's the VIP?" "Beats me. But I'll find out." Mancuso crossed to Clark's cabin and knocked. "Who's there?" "Take a wild guess." The door swung open, revealing a young woman in damp but tidy clothes, and behind her, an older woman in borrowed khakis, wringing out her soaked belongings. She thrust them at Mancuso with a sharp Russian command. "You," Clark snorted. "She wants them cleaned, Skipper." Then, grinning, "Meet our guests. Mrs. Gerasimov and her daughter, Katrin." Mancuso blinked. "And they're important because—" Katrin lifted her chin. "My father runs the KGB." The captain nearly fumbled the soggy bundle. Elsewhere, the co-pilot's voice cut through the cockpit. "We've got company." 2 fighter jets streaked in from the right, strobes flashing. "Listing fast." 20 minutes to the coast, the navigator confirmed, though the pilot had already spotted the threat. "Damn it." The fighters screamed past, missing them by a hair's breadth. The VC-137 shuddered in their wake turbulence. The pilot grabbed the radio. "In gear control, you. Air Force Flight 971. We nearly got clipped. What's your game?" A cold voice replied, "Put the Soviet officer on." "Definitely not a controller." Colonel von Eyck's voice crackled over the radio, firm and unyielding. "This is my aircraft, and we're holding course at 286 degrees, cruising at 38,000 feet. We're following our approved flight plan in a designated corridor, and right now, we've got electrical issues. The last thing we need is a couple of hotshot fighter pilots buzzing us like this is some kind of game. We're an American plane on a diplomatic mission. Are you seriously trying to kick off an international incident?" "Over." The response was immediate and sharp. "Flight 971, you are ordered to reverse course immediately." "Not happening." Von Eyck shot back. "Our systems are failing, I repeat. We cannot comply. We're flying dark, and those reckless MiGs almost took us out. What's the play here? You trying to get us killed?" "No, over. I can toughery." The accusation came through, raw and unfiltered. "You've taken a Soviet citizen against their will. Turn back to Moscow now." Von Eyck's grip tightened on the yoke. "Say that again." But the Soviet captain on the other end shouldn't have let that slip. Rushed to the radar station at Angers, the last Soviet-controlled air traffic checkpoint, he'd been given rushed orders by a KGB officer, force the American plane to turn. But blurting out classified details over open comms? That was a mistake. "Stop that aircraft." The KGB general barked in the background. The captain's voice turned icy. "Simple solution. I order my MiGs to shoot it down." "Do I have your authorization, Comrade General?" Silence. Then, grudgingly, "I don't have that authority. Just make it stop." The captain exhaled sharply. "We can't make it stop. We can destroy it. That's the only option." Waff beat. Then the general's voice, low and dangerous. "Do you want to be shot?" Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the Foxbat, the pilot squinted into the darkness. His wingman had barely glimpsed the target once, just a shadow against the night. Radar could track it, sure, but actually finding it visually? That was a gamble. And if they got too close in the dark, they risked a Fox 4 fighter slang for a mid-air collision. "Hammer lead, this is Toolbox," the controller's voice cut in. "Move in and force the target to turn. It's dead ahead, same altitude, 3 clicks out." The pilot clenched his jaw. He had the blip on his screen, but no visual. And his radar wasn't precise enough to prevent a collision. Not to mention his wingman, another variable. "Stay back," he ordered. "I'll handle this solo." Easing the throttle forward, he nudged the stick. The MiG-25 wasn't built for finesse, it was a beast, weighed down by missiles. But orders were orders. Except instead of letting him do his job, some desk-bound KGB suit was there. Not so much a shape as a sudden absence in the sky. He pulled up, gaining altitude, and finally spotted the Boeing silhouette against the ocean. Carefully, he edged closer, positioning himself just off the airliner's right wing. "Lights on our side," the co-pilot muttered. "Fighter, but I can't idiot." Von Eyck didn't flinch. "If you were him, what's your move?" "Defect," the co-pilot said dryly. "Or blow us out of the sky." In the jump seat, the Russian liaison, meant only to translate in emergencies, sat frozen. Cut off from the radio chatter, he had no clue why Moscow wanted this plane turned around. But the tension in the cockpit was suffocating. Then the co-pilot's voice, tight. "He's sliding toward us." The MiG pilot adjusted his angle, inching left. If he could get directly over the Boeing's cockpit, a controlled descent might force it down. Wecken, slowly, carefully. One wrong move, and this would end in fire. The maneuver demanded every ounce of the pilot's expertise, and he silently hoped his American counterpart was just as skilled. Adjusting his position for a better view, he quickly realized the MiG-25's design worked against him. Its cramped cockpit offered limited visibility, and the other aircraft vanished from sight. Ahead, the coastline loomed just a few miles away. Even if he forced the American to descend, they'd be over the Baltic before it made any real difference. With a sharp pull on the stick, he banked right and climbed, then swung back around. "Hammer, lead to Toolbox," he radioed, frustration creeping into his voice. No luck changing his course. Not gonna ram him without direct orders. The controller's pulse pounded as he watched the radar blips merge, then separate. What the hell was this? An American plane untouchable. Any mishap would land squarely on his shoulders. Return to base. "Out," he snapped, wiping sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, the KGB general seethed, jabbing a finger at the intercept officer. "You'll regret this." But the threat rang hollow. Back in the cockpit, Von Reich exhaled as they crossed the coastline. "Thank God," he muttered before keying the intercom. "How's everyone holding up back there?" "Mostly asleep," the steward replied. "Guess they partied hard." "Any update on the lights?" The flight engineer chimed in. "Faulty breaker. Fixed it now." Von Reich glanced out, wingtip lights glowing. Cabin illuminated except for the rear section. As they banked past Ventspils onto heading 259, he allowed himself a weary chuckle. 2.5 hours to Shannon. Coffee sounds heavenly, he mused aloud. Elsewhere, Golovko slammed the phone down, cursing in Russian sharp enough to make Jack Ryan wince. "Mind if I patch up my knee?" Jack asked, gingerly probing the swelling. Sergei's glare could have melted steel. "What exactly did you do, Ryan?" "Fell out of a damn plane, and they took off without me. The paved travern. Now. Preferably before my leg falls off." Golovko and Vatutin exchanged glances, a silent debate raging. What had happened? What would Moscow say? And what to do with this infuriating American? Who do we even call? Golovko muttered. Vatutin took charge, dialing his superior, who kicked the decision upstairs. Soon, they were bundling Jack into Gerasimov's car, speeding through Moscow's deserted streets. Midnight had emptied the theaters and opera houses, leaving the city eerily still. Sandwiched between the two colonels, Jack clung to hope until the car veered into the Lenin Hills, then deeper into the surrounding forest. His stomach dropped. Diplomatic immunity felt flimsier with every mile. The car slowed, tires crunching gravel as it wound through dense trees. Outside, armed patrols moved in the shadows. Jack's injuries faded beneath a surge of dread. Where are they taking me? The old gangster phrase echoed in his mind. Take him for a ride. No. No. Impossible. He'd been seen alive. The ambassador would, except the ambassador knew nothing. And in this place, reason had a way of twisting into something darker. The car door swung open abruptly, and Golovko yanked Ryan out onto the uneven ground. Jack knew struggling was pointless. His surroundings made that clear. They stood before a modest wooden cabin nestled in the forest, its windows glowing warmly behind drawn curtains. A group of armed soldiers in uniform stood watch, their cold stares fixed on Ryan like he was nothing more than a practice dummy. An officer approached, patting him down with rough efficiency, pausing only when he reached Jack's injured knee, drawing a sharp hiss of pain. The man muttered something that might have passed for an apology before nodding to Golovko and Vatutin, who surrendered their weapons and guided Ryan inside. The entryway was guarded by two plainclothes officers. Their unzipped jackets and stiff posture screamed KGB. One gave Jack another invasive search, while the other watched, hand resting near what had to be a concealed pistol. Even Golovko and Vatutin weren't spared the same treatment. Once cleared, they were ushered into a cozy living room where Soviet leader Andrei Narmanov sat by a crackling fire. He rose as they entered, gesturing for them to take a seat. A bodyguard hovered behind him, silent but alert. Narmanov spoke in Russian, and Golovko translated. Your name? John Ryan, sir, Jack replied. The general secretary motioned to a chair, noting Ryan's limp. Anatoly, he said, and the bodyguard guided Jack to a bathroom, where warm water and a washcloth were provided. The makeshift first aid was a small mercy, though his pants were beyond saving. As he cleaned the wound, Ryan could hear muffled voices in the other room, too fast and too foreign for him to follow. Anatoly reappeared with a bandage, securing it with surprising care before leading him back. Golovko remained, but Vatutin had vanished. Narmanov studied Jack with quiet intensity before speaking again. Golovko says we didn't cause your injuries. True. Ryan hesitated, odd, since Golovko was translating. So the man knows a little English. No, sir. This was my own doing. I haven't been mistreated. Just thoroughly terrified, but that's on me. Narmanov's gaze lingered before he finally said, I didn't need your help. Jack feigned ignorance. I'm not sure what you mean, sir. Did you really think Gerasimov could remove me? Sir, my mission was to extract one of our agents. Compromising Gerasimov was just part of the operation, right bait, right fish. Narmanov's lips twitched, though his expression stayed neutral. And your agent was Colonel Filatov. Yes, sir. You already know that. I only just learned it. Then you must realize Yazov was involved too, Ryan thought, but didn't say. The general secretary's next question caught him off guard. Do you know why he betrayed us? No, Tediter Sittern too. I was only briefed on what was necessary. And so you know nothing about the attack on Project Bright Star. Jack's shock was genuine. What? Narmanov's voice turned sharp. Don't insult me, Ryan. You recognize the name, don't you? It's southeast of Dushanbe. I'm familiar with it. Will you plaken me to tears to Thifetskayam? He questioned. Just as I suspected. You realize that was an act of war, Narmanov remarked sharply. Sir, KGB operatives abducted an American SDI scientist days ago, direct orders from Gerasimov himself. His name is Alan Gregory, a U. Army major who's since been recovered. Golovko scoffed before translating, disbelief thick in his voice. Narmanov bristled at the interruption but was visibly stunned by Ryan's claim. One of your officers was taken, and he's alive. It's the truth, Jack insisted. Narmanov exhaled sharply, pushing himself up to toss another log onto the fire, adjusting it with an iron poker. This is insanity, he muttered, staring into the flames. We already have a stable arrangement. Why disrupt it? Ryan frowned. Stable? With all due respect, sir, the world teeters on a knife's edge. Your country and mine could wipe out each other's populations in under an hour, just one phone call away. And we label that stability? Narmanov's jaw tightened. It is stability, Ryan. A balance of power. Jack shook his head. No, we call it mad mutual assured destruction. Terrible grammar, but brutally accurate. The fact that so-called rational minds crafted this system doesn't make it any less deranged. And yet, it works, Narmanov countered. Does it? Hanging the fate of millions on the hope that no one ever panics or miscalculates? We treat defensive systems as threats, while the real danger sits in silos, ready to launch at a moment's notice. Doesn't that strike you as backward? Narmanov's voice dropped. You think I could live with that blood on my hands? But determine. No sane person could. But mistakes happen. The systems are too efficient. Press a button and it's done. No takebacks. No second thoughts until it's too late. The Soviet leader sighed. May Desizek, be practical. Do you truly believe we'll ever dismantle these weapons entirely? Not entirely, no. But we can make the decision to use them harder. Add safeguards. Give leaders one more reason not to pull the trigger. That's not destabilizing, it's common sense. Narmonov smirked. You sound just like your president. Ryan matched his smile. He's not wrong. Arguing with one American is exhausting enough. I won't debate too, Narmonov muttered, shifting gears. What do you intend to do with Gerasimov? Discreetly. A quiet end, a plane crash perhaps. Public exposure would damage us both. Narmonov nodded slowly. I'll relay that, if permitted. And Filatov's name stays buried. No need to complicate matters further. The treaty benefits us all. Ryan agreed. The savings alone are marginal, Narmanov cut in. A fraction of our defense budgets. Jack chuckled dryly. There's a saying in my government, sir. Jack chuckled at his own remark about the staggering sums of money involved. Mind if I ask something, sir? Say Kide, he ventured. Narmanov gestured for him to continue. What's your plan for the funds on your end? That's the million-dollar question I'm stuck on. The Soviet leader arched an eyebrow. Why assume I have the answers? Maybe you should tell me. Rising from his seat, he added firmly, return to your embassy. Make it clear to your government that silence serves us both. A Marine sergeant snapped to attention as Jack entered the embassy gates, with Candela close behind. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the VC-137 touched down at Shannon Airport behind schedule, battling fierce headwinds over the North Sea. Passengers disembarked under the watchful eyes of the crew, while 4 men in Air Force parkas slipped out the rear exit, dodging the media frenzy. They vanished into a waiting Gulfstream 3, where Mary Pat Foley greeted Misha with an embrace warmer than any they'd shared before. "Food, drinks, and another flight home," she said, guiding him to his seat. Nearby, Ritter delivered the good news to Gerasimov. His family was secure aboard a U.Navy vessel. "Gratitude isn't necessary," Ritter remarked dryly. "Just cooperation." The next day, Jack boarded a Pan Am flight from Moscow, trading his tourist ticket for first-class comfort. He dozed through most of the journey, the exhaustion of the mission finally catching up to him. Back at the ravaged Soviet outpost, Bondarenko surveyed the wreckage, shattered lasers, demolished workshops, and a hospital overflowing with casualties. Yet, amid the devastation, he'd saved the majority of the scientific team. Promotions and medals meant little compared to that. "We rebuild," he told Morozov, his voice edged with determination. "A year, maybe 18 months. And this time we'll have proper defenses." The young engineer hesitated. "Mobile is safe. After all this?" Bondarenko's reply was steel wrapped in a smile. "That's the job now. For both of us." In the epilogue, Ortiz wasn't shocked when the Major arrived solo. The battle report took an hour, the rucksacks of gear a grim reminder. The Archer's survivors, fewer than 50 out of 200, staggered back as spring dawned. Their numbers halved, but their resolve unbroken. The Major wasted no time reaching out to other rebel factions, leveraging his group's recent high-profile mission to negotiate with seasoned warlords on nearly equal footing. Within days, his ranks swelled with fresh recruits hungry for action, while the Archer's earlier agreement with Ortiz held firm. Heading back into the fray so soon? The CIA operative asked their newly minted commander. The Major flashed a grin that masked his own uncertainty. "Why wait? Momentum's on our side now." As dusk settled, Ortiz watched the silhouettes of hardened fighters, now led by a professional soldier, melt into the jungle. He wondered if this ragtag force could truly turn the tide. Meanwhile, Gerasimov and Filatov's paths diverged forever. Interrogations dragged on for weeks at isolated facilities, with Filatov relocated to Camp Peary, Virginia. There, a bespectacled Army major hung on every word, as the aging spy recounted Soviet laser advancements, details he'd memorized decades ago without grasping their significance. The irony wasn't lost on Filatov as he fielded endless questions about his double life. Intelligence officers of all stripes cycled through his guarded quarters, sharing meals, walks, and whiskey-laden nights that concerned medics, but honored the Cardinal's legendary stamina. Even his sleep wasn't private. Surveillance teams noted his nocturnal murmurs. One veteran analyst, halfway through his retirement countdown, lowered his newspaper when the audio feed crackled to life again. He chuckled at the garbled Russian drifting through his headphones, then sobered while skimming a headline about the Moscow summit. The old spy's nighttime ramblings painted a poignant picture, a man outliving his comrades, reuniting with ghosts in dreams. Maybe that loneliness had driven him to betray his country in the first place. "Comrade Captain?" Romanov's voice snapped Misha from his reverie. The dream carried an unsettling clarity until reality came crashing in. Newlyweds Al and Condi Gregory's 4-day honeymoon unfolded under constant surveillance. When the phone rang at 2 a.m., Major Gregory fumbled for the receiver. "Yes, sir," he barked, then deflated like a punctured tire. Candy watched his silhouette sag against the moonlight. No memorial service. Not even a pause. "Understood, General." The click of the handset echoed in the dark. "You up?" he whispered. "Obviously. Our first son. We're naming him Mike." Across the Potomac, Soviet Defense Attaché Grigory. Dalmatov scowled at the Pentagon's summons. The full dress uniform requirement was bizarre for a routine intelligence officer until a paratrooper escorted him straight to General Crofter's office. "Care to explain this, Theater?" Dalmatov demanded. "Patience, Grigory." Crofter led him to a waiting Marine helicopter, its presidential insignia glinting in the sun. As the Sikorsky banked over Maryland's rolling hills, Dalmatov's confusion deepened. The landing zone Camp David's manicured lawns defied all logic. A dress blue Marine snapped a salute as they disembarked, guiding them down a pine needle path to a sunlit clearing where history waited. Dalmatov was taken aback by the unexpected grove of birch trees stretching across half an acre near the hilltop, offering a sweeping view of the countryside. At the center of the clearing lay a precisely dug rectangular grave, exactly 6 feet deep, its edges neatly trimmed with the sod set aside for later replacement. The absence of a headstone struck him as odd, but his attention quickly shifted to the camouflaged Marines stationed along the tree line, their pistol belts a silent testament to the gravity of the occasion. A jeep rolled in, followed by 2 Marines in dress blues, who swiftly assembled a prefabricated stand around the open grave, practiced hands, making quick work of it. Moments later, a 3/4-ton truck emerged, its cargo a gleaming oak coffin, trailed by more vehicles. An honor guard formed, their movements crisp and precise. Unable to contain himself any longer, Dalmatov turned to General Crofter. "Why am I here?" "You came up in tanks, didn't you?" Crofter replied. "Yes, same as you." "That's why." The honor guard lifted the coffin onto the stand, and as the gunnery sergeant removed the lid, Crofter stepped forward. Dalmatov's breath caught when he recognized the face inside. "Misha." A voice cut through the silence behind him. "I thought you knew him." Dalmatov whirled to see Jack Ryan standing there, flanked by CIA officer Ritter, General Parks, and a young couple, the woman visibly pregnant, tears streaming silently down her face in the soft spring air. Ryan continued, his tone firm. "I just returned from Moscow." The general secretary insisted Misha be remembered for his service, not the accusations. "He gave us his uniform, his medals." "Maybe you should tell your people Colonel Mikhail Filatov, 3-time hero of the Soviet Union, died peacefully in his sleep." Dalmatov's face flushed with anger. "He was a traitor. I won't stand here and General," Ryan interrupted sharply. "Your own leader disagrees. That man might be more of a hero than you realize for both our countries. How many battles have you fought? How many wounds have you taken? Look at him and tell me he's a traitor." The sergeant closed the coffin, draping it with a Soviet flag as riflemen took position. Ryan read Misha's citations aloud, the sharp crack of gunfire punctuating the stillness before a lone trumpeter played taps. Dalmatov stiffened, saluting despite himself. When it was over, he turned to Ryan. "Why here?" "Arlington would have drawn attention," Ryan replied, gesturing toward the distant hills. "Beyond those ridges is Antietam, where the bloodiest day of our Civil War unfolded. If a hero must lie in an unmarked grave, let it be near where others fought for what they believed in." "Bure, comrades?" Dalmatov echoed. Ryan gave a faint smile. "We all fight for something. Maybe that's enough common ground." With that, he walked away, leaving Dalmatov to ponder the weight of the moment and the quiet dignity of a secret farewell.